Chapter 1 Master Fatty arrives. Under the Golden Phoenix Mountain is the largest city in the western frontier, Westfield City, known for tourism, regional specialties, mixed ethnic groups. The folk style is tough. In the street everywhere you can see men and women wearing traditional clothing, waist with short swords. Infinity is the largest, most luxurious, most beautiful, most complete nightclub in the city of Westfield, occupying the center of the busiest street. It is rumored that the third floor of the ground floor is a fully equipped casino, bringing together the province and even the country's rich people to come here to throw away their money. The fat man is now standing in front of the brilliant 4-meter-high 10-meter-wide door, the wind messy long hair, chubby body, naive face, neck necklace with the ethnic style, thick necklace, the body of the short coat, the feet of the straw shoes, the hands of the dirty rattan box, the back of the bulging bag. Look up at the neon look. And the surroundings appear to be so out of place. It was as if he was a bumpkin who came to the big city from the countryside for the first time and hadn't seen the world. "Fatty, don't pestle here. Is this a place you can come to?" the manager who manages the parking minions came and said unhappily. "I'm looking for GA Roomway." The fat man opened his mouth. The body and the big monkey is thin, wearing a suit does not look like a serious person. The manager looked up and down the fat man, disdainful. "Just by you are also worthy of seeing our boss." Gamora Wei is the owner of Infinity, but also the only underground boss of the Western Region City. The Western Region City's entertainment industry, tourism, logistics. Gamora Wei occupies half of the river. Assets of more than 100 million years ago, that is, the Western Region City's entertainment industry, tourism, logistics. Gamora Wei occupy half of the river. The assets of more than 100 million years ago. It was 10 years ago that the assets exceeded $100 million. There is a saying in the marketplace that says, Gamma Wei's farting is going to make the city shake. Enough to see GA Roomway's might. "Oh, then I won't go to see him. Just give him a call and tell him that I'm here to ask him for a train ticket home." Fatty replied naively. Not only the skinny monkey manager, even around the guests who are ready to enter the door, parking the car of the little brother are laughing wildly, have seen stupid, have not seen retarded to this extent. To the GA Roomway to ask for a train ticket. Is it GA Roomway is a scalper, ticket seller? Roll. The skinny monkey manager smiled, suddenly disappeared, bellowed, a slap pushed in the fat man's chest. But immediately after, the sound of anger was replaced by the sound of screams. "Fatty neck hanging there is what necklace? Simply is a small snake only the thickness of the thumb. Look at this small snake, rounded very cute head, but with two sharp still dripping crystal liquid fangs." Onlookers of the crowd immediately color change, panic retreat, lest they become the next thin monkey. Ringed red snake. A knowledgeable person called out the name of the small snake. Ringed red snake is just a common name. Its real name should be called Lee ribbon snake. For the cobra family Lee ribbon snake genus, it's toxin to neurotoxin based. This kind of poisonous snake is lazy by nature, gentle character, rarely bite people, mainly to other small snakes for food, but seldom bite. Does not mean it does not bite. In terms of toxicity, although it is not as horrible as the toxicity of cobras, 5-paced snakes and rattlesnakes, after being bitten by the ringed red snake, you will feel the gradual loss of the 5 senses, accelerated heartbeat, breathing difficulties, loss of limbs, and finally the toxin enters the brain, which will produce an extremely wonderful hallucination, and then suffocate to death in the hallucination. Therefore, the ringed red snake also has an excellent name, Nine Abyss Fairyland. Fairyland, since no need to do more explanation. Nine Abyss refers to the netherworld, 18 layers of hell. And Sun Dawei neck, this is not an ordinary Lee ribbon snake, but more than Lee ribbon snake's toxicity is 100 times stronger. Lee ribbon king snake. The commotion in front of the gate immediately attracted the attention of the security guards, these blades rolling, and the king of hell, the king of heaven, is not afraid of the fighters swarmed out, saw the paralyzed on the ground of the thin monkey, and then look at the fat man's neck coiled with a small snake, and immediately from the cuffs, the back of the waist, to take out the flashing light of the long knife. Seeing that a bloody chopping and killing was about to be staged, with a furious shout, a pugnacious man accompanied by 4 bodyguards and a female secretary hurriedly ran out. "Boss! GA boss! GA boss!" The people addressed each other differently, but they all made it clear that this burly man with extraordinary demeanor was Jie Runwei, the underground boss of the Western Region City. Master Fatty, long time no see. Jie Runwei intimidated a crowd as soon as he opened his mouth. Fat is not the focus on the back of the master word, not to mention the western region of the city. Even if the entire western frontier province, Jie Runwei is a deserved underground brother, can be Jie Runwei respect as a master of the people. How can there be and how can be in front of the eyes of this, although it seems to be a good looking, if the weight loss success is not allowed to be a handsome young man, so you call it a good looking man. The young fat man, so you called Jie Runwei. I always thought you called early to say, well, I have your phone number inside the cell phone. As early as I know, also do not have to stand here stupidly, do not know who to look for to ask. Fatty looked at Jie Runwei, revealed a dawning realization of the expression, but it was called Jie Runwei nickname in the beginning to omit the past, to the underground emperor to leave a face. Fat master quickly inside please. Jie Runwei smiled profusely, but said with enough awe. Two of Jie Runwei's bodyguards stepped forward with great eyesight, ready to take the rattan box in Fatty's hands. Don't move. Jie Runwei was alarmed at the sight and shouted to stop his reckless men. Fat master's things you also dare to move, also worthy of moving, all give me a roll. Jie Runwei shouted angrily. Jie Runwei is not scolding his men, he is saving his men. The fat man's means he has seen, that's why he is so in awe of the fat man. The means to take someone's life in the middle of a conversation is not something anyone can have. It's fine, they are all asleep, they won't get up until I call them. Fatty smiled and handed over the two large rattan boxes, and threw the bag on his back to another Jie Runwei's bodyguard, and then walked into the gilded door under Jie Runwei's guidance. Into the door a step, the fat man stops, to lag half a step behind the Jie Runwei said, that thin monkey do not need to bother. Cannot die. Jie Runwei immediately put down the heart, face of worry was replaced by a more brilliant smile. Fat master said cannot die, then absolutely cannot die. In the Jie Runwei's hospitality, happy to eat a meal, refused to two but 16 or 17 years old, obviously still a young girl's beautiful girl to accompany the night, comfortable sleep. Fat finally boarded the train to return home. Loss big, casino did not go into, open meat did not open into, also even did not ask for 100,000 80,000 pocket money with Jie Runwei, fell a packet of food. Alas, how I face skin is so thin. It Fatty sat on the soft sleeper, with a smile, waving his hand towards the window of the Jie Runwei to say goodbye, the heart, but the dark curses not. If Fatty's slander is heard by outsiders, I'm afraid that he will vomit out all of the previous day's breakfast. Chapter 2A Foodie. The train gradually pulled away from the platform and finally disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. Boss, who is this fat master? Asked one of his men in confusion. Remember 10 years ago when I was chased by the Leopard King? Jie Runwei looked at the train that had disappeared and asked. How can I forget? 10 years ago, the Great War, the Leopard King sent out gold medal fighters, 23 people to chase after the boss, was introduced by the boss into the Golden Phoenix Mountain, killed a piece of armor. To the present time even the corpse cannot be found. A month later the boss she reappeared in the world, a domination of the Western Region City. The beloved henchman's words were filled with admiration. That's all rumors. In fact, I was cut half dead. The dozens of slash marks on my body were left at that time. If it wasn't for the appearance of this fat master, the one who now reigns over the Western Region City is the Leopard King. Jie Runwei laughed bitterly. Those 23 gold medalists, heart of the henchman confused, are that fat master cleaned up, a golden silkworm, the work of the blink of an eye, 23 gold medal fighters, dead. Jie Runwei put an accent on the word dead. The crowd of henchmen felt goosebumps explode all over their bodies. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they were able to think of what kind of scene it would be for 23 people to die in an instant. And 10 years ago, think about looking at Fatty's naive appearance, and then think about him 10 years ago. Then all the people all of a sudden winced in unison. Let you do all the things are done. Jie Runwei turned to ask. 100,000 cash, 2 million with the fat master name of the bank card, are placed in the bottom of that package of snacks. Boss, why don't you just give it to Master Fatty? Asked a puzzled henchman. Ga shook his head and laughed. The Fat Master is a masterpiece, depending on the money is dirt. The High Man, face to face to give money that is looking down on the Fat Master, but the High Man walking around the world also want to eat and drink. This year a penny is difficult to heroes, hidden under the snacks. The Fat Master will naturally sympathize with my peace of mind. If the Fat Man heard Ga words, this food is afraid to scream, with the dung to smash me to death. At train in the western frontier province on the drive is not fast, not the tracks are not good, but too many stations, and so on. Out of the western frontier province, the speed of the car can be doubled. This is not, just opened less than 20 minutes, the train stopped, passengers began to get on the train, the platform to sell food, souvenirs of the cart also began to roam, hawking sound resounded throughout the platform. Fatty walked out of the soft sleeper compartment, struggled to find his pocket, pulled out a crumpled $10 bill, held in his hand and looked seriously, and then looked extremely seriously at the cart parked on the platform outside the window, and then looked at the crumpled bill in his hand, and then looked at the cart, that steaming aroma of food. Money is a son of a bitch, spent we earn again, in order not to let mom and dad see the thin me. Fatty finally did not resist the temptation of snacks, while chanting, while the banknotes to the window, in exchange for 20 wafting tea, egg aroma of tea eggs. Fatty, you're not at gluttony, still have to find an excuse for yourself, find an excuse, still have to find such a lame excuse, you're too interesting, laugh me to death. Fatty had only brought the tea eggs back from the window when he heard the laughter ringing around him. I don't know when. The side gathered a group of young men and women of similar age with the Fat Man, one by one, well-dressed, youthful and beautiful, very attractive to the eye. Fatty then realized that his ass blocked the entire aisle when he poked out of the window, embarrassed to walk into the soft sleeper, giving way to the aisle. Hee hee. Fatty, you are also this compartment? I said this section of the carriage are wrapped up by us, how froze and sold out a ticket. The original was bought by you. Just laughed at the girl, followed into the compartment. See Fatty sitting on the lower berth, as well as accounted for half of the luggage compartment of the baggage, suddenly realized that. Hey, you eat tea eggs not? Fatty grabbed 2 tea eggs, thought about putting back one, then handed this one tea egg to the girl, asked, you're so stingy. Forget it, better eat mine, I'll treat you to something delicious. The girl was infuriated and amused by the Fat Man's actions, placing the bag she was carrying in her hand on the bunk, opening it up and pulling out a large bag of beef jerky and fish fillets from it, setting it on the small table between the bunks. Thanks. The Fat Man was embarrassed and thankful, but he was kind enough to put down the tea egg, pick up a palm-sized piece of beef jerky, and ate it. Foodie. The youthful and invincible beauty made the exact same evaluation as the old man at the top of the mountain in her heart. Soft sleeper compartment of 4 bunks, in addition to the Fat Man, the remaining 3 are actually all dressed in cool youth invincible beauty, regardless of height, figure, appearance, temperament is the top choice, without applying powder already let countless wolf friends saliva wildly surging, if it is painted eyebrows depicting the lips, it is simply hooking the little vixen. The 3 big beautiful girls chatting, but the attention is placed on eat one and pick up another. The 3 school girls threw them aside as the air on the body of the Fat Man, but no one disdained the Fat Man in a rustic dress. My name is Suzume, my friends call me Mimi, this big beauty is called Wan Yuer, we all call her Yu, the big beauty sitting beside you is called Qian Jin, we all call her Qian Jin. Fat Man, what's your name? A packet of beef jerky. Where Fat Man finished, the big beauty couldn't help but the curiosity in her heart, opened her mouth and asked. My name is Sun Dawei, 20 years old this year, has been living in the Golden Phoenix Mountain, did not go to school, no friends, that old bastard in my house called me a foodie, the senior brothers all call me a senior brother. Is it that the senior brothers all call you a senior brother? Sitting next to Su Lianying, posture, and Suzume compared to Wan Yuer, she couldn't help but ask with a smile. No, that old bastard took in a total of 5 disciples, I am the eldest, so I have no senior brother, only senior brother. Fatty replied gravely. Hee hee. Golden Phoenix Mountain, isn't it that National Nature Reserve, the one that is all primitive forest? Suzume suddenly asked. After getting an affirmative answer from Fatty, Suzume couldn't help but say, I heard that there are live leopards inside Golden Phoenix Mountain, as well as wolves, and wild boars that tall. Looking at Suzume comparing the height of 2 meters, Fatty shook his head while eating and said, "It's not that high. The highest one is just up to my chest." "How high are you?" asked Wang Yuer, who was a bit dumbfounded. 1 meter 8. Fatty swallowed the last tea egg and looked up to answer. Qian Jingjin lost color and shouted, "So big boar will not eat people." Fatty unwrapped the package of fish, shook his head and said, "Dum is still very good, do not eat people, and besides, on the Golden Phoenix Mountain is only me and my old bastard master, it even if you want to eat, but also have to dare to eat it." Master, what did you learn?" Qian Jingjin immediately grasped the point. I don't know, it seems like I'm left to eat every day in addition to soaking in the medicinal bath." Fatty scratched his head with his hand that was sticky with crumbs of fish fillets and said, "Eater." The 3 women simultaneously slurred in their minds. Chapter 3, Blood Jade Centipede. My master said that I am a 9 extinct vein, and I won't live to be 20 years old without taking a medicinal bath, and then my body also has a very rare disease that will take off if I don't eat, so I can eat a lot, and I often feel hungry, Fatty embarrassedly explained. The 3 women were very kind-hearted, and after hearing Fatty's explanation, they immediately sympathized with this poor Fatty. "Don't worry, nowadays medical technology is very advanced, this problem of you eating can definitely be cured." Suzume consoled, a mist seemed to dissipate in her eyes. The other 2 great beauties also nodded their heads in succession. "Well, I know it can be cured, that master of mine can cure it, but if it is cured, wouldn't I not be able to eat like this, so I didn't let him cure it." Fatty replied rightfully. "You foodie." Suzume was annoyed that Fatty cheated their 3 great beauties out of their tears. A handful of the bag containing the grilled fish fillets snatched it back, huffing and puffing and ignoring Fatty. "Fatty, tell me about what happened inside the big mountain." "Qian Jingjin," the curious baby said. Fatty looked at the grilled fish fillet that was confiscated by Suzume, reluctantly clicked his mouth, before nodding his head and said, "Yes, in fact, there are a lot of animals inside the mountains. There are stupid roe deer inside the river streams in the mountains. They don't know how to run away when they see people, and if I want to hit them, it's just a stick. There are also pheasants that are so fat that they can't fly. If you just yell, the pheasants will stick their heads under the tree roots, and the whole thing will go to the bottom of the tree, and the whole thing will go to the ground. Zaw to the roots of the tree to go, the whole body is outside shaking shaking, and leopard, every time I want to bite my butt, but every time can not bite." As the story unfolds, the original puffing Suzume also not angry, but also constantly ask those animals are cute or not cute. Obviously the big mountain is too much temptation for these beautiful women growing up in the metropolis. The most annoying thing is that these things are nationally protected animals. I really do not know how the stupid roe deer, fat pheasants, stupid wild boar is mixed up. My brother said even the hare in the food chain is also very important to eat. The hare will destroy the ecological balance of the mountain. Alas, I stayed inside the mountain 18 years. The only eaten game is still snatched from the hands of squirrels inside the pine cones. The loss of awe. Fatty helplessly sighed. Just when the 3 beauties wanted to pursue the truth, panic shouts and footsteps sounded outside the carriage. "May, it's bad, the professor has fainted." A beautiful woman appeared at the door of the compartment with an anxious face and ran towards the other compartments after saying so. The 3 beauties in the box had anxious, concerned looks appearing on their faces as they hurriedly ran out of the box without even saying hello to Fatty. Fatty looked at the grilled fish fillet that was placed on the opposite bunk, swallowed his saliva, and got up to walk outside. Lin Qing, one of the oldest professors in the film academy, with a wealth of experience, this time he was invited by a theater group to take on the role of advisor, and in the meantime, he took these students under him who were from good families to see the world. When the fat man came to the accident box, Lin Qing's face was as pale as a piece of white paper, his teeth were closed tightly, 2 channels of blood gushed out from his nostrils, his body was twitching violently, and his original head of neatly combed white hair had become messy, and it looked like he was going to die. "All get out of the way, keep the air circulating." An accompanying doctor in a white coat entered the compartment and immediately shouted. The people inside the carriage were all whisked out and stood in the carriage with anxious faces, all worried for the professor. How could this happen? The professor's body is not always very good, Suzume unconsciously rubbed her hands and said. It could be a sudden heart attack due to traveling fatigue. I hope the professor is fine. Wang Yuer was close to praying to the sky with her hands together. The fat man standing beside the three women suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Did you guys offend someone?" The three women were in the midst of worrying, and did not listen to the fat man's words at all. A few moments later, the doctor took the earpiece out of the box, helplessly shook his head and sighed, "Sudden cerebral hemorrhage, call to notify the old man's family to prepare for the aftermath of it," the doctor said, and then squeezed out of the crowd, to the end of the carriage line. There are still young people who do not die to follow the side of the pleading one after another. The other young people's faces are full of overwhelm, and the other young people's faces are full of overwhelm and lamentation. No one noticed a chubby figure entering the box. "Who is it bad to offend? You have to offend the compass master. You are lucky to run into me. For that package of grilled fish fillets, save you once." Fatty looked at the old professor, who exhaled less and exhaled more, shook his head and sighed. Fatty lifted up his short lab coat, pulled out a finger-long silver needle from the cloth belt wrapped around his waist, licked it with his tongue, and without even blinking, directly stabbed into the old man's Tanjong point. Jin Shin soul-snatching destiny compass out, fixing the universe, mentioning, accompanied by the fat man's muttering voice. From behind his ear flew out an exquisite and incomparable meat bug. This meat bug was only 2 knuckles long and short, with its head slightly cocked, if not for the thin wings on its back, and replacing the golden body color with white, it would have been an adorable baby silkworm in living color. As soon as the baby silkworm appeared, the space in the box seemed to be enveloped by this golden color, and then shot towards the old man, from the old man's nostrils against the blood, and disappeared in an instant. Then, one could see the old man's body in thin clothes begin to visibly undulate, but in a dozen seconds or so, the golden silkworms crawled out from the old man's nostrils, and inside their delicate little mouths, they were still holding a 10-legged centipede that was only 5 or 6 centimeters long. This kind of centipede was extremely rare, named blood jade centipede. Its body was blood red and crystalline, as if it was carved from red jade. Rather than an insect, it was more like a beautifully crafted work of art, but the toxicity of this kind of centipede was not below that of the lilac snake, and the reaction to the poisoning was more painful than that of being hit by the lilac snake's poison. After being poisoned by the blood jade centipede, it would feel extremely cold, as if it was in an icy pool, and the body would make the reaction of being frozen. Hands clenched in fists, body stiffened, teeth clenched. At the same time, the blood around the body would be reversed. The toxicity is weaker, it would be bleeding from the nostrils just like the old professor, and if the toxicity is stronger, then it would be bleeding from all 7 orifices, which would look particularly horrifying even if the autopsy, or any other high-tech means, will only be the cause of death, as a sudden cerebral hemorrhage will not be linked to poisoning at all. After the death of the poisoned person, the blood jade centipede would quietly slip away and hide in the corner of the space the deceased was in, waiting for its owner to retrieve it. Fatty received the blood jade centipede and casually threw it out of the box, and the people outside the box could hardly see this flash of red light even if they concentrated. The golden silkworm waved its thin wings and returned to behind Fatty's ear. If no one lifted the hair covering the ear, no one would even think that there was a golden silkworm here. Then Fatty pulled out a finger-thick bamboo joint from inside his pocket, poured out a pill the size of a dragon's eye core from it, emitting a pungent fragrance, and shook it twice at the end of the old professor's nose, and the old professor's tightly clenched teeth loosened up. Fatty effortlessly broke open the old professor's mouth, threw the pill in, closed the old professor's mouth. 1 minute later, the old man's breathing returned to smooth. 2 minutes later, the old man's face gradually red. 3 minutes later, the old man coughed heavily, rolled over, spit out a mouthful of black blood. Awake. You saved me. As the person concerned naturally know what kind of weird things happened to him, Lin Qing at least lived more than 70 years, and immediately understood that the naive fat man in front of him was his savior. The fat man nodded his head and responded. How can I thank you? Lin Qing asked. Just have Suzume give me her bag of grilled fish fillets. Lin Qing. Chapter 4, Talking Movies. Fatty finally ate Suzume's grilled fish fillet as he wished, especially when he ate the grilled fish fillet under the grateful and worshipful gazes of Su Zime and the other beauties. It seemed that the taste of the grilled fish fillet had turned into the taste of abalone. Lin Qing was originally staying in a compartment with his assistant. After this kind of incident, Fatty naturally couldn't be in the same compartment with the three big beauties anymore. 2 big boxes, a big bag, and a big bag of snacks were quickly sent to Lin Qing's compartment. Eat more, I still have quite a few Western border specialty snacks here. Lin Qing looked at Fatty devouring his food as if he was seeing his own grandchildren, his eyes full of kindness. Western border province is most famous for beef jerky, followed by roasted chicken and smoked rabbit. The crew, in order to please the old professor, a variety of snacks, prepared a bunch of specialties, not to mention eating on the road, even if you take it back to give away the estimated leftovers. Dawei, I didn't have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage just now. Lin Qing looked at the fat man holding a roasted pheasant and gnawing on it, and asked with a serious face. Of course not. If it was really a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, you would already be dead. Fatty replied rightfully, but vaguely, who let him not have much room in his mouth. Then what disease do I have? Lin Qing asked. The fat man swallowed the chicken in his mouth, burped contentedly and put down the roasted chicken. Did you offend someone? All the more powerful, deeper background, come from a bigger kind of person. Lin Qing thought about it and shook his head doubtfully. I haven't offended anyone. That's impossible. Fatty affirmed. This time out is to take private work to earn a little bit of extra money, and by the way, to bring students out to see the world. I can offend what people of. Lin Qing is even more puzzled. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I guess people should come to my door in a while, you'll know by then. Fatty didn't explore more on this issue, focusing his attention on the fat and tender smoked rabbit. Lin Qing was after all a person who had been there before. His stamina was far from what a brat could compare to. Even though he was full of questions, he forced himself to chat with the young lifesaver in front of him. Dawei, you've seen the movie. Lin Qing is a professor at the film academy, chatting about the topic to the line. Fatty nodded. Of course I've seen them. The first 10 years or so I was treating my illness. Only in the last 2 years did I start watching them, from the internet, and from the DVDs sent by other people, but I prefer European and American ones, not Japanese and Korean ones. Because Europe and America are more realistic, Japan and Korea are too superficial. While Europe and America's special effects are the strongest, our country still needs to learn well. Japan and South Korea don't have many good movies, but there are more classic ones. Which actors do you like? Lin Qing smiled and nodded his head. In his opinion, the young people are more star-chasing. With his status and position, getting a star's autographed photo is just a matter of words. So Hyun, and I say Xander, Reciso. All good, but I think it's still better for Sihart to have the look and the body. Fatty immediately replied. Lin Qing blinked. He hadn't heard of any of these 4 names. Actually, I also have favorite Japanese and Korean stars, such as Aoi, Bidono Yuki. Fatty said to himself. Lin Qing only felt a little familiar. It felt as if he had heard these 2 names before, but he couldn't match the names of the people with the real people. Are these the ones you're talking about acting in movies? Of course they are. Fatty rightfully said. What movies have they acted in? Lin Qing asked. Spicy Fire, Petite Girl, Hot Blood, Basketball Cheerleaders. Lin Qing could not sit still. More than a dozen titles. He had not seen one, not only not seen, even heard. He even doubt. He is not old, already out of date. Zhang Chaofeng, you come over a moment, I ask you a thing. Lin Qing walked to the door of the box, just in time to see his student sitting on the folding chair in the aisle, and greeted him. Zhang Chaofeng was a boy with a somewhat thin figure but very delicate features. He should take the Huang Xiaoming type of idol route in the future. Teacher. Zhang Chaofeng respectfully came to greet him. Have you seen Spicy Fire Girls, Hot-Blooded Basketball Cheerleaders? Lin Qing reported the titles that the fat man had said. Zhang Chaofeng shook his head. Then have you ever heard of Aoi and Puerto Rico? Lin Qing asked again. Zhang Chaofeng nodded with some embarrassment. What kind of movies have these 2 made? Lin Qing asked. Tokyo Heat series, and so on. Zhang Chaofeng scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment. Lin Qing seems to feel some wrong, but in the old profession, but cannot store questions, asked, You have seen them acting how Zhang Chaofeng are almost by the old professor asked to cry. Nima in the end who is so pitiful. Such a question let him how to answer. Ask you it. Lin Qing was a little upset. Teacher, these two people are female pornography, is the island's most famous. Lin Qing suddenly realized, dare to just fat man said that the stars are acting that kind of film, and the fat man said that those films are all that type of they actually caught students to ask. Shema sent away the same embarrassing Zhang Chaofeng. Lin Qing returned to the box for the fat man to free himself. He asked, young people are just a bit too young to understand. It's understandable. Train time is very good to pass, chatting, playing cards, reading books, or simply fall asleep, of course, in order to avoid other people are sound asleep, and you can only stare at the two eyeballs looking at the aisle dim lights. Try not to sleep during the day better. After dinner, Lin Qing finally found an activity that he was proud of, and at the same time could kill time playing chess. Lin Qing's chess skill belongs to the ranks of the stinky chess basket, but the problem of the fat man's chess skill only to the horse go day, phase go field. The old general cannot be out of the box, the pawns forward not to return to the stage of the primary mnemonic. This Lin Qing finally found a rival, each played as killed as sound, and the fat man's unconvincing strength to make him repeatedly defeated, until lights out into the night. Lin Qing, after all, is a 70-something old man, cannot stay up at night in his old age. Leaning on the bunk and chatting with the fat man fell asleep. Fatty, on the other hand, bent down to open the two boxes under the bed, ready for work. Being able to control parasites from a distance must not be a simple person, but no matter who is coming, Fatty has to learn a lot, even if not for the old bastard on the top of the mountain who has raised himself for 18 years, but also for the packet of barbecued fish fillets that he still wants to eat after eating it. Chapter 5, Battle of the Witches. Although the soft sleeper carriage aisle was covered with felt, the sound of footsteps still reached the fat man's ears. Coming. Fatty understood and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Sure enough, a few moments later, the footsteps stopped outside the door of the compartment, and a click came from the locked door of the room, which slid into the door frame, revealing the figure of the visitor. The old man's spirit was easily exhausted, likewise the old man's consciousness was lighter. Such a clear clicking sound woke Lin Qing from his sleep. Well, Boss Yuan, you're oh so it's you. Lin Qing pressed down the wall light, and by the light he saw the visitor's appearance. First he was strange, and then when he thought about what the fat man had said, he understood at once. Hanging the name of the crew consultant, Lin Qing, such a big name in the movie industry to come, naturally see the investor, Yuan Boss, real name Yuan Chao. The family is engaged in the mining industry, absolutely super rich, even the nanny out of the family to buy groceries are driving Mercedes-Benz Sart, usually tired of playing the female stars. At first glance to Lin Qing with these future female stars, naturally itching to do so. Only Lin Qing, although take private work, but is not the eyeballs into the money eye of the bastard. Yuan Boss words only said half was Lin Qing recognized the intention, did not give Yuan Boss any opportunity to open price, directly rejected, if not because of the Yuan Boss belongs to the only investor. Lin Qing in the way of the relationship with the director is not willing to tear the face. I'm afraid of a different situation. Lin Qing immediately have to brush their sleeves away. Not bad. It's me. I don't know if you dodged the last robbery. Can you dodge the current 1-inch boss? Yuan smiled sinisterly. The heart black 3/3, life broken between the bed and couch, eyes yellow, eyelids long, 3 years broken soul gang. You invited the compulsion teacher to learn the art is not good. Even this did not tell you. Fatty, see the time is almost the same. From the bed sat up, coiled 2 big fat legs, tilted his head and squinted his eyes and said, Kid, you say who learns the art is not good at report on the teacher. See if the old man has a chance to give you stale life. A voice as harsh as a hellish ghost sounded outside the door, and a figure as insubstantial as if it had no substance unexpectedly floated in from between the narrow gap of the door blocked by Yuan Chao's figure, while Yuan Chao's body didn't even move. After seeing the person's appearance and attire, Lin Qing could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This person was wearing a set of colorful ethnic clothing, with a long curved sword on his waist, a head of long black and white hair braided into a small braid, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this braid was not braided, but rather, it was made up of a finger-length centipede, and the most chilling thing about it was that in his hand, this person was actually playing with a 1-foot-long green-headed centipede, which was opening and closing with its two big, shining teeth, as if it was going to bite the next moment. As if it would bite into the enemy's body the next moment without a division. It was just raised by an old bastard on Golden Phoenix Mountain for 18 years. Fatty replied with full of concern. Golden Phoenix Mountain is that shitty place where even leopards limp and wild wolves have to be on crutches. The man lifted his left hand and stroked it over the body of the green-headed centipede as if he were stroking a beautiful woman's smooth spine, and said disdainfully, "Senior brother," came a more oozing voice from outside the door. Obviously this compounder was not traveling alone. "Even if you die, I'll let you guys die with a clear understanding. Boss Yuan gave our master and brother $1 million. I heard that there are still a few good chicks inside this carriage, so it's just that you can still have a good time after you finish your errand." The compounder inside the door ignored the voice of the senior brother outside the door and said to himself, "$1 million, aw, send me good, you know. Dead people can't use money. The big deal is that I'll burn some plutonium for you, so that you can play a few actresses down there as well." Fatty fawned and laughed, but the meaning in this sentence can be completely unrelated to flattery. Looking for death, the composter's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand waved, a foot-long green-headed centipede shot towards the fat man like lightning. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not keep up with it at all. By the time Lin Qing reacted, the green-headed centipede had already bitten into the fat man's chubby cheeks, too late to dodge. "Dawei," Lin Qing roared angrily, "do you have any laws? If you want to find trouble, just look for me." "He's still a kid. Do you people still want to see things in general with a kid?" He didn't care how toxic the green-headed centipede was, and reached out to grab the centipede from the fat man's face. Centipede from Fatty's face. Yan Wangqing, surrounded by poisonous, touch it will be hit. The composter also did not stop, coldly laughed, but only halfway through his words he saw a surprising scene. This green-headed centipede was even struggling without action, was pulled down by Lin Qing, not only did not turn back to bite Lin Qing, but instead, soft as a soft cloth, drooping in the hands of Lin Qing. Yan Wangqing, roasted and eat flavor is particularly fragrant, if with that old bastard brewed bush wine, tisk that taste, not to mention how beautiful. I also brought a few this time, but unfortunately the train does not allow a fire. Raw food taste is a little worse. Fatty didn't show any sign of poisoning at all. In the midst of the compounder's dumbfoundedness, he took the green-headed centipede from Lin Qing's hands, and actually opened his mouth and barred a few mouthfuls of the green-headed centipede and bit it to pieces and swallowed it. "Do you know why there are all lame leopards, broken-legged wolves, and broken-legged wild boars on Golden Phoenix Mountain?" the fat man asked with a smile as he patted his belly with satisfaction. The companion's eyes revealed panic, and his heart had already developed a desire to retreat because the fat man's figure flashed, actually faster than the speed of the compounder's escape, a hand to catch the compounder's neck, and single-handedly lift it up. "Those are all broken by me," the fat man said in a cold voice, his thumb and index finger slightly exerted force. The sound of bone breaking was particularly clear in the silent carriage. A stench from the lower body of the Yuan boss. This guy was scared to pee his pants, a stench of urine wet Armani pants, into the price of the DuPont shoes. The fat man seems to have done an insignificant little thing, even did not look squarely at the pants-wetting Yuan boss, casually threw the body of the compounder on the ground, sure returned to the bunk to sit down. "The one outside, don't do anything and don't run away. Are you ready to pretend to be heir?" the fat man asked disdainfully. An air of superiority and control of life made Lin Qing by the side of the wide-eyed, as if he didn't recognize the fat man anymore. Boss Yuan's throat welled up, but he couldn't speak or scream. The whole person flew back in the air and hit the wall of the carriage, sliding down softly, and the compounder outside the door finally appeared. Lin Qing immediately tensed up, wanting to block the door, but found himself numb. In addition to his eyes, even his fingers cannot move half a time. "Buka didn't know that Master Fatty was here, please punish him." Surprisingly, as soon as this compounder appeared, he plopped down at the door and kowtowed repeatedly. Looking at this stance, it was as if he knew Fatty. Chapter 6, Elder Brother Arrives. "Buka, do I know you?" Fatty asked, curiously. "Back to Master Fatty, Ututu is none other than my father." The compounder kowtowed while respectfully replying, "It seems like Utudu has heard of this name before." Fatty thought for half a day before he managed to find a vague figure in the depths of his memory. The human master's ancestor is Batagawa, and the family father studied under Dadar. The compatriot reminded. "Oh, you're Dadar's disciple's grandson. Ah, then forget it, clean up what needs to be cleaned up and go back and greet the fifth master for me." Fatty suddenly realized that since he was the disciple's grandson of a fellow master, he naturally couldn't make things more difficult for others. The compounder once again kowtowed 9 times respectfully before grabbing the corpse of his own senior disciple. "Master Fatty, what to do with this person?" The composter looked at the paralyzed boss Yuan and hesitantly asked. "Alas, I'm still too soft-hearted. Forget it, send him a soul-devouring grass and just throw it somewhere." Fatty sighed and replied. The compassionate master's body shivered violently for a moment, not knowing whether to agree with the too soft heart that the fat man spoke of, or whether it would be better to slander him. Soul-devouring grass, that is a kind of poisonous grass that will grow wildly in a person's body as long as it germinates, with spikes on its roots, and instead of holding on to the flesh and internal organs, it will directly hold on to the bones. After being hit by the soul-devouring grass, it is simply impossible to remove it with modern medicine, and you will be subjected to a 10-minute-long severe pain once a day in the early hours of the morning and at noon, and the pain is as if you were scraping the bones with a blunt knife, slowly and slowly. Of course, the soul-devouring grass can also be lifted through witch doctors, but the problem is that this soul-devouring grass is the fat master under the order of all the witch doctors and parasites in the western frontier who dare to cure, who can guarantee that the soul-devouring grass that falls on the body of the boss of the Yuan today will not fall on his own body tomorrow. The train arrived at the station. Buka took the body of the master's brother and boss Yuan, and quickly disappeared into the night. Fatty looked at the old professor whose whole body was numb, once again took out the bamboo tube, and although he was heartbroken, he resolutely and incomparably poured out a precious poison-dispelling pill to help the old professor swallow it. This expectorant is made from the essence of 7 kinds of poisons. The poisons are good to find, but the way of refining is too cumbersome. Refining once needs 7 days to keep an eye on the side. Wrong a step will be completely destroyed. A furnace is at most out of 5 only. This bamboo section a total of 10. Just the old professor used up 2. How could Fatty not be heartbroken? "Master, you were bitten by a centipede, Prof." Lin recovered, looking at the fat man. "Even how to address are difficult up. It's alright, this grade of poisonous creature is only worthy of being my food. You'd better call me Dawei or Fatty." Alas, surprisingly bumped into an acquaintance. Fatty shook his head and sighed. Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, "Dawei, don't worry, if they call the police, I'll definitely testify for you. We're acting in self-defense. I'll hire the most powerful team of lawyers to help you get off the hook when the time comes." Fatty shook his head and said, "A few dead parasites in the western border is not a big deal at all, and the fight between parasites belongs to the hidden fight, not to mention knowing each other. Even if you don't know each other, you have to admit your bad luck if you dare to show your face and spit out the truth. The other parasites will surely rise up to attack, and it's going to be the end of the world." "What do you mean by revealing the truth?" Lin Qing did not understand. "It is to denounce to the government, that is, you said the police." Fatty explained. "Dawei, since you're not worried about them reporting you, why are you sighing?" Lin Qing was even more puzzled. "Boss Yuan, but paid $1 million in honorarium. It's not good to run into acquaintances and ask for it. A loss, no, I have to make it up." The fat man replied in a depressed manner, grabbing a smoked rabbit and eating it with a big mouthful. Lin Qing. Early in the morning, the train arrived at the terminal station, which was the political, economic and cultural center of China, as well as the national capital of China, Shangjing City. On the platform, a tall, thin, middle-aged man with glasses and a very scholarly demeanor was looking forward to the arrival of his family and friends, and standing beside him were the 3 of him, his driver, assistant, and secretary. The fat man saw the tall thin man as soon as he stepped off the train and happily called out, "Second senior brother." The tall and thin man was thrilled to see Fatty, and rushed up with open arms, hugging Fatty with all his might and shouting, "Eldest senior brother, I've missed senior brother to death." The man's three subordinates all forehead black line. These two people's name, how to give a person a feeling so awkward it fat is the eldest brother, tall and thin is the second brother, if reversed, and then a robe wearing a white horse riding a monk called the Eight Precepts, Wukong, and then followed by a picker. The team of fetching scriptures is considered to be all alive. Dr. Fong Yu. Lin Qing saw the aforementioned touching scene as soon as he stepped off the train, and called out in surprise after getting a good look at the tall and thin man's face. Elder Lin, what a coincidence, let me introduce, this is my eldest senior brother, I'm the second oldest in the division, senior brother, this is Fong Yuan introduced with a smile. The old professor and I are in the same compartment, we have been acquainted for a long time. Fatty interrupted Fong Yuan and said. Although Lin Qing felt close to the fat man's words, he always felt that although there was only a one-word difference between familiar and familiar with, it sounded quite depressing, especially when the words came from a foodie's mouth. That feeling was even more so. Second senior brother, how do you two know each other? Fatty asked in confusion. He looked at Lin Qing's body. Then the young man is not too much. Does not seem to often run to the hospital medicine pot, so I do not understand. Completely no intersection of the two will know, and also looks very familiar with the appearance. Elder Lin's granddaughter is suffering from a strange disease that requires very expensive medication to hold her over. I am the attending doctor, and I am ashamed to say that I can't cure this kind of disease. Fong Yuan sighed and explained. Fatty instantly understood why Lin Lao, at such an old age, did not stay at home to enjoy his life, but preferred to run to the western frontier to make money, and he instantly had a higher opinion of Lin Lao's character. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, people's lives are destined by heaven, all I can do is to hang on to this child's life, the rest depends on the child's destiny. Lin Qing was quite open-minded, but the bitterness that flowed from his words could be heard by anyone. Wait, eldest brother, why don't you help take a look? Fong Yuan seemed to remember something and grabbed Fatty's arm and called out. Ah, Fatty froze for a moment, then nodded his head and said, then go and take a look anyway, I haven't been back home for 18 years, so it's not that bad for a while. Fong Yuan had a car allocated by the hospital, but Fatty insisted on taking the big bus sent by the school with Lin Qing and the others, so Fong Yuan gave in to Fatty's wish and followed him onto the big bus, sitting together with Lin Qing. Chapter 7, The Nining Absolute Vain. As soon as the fat man got on the car and the sunny and handsome Zhang Chaofeng came together, began to chat about the empty sister, not sister, and sighed Fujiran went too early, did not leave more classic works on earth. The boys are also the same way, together with the sigh, a group of girls all red face, talking voice, and mosquitoes like Lin Lao and Fong Yuan, two people sitting in the front row face to face. How did not think that the fat man insisted on going on the big bus turned out to be to find the same stink of wolf friends. Dr. Fong, I've already seen the skills of your big brother, he should be a very powerful compounder, but this is a medical skill, Lin Qing asked worriedly. Fong Yuan smiled and shook his head. There is a saying in the western frontier that witch and compulsion are not separate, which refers to witch doctors and compulsion refers to compulsion control. Witch doctors may not necessarily be compulsion masters, but compulsion masters must be witch doctors because compulsion masters focus on the compulsion, but no matter whether it's searching for the compulsion, catching the compulsion, training the compulsion, or raising the compulsion, before the compulsion has been raised, it will be easily reversed, and if there is no superb medical skill, it will be dead long time ago. Although Lin Qing understood, but still worried, for his granddaughter's disease, he searched for almost all the famous doctors in the north and south of the Yangtze River, even went abroad, but concluded that it was an extremely rare disease, and there were only 70 or so cases in the world. The result was the same, there was no cure. And now when he heard that there might be someone who could cure it and it was still that young fat man, he was suddenly afflicted with the disease. But Dawei said he didn't learn anything. Lin Qing worried. He didn't need to learn at all. When he was 5 years old, he caught the golden silkworm as the instinctive compulsion as if he was playing. That's the world's #1 poisonous insect. Even my master, his old man, didn't manage to catch one in his whole life. When he was 7 years old, he could not use the instinctive compulsion, he could fight with my master alone by his own means and he was defeated. When he was 10 years old, he had no more opponents in terms of the compulsion, and at 15 years of age, in terms of witch doctor knowledge, I was already inferior. Lin Qing was puzzled. You just said which compulsion, first witch doctor after the compulsion, but Fang Yuan nodded. That is the normal situation. The senior brother, he is the 9 extinct vein. Know what is called the 9 extinct vein? Lin Qing, to understand, to be called a strange thing at birth. When born, everyone's pulse is randomly generated. There are 4 kinds of pulse belongs to the extinct pulse. Male 9 and 9 yang, female 9 and 9 yang. Yin is cold and yang is hot. All are not live 20 years old, usually at the age of 18 will die, which is male 9 and female 9 yang is the most absolute extinct pulse, because the male belongs to the sun, female belongs to the yin, born to be mutually exclusive. Fang Yuan sipped his water and said, elder brothers, 9 extinct vein, whenever it's 0 in the morning, it will be like falling into an ice cave with chills all over his body and severe pains. Such torment will last from the age of 1 until he's 18 or 20 years old, and at the time of his death, a layer of frost will be attached to his body, and it will last for at least 2 hours even in 3-volt days. Lin Qing was staggered by what he heard, but he didn't know what this had to do with witchcraft. Among the knowledge of witch doctors, insects are all yin, and the 9 Jedi vein has an innate favoritism towards yin belongings. Otherwise how could the golden silkworms, which even my master, his old man, didn't dare to mess with, become the instinctive parasites of a child who was only 5 years old? Lin Qing finally understood. What's more, of the 4 great veins, the 9 vein will stimulate the human body and brain. Think about it, the severe pain that starts at 0 o'clock in the morning every day and doesn't end until the sun rises. Could someone with an average physical fitness and endurance possibly endure it? So, those who have the 9 vein are usually people with superb physical fitness, stamina, memory, and logical thinking abilities, Fang Yuan said enviously. Then to what extent is his medical skill high? Lin Qing felt that she had hope in her life again. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. I don't know, he definitely won't cure colds and fevers, terminal diseases like terminal cancer, he won't cure that either. Lin Qing felt that he was being fooled. No, Fang Yuan interrupted Lin Qing and laughed, he will only treat such terminal illnesses, and he will also treat infertility. Lin Qing was speechless. He would not treat minor illnesses, he would only treat terminal illnesses. What kind of logic is this? A postmodernism bus quickly entered the Shangjing 301 Military General Hospital. The 301 General Hospital was divided into 2 parts. One part was to receive ordinary patients, and the other part only received the domestic provincial ministerial level and above. The equipment and doctors were all top of the line in Huaxia, and even in the world. They ranked in the top few. Fang Yuan's title has a lot of: 301 General Hospital Internal Medicine Director, 301 General Hospital Orthopedics and Traumatology Authority, Huaxia Medical University Doctoral Tutor, etc. In the military also hang a lieutenant colonel's rank. Otherwise in the Shangjing, this big official as much as a dog, section level, division level, all over the imperial city, root of the foot of the heavens, a doctor, and how can be equipped with a special car, drivers, secretaries, assistants, diligently waiting for the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Anti-Corruption Bureau to investigate the Bar General Hospital West Building, belonged to the West Wing of the General Hospital. Belonging to the high cadres of the 6th Zone, double posts in front of the door, ordinary people can only be seen from afar and not allowed to enter. When Lin Qing is also a lot of relations. Before the granddaughter was arranged to this place, Director Fang, you're back, the patient on the 3rd bed is doing much better, should we consolidate the treatment or be more aggressive? Director Fang, today Minister Zhou was discharged from the hospital, you'll have time to sign a letter. Director Fang, he said. Director Fang, as soon as he entered the internal medicine ward, there were white coats and beautiful nurses welcoming him. Fang Yuan methodically arranged everyone before leading Sun Dawei, who looked at everything around him curiously as if he had entered the Grand View Garden, into the ward. The High Cadre ward is divided into 2 rooms inside and outside. It looks less like a hospital ward and more like a luxury residence. The outside is the reception area and living area, while the inside is the ward where the patients reside, except for the lack of a kitchen. Basically everything that a family should have is there. Here, Fatty finally met Lin Qing's granddaughter. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, suffering from long-term illness. The whole person had been skinny to the point of skin and bones, but still able to see the girl's clear appearance. In order to facilitate the examination and treatment, shaved her head. The back of her dry and skinny hands were still inserted with lagging needles. Looking at the time, it was obvious that the day's treatment hadn't yet begun. This child's life is bitter. When she was 3 years old, her parents were in a car accident. I brought her up from childhood. I thought I could watch the girl get married and have children, but I didn't expect it. Speaking of sadness, Lin Qing couldn't help but cry bitterly. Lin Lao, take out the labs, test sheets, tablets, and whatnot. Fang Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth. If this disease could really be cured, a few minutes less delay would allow the child to suffer from the disease for a few minutes less. Right. Lin Qing hurriedly got up, ready to get the things. According to Fang Yuan's order, no need, I'll just ask. The fat man looked around, not like he was looking at a doctor, but rather like he was looking at the decor, waving his hand to stop Lin Qing's movements, speaking gently. Chapter 8. You ask. Lin Qing, surprisingly, used honorifics. The illness started 3 years ago. Right. Lin Qing's eyes widened. When the illness first started, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, the symptoms were the same as a pregnant woman. That's right. Lin Qing somewhat believed Fang Yuan's words. This lasted for a year, then turned into sleepless nights, inability to eat, and frequent nosebleeds. Right. Lin Qing became excited. Then about 3 months ago, the condition worsened all of a sudden. Couldn't eat anything, frequent fainting spells, high fever, body convulsions, started hallucinating, inexplicably calling for mom and dad. Yes. Lin Qing stood up and rubbed his hands together. Second senior brother, you can't cure this disease. Fatty snorted and jumped to conclusions. Nonsense, if I could cure it I wouldn't have to drag it out until now. Fang Yuan skimmed his mouth, suddenly seemed to think of something, asked in surprise, you can cure, can a minute to get it done, a small problem. Well, by the little senile worm to toss. Just to make some sense, is that she was senile worm as a boarding body, no hermit crabs. She is now the conch, the little senile worm is hermit crabs. Is the hermit crab? Fatty laughed easily. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Lin Qing was also dumbfounded. Both of their minds wandered to the first sentence the fat man had just said. Can a minute to get it done. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Fang Yuan and Lin Qing's fit at this point in time was absolutely 100%, as they even belted out the exact same words. Director Fang, it's time for the patient to use the medicine. The three were staring wide-eyed when a beautiful nurse in a nurse's uniform, revealing 2 long legs and black stockings, walked in with a tray. Her voice was sweet and at least 3 plus signs. Fang Yuan, however, did not even look at the nurse and waved his hand. Suspend the medication, go and invite Mr. Wang over. The mature nurse gave Fang Yuan a grudging look, answered and left with the tray that held the medicine. Second senior brother, I'll go get my luggage first. Fatty looked at the 2 people who were at least double his age. He really couldn't muster up the courage to ask people to help him with his luggage. Even though Fatty called Master old bastard, he was from the bottom of his bones a 5 good young man who respected the old and loved the young. Okay, by the way, eldest brother, do you need to make any preparations in advance? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. The fat man waved his hand signaling that nothing was needed and left the ward on his own. Actually, I've always wondered how you guys are talking about this generation. On the train, 2 compote masters older than you. One of the older ones actually called Dawei Fatty. That compote master said that his father's master was Dawei's 5th master. I'm a bit messed up. Lin Qing brought up this question that had been bothering him for a long time. As soon as Fang Yuan thought of the answer to this question, he himself couldn't help but laugh first. Let's put it this way, my master, his old man, is more than 120 years old this year. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and shocked Lin Qing. More than 120 years old, monster? Or become a savant? Don't need to be surprised. The lifespan of a witch doctor is either very short or very long. Short because of a vendetta or being killed by one's own compulsion. Long because of the strength to a certain realm. they are not as strong as they are when their strength reaches a certain realm. They naturally have countless ways to enhance their lifespan, my master. His old man said that the oldest witch doctor he knew lived for 144 years. Fang Yuan explained. Lin Qing nodded with a confused head. Compared to others, his own old man in his old age was simply a baby in swaddling clothes waiting to be fed. Before I met eldest brother, my master had never received a disciple in his entire life. I happened to be studying for my doctorate at that time, and at the same time, I was taking up a position in the hospital attached to the University of Medicine to work. My master, his old man, in order to take care of eldest brother on his way back, threatened me with a parasitic spell, so I was forced to take care of eldest brother, and then I was given the chance to go back. He threatened me with a compulsion and kidnapped me to Golden Phoenix Mountain. Lin Qing's eyes widened, not realizing that this pair of master and disciple's destiny had started like this. Later on, after I saw master's medical skills, I took the initiative to stay on Golden Phoenix Mountain. I sort of watched eldest brother grow up. It wasn't until eldest brother was 7 years old that I returned to Shangjing. Before returning to the capital, master, his old man, said that he'd accept me as an apprentice in light of the fact that I'd been taking care of the two of them for so many years. Eldest brother is that fat guy Sun Dawei, and I'd be ranked as the second oldest apart. From being close to master, eldest brother is only close to me. Lin Qing instantly realized that the bond between this pair of senior brothers was not just as simple as being fellow disciples, it even included father-son love. What about your other few senior brothers? Lin Qing asked in confusion. I don't know much about the oldest 3 and the oldest 4. At that time I had already returned to Shangjing to continue my doctoral studies. The oldest 5 Dardar I do know something. This old man is the most famous composter in the western frontier, under the door of the witch doctor and the composter up to 100. Don't look down on the size of this 100. The witch doctor and the composter itself in the western frontier has a very respected position, so this old man's sect is considered to be the largest force in the western frontier. Lin Qing nodded. He had already seen it before. A single compassionist was able to make Boss Yuan respectful, and was also able to kill his opponents silently. If there were hundreds of witch doctors and compationists, their fighting power and influence would naturally be very terrifying. But Dadar, although the name is very loud, then my master but another 3 weeks, so he was dissatisfied, with all his men to the Golden Phoenix Mountain to find the master trouble. The results of the eldest brother that day just because the master does not let him eat roe deer sulking, a furious punching and kicking took out more than 30, instinctive compulsion a sprinkle of venomous insects in one move to take out more than 30. The rest are all scared silly. Dadar dismissed the sect on the spot, took a poisonous oath, joined the master's sect and became the oldest 5-inch. Lin Qing's jaw was about to dislocate as he listened. Was this still a human being? He felt like he was listening to a fantasy. Lin Qing's reaction was all in Fang Yuan's expectation, because when master told himself about this matter, his reaction was exactly the same as Lin Qing's reaction now. If Fang Yuan had told Lin Qing that Fatty was only 16 years old that year, he didn't know how Lin Qing would react. Chapter 9 was a veterinarian. What are you two talking about with such a dull expression? Fatty went and returned, poking out his round head at the door of the inner ward and asked with a smile. Back so soon? Fang Yuan asked, strangely. No, my luggage is in the car is on the parking lot. I'm afraid I can't get out to get in, so I came back. Fatty explained with a smile. Fang Yuan took out his cell phone and made a call to his secretary. Soon, the Fatty's luggage was carried into the ward by Fang Yuan's secretary, assistant, and driver, and also arriving at the same time, was Wang Bo Wang Lao. Wang Bo studied under the master of Chinese medicine, Xiao Yuan Shan, is the titanic figure of Chinese medicine in Huaxia, and at the same time is the master of Chinese national science, with the name of Confucian doctor. Looking at him in a grey robe and a long silver beard, he had a very Taoist and immortal feeling. After everyone greeted Elder Wang respectfully and said hello, Fang Yuan directly stepped into the main topic. Eldest senior brother, please speak about the cause of the patient's onset first. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. It was not that Fang Yuan did not trust Sun Dawei. Inviting Elder Wang here was just to determine the cause of the patient's illness through dialectical means, adding an insurance policy to the treatment. more importantly, Fang Yuan wanted to pave a shortcut for Sun Dawei, a shortcut that did not need to be held back by worldly rules. Okay, in my opinion, before the onset of the disease, the patient should have eaten wild loach that had not been treated cleanly, causing the internal fleas attached to the loach to multiply in the human body. To be precise, this should be a disease caused by parasites. Fatty replied seriously. Inner flea. What is an inner flea? Is there this kind of parasite, young man? The conclusion can't be made casually. Oh, just when the crowd was ready to start discussing, a voice very abruptly interjected. Then a middle-aged man with a big belly walked into the hospital room, followed by the beautiful mature female nurse with long legs and wearing black stockings. Deputy Director Zhao Dejuan, it seems like I didn't invite you over. Fang Yuan frowned. In the entire internal medicine department, everyone knew the grudge between Fang Yuan and Zhao Dejuan. The cause was a very simple dispute over the position of director. Zhao Dejuan relied on his seniority, while Fang Yuan relied on his superb medical skills and high academic qualifications, and in the end, Fang Yuan got the position of the director, and the two men's beams were so knotted up. This is a patient of the hospital, it's not just your director Fang Yuan's patient alone. Besides, if it's you, Director Fang Yuan, who is treating the patient, I have absolutely no second thoughts, but if you want to treat the patient with just anyone, I, the deputy director, can't just stand by and watch, and if something goes wrong with the patient, whether the responsibility is counted on you, Director Fang Yuan, or our hospital, Zhao Dejuan said with a cold snort, putting an accent on the word director. Count me in. Fang Yuan said indignantly. Counting you can afford to pay this responsibility? Do you know what an internal flea is? I've never even heard of it. Who knows if it's something that some people make up. Zhao Dejun sneered. The inner flea is a kind of flea, living outside the body is called the outer flea, living in the body is called the inner flea. In traditional Chinese medicine there have been a few cases about the inner flea-derived diseases, but due to the age is too far away, the treatment method has been lost. I only know that there is a way to kill the inner flea by poisoning, but what exactly is the poison used? How many doses are needed is not clear. Elder Wang glanced at Zhao Dejun and opened his mouth to explain. Zhao Dejuan glared fiercely at Fang Yuan, obediently shut his mouth. Wang Bo Wang Lao, in the Chinese medicine industry in China are authoritative figures, not to mention a small deputy director of the internal medicine department. Even if the dean who carries the rank of lieutenant general meets Wang Lao, all have to respectfully greet. Internal fleas usually live in the dirtiest places of the rivers. I reckon that the patient should have been to those places before the onset of the disease, or even because he ate wild loaches or carp. There is no need to mention the loaches, and one of the carp's food is the sludge at the bottom of the river. Fatty nodded his head. That's right. Hearing Fatty say that, Lin Qing immediately called out, recalling, before she got sick, Nyan school organized an autumn trip to the reservoir, and that day Nyan came back and told me that she caught a lot of small fish, and that it tasted delicious when fried. What about the patient's classmates? They do not have this strange disease, Zhao Dejuan asked. No. Lin Qing replied, at that time her granddaughter was sick. The hospital also went to the school to do an investigation. The conclusion was that only one person had this strange disease. Then maybe it's not a disease caused by some internal flea. Zhao Dejuan immediately asserted, please, on the battlefield a shell falls among the pile of people, some people are directly torn apart, while others may not even break their clothes. Know what is called the probability of the problem of internal fleas. Fear high temperatures, so they live in dark and dirty places, and the human physique, digestive ability, all have a direct connection with the infection. Do not understand. Don't talk nonsense there. Fatty said unhappily. You understand, Zhao Dejuan immediately exploded, pointing at the fat man and shouting, where did you come from? Is there a place for you to talk here? Even if you judge it right, well, I'm asking you, how should you treat the patient? I heard someone bragging that it can be done in 1 minute. Fang Yuan and Lin Qing immediately threw their gazes at the black silk mature nurse standing at the back. It was obvious that the words came out of her mouth. It's simple, kill with poison. Fatty replied lightly. Kill with poison? What kind of joke? Even Wang Lao said that the treatment method has been lost. What makes you so sure that you can cure if something goes wrong with the patient who is responsible for it? Not to mention that you are responsible for it. Who knows what kind of thing you are? I don't agree, Zhao Dejun angrily rebuked. What do you count as you don't agree? Are you the attending doctor? Are you the patient's family? Are you the patient himself? Are you nothing? What qualifications do you have to say you don't agree? The fat man retorted with a sneer. Zhao Dejun was at least an assistant director, being scolded so angrily by a young man who came out of nowhere. His face changed drastically, but unfortunately he didn't have a chance to retort. Second senior brother, you are the attending doctor, right? You agree with my treatment, don't you? I agree. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Fang Yuan replied with unrivaled certainty. Elder Lin, you are the patient's family. Do you agree with my treatment? Agree. Put up a fight. Looking at the enamorada's immortal appearance, it would be better to give her a pain in the ass. Even if the treatment fails, I will definitely not hold the hospital responsible for anything. Lin Qing, this was considered a dead horse. There's no need to be nervous. I've been able to cure this kind of minor problem since I was 12 years old. I've cured it several times. Fatty said with a smile. As if Wang Lao had heard a heavenly story, he stared at his eyes and shouted, how is it possible that this disease is a difficult problem all over the world? If you've cured it, why have I never heard of it? My patients are wolves and wild boars. Of course you can't have heard of it. Fatty replied with a sharp and sure answer. Zhao Dejun froze. Wolves and wild boars. Could it be that this fat man is a veterinarian? Chapter 10 is designed to disgust you. After Sun Dawei finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to Deputy Director Zhao Dejun, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He walked to his luggage and kicked the lids of the 2 rattan crates open with 1 foot. Wang Lao was about to continue to ask questions, but when he saw what was inside the boxes, he shivered and took 3 steps back. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had known that something like this would happen, and held Wang Lao up, otherwise Wang Lao would have definitely fallen on his face. Zhao Dejun, secretly strange, walked up to take a look, immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This there is what luggage simply is, a poisonous cave. Then an adult fist is also larger than 2 circles, black spiders, and small-size lobster about the same size. The body of the crimson crystalline looks like a fake, like the big scorpion, brightly colored. All are triangular head of the snake entangled into a large group, thumb thick and thin, black seepage of the big ants, dozens of green-headed red-bodied centipedes with the shortest length of 1 foot. There was even a head-sized wasp's nest with all the regular holes on it, and large wasps with yellow background and black stripes could be seen constantly flying in and out. These poisons do not distinguish between types, do not distinguish between sizes, as stuffed rags generally stacked in the 2 boxes, densely wriggling. Just looking at people have a kind of creepy feeling. In the crowd's horrified gaze, the fat man bent down, inserted his hands into the box of poisonous insects pile, left pickpocket a bit, right tumbling a bit, these poisonous insects, as if they have been accustomed to the general, a little bit of attacking stance, is not put out. Let this pair of fat hands in the inside of the flip to and fro. Suddenly the fat man let out a yell. What's wrong? Is not bitten? Wang Lao worriedly shouted. Fatty turned around and looked at Wang Lao's concerned face with a slight smile and said, no, I haven't eaten breakfast yet, I'm hungry. Crowd breakfast is really too sumptuous, at least Fatty thinks so. After all, in the mountains, breakfast is white porridge, big cakes, steamed bread. Flip and Flip cannot change the pattern, now can eat steaming beef noodles. What is not satisfied? In the crowd's astonished gaze, Fatty calmly put down the 4th empty bowl, patted his stomach and regretfully said, forget it, it's about to be noon meal, just eat a half full first. The crowd was directly thunderstruck. Fatty looked at the crowd's strangely embarrassed expressions. He smiled, he, bent down and rummaged around in the box, lifted out a foot-long green-headed centipede, opened his mouth as if he was eating a cucumber, and ate the centipede 1 bite at a time. Vomit. Zhao Dejun only felt his stomach turn inside out, and covered his mouth as he fled through the door. God, just when the crowd wondered how this black silk mature female nurse did not feel nausea, this eyes with spring, face with May nurse and screamed miserably, eyes rolled over directly fainted. Fatty, don't get weird. Fang Yuan said in tears and laughter. Fatty laughed nervously and continued to rummage in the box, and a few moments later, carried out a silver snake that was more than a meter long and the thickness of a child's arm. This is the silver wind snake, Wang Lao asked with uncertainty. You even recognize this, Fatty said in amazement. Silver wind snake is an anomaly among snakes. Generally snakes live on the ground, in lakes. Silver wind snake is a year-round life in the trees. Because of the fast-moving speed, the belly of the film can fly a short distance in the wind, plus the body silver does not contain a trace of impurities, so the silver wind to the title belongs to one of the extremely rare venomous snakes. I've seen drawings in medical books, I haven't seen the real thing. Wang Lao replied with embarrassment. Like it or not, I'll give you this lazy bastard as a pet. Fatty handed the silver wind snake in his hand to Wang Lao. No, no, Wang Lao waved his hand vigorously and his body shrank backward one by one. It's fine, this lazy thing is actually very well behaved, except when it's hungry, it basically sleeps, Fatty introduced with a smile. Fan Yuan looked away and coughed heavily. Among the people present, I'm afraid that Fan Yuan was the only one who could control Fatty, who scratched his head in embarrassment and placed the silver wind snake on the hospital bed. Lazy bastard, take a gentle bite. Fatty tapped the silver wind snake's head with a small carrot-thick finger and said. A strange thing happened, as if this silver wind snake understood Fatty's words, it slowly opened its mouth, revealing two spiky fangs, and at an extremely slow speed, it gently bit on the girl's foot, then reopened its mouth, retracted its fangs, and lazily coiled into a ball. Roll inside the box and go to sleep, lie here and get in the way. Fatty scolded. The silver wind snake obediently climbed down the hospital bed in the eyes of the crowd and returned to the middle of the box itself. Snake is not deaf, Wang Bo asked in amazement. The snake is deaf, but I didn't order him with words. Fatty replied with a smile. That's Wang Bo wanted to ask further, but then he saw an amazing scene. After being bitten by the silver wind snake, the girl's foot wound began to glow with a strange green color, as if it possessed life. This touch of green color swam upwards along the girl's leg, like a small green snake, and what was even stranger was that this touch of green color was only the length of a finger, and it didn't proliferate or shrink. Fatty was not idle either. He lifted up his short lab coat and drew out 3 silver needles from his cloth belt, one stabbed into the girl's left ankle and the other 2 into both sides of the girl's knee. A moment later, when the green snake venom moved to the girl's knee, it stopped and seemed to be waiting for something. At this time the fat man drew out 2 more silver needles and stabbed them into the inside and outside of the girl's crotch on both sides. When he drew down the silver needles on both sides of the girl's knee, the green snake venom seemed to have received an order to continue to move upwards. Then the fat man pulled down the silver needles from the girl's ankles and stabbed them into the middle of the girl's knee. This is the wind-setting needle technique, Wang Lao shouted out of breath. Insightful. Fatty gave a thumbs up at Wang Lao and praised. Elder Wang cried and laughed and was speechless as he didn't know whether he should be more humble and say thank you or be proud. Chapter 11, Fixed Wind Needle Technique. What is wind-fixing acupuncture? Fan Yuan asked in confusion. The treatment method used by the fat man was beyond the scope of his knowledge. Elder Wang finally found a chance to stink, looking like a high-ranking person. Probing his hand and stroking his snow-white beard, he said in a good manner, wind-fixing needle technique is a kind of ancient needle technique. It is a needle technique that was born specifically to restrain poison. Historically, it was this kind of needle technique that was used to treat poison when Guangong scraped the bones. This kind of needle method can effectively fix the poison in a specific area after use, so that the toxin won't spread. It doesn't seem to be anything powerful. Fan Yuan looked at Fatty stabbing 2 needles, pulling out 2 needles, pulling out another needle, stabbing another needle. It was very procedural and felt like nothing more than that. Nothing powerful, Elder Wang scoffed at Fan Yuan's words and said disdainfully, this kind of needle technique, not more than 30 people in the whole of China know about it, and not more than 10 can use it, and not more than 3 can use it as skillfully as little Fatty. At least I can't do it with such a heavy hand. Fan Yuan's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The wind-fixing acupuncture is one of the 10 most complex ancient acupuncture techniques. To close off a certain area, there are 3 different sets of acupoints to choose from, a minimum of 2 points and a maximum of 7 points. And recognize the acupoints is not difficult. The difficult thing is the angle of each needle into the needle strength. slightly wrong a little bit will give up, so the combination down. How many kinds of acupuncture, not to mention that little fatty is now not only for a certain area of closure, but constantly changing the closure of the area, to guide the toxin to move forward. How many acupoints, the need to change the angle of the stabbing, need to master how many kinds of strength One Lao. This series of not only let Fang Yuan listen to the dumbfounded, but also let the fat man in the crowd's mind image immediately elevated to the height of Tarzan. If Wang Lao say a little longer, maybe on Mount Everest stood fat man. Hey, is not as powerful as you say. When I first started practicing this set of needlework, I can scourge a lot of wolves, so that later on, if I want to practice again, I can only catch wild boars. Fatty embarrassedly laughed. The crowd didn't know what to say. In less than a minute, the green snake venom swam all around the girl under Fatty's control, converging to the center of the girl's right foot. Fatty drew out a silver needle and picked at the center of the girl's right foot. A stream of green liquid jetted out and spilled on the clean white bed sheet. Another one. Did I owe you grandchildren in my past life? This has just gone out for 2 days and I've used up 3 of them. Fatty muttered with heartache, poured out a poison-expelling elixir from the bamboo joint, broke open the girl's mouth and stuffed it in. Wang Lao, after seeing the expectorant Dan, smell the expectorant Dan unique fragrance, suddenly eyes bright, curt smile, come forward and asked, "Little fat, you this is not expectorant Dan, cannot sell me, sell." Fatty eyes bright, but then quickly dimmed down. Look at the old man's dress is not like a rich man, the body is not even a gold and silver jewelry, can get out a few money again. Look at the old man's posture, should be the kind of 2-sleeved wind, eating the old, stubborn old scholar. The second master brother also have to look at the face of the others. Sell the 2 money is really not necessary, sell forget it, for the sake of my second senior brother, I'll give you 1. Fatty deliberately glanced at Fang Yuan. In the future, Director Fang Yuan's matters will be my matters. The old man was still very humane and immediately patted his chest. All right, quite on the way. Fatty nodded with satisfaction, and heartily poured out another poison-dispelling pill from the bamboo joints, handing it over to old man Wan. Elder Wan carefully took it as if it was a treasure, and then freed a hand to feel around his body and pulled out a small box with an ancient style from his bosom, and after opening it with the top of his chin, he casually poured the contents of the box onto the ground. Crisp metal clashing sounds rang out, and golden light shot out in all directions. Golden needles. Fatty's pupils shrunk violently, also regardless of what face is not face, directly lying on the ground, carefully picked up the golden needles one by one. Did not see this old man, quite rich, a loss. Fatty remorseful thought. Do you still want this gold needle? The fat man asked. Don't. Elder Wan didn't even need to think about it and replied in a single breath, carefully placing the poison-dispelling pill into the small box before placing it close to his body. He, then these golden needles are mine. Fatty laughed happily, inserting the golden needles into the cloth belt around his waist, and the silver needles that had no place were directly thrown away. Shame on you. Looking at the way the fat man was so happy with the new and the old, so happy to have picked up the bargain that his eyes narrowed into a slit, Fang Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and look away, wanting to announce in the newspaper that he didn't know this fat man at all. The fat man may feel a box of golden needles for nothing, some embarrassment, re-grasped the silver wind snake from the box, handed it to the old man Wang in front, asked with special sincerity, "Why don't I send this lazy goods to you?" Don't. Wang Lao's face turned white with fear, and he waved his hands to refuse. Forget it then. Sun Dawei threw the silver wind snake back into the box, covered the box, clapped his hands and said, "All right, the disease has been cured, there's nothing left for me to do, that whoever, Wang Lao, you give a prescription for conditioning, take good care of it, and you'll be fine after a while." Wang Lao looked at Fatty doubtfully and said, "You know how to set the wind acupuncture. Can't you still not prescribe a prescription to nourish your body?" Fatty seemed to have forgotten that he had just taken someone else's box of gold needles, and dismissively skimmed his mouth and said, "The acupuncture is something I learned from the book that my old bastard master had collected, and he didn't have a prescription book, so how can I possibly know how to do it?" The acupuncture was learned from the book that my old bastard master had collected, and he didn't have a book for prescriptions, so I'll be fine after a while. How could I self-taught? Wang Lao eyes blankly said. Nonsense. Well, fat man seems to think of what General Air puffed waved his hand and said, I do not self-study, who teaches me? My second brother knows, I know that the master every day to know where to sit, what do not care, 3 meals a day to me to serve. It seems to be fat man's grievances. It seems that the fat man has a lot of grievances, rambling on, making the crowd our forehead rising. Black-lined brat. So say master his old man, hurry up and take the luggage, I send you home. Fang Yuan slapped the fatty's shoulder and interrupted the fatty's complaint. Oh, fatty finally shut his mouth. This, I'm afraid, is called one thing leads to another. Chapter 12, Family Reunion. Director Fang, I don't know what little fatty's future plans are. How about arranging him here? Elder Wang asked, with anticipation. This is not an order. He has not even attended kindergarten and has no certificates whatsoever. It would be hard to arrange for him to come in like this. It would inevitably be. Fang Yuan didn't say the latter words. Wang Lao nodded with understanding. This place of hospital is not a lot of collusion, ganging up. He arranged for Fatty to come in, no problem. Others will not use this as a handle to blackmail. But the problem is that once the head is open, in the future, those so-called director and deputy director, they can arrange for their own children and nephews to come in, even if they are held accountable. It can be said that Wang Lao has also done this kind of thing. I am going to arrange him to Huaxia Medical University, first stay in the graduate school for a period of time. I am going to lead a doctoral class in Huaxia Medical University at the beginning of the new semester, then arrange him in. Usually there is no need for him to go to class, just follow me, and when he graduates, then he will be admitted into the 31 by virtue of his ability. I think that he will not leave a handle for people. Fang Yuan was very considerate. That's fine, little fatty, I'll give you a pass. In the future when you come, go to the 5th floor and look for me. Wang Lao said with a smile. Fatty nodded with a smile, pulled Wang Lao to one side and whispered, Is there any such on your side? Wang Lao followed the direction of Fatty's finger, and it turned out to be the black silk beauty who hadn't woken up yet. Guaranteed there will be no such scum. Wang Lao disdainfully said. Then do you have a swimming pool on your side? Fatty asked. This is a hospital. Of course not, Wang Lao replied. Then can you access the internet over there? Fatty asked again. I do have a computer. I may not be able to access the internet, I'm not sure, I'll go back and ask you. Wang Lao thought about it and replied. The fat man turned around, picked up a big bag, lifted up 2 boxes, said disdainfully as he walked away, There is no beautiful women, no bikini girls, whether they can access the internet or not is still a matter of opinion. To watch a female pornographic movie are not sure whether it is possible. I go there for what? Bye-bye to you. Wang Lao looked at the back of the fat man, had a feeling of bursting blood vessels. This fat man, too not a thing. Fang Yuan did not bring his men, personally drove the fat man home. On the way to the fat man's family situation, was taken away from the beginning and end of the details told to the fat man. When Sun Dawei was 1 year old, the horrible symptoms of the 9 extinct vein began to appear, every night onset of crying heartbreaking. At that time Sun Dawei's parents and Lin Qing before, in order to give their children a cure, even the work do not want, even the house has been sold, and almost all of the most famous hospitals in Huaxia. The whole year Sun Dawei did not have any improvement. The 2 people have been in despair at this time. Sun Dawei's master happened to travel down the mountain. A glance at the Sun Dawei is to learn the art of witchcraft talent, to find Sun Dawei's parents to talk to. For the sake of the child, Sun Dawei's parents bear the pain of the Sun Dawei to the master. Because Sun Dawei's illness requires abstinence from love and lust, the master does not allow Sun Dawei's parents to come to visit, but every year he takes a few photos of Sun Dawei and sends them over, so that Sun Dawei's parents can temporarily relieve the pain of missing their son. Without the burden of the child, the couple began to revitalize their spirits into the work. From the stalls began to start from scratch. A year after the birth of their daughter Sun Wen, in order to take care of the child and the business, the couple borrowed money from former friends to rent a store. Because of the unique vision, the business is booming. In the Fang Yuan return from his studies, the couple has millions of assets, and from the retail industry to international trade, so far, the couple has been a company with thousands of assets, and the couple's business is very good, but it's not good. the couple was already the owner of a trading company with tens of millions of assets. So I'm considered a rich second generation, Fatty asked happily. Count. Fang Yuan laughed affirmatively. Then can I ask my dad to buy me a sports car? Of course. Of course. Great, I can drive a sports car to pick up foreign girls. Brat, what's in your head? Fang Yuan was furious, pulled over and grabbed the fat guy and ravaged him at noon. The car drove into a villa area and stopped at the roadside in front of a villa. This is your home. After getting out of the car, Fang Yuan pressed the doorbell and said to the fat man who hesitantly did not dare to move his feet. Second senior brother, what should I say when I see my dad and mom? Fatty asked hesitantly. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked, back with amusement. I'm back again, Fatty said cautiously. Two black lines rose on Fang Yuan's forehead and he felt the urge to punch someone. Sharp footsteps sounded from the door. A beautiful woman pulled a middle-aged man staggering out, the beautiful woman's face with teardrops, the man's eyes with tears. The vague memories deep in his memory gradually became clear, a different feeling welled up in his body. Fatty's eyes were also moist. Putting down the box, he quickly rushed over, and after the courtyard door was opened, the three of them tightly hugged each other. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Fatty said with a choked voice. Fang Yuan gently breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the fat man was going to shout, Master Fatty, I'm back again, just like Huhan-san. Son, my son, you are finally back, good son, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. The three of them hugged their heads and cried. The beautiful woman hugged the fat man, who picked up the luggage and walked towards home. Dr. Fang, please come in. Sun Jixing wiped away his tears and embarrassedly said to Fang Yuan, who was standing outside the door. I won't disturb your family reunion. Tomorrow I will bring Dawei to do the enrollment formalities. Without an academic diploma, it's not very convenient to walk in the society in the future, Fang Yuan said politely, waving his hand to leave. Sun Jixing sent Fang Yuan to the car and waved goodbye before returning to the villa. As soon as he walked into the villa, he realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. The fat man was sitting on the sofa and was having a little eye roll with a little sister. This little sister's bottom is still quite good, features look like mother, but unfortunately by the heavy makeup damage, a long hair is very good, but unfortunately by the colorful hair dye and South Africa's large parrots, the body is quite hot, flat belly, high breasts, but below the collarbone, the chest slightly tattooed with a rose, tattooed a large butterfly in the small abdomen, a cool and revealing attire, coupled with a nose ring, lip ring, dense small earrings, navel ring, looks more like a lady standing on the street soliciting customers. When he is your brother Sun Dawei, quickly call someone off. Sun Jixing laughed. He's my brother, can't be holding the wrong one, and she's my sister, can't be holding the wrong one. The two siblings who had never met each other were tacitly skeptical of their parents. Chapter 13, Bold Sister. I don't know what kind of bumpkin came out from there. Look at this outfit, it's dirty. Sunwen covered her nose and turned around, ready to leave. Stand still. Sun Jixing angrily shouted. Although Sunwen was rebellious, she was extremely afraid of her fuming father, her two long legs fixed on the spot, not daring to move a muscle. I don't care if you like stick stars, I'll let you if you make yourself like a little goblin, I'll let you if you like alternatives, but he's your own brother, the one who has suffered for 20 years and hasn't enjoyed a single day of good times, and you're welcoming your brother with this kind of attitude, Sun Jixing angrily roared. Sunwen shivered in fear, revealing a pitiful look, turned around and called out in a mosquito voice, brother. Dad, it's fine, it's all family, maybe when one feels a little strange to me, it'll be fine when she's familiar with it. Fatty quickly rounded up the situation, he didn't want to just return home and make the relationship with his own sister stiff. Sun Jixing secretly regretted that he shouldn't have spoiled his daughter too much for so many years, sighed and waved his hand. Take your brother to the bedroom, come down for dinner later, old son, or I take my son to go. Jolie couldn't help but speak out. Mom, let my sister take me to it, just so we siblings get acquainted. Fatty looked at his father's anger-filled face and said wisely. Go. Jolie looked at her husband's face and said helplessly. Following behind his sister, Fatty went up to the third floor and walked into the room that belonged to him. The room was a bit bigger than the bamboo house on the top of the mountain. In addition to having a separate bathroom, the air conditioner, TV, computer, beds in the room were placed in exactly the same position as in Fatty's bamboo house, so it was evident that his parents were particularly attentive to some of the small details. Someone looked at the eyes of this from their own birth has not seen the real person, only seen the photo of the brother of that body of dirt clothes. Some disgusted skimmed his mouth, suddenly eyes turned, opened his mouth and asked, "Brother, go to my room to visit." Fatty just put down the luggage, heard his sister's words, smiled a mouth to agree to down. The rooms of this pair of siblings were right next to each other. Just turn the corner and take 2 steps out of the door. Sunwon took out the key and opened the door to the room and then flashed to the side, making a gesture of please. Fatty smiled and walked in. After seeing the room furnishings, the smile froze on his face. Half a day did not say a word. Originally, looking at his sister's attire was enough of an alternative, but when Fatty saw the room's furnishings, he realized what it meant to be even more alternative. The floor is spread with all kinds of oddly shaped clothing, women's intimate underwear thrown everywhere, even the lampshade hanging down a lace translucent underwear. The bed is shaped as a coffin, is the kind of vampire movie inside. The bookshelves on the wall are full of messy things, what skulls, crystal balls, gypsy cardboard. The most exaggerated was a large fish tank, from which it was separated into 2 halves with glass, not a single drop of water. On one side there was a small golden python that was only about a meter in length, and on the other side there were 2 poisonous widow spiders. "Brother, this is Big Black and Little Black, my favorite pets. I spent a lot of money to buy them," Sunwon said with a smile, picking up the gloves next to the fish tank and putting them on before carefully reaching into the fish tank and picking up a black widow spider. Sun Dawei was about to say something when he saw Sunwon violently hand the black widow spider lying on the glove to his eyes. This kind of small venomous insect was not placed in Fatty's eyes, so Fatty did not dodge at all, but an accident happened. The huge inertia made the black widow spider fly up from the glove all of a sudden and pounced on Fatty's face. Sunwon screamed all of a sudden. She just wanted to tease her brother a little bit, but she didn't think of killing him. "It's okay, just a small spider." Fatty did not think that. He reached out and removed the poisonous widow from his face, and also brought it up to his eyes to look at it. I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it." Sunwon was scared pale and screamed repeatedly. "Oh, it's really okay, I've had spiders bigger than this." Fatty smiled and comforted his sister. Really, Sunwon saw that her brother was unharmed and slightly put her heart down. The little girl's mind made it so that she was quickly aroused by the fat man's words and became curious. "Come, I'll show you the pets I've raised." Fatty laughed, turning around and walking out of his sister's room. "You're not afraid?" Right back in his room, Fatty asked skeptically. Sunwon straightened her already very plump breasts and said loudly, "I'm the boldest in my class, it's just bugs, what's there to be afraid of?" Oh, Fatty didn't think much about it and directly lifted the lids of the 2 boxes. Sunwon at first did not see clearly, and so see clearly the things inside the box. 2 big beautiful eyes round stare, screamed and jumped 3 feet high, stood in the chair above covering their mouths straight shivering. You are not," said not afraid of it." The fat man looked at the sister was scared, embarrassed. "I'm not afraid." Sunwon's words were more like cheering herself up. "Would you like to pick your own random, as a brother to send you a gift?" Fatty, extraordinarily generous, said. If the current fat man was on top of the mountain master, is driving back to the hospital Feng Yuan Si, I am afraid that directly will feel that the fat man changed sex, because in their memories, the fat man is a special stingy miser, iron rooster. "Anything?" Sunwon asked, blinking her big eyes. Fatty happily nodded his head. Although Fatty seemed to have a big grin, he was worried that his sister would be uncomfortable with her life. Now it seemed that there was no need to worry on this point. Although his sister's voice was still a little trembling, it could be heard from his sister's words that his sister's guts were indeed very big, and that she had just been frightened because of the poison in the 2 boxes, and as long as it was a normal person, anyone who saw it would have reacted in the same, if not even more exaggerated, way. "Brother, you just said that there are black widow spiders that are bigger than my big black little black." Sunwon's voice gradually returned to normal. The psychology of the hunt took over again. Fatty probed his hand to pick through the poison and pulled out the black widow spider that was 2 circles larger than an adult's fist. "Wow, so big," Sunwin shouted happily. Fatty froze for a moment, secretly thinking, could it be that his sister was also a witch, or else, how could a girl show such a leaping expression after seeing such a large black widow spider? Chapter 14, Blow a Gasket. As it turned out, Sunwin was not a witch, she was just stupid and bold. Sunwin jumped off the chair and stood in front of Sun Dawei, wanting and not daring to reach out. "Don't worry, these little guys I raised are very well behaved, come on, try to touch it," Fatty said in a coaxing manner. Sunwin listened to her brother's words, carefully stretched out her hand, violently retracted when she was about to touch the spider, embarrassedly spat out her tongue, and once again stretched out her hand. This time, the small hand gently placed on the spider's back, then slowly stroked it. The black widow spider is a very aggressive poisonous spider, but it will only attack when it is hungry and threatened. This black widow took me quite a bit of time to pick, Fatty introduced with a smile. "Is picking not catching?" Sunwin asked, strangely. "It's picking." Inside a very deep cave, densely packed with tens of thousands of black widows, I played the torch and picked it for a full day before I picked this guy out, Fatty said. As soon as he thought about that day, Fatty felt his waist hurt. "Wow, brother, you are awesome. All those black widows won't attack you?" Sunwin asked in surprise. "Will also attack me, but there are only 2 ways to attack me. One is that it is poisoned to death, the second is that they are exterminated. Don't look at these small things, are not very big, one by one, they are smart. Look at upright." Fatty issued an order. This oversized black widow unexpectedly stood up like a soldier who heard an order. "Salute." The right front leg of the black widow spider crossed in front of its head and surprisingly made the action of a soldier saluting in a decent manner. "Whoa brother, you're too good, I adore you too much," Sunwin exclaimed happily. "It's nothing, your brother, I'm great at many things," bragged the fat man, puffing out his chest and lifting his head, trying to show the image of a glorious and great elder brother in front of his sister. "Really brother, do you know how to race cars?" Sunwin asked with wide eyes. "Of course I can race cars, I'm known as the king of Golden Phoenix Mountain cars," Fatty proudly shouted. "That's great, brother, help me race at night and win over those bastards." Sunwin jumped and shouted. "No problem," Sun Dawei agreed in one bite. When eating lunch, Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing looked at the daughter, who just despised the fat man as if she was a new person, not only attentively to the fat man who is her brother, but also whispered and laughed with her brother. If it is not the daughter's modeling is not a few people can imitate, otherwise Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing would really think that the one who sits here is not their own daughter. Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing glanced at each other in delight and laughed happily. The prerequisite for family reunion is family harmony, and now it seems that they are not the same person. The prerequisite for family reunion was family harmony, and now it seemed that their wish had come true. When soon the college entrance examination, today have been delayed for a day. At night you study well, so that my brother also have a good rest, and so on the end of the college entrance examination, I will take you siblings together to go abroad to play around. Sun Jixing laughed. Sunwen's smiling face suddenly disappeared, beaming her mouth. "Study, study, study, every day is study. My ambition is the movie academy. I want to be a big star in the future. It's not like it's hard to reach the high school entrance exam score. Today, my brother just came back. You guys rush me to study. I would have liked to take my brother out for a good stroll at night." Old Sun Jolie said. "Let Wen take her brother out for a stroll at night. When Wen's grades are quite good, learning is not bad this day. Long live Mom." Sunwen happily cheered. Sun Jixing helplessly shook his head and sighed. "You just spoil Wen. I'll see what she can do if she fails the exams at that time." After chatting with her mom and dad all afternoon and having dinner, Sunwen greeted her mom and dad, strained to carry a medium-sized travel bag, and pulled Fatty out of the house. Sunwen's car is a red 3-box Ford coupe, streamlined body, is quite suitable for girls to drive. Fatty sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window of the colorful neon, cannot help but marvel at the prosperity of the city. Brother, you have driven what car? Sunwin asked, while driving. Maserati, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron. Fatty opened his mouth and said. Wow, old brother, you're so sharp. I've only seen these cars before, I've never even sat in one. Sunwin Worship said. Wait for your old brother, I earn a lot of money, give you to buy the best sports car. Fatty looked at his sister and laughed. Although his sister's dress was too alternative, the same blood was left in his body, making him unconditionally give his sister everything she needed. As the ride increased, the neon around them gradually disappeared, if not for the dim street lights and snowy xenon headlights lighting. I'm afraid that the only thing around them would be a dark night with no fingers to reach out. Gradually, a bright light appeared in front of them, and the noise rushed back into her ears. Sunwin accelerated the speed of the car, and a group of 10 or so cars appeared in front of her eyes. When, what took you so long to get here? A fluffy, yellow-haired head appeared outside the driver's side window before the car had even stabilized. Sheen, is Shit Strong here yet? Asked Sunwin hatefully. Long ago, Shit Strong today brought a driver. I heard that the nickname is Underground Car God, just gave us a performance of drifting, simply handsome. The non-mainstream girl named Xian shouted excitedly. Underground Car God is nothing, my old brother is the real expert. Old brother, her name is Xian, is my best friend. Xian, he is my old brother, Golden Phoenix Mountain Car God. Sunwin introduced. Apparently Sunwin didn't get the name of the place either. Xian looked at the fat man's naive appearance. How could not connect this fat man in his eyes with any mountain car god? Because although the fat man had changed out of his old clothes and put on a set of designer casual clothes, but how do you look at it? It looks like a country bumpkin wearing a cottage brand name, who has just entered the city. Yo, Miss Sun is here, haven't you lost enough yet? A young man with a cigarette roll in his mouth and his arms around two young girls with revealing clothes, strutted over and looked at Sunwin with slanted eyes. I don't believe you. Shit Strong every time you get lucky. Sunwin jumped out of the car, placed the medium-sized travel bag on the hood, unzipped it, and a bunch of neatly bundled $100 bills appeared in the eyes of everyone. Whoa, when you're so rich, Shit Strong, aren't you bullish? When can smash you to death with money? Xian provocatively shouted. The fat man who happened to get off the bus just happened to see a flash of color in the eyes of Xian and Shit Strong. Is it that easy to cheat us out of our money? Fatty thought with a dark sneer. Chapter 15, The Rascal Car God. I don't know how Miss Sun would like to compare. Shit Strong let go of the two women and said. Here is a total of 720,000, the first game 200,000. Sunwin just opened her mouth was interrupted by Xian beside her. When, your brother is not what mountain car, got it? When this Shit Strong is not a piece of cake, one game to decide the winner, let him lose all the panties. Xian called out. Sunwin obviously trust this friend extremely, slightly think for a moment and nodded. Good, on a game to determine the winner. Shit Strong, how many odds you opened? Shit Strong looked at the fat man walking off the car, disdainful skimmed his mouth. Do not say that I bullied you. I this time with 3,330,000, how can I put together another 300,000, count your 1-to-1 odds. I will not be able to get out of the car, I will not be able to get out of the car. I've got 3 million this time, how can I get together another 3 million, counting your odds of 1 to 5, as long as you win, 6 million to take away. Wait, the fat man suddenly opened his mouth and called out. How afraid of what mountain car god Shit Strong used on the method of provocation, he did not want to fly ducks near the mouth. The fat man began to pull out one pocket to get up, and then a bunch of bills, coins on the cover. There is no need to count, these money together are less than $100, 1 for 5 right plus this money. Fatty said loudly. The crowd burst into laughter. In their eyes, this fat man is simply a fool. Such a fool would be what car god you. These, I count you $100. How about it? Shit Powerful asked with a smile. Deal. Fatty nodded. Shit Strong is obviously the head of the gangsters in this area, coupled with the crowd just saw the underground car god's godlike drifting skills, have pressed the money on the side of Shit Strong. Even if the odds here are 3 to 1, that is, $300 to only pay out $100, none of them chose Sun Wen. Watch this, here is exactly $300,000, plus my $330,000, a total of $3,600,000, don't worry that I can't afford to lose. Shitstrong said smugly, $300,000 of gambling, marvelous to lose out $100,000, as long as I can earn Sun Wen's $720,000, this $100,000 is nothing. Riders into the line. A tall girl in a bikini screamed loudly, immediately causing a cheer. Underground car god came adrift in place, aligned the front end of the car to the starting line, while the fat man wasted half a day's effort not to squeeze into the driver's seat. Older brother, what's wrong? Sun Wen asked suspiciously. The space is too small, I can't sit in it. Fatty's reply left Sun Wen stunned and speechless. Miss Sun, you're not discussing how to cheat after you lose, are you? Shitstrong laughed. Sun Wen gritted her teeth and adjusted the seat to the maximum. Fatty's eyes widened as he muttered, it can still be adjusted, high-tech, Sun Wen didn't know what to say. How does this car not go? Fatty sat in and stepped on the gas hard, the car engine roared deafening, but unfortunately the car did not even move. Older brother, you can drive, Sun Wen's voice with a sobbing, she seems to have seen their savings for many years of New Year's Eve money, pocket money has been inserted into the wings, fluttering to Shitstrong embrace. Will Fatty nodded. Oh, maybe old brother will only drive a manual gear, never driven an automatic. Sun Wen consoled herself with this reason that even she didn't believe. Step on the brake, put the gear to D, then release the brake, is parking, start the car must be in parking gear. Under Sun Wen's teaching, the fat man finally drove the car to the starting line, but did not grasp the distance. The majority of the body is outside the starting line, and caused a burst of laughter. The crowd felt, this fat man will not be Sun Wen to find to entertain everyone. Run from here to 5 kilometers away and back, for sharp turns, one big turn. The rule is, there are no rules. Shitstrong also do not know from where to find a megaphone, shouted loudly, cheers immediately resounded into a piece. The tall girl walked to the road in front of the 2 cars, probed the hand to undo the corset's buckle strap, after smiling sweetly, hard to throw the corset into the air. The 2 groups of white flowers, big white breasts in the headlights of the light is fascinating. Boom! Fatty stepped on the gas pedal as hard as he could at the same time as the corset flew up. The Ford coupe made a roaring sound and leapt out. The target was the girl standing in the driveway with only a pair of small panties left. The young girl had never seen such a drive. A scream even rolled to escape. The red car grazed her heels and sped away. Fuck your mothers, you son of a bitch will not drive. The young girl got up after jumping and cursing, but unfortunately the ground out of the car god driving the Japanese GTR flying chase and go, bringing up dust so that the girl cannot stop coughing. Haha, this is what the mountain car god also with grab and run. Shit, strong laughing stomach ache. Didn't you say that today's rule is that there are no rules? Well, since there are no rules, what's wrong with grabbing a run? Sun Wen retorted feebly. The first time I saw a car, I saw it, and 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 I saw it. The GTR is very fast, upshift timing is very good, in 2 kilometers. Has caught up with the Ford, the front is the first sharp bend, GTR began to release the oil deceleration is ready to drift through the corner. This road is a poorly operated and closed down racing club's dedicated track, for sharp bends are up to 120 degrees, on the car conditions, the quality of the driver, the speed, the timing of the turn, the angle of the drift is very high, the speed is too fast, it will be rushed out of the track, the speed is too slow. The drift cannot give the car enough power to pass the corner smoothly. Looking at the red Ford as a general as a wild horse, not even slow down, GTR driver revealed a disdainful sneer, such speed, drift is not out of the track or turnover. GTR driver is shifting gears and pulling the handbrake to prepare for the drift into the corner, but saw what shocked him. Chapter 16, Kung reneges on his debt. The red Ford didn't slow down at all, didn't prepare for the turn, and drove straight through the middle of the 4 sharp turns like a bamboo skewer through a candy cane. This, when the GTR driver reacted, the red Ford left him red taillights. Underground car god mental quality is quite good, hastily shift gears, also follow the Ford straight through the sharp corners in a kilometer before the turn back point. GTR finally caught up with Ford for the second time. GTR car god put down the window, to the fat man raised the middle finger, cursed, "Bad boy, eat dust go." A red Ford is out of control. General cross collision over. GTR was hit by the body of a tilt, almost overturned. "Bastard, you will not drive." The GTR once again caught up with the Ford, cursing repeatedly. Ford crashed again. GTR driver was about to have a nervous breakdown, trying to accelerate but couldn't, because every time his front end caught up with the rear end of the Ford would use all kinds of methods to crash up, cross collision, sharp braking collision. GTR driver managed to use his drifting technique to dodge the Ford's rush, and grabbed a head start from the outer ring into the big turn, but was horrified to find out that the Ford didn't turn at all, but crashed straight up once again crashed straight into it. "This is a fucking race car, not a bumper car," the GTR driver thought as he crashed. Boom, a loud noise, thin-skinned Japanese car how can be a thick old American car's rival, directly came to a 720 degrees in the air, landed on the ground and then rolled around, stalled. "Bastard, you fucking want to kill," a GTR driver drilled out of the window, ran to the Ford car side kicking and cursing. Fatty pulled open the car door, a foot stomped over, the ground car god kicked into a rolling gourd, and then did not stop, pounced on a burst of punches and kicks, wait until this car god was knocked out, only to sit back in the car, learn from his sister's way to start the car, put it in gear, step on the gas to return the same way. Shit strong sitting on the hood, 2 hands wandering in the body of the 2 beautiful women, betting on the ground car god victory. People are ready to celebrate the victory. At this time, the dark track came from the unique roar of the engine. The crowd held their breath, dead staring at the track. Boom boom poof, the roar of the engine disappeared. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. A few moments later, a car shadow appeared in the crowd's eyes, the driver's door was open, a fat figure was bowing his body to push the car. After the crowd shattered their glasses, the fat man finally pushed the car across the finish line. "That's a win," thought Sun Wen with a dumbfounded expression as she looked at the Ford that had been disfigured. The fat man rubbed his hands and walked to the front of the dog shit strong, flattering smile. "Thank you all. 1 for 5 right original parts of the Ford family coupe against the Japanese professional modified racing GTR. How to look like a novice fat man on the ground under the car of the god of the name of the professional racer. Dog shit strong feel their head inside all the pulp. How to think do not understand this fat man. How can win the snow bright light shining road. GTR late." After rushing through the finish line, the driver hard to climb out of the car, pointing to the fat man said, "Strong brother, he violated the rules. Sharp corners are straight through, straight road. He hit the way to prevent me from accelerating. I passed the big corner when he not only knocked me over, but also get out of the car and knocked me out." Crowd clamor. This situation they still heard for the first time. This kind of underground racing. Then the driver over the corner of the skills, straight through. What is this technology? Straight road. Then the car performance, with the bump that is the fairground bumper cars. You violated the rules, you're gambling money. Compensation for my car. Shit strong angry roar. You did not say that the rules are no rules. Since there are no rules, you care how I drive. Am I not the first to return to the starting point since I won? You were so much bullshit. Hurry to pay for the money. Want to trick? How Fatty disdainfully retorted. Shit strong face showed a cold smile, stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, straightened up his index finger, a point in the fat man's chest, disdainful. "I'll cheat. How to die fat man. Want to do it to see how many brothers I have." Fat man hanging around his neck as a necklace to use the king of the lily snake and the change of clothes on the time to take it down, or else. Shit strong now already lying on the ground. Otherwise, Shit strong would have been lying on the ground by now. With the words of Shit strong exit, more than a dozen bare-chested or wearing an undershirt of big men with baseball bats, iron bars, chains surrounded up. The crowd of young ladies immediately fled in fear. The roar of the car, the wilderness is only left with the fat siblings, dog shit strong and his men. Sun Wen was in a hurry all of a sudden, pulling out her cell phone. She just pressed 2 ones, and before she could press 0, the phone was snatched away with a split hand. Xin, Sun Wen is not stupid. After seeing the Xin who snatched her cell phone, she instantly realized that the first time she came here was Xin brought her here, and after that, she was even encouraged by Xin to lose her pocket money to shit strong over and over again, so it turned out that her most trusted friend was simply treating herself as a kaiju to play with it. Brother Chong, Sun Wen wants to call the police. Xin twisted her slender waist and walked over to Shit Chong, handing over her cell phone to Shit Chong like a treasure. Call the police. Even if you do, what can you do when the police get here? It will be just in time for you two to collect your corpses. Shit Strong slammed Sun Wen's cell phone down with force. The slim Nokia cell phone shattered on the hard concrete floor and shattered Sun Wen's last ray of hope. Sun Wen, you're still a chick, right? Haha, it seems that tonight I've gotten lucky again. Strong brother, what kind of luck did you get? Xin asked, patting her horse. People and money both. Haha. Shit Strong laugh. Maybe it is a person's wealth too empty. It Fatty said with a smile, his right hand lightning like probe out. A grab. Dog Shit Strong right hand index finger. Slightly force a brake, fracture sound. Even the sound of the car's engine cannot be covered up. After a full 3 seconds, Shit Strong only after the realization of the tragic scream. Chapter 17, Who's the better liar? Shit Strong's henchmen saw that their boss was injured and immediately rushed up wielding the 18 weapons of street fighting. Boss, grab Shit Strong as a hostage. Sun Wen's spirit was soaring. He called out smartly, but unfortunately before his words fell, he saw his omnipotent boss loosening Shit Strong's fingers. Sun Wen had already despaired, and was about to break the face of this bastard Xin even at the point of death, when she saw that Fatty, like a spirit in the night, or a spirit ape in the mountains, easily dodged the attacks of the 2 men, and swooped into the group of fighters with great speed. In the light of the headlights, Sun Wen could only see a chubby figure lightning-like prancing, as if the fat man was wearing underwear. Transformed into Superman, every part of his body turned into a weapon, and every time he came into contact with the fighters would scream and lose their combat power. Shit Strong's dozen or so henchmen all lay on the ground in less than 2 minutes. 1 for 50. Fatty still had a naive smile on his face, but in Shit Strong's eyes, it was like a devil's smile. I don't have any money. Shit Strong was still holding on. No money? Then forget it. Fatty's words made Shit Strong's heart relaxed, but the next second, Shit Strong's heart lifted. Fatty reached his hand into his leisure suit, and when he came out again, there was a foot-long green-headed centipede in his hand. No money, use your life to pay for it. Fatty carried the tail of the green-headed centipede and slowly brought the big centipede closer to Shit Strong. The big centipede twisted its body violently, seemingly telling Shit Strong brother is definitely not fake. Rich, Shit Strong shouted out of breath, a stench emanated from him. Fatty wrapped the centipede around Shit Chong's neck and nodded his head. Good boy, bring me the money and I'll let you go. Shit Strong didn't dare to move a muscle, didn't even dare to breathe until Fatty kicked him. Only then did his body stiffen up, opened the trunk of his car and took out 3 large suitcases, placing them next to the betting money he had already received. Big brother, this is all I have. Shit Strong looked at Fatty with a gaze filled with pleading looks. Older sister, come over and count it. Fatty called out. Sun Wen did not expect things to turn around. Jumping to her brother's side, she first slapped Xin who betrayed her, before counting the bills. Older brother, that's enough, exactly $3,600,000. Sun Wen happily shouted. Shit Strong was finally relieved. No more? Fatty asked. Yeah, a total of just $3,600,000. Fatty's face gradually surged with anger, grabbed Shit Strong's shirt collar and screamed, Bastard, I also bet $100 it's 1 for 5, you compensate me $500. Shit Chong is about to cry, touching his pocket, pulling out his wallet. There are just $400 inside. There are also some small denomination bills and coins, some of which are the money that Fatty just bet. Shit Chong pulled out all the money and handed it to Fatty. Fatty took the money and counted it up one by one, and a moment later, once again grabbed Shit Strong's collar and roared, "Not enough, still $30 short." Shit Chong pulled out his own bank card from his wallet, his voice trembled, "Boss, there is still 2,000 in this card, count it as my filial piety to you, you let me go as a fart. I don't want the card, I just want the money, it's still $30 short." The fat man roared obstinately. "I don't have any money." "Ah, then I want your life." Shit Strong this time is really crying, shivering inside the neck of the chopstick thick gold chain out, but do not dare to untie, because the big centipede is still around the neck. At Big Brother, this gold chain I spent 30,000, now top $30. Okay. Fatty, a necklace from the Shit Strong neck ripped off, looked at it, while the gold chain stuffed it into his pocket while shaking his head and growling, "Fake, it's copper." "Fake, and you still stuffed it so fast." Shit Strong could only slander in his mind. Once again shivering, he took off the diamond-encrusted ring on his finger and handed it to Fatty. "Big Brother, this is a platinum diamond ring, more than 40,000. It, don't think that I come out of the mountains have not seen, this is silver." Fatty snarled and put the diamond ring in his pocket. "Is silver this heavy?" Shit Strong was close to kneeling down and kowtowing to Fatty and calling him grandpa. "If I say it's silver, it's silver." Fatty's spittle had already washed Shit Strong's face several times. "Brother Chong, I have $30 here." Shit Chong felt that he hadn't been a boss for nothing after all, and these brothers hadn't made friends for nothing after all. Fatty let go of dog Shit Strong, "Well, $30 to collect," but once again grabbed dog Shit Strong collar, roared, "And cell phone, my old sister's cell phone is not you." Smashed dog Shit Strong, shivering, his just bought less than 2 days of Apple cell phone pulled out. Fatty grabbed it and threw it to Sun Wen, who had already put all the money into the Ford trunk. "And the car at my old sister's car is like this, do not have to pay for it." "Big Brother, that is your own hit." "Ah." Shit Strong snotted, crying out. "That is hit your car to crash into this, you must be responsible for compensation." The fat man let Shit Strong know what is called the momentum is not as good as people, what is called people under the short eaves have to bow down. Blue and red police lights pierced the dark night, and the ear-piercing sirens sounded. Shit Strong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The siren sound that he used to be most afraid of now sounds like heavenly music. "All hands up, don't move." A group of police officers rushed out of the police car at the sound of sharp brakes. Sun Dawei removed the big centipede from Shit Strong's neck, and just as Shit Strong was gasping for air with his mouth wide open, Fatty shoved the big centipede into Shit Strong's mouth. "Don't ever talk nonsense." "Oh." Fatty hemmed and hawed, dutifully raising his hand. "Shit Strong, you son of a bitch, organizing illegal racing again. No need to search, they won't even have ecstasy in the car." "What the hell is going on?" "Who received a tip that there is a drug deal here?" The captain who led the team knew that he had been fooled as soon as he saw Shit Strong. "This Shit Strong has the guts to organize underground racing, but definitely does not have the guts to engage in this kind of white powder, something that will kill you if you catch it." Chapter 18, Initial Entry into the Police Force. Tossed more than an hour, used 2 trailers, escort prisoners with the bus. Finally the gang of guys are loaded, back toward the police station. Shit Strong and a group of henchmen sitting in the back row, the body's pain and the destruction of the mind so that they would like to moan in pain, but after seeing the fat man sitting in the front row, they all obediently shut their mouths. At this time they still have a handsy like. "Older brother, you really drove a race car?" Sun Wen and the fat man sat side by side, finally raised this question that had been bothering her for a long time. "Of course, I can't lie to you even if I'm lying to someone," Fatty said with great certainty. "Impossible, your car skills are still not as good as mine. How can you be the golden What's-It Mountain god of cars?" "I really am the golden Phoenix Mountain god of cars. Need for Speed highest difficulty. I have run the first one," Fatty replied in a very serious manner. Shit Strong and other people suddenly petrified. "Need for Speed," the handcuffed underground car god mumbled and repeated with a blank stare. The Chongqing City Police Station was brightly lit, and the interrogation room was filled with Fatty's gang. Fatty was sitting on an iron chair on the floor of the interrogation room, handcuffs on his hands, and was behaving in a disciplined manner. 2 police officers entered the interrogation room, closed the door and sat behind the table opposite the fat man. How is it not a female police officer? It is not said in the novels in the police station will have a love affair, the fat man muttered. Name. Sun Dawei. Why is not a policewoman a policewoman? How good, uniform temptation, a fatty, continued to mutter, gender. Female, no, it's male, definitely male. Fatty blurted out before reacting. The two policemen were almost shocked by the fat man's words, and then laughed at the fat man's embarrassment, the fat man's naive and honest-looking appearance. How does he not look like a criminal? Don't be nervous, just make things clear. The male police officer in charge of recording laughed. Yes, police uncle. Are the two of us that old police brother? Come on, hurry up and tell us about the night. The police officer in charge of the interrogation laughed and choked on his cigarette, coughed twice and waved his hand. The night is that my sister and I heard that there is an underground racing competition, so we ran to join in the fun. I did not expect them to fight. Fatty had the expression of an honest little lounge boy and said simply. This is the reason that has already been determined on the bus. Shit strong inside the stomach, there is still a big centipede at this guy is afraid of death, and the reason he found also took the fat siblings' office for the matter of gambling, not a word about it, because underground racing is at most a violation of social security regulations, spend a little money even detention is not necessary, and if it is an underground racing gambling, then it will satisfy the conditions of sitting on the bench, not only to confiscate the gambling money, but also a fine, and even more to jail. When we arrived, how did we see you grabbing the collar of that shit-strong's clothes? The police asked. Brother police, you guys are not looking at the wrong, I was helping him up it, the fat man retorted with an innocent face. Is that so? Yes, that's fine, I will give you the treatment of this evening. You are fined $2,000 and detained for 3 days because of your participation in underground racing, the police said. Brother police, I'm wrong. The police waved his hand and interrupted the fat man's words. Don't say you didn't race, that Ford is crashed. Could it be that your sister raced? Then detain your sister. Police brother, you misunderstand. I want to say you really know what's going on, said the fat man with a fawning smile. Fatty's strange and naive behavior caused the two police officers to shake their heads and laugh. Handcuffed again, the fat man walked out of the interrogation room under the custody of the two policemen, and headed towards the detention room in the back building, when suddenly, a burst of angry curses rang out. White powder, Hua, you're sick and tired of living, how dare you give me false information, causing me to go out with a large group of people to catch a bunch of underground bikers. Do you believe that I will put the wind out that you are my informant, so that you will be chopped up by the gang of white powder sellers? Zhao team, I, white powder Hua, am scared of being scared of being scared of being scared of, to give you the information that called the police civilian cooperation, not to give you the information that called the police civilian cooperation, not to give you the information that called the police civilian cooperation, but not to give you the information that was given to you the police and the public cooperation. Do not give you information you cannot help me. I am now sucking the powder. No, I sell powder. No. What can you do to me to provide false information? At most 48 hours of detention. Want to beat me to beat? You move me a cold hair. Try, I will sue you to go, stripped you of this body of tiger skin. I see how you are still majestic. Tables toppled over, stools smashed against the wall, sounds of persuasion and angry curses resounded in an interrogation room. Team Zhao is really pissed off this time. But it's not true. Zhao team followed this line for almost half a year. Originally there was another intelligence today. Zhao team chose the white powder Hua's intelligence. I'm afraid that when we went out on the mission, that gang of white powder sellers have spread the goods out. The two policemen sighed. The fat man's eyes turned, stopped, and said, the two police brothers, if I can help you ask for information, is not it possible to redeem the crime? Not detain me. Come on, if you can fight with your hands. Our captain still need to be so angry now. The suspects are all the great masters, we cannot afford to provoke. If I didn't have to hit him, I'd have to. What if I don't have to beat him, or even make him tell all the information without even feeling it himself? Fatty asked with a small wink. The two policemen looked at each other and made a decision at the same time, knocking on the door of the interrogation room. What for? The lanky policeman opened the door with a red face and roared with anger. Captain, this fatty, said. A policeman spoke the fatty's exact words. Really? Zhao Qing asked. Really? The fat man affirmed. Uncuff him and let him in. Zhao Qing ordered. He was also really out of tricks, before he chose to believe a fatty. The interrogation room was already in shambles. A middle-aged man with a very thin body that looked not much fatter than Professor Lin Qing's granddaughter was sitting smugly on an iron chair, crossing his legs and swaying one way or another. The fat man stood directly in front of the bone-thin middle-aged man. You'd better say it. Police brothers just want to know about the intelligence. If I do it, it will be more than that, the fat man was kind enough to advise. Who are you, a dead fat pig? What kind of thing are you? Dare to talk to lousy like this? Go out and be careful. In case you are hit by a car, hit your head by a flower pot, don't blame God. White Powder Hua disdainfully scolded. That's done, you asked for it. Fatty helplessly shook his head and said. I asked for it, I think you asked for it, and don't go out to inquire about me. By Pink Hua. By Pink Hua's words ended here, because Fatty struck out. Chapter 19 Fatty Strikes. Fatty stretched out his right index finger like lightning, accurately pointing at the center of Bai Fanhua's eyebrow, while his left hand clasped Bai Fanhua's handcuffed right wrist on the pulse. Fatty eyes staring at Bai Fanhua's eyes as if they had substance, so that Bai Fanhua wanted to turn his head, but I do not know why. Fat man pointing at his eyebrow of the right index finger as if it has a magic, so that Bai Fanhua cannot even move his fingers half a time, not to mention turn his head. The policemen all held their breath and watched the strange scene in the interrogation room. Fatty and Bai Pinghua stared at each other as if they were fighting. Gradually, Bai Pinghua's eyes became blank, bean-sized beads of sweat broke out from his forehead and lowered down his thin cheeks. Bai Pinghua, tell us all the bad things you have done in the young world. If you dare to hide anything at all, you will immediately be sent to the 18 layers of hell, and you will not be allowed to transcend your life for eternity. The fat man gently retracted his right hand, but his left hand was still holding Bai Pinghua's left pulse, and sternly droned, and as he spoke, he put away a silver needle as thin as a hair without a trace. Bai Pinghua's thin body shook wildly like sifting chaff, and his two eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something very horrible. Yama, spare my life. I say everything. Then, not only did Bai Fanhua confess about the false information, he also provided his upline, as well as the approximate location where the goods might be hidden, and this was only the beginning. With the confession of the White Powder Hua, a few years ago, so far unsolved 2 cases of rape and murder, a home invasion, robbery and murder were White Powder Hua confessed. The most unbelievable thing is that the White Powder Hua not only will do their own bad original, detailed confession, and even those of his friends who have done bad things also confessed, which is proof of the words, brothers are a rope on the grasshopper. A mention of slip is a string. The police in charge of recording from 1 to 2, but with the White Powder Hua confessed more and more things, had to add another police. For a whole hour, the 3 policemen's hands were sore from memorizing. Luckily there was a video camera for the whole process, otherwise they doubted that the ones they missed would make the captain furious. I even stole $20 from my family when I was 10 years old. Fatty gently let go of his left hand and stepped back, then loudly hailed, White Pinghua, given that you're frank enough and didn't hide anything from me, you're amnestied to return to the earth. Go on. Fatty snapped his fingers after finishing his sentence. Bai Fanhua's unfocused eyes gradually became clear. When he saw Captain Zhao Qing, he knew that this time he was finished, completely finished. Depart. Zhao Qing snorted coldly and led the team away. Captain, don't forget me, Fatty shouted loudly as he chased after Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing looked at the fat man with an odd expression on his face and said to one of the police officers who stayed behind, remove this fat man's case file, let's forget about the racing thing tonight, find Shit Strong $2,000 and let him take the people to get out. Fat man, you can stay in the lounge for a while, come back in a while and I'll find you to talk about it. Zhao Qing finished speaking and then cleanly turned around to lead the team away. Captain, you can't say nothing. I'm a good citizen. I'm a great good citizen. I want to go home. The fat man tore his heart out and screamed miserably, and was pulled into the restroom by 2 police officers who couldn't stop laughing. The police action in the early hours of the morning broke up a drug cartel entrenched in Shangjing for many years, seized a large number of various types of drugs, arrested 6 core members of the drug cartel, more than 30 thugs, and seized a large number of firearms, ammunition, control knives. These, and the fat man has nothing to do with. He is lying in the lounge on the big bed snoring. It opened the door sound woke up the fat man, Zhao Qing full of red face into the lounge. Fatty quickly stood up, nodding and fawning. Captain. Sit down and say. Zhao Qing politely said. I don't dare, Captain, you say. Zhao Qing listened to the words of the fat man, felt that a twisted, this seemed déjà vu, as if the Chinese early war movies, the interpreter is so and the ghosts speak. Hurry up and sit down, your case file I have already let people withdraw. Now you are not only not a suspect, on the contrary, you are now a meritorious person. This time you have made a great achievement, to be heavily rewarded, Zhao Qing said in tears and laughter. The fat man, as if he ate a pill sitting on the sofa on all fours, heavy sigh of relief, said with a big grin, scared me to death. That's what, Captain, there is tea. Did not give me a cup of pouring, thirsty, snacks there is I have not eaten for quite a long time, give me some to get. Zhao Qing looked at the fat man, really want to give himself a slap, nothing to praise this fat man. Do what? This is not their own nothing to find a problem. Look at the fat man ambushed chewing, a plate of fried vegetables, a bowl of rice to very fast speed disappeared. Zhao Qing changed his face. Fatty, you haven't eaten for a few days, Zhao Qing asked in amazement. Fatty put down the second empty bowl and picked up the third large bowl full of rice and said, at least one day. No way, your family is so rich, you can't even eat, Zhao Qing shouted out of breath. After 0 o'clock in the morning is not even a new day, this do not understand, you also have too little sense of time. Fatty said. Zhao Qing has an impulse to whip the fat face of the fat man. Since telling the fat man to become a great success, this fat man has changed his fawning and pleasing appearance, and turned to the same as the grandpa, and to eat, and to drink, not at all to see the outside world. Eat, don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. Fatty saw Zhao Qing holding chopsticks, but not pinching the food, holding a bowl like a stone statue, couldn't help but remind him. This is a police station. Zhao Qing shouted angrily. I know, wasn't it you who insisted on keeping me here? You think I'm willing to come to this place, Fatty said disdainfully. Hurry up and eat and get lost, Zhao Qing gas said. Can go, you said earlier, Fatty heard this happy, rice do not eat, put down the chopsticks and walked toward the door. Zhao Qing only then reacted, he left the fat man as something to ask, how was the fat man? 3 words angry thinking confused it. Chapter 20, the police department is also poor. Come back, you can leave if you want to, tell me what tactics you used in the interrogation room. Zhao Qing roared as he slammed the table. It's called the soul-breaking finger, a master skill of the division, even if I tell you, it's useless. Fatty stunk. Soul-break finger, that how you also use the silver needle, Zhao Qing asked. What silver needle? The fat man played dumb. Know what I used to do? Fatty shook his head blankly. I used to do anti-pickpocketing, 2 years, I caught more than 600 thieves current, an average of 1 a day. Just with these eyes of mine, I was transferred into the criminal police force. The security in Shangjing is so bad, Fatty skimmed his lips. Zhao Qing was furious at Fatty's words and pointed at Fatty, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, you don't want to walk out of the police station. Fatty asked strangely, am I not a meritorious officer? Zhao Qing nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, yes, but if you don't give me a clear explanation, your bonus will be gone. Fatty heard this anxious, rushed back to the sofa, looking at Zhao Qing complained, why do not you say clearly? It is not the method of interrogation, you want to know what? Casually ask it. I did not say not to tell you, look at you anxious. Zhao Qing stared at the fat man, forcibly suppressing the fire in his chest. What is the name of your trick? Acupuncture, Zhao Qing asked. Fatty hemmed and hawed, from the back of the waist will be used out of the silver needle, in Zhao Qing's eyes shook, acupuncture and moxibustion, that is a Chinese medicine thing, I'm witch doctor, although the needle is acupuncture, but the interrogation of that will be, I'm not the use of acupuncture method, this silver needle is quenched poison, hardened poison. What poison? Zhao Qing shocked. You're asking me, Let me think about it. Seems to be a mixture of 5-step snake venom, red cherry scorpion venom, purple king spider venom, and the juice of red moss grass, yam fruit, and snake strawberry. Fatty thought about it and replied. Bullshit, can you pull it any more evil? Not to mention, 5-step snake poison. That's a poison that seals the throat at the sight of blood. If there was really 5-step snake poison, White Pink Hua would have hung up a long time ago. Zhao Qing retorted. Fatty disdain, uncultured, really terrible. I did not say that this is a mixture of poison. Know what red moss grass juice is used is to neutralize the toxin used. These things mixed together can make the toxin into a hallucinogenic, not to mention the interrogation, so that you are like a dream. Like a dream is not a problem at the end. The fat man also added a snake. Do not believe me to give you a try. I can let you feel yourself surrounded by countless beautiful women. Scram, am I that kind of person? Zhao Qing angrily said. Could it be that you like beautiful men? Okay, I don't look good. The fat man hemmed and hawed and laughed. Zhao Qing was speechless and breathed heavily, forcibly suppressing the urge to punch the fatty. Since it's a hallucinogen, why do you want to stab White Pink Hua's eyebrow? Hallucinogens act on the brain. The eyebrow is the closest distance from the brain. Of course, a direct stab to the head can also be, but that's not bluffing enough. You have to know that even taking pictures these days requires a scissor hands, doodle mouth styling, and without an OSS, wouldn't it look like I'm not intimidating enough? Fatty replied rightfully. Zhao Qing almost took a breath and carried it over. Then why are you grabbing White Pink Hua's pulse? Is it to keep his blood flowing? Zhao Qing asked after taking a few deep breaths. This is not a movie, but also the pulse door that is to calculate the pulse beating speed. At pulse beating speed slows down. I can open my mouth to ask. Zhao Qing felt that he had lived so many years to the dog's stomach. A simple question, he even gave thought to the complexity of it. Then why are you staring at the eyes of the white powder? Hua is a psychological implication. Of course not. Psychological implication. You have done a interrogation room eerie like Hades, plus a group of you gawking at the police. Does not look like a bull head and horse face. At pulse beating speed is just a standard, plus his pupil dilation, on a double insurance. So as not to waste me a needle. Zhao Qing was silent. Fatty waited for half a day and saw that Zhao Qing didn't open his mouth. And cautiously asked, Captain, is there anything else you want to ask? No more. Zhao Qing shook his head and said. Then you see when to send the bonus to me? Fatty asked with a fawning smile. Xiaolu! Zhao Qing shouted a voice. A police officer walked in quickly. Take this kid to the finance, send him his bonus, then go to the parking lot, find a tow truck and tow his Ford to his house. Zhao Qing ordered. That Ford is falling apart, don't we just tow it to the repair shop? The policeman asked kindly. What repair shop? We are police, not tow truck workers. Send him to his home, don't forget to ask for towing fees. Zhao Qing shouted in a bad mood. The young police officer saw the captain angry, did not dare to ask more questions, and took the fat man to leave in a hurry. When it came to the finances, there was another problem. The police department's bonus distribution, if you don't need to open a commendation meeting, it is directly from the police department's financial account to the account of the winner, but the fat man does not have an account, not to mention, but also have to cash. The police department's financial cash is only 1,200,000, but the clues provided by the white powder Hua can be solved by the case. A serious point of 50,000 bonuses. Lighter, there are also 1 or 2 million. Accumulating a foot of more than 300,000 yuan. So in front of the fat man there are two choices. One is the first to take the money, when the finance to take the money and then contact the fat man over to take. 2 is the fat man and then wait a few hours, such as the bank went to work directly to the bank to withdraw money. Fatty tilted his head and thought about it, holding the 120,000 cash in his arms, and said seriously, you guys aren't easy, so the rest of the money will be my donation to the police department. Finance is also a wonderful person, smiled and asked, then why don't you just donate even this 120,000? Fatty flatly refused, that's not possible, this is what I deserve. Finance laughed, then you come back next time to get good. No, I don't want to see your captain, that big black face, too scary, even if the people who are not guilty of being glaring at him have to spit out some stinky things. This shitty place, beat me to death, I don't want to come back again. Fatty shook his head. In the financial laughter, the fat man wrote down the donation, and then left the police station under the escort of police officer Xiao Lu. Chapter 21, The Secret Method of Cultivation. Son, are you alright? As soon as Fatty walked out of the door of the police station, Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jishing, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up and asked with concern. Fatty only felt warmth in his heart. Mom and Dad, let you worry, I'm fine, the police treat me quite well, but also invited me to eat a midnight snack. See, also sent me 120,000 bonus. Their big black-face captain is also ready to apply for me to the Outstanding Citizenship Award. Followed by the police officer. Lu rolled his eyes, did not break down the fat man's well-intentioned lies. Fatty comforted his parents and was about to get into the BMW parked next to the police station's gate when he saw Shit Strong waiting respectfully on the side of the road, looking at him with pitiful eyes. As soon as Fatty walked over, Shit Strong nodded his head and played pitiful. That big centipede should have been pretty much digested by you. There's no way for me to take it out, but you can pull it out. After Fatty finished speaking, he got into the car and it sped away. Dog Poop Strong froze for half a day, finally understood, kneeling on the ground and picking his throat desperately spit out. As for whether he could spit out a centipede leg, it would depend on how strong his digestive ability was. Sun Dawei's family returned to the villa not long. The police tow truck will be completely disfigured. Ford car delivered. As for the towing fee, that is just a joke. Coaxed his parents to rest, to make sure that the two old people have fallen asleep. Fat man and his sister, Sun, when tiptoed downstairs to the yard, the Ford trunk open, 3 large suitcases, a medium-sized travel bag is lying quietly in it. Piles of $100 bills were laid out on the carpet in Fatty's room, having an extremely powerful impact on the eyes. Brother, a total of 4,322,000, one person, 2,160,000, he, I'm a little rich woman now. Sun Wen excitedly waved her pink fists and lowered her voice to shout. This money all belongs to you. I won. The brother can still take the sister's money again. I also won money today. Fatty laughed and began to pull money out of his pocket. The loose tickets totaled $470, a large gold chain as thick as chopsticks, a white gold ring with diamonds, plus the prize money of $120,000. It was the first time in his life that Fatty had this much money. Brother, 2,116,000 for one person. Sun Wen insisted. Fatty knew that his sister was looking at her own poor, specially divided half of it to herself. Otherwise, according to the normal to share, this more than 4 million inside 72 million is Sun Wen's own private money. No, only brother gives sister money to spend. How can sister give brother money to spend? Fatty refused on principle. Older brother, just take it anyway, this money is also one. Sun Wen insisted on splitting it in half. Absolutely not, Fatty insisted not to. The two men were talking and their voices got louder. This pair of siblings is really extreme. Other people's brothers turned against each other so that they could get more money. This team of siblings is good. They even argued over getting less money. None of you need to share, leave this money to me and your mom for safekeeping. Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jishing didn't know when they appeared outside of Fatty's room, and with a single word, they decided where the money would go. Fatty and his sister looked at each other and completely wilted. This is called a fisherman's profit, Fatty said with tears in his eyes. After his parents and sister left, the room returned to tranquility. Fatty looked at the lightning sky, sighed and opened the 2 large rattan boxes. Not practicing sorcery since leaving Golden Phoenix Mountain, Fatty felt uncomfortable all over. Closing the door to his room tightly and drawing the curtains, Fatty sat cross-legged on the large bed and slowly closed his eyes. Colorful poisonous snakes swam out of the rattan box and converged beside Fatty. Dozens of 1-foot-long green-headed centipedes then climbed up the walls, forming bizarre patterns on the walls that were mysterious and difficult to decipher. A small colorful spider also climbed up the wall and climbed to the roof, spitting out spider silk, slowly sliding down from the roof, stopping at the top of Fatty's head, and began to interlock and weave their webs with each other. One by one, the small spider webs made up a large-sized spider web, with the upper end connecting to the roof, and the lower end connecting tightly to the carpet on the ground. The black widow spider stopped after climbing up the spider web above Fatty's head along the spider silk and waited quietly. Hundreds of thumb-sized, highly poisonous killer ants climbed up Fatty's body. Several large scorpions the size of fists erected their tail keelly and aimed at Fatty. Killer bees flew out of the hive and danced around the room on patrol. As the golden silkworms flew out from behind Fatty's ears, all the vipers opened their mouths and spat out a mass of greenish-colored mist towards Fatty. The black widow spider opened its fangs and a faint black mist enveloped Fatty's head. Several scorpions stung their tail chalars into Fatty's body, and the venom slowly flowed into Fatty's body by following the tubes in the tail chalars. And hundreds of killer ants gently bit through Fatty's skin and slowly injected their venom. If someone who was well versed in Chinese medicine was present, they would have been shocked to find that both the big scorpions and the killer ants, the positions where they attacked Fatty, were actually acupoints on the human body, and these acupoints had both a life gate and a death gate, but combined together, they formed a huge and complete meridian flow cycle. Sorcerers are divided into 5 realms according to the different levels of cultivation, which are breaking and standing, drawing poison and quenching the body, peering into the 3 realms, royal repulsion of all things, and breaking the cocoon and transforming the butterfly. In ancient history, wizards are as the emergence of evil. The world will be wizards as a flood of fierce beasts, but do not know that wizards refers to witch doctors and composters, witch doctors for this, composters as a complement. From the beginning of the emergence of wizards, this is the treatment of illnesses, to save people as a mysterious occupation. Just when the compulsion to show a huge power, the wizards of the heart of the evil by the strength of the powerful, noble status, endless wealth amplification, so that the witch doctors gradually declined, and the compulsive practitioners took over the mainstream. Save and kill is often in the human thought. A thought of good is God, a thought of evil is the devil. Throughout the ages, the fame and infamy are often evil-minded people, is because hatred is far more memorable than gratitude. Over time, the sorcerer has become the representative of the evil faction, symbolizing the evil and killing the western border of the people. More than thousands of millions can become a witch doctor with more than a few, but really can be called a sorcerer is like a phoenix hair is a few, is because countless people are stuck in the first realm of the broken and then stand, cannot break through the broken and then stand, will not be able to really learn to the sorcerer of this mysterious profession. If you want to become a sorcerer, you have to fulfill several conditions. First, male. Second, with a yin vein. Third, have a good master to bring to the door. Fatty's luck was not good, because he was born with a 9 extinct vein. If there was no miracle, 20 years old was his life. However, Fatty's luck was extremely good, precisely because he was born with a 9 extinct vein. He was accepted as a disciple by a top sorcerer, and both his life and his destiny changed drastically. The man with the 9 extinct vein, Pooh, went out of the potential to become a top sorcerer. What is broken and then stand? 9 extinct vein represents death. Death and then life that is broken and then stand. The old sorcerer daily to weak poison immersion fat body. Every 2 years the toxicity increased by 1%. The fat man was 18 years old that year, can already be immersed in the pure poison in the middle of the unharmed, can be said to be the old sorcerer to solve the fat man 9 extinct vein of the end of the certainty of death, and at the same time to help the fat man arrived at the peak realm of the draw poison quenching the body. To know, the old sorcerer has lived 120 years, practicing sorcery since childhood, so far has been more than 100 years. But also only to the late stage of peeping into the 3 worlds, want to reach the realm of the royal repulsion of all things, can only look at God whether to be merciful or not. This was also the real reason why Fatty was unharmed after being bitten by the poisonous insect, but the poisonous insect was poisoned to death instead. Fatty's bodily fluids were no different from a normal person's, but his blood was highly poisonous. But if it was paired with certain kinds of herbs, it could be turned into a divine medicine that could turn flesh and white bones and turn life and death. So it could be said that Fatty was now basically in the same realm as the Tang monk. Several hours later, Fatty seemed to notice something and gently exhaled a breath. This breath was as thick as substance, turquoise as jade, condensed in the air for a long time. All the poisonous insects, as if hungry people saw a huge piece of bread, frantically pounced on it, only to see the fat man around the poisonous insects jumping and grabbing the food. In the twinkling of an eye will be the emerald green air mass divided and devoured. The golden silkworm in the air once again fluttering, thin wings waving, circling around for a week. All the poisonous insects are the fastest speed back to the two big boxes. If not the spider web like mosquito netting exists around Fatty's body, I'm afraid it is difficult to think of what has just happened. The golden silkworm returned to the back of the fat man's ear, spitting out a sharp spike, slowly piercing into the blood vessels behind the fat man's ear. Every sorcerer has their own instinctive compulsion. Sorcerers need to capture the compulsion kind to feed on. When encountering a life-threatening situation, they can even give up their instinctive compulsion, and although their strength will be weakened afterward, as long as they recapture their instinctive compulsion, they will be able to recover very quickly. However, Fatty's instinctive compulsion was completely different from other sorcerers. The golden silkworm belonged to the topmost point in the insect pyramid. No insect could compare to it, and after the golden silkworm became an intrinsic compulsion, it only had the only food, and that was the master's essence blood. Every day's food accumulated for a year, equivalent to 1,000 milliliters of blood donated by Fatty in a year. In Fatty's words, 1 drop of essence and 10 drops of blood, 1 drop of blood and 10 eggs. This loser, gold silkworm, had to eat several chicken farms in a year. Sun woke up sleep. Mom gently knocked on the door and asked in a low voice. Wake up, Fatty hastily responded. After opening his eyes, Fatty felt that everything around him seems to have changed slightly, but he did not deliberately pay attention to, directly ignored the past. Fatty took out a lighter, chow a hit, in the side of the spider silk, a stroke, boom, dense spider webs instantly burn, just in the blink of an eye will be reduced to the naked eye indistinguishable from the dust. The whole room seems to be nothing has happened. Fatty opened the door of the room and smiled nervously. Sun, Dr. Fong is here and said he wants to take you to school, hurry downstairs. Jolie laughed happily. Fatty answered, while going downstairs with his mom, casually asked, Mom, where is my old sister? Jolie said, going to school, the last 2 months of senior year. After half a month the film academy is going to be interviewed, and I don't know if this girl will be able to get in. My old sister is so smart, she will definitely be able to get in, Mom, you can rest assured. Fatty laughed. Descending the stairs, he saw that Fang Yuan was already waiting on the sofa in the living room. Chapter 22, A Chance Encounter. Eldest senior brother, woke up from your sleep? Fang Yuan smiled and got up to greet him. Fatty nodded his head and replied, but in his heart he said, I'm not waking up from sleep, I'm not sleeping at all. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the tutor. You'll follow the tutor in these 2 months, and then you'll follow me in the next semester. Fang Yuan greeted Jolie and then walked towards the gate as he spoke. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet, muttered Fatty. I booked a table at the Jingwang mansion, we'll eat there at noon. Fang Yuan casually replied. Jingwang mansion. Jolie immediately pulled the Fatty on hearing this and pulled out a gold card from her pocket and shoved it into the Fatty's hand. The password is your birthday, you can't let Dr. Fang break the bank. Jolie admonished. Fatty nodded and casually stuffed the card into his pocket. The car left the villa area. Fang Yuan said while driving, who sent you that bag of snacks? Ga Rung Wei. Yesterday, fell on your car right? Fatty replied casually. Ga Rung Wei, strange, it's something in the bucket inside 100,000 cash, there is a bank card. Fang Yuan said. Fatty's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he turned around in a flash, yanking over the bag containing the snacks and holding it in his arms. Fang Yuan well understood Fatty's petty character and smiled as he continued to focus on driving. Do you want to share half of it with the meeting? Fatty looked at Fang Yuan, and then looked at the banknotes in the bag that were not even torn from the bank plastic seal, and asked weakly. What do you think? Fang Yuan snickered. Got the money and the card go to you, I'm not poor now. Fatty sighed and said, throwing the brick-like banknotes to the back row and stuffing the bank card into Fang Yuan's pocket. Yo, haven't seen you for a few years, when was my big senior brother so generous? I remember that year I went back to see you and master, your kid didn't even share half of the roasted centipede with me. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Fatty shook his head and sighed, you are also running to 50 people, even the wife does not have. I this when the big brother also have to consider more for you. You kid when to check my account? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Fatty skimmed his lips and said, I am not interested in checking the account of an old virgin. Well, how do you know that? Fang Yuan asked in surprise. Looked it out, Fatty replied rightfully. When did you learn how to read faces? Fang Yuan did not take this seriously and asked with a smile. I am a sorcerer, not a face reader, not to mention a street stall to cheat money. I not only know that you are an old virgin, but also know that you will be promoted in 3 days. Fatty rolled his eyes and said. Haha, that you kid is wrong. In 31 I'm already the head of internal medicine in the West building. 1 has no background, 2 have no power and wealth. There is no room for promotion. If I were a different person, I wouldn't have been fooled by you. Fang Yuan shook his head and laughed. Too lazy to talk to you. The fat man said disdainfully, tore open a packet of dried pork and casually took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunching, Fang Yuan braked sharply. The fatty almost stabbed the dried pork into his throat. Are you a traffic cop or a bumper car? Have you so stopping the car? Fang Yuan put down the window probe angrily. The traffic cop walked to the driver's seat, saluted and said, Sir, please pull over and turn off the engine. Fang Yuan looked at the roadside parked the minibus police car, as well as a row of various signs of the sedan, cursed a bad luck. According to the instructions of the traffic police will be parked on the side of the road, turn off the car. What in the world? Fang Yuan said unhappily. Sir, please show your driving license and driver's license. The traffic police said. The fat man looked at the traffic police and thought. The traffic policeman took the 2 certificates that Fang Yuan took out, the driver's license to the person, the driving license to the car, and quickly finished the check, but did not return the 2 certificates to Fang Yuan, but spoke, Sir, just now you pulled over without a turn signal. According to the traffic safety regulations, the fine is 200 yuan and 3 points deduction. Fang Yuan was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for the traffic police suddenly jumping out from the side of the road, he wouldn't have braked sharply. If it wasn't for the traffic police telling him to pull over, he wouldn't have forgotten to hit the turn signal. When Fang Yuan saw those sedans on the roadside, he immediately understood the reason. Although these sedans have different logos and styles, but have a common point price, are not more than 100,000 yuan, belonging to the low-grade car. In the country, a little bit of strength, the background of the people will not open this kind of car. This is clearly the traffic police in order to complete the monthly fine task, to engage in a trick. Second senior brother, give the money, he has a bloodbath and is going to have bad luck, let's not be a backstabber for him. Fatty advised in a low voice. Fatty's voice was small, only enough for Fang Yuan to hear. Fang Yuan looked at the fatty suspiciously and pulled out $300. The traffic policeman was overjoyed and did not hesitate to take the money, not even opening the fine, waving his hand and saying, seeing that you have a better attitude, the points will not be deducted, and pay attention to driving in the future. Fang Yuan forced down the fire in his heart and took back the 2 licenses. The traffic police completed this single transaction, re-established their eyes on the vehicles traveling on the road. As long as it is more than 300,000 sedan, inside the driver did not fasten the seatbelt, phone, smoking and drinking tea, all turn a blind eye. Fang Yuan had just started the car and was ready to leave when the fat man pressed his hand. Senior brother, first do not rush to go, you did not say that I lied to you. Well, you see what I said is not allowed. Fatty said. Fang Yuan will be convinced to hang the neutral gear and pull the handbrake, looking out the car window. After a full 5 minutes, in addition to the traffic police made 2 more transactions. What has not happened? Fang Yuan was a little impatient, and was about to say a word to the fat man and leave, when he saw a scene that made him extremely shocked. A small Alto slowly drove over, the traffic police violently jumped out from the roadside, stopped on the road. The small Alto speed was not fast, a foot sharp braking finally did not hit the traffic police. Originally, the next should be the same as Fang Yuan's, but in the traffic police ready to go to the driver's seat, a red car shadow came at a fast speed, a loud bang, the red Ferrari sports car ruthlessly crashed into the small Alto's ass. By the huge impact, the small Alto as a cannonball like a projectile forward ejection, will stop the car of the traffic police flew out at once. flew a foot 6 or 7 meters before landing. In the instant the Ferrari hit the small Alto, the owner of the Ferrari, because he didn't wear a seatbelt, directly crashed through the front windshield, and crashed through the small Alto's rear windshield. Screams rang out from inside the small Alto, and from the outside, you could see that the owner of the Ferrari had his head flattened, and red and white things were gushing out along the wounds, and he obviously couldn't drive senior brother. Now you believe that my trick is not a trick. Fatty fastened his seatbelt, picked up the dried pork, and said indifferently. Fang Yuan didn't drive. Instead he took out his cell phone and dialed Master's number at the top of Golden Phoenix Mountain, then told him what just happened as it was. Yes, I understand, this brat really got lucky. I know Master, I will watch him. Yes, Fang Yuan answered back to back and hung up the phone. What did Master say? Fatty asked vaguely. The pork jerky was about to burst his mouth. Master said that you have reached your bottleneck. As long as there is an opportunity, you can break through your current realm, Fang Yuan said enviously. Then what did Master say about me being able to read faces? Fatty asked. Master said that this is normal after reaching the bottleneck. It is considered a benefit before the realm breakthrough. When you really break through the bottleneck, you will know how powerful the next realm is. Fang Yuan replied. Fatty patted his chest and said, luckily, I thought that Master would think that I had switched to the art of Maoshan and was going to expel me from the Master school. Get lost, the person that Master loves the most is you. Even if you did something unconscionable and bad, Master won't expel me. Yes, you won't be expelled, but Master will clean up the door with his own hands. Fang Yuan said with hatred. The fat man broke the rearview mirror over, looked carefully, and said seriously, such a lovely handsome little fat man, at first glance is a gentleman, how can he do bad things that are not good for heaven and earth? Narcissism, Fang Yuan scoffed. Old virgin. The fat man counterattacked sharply. You foodie. Old virgin. You dead fatty. Old virgin, old virgin, old virgin. Fang Yuan was called by the fat man with a mouthful of old virgin fire, grabbed the fat man and ravaged him, finally letting the fat man soften. The car is parked outside a hutong. Fang Yuan took the fat man into the hutong on foot. King Jing's residence is in the middle of this hutong. To the left and right of the gate stood stone lions with teeth and claws. At the gate stood two beauties in ancient palace costumes, holding silk handkerchiefs inside their hands. After seeing the membership card that Fang Yuan had taken out, they respectfully said 10,000 blessings and welcomed the two of them in. Elder brother, are they tired of holding such a big flower pot on top of their heads? Fatty asked in a low voice. The palace maidens are all dressed like this, and all the service staff inside the King Jing's mansion are dressed in palace attire. This is called mood. Fang Yuan laughed. Fatty rolled his eyes. The flower pot on top of this palace maid's head weighed at least 2 pounds. He felt exhausted for the other palace maid. Suddenly, as if Fatty felt something, he violently turned his head in the direction, and between the green trees, a beautiful shadow flashed. As if the fat man was possessed, his footsteps did not stop, but he turned his direction and chased after the direction where the pretty shadow disappeared. In Shangjing, King Jing's mansion is by no means inferior to Shangjing Hotel or Hilton Hotel. Those two places can go in as long as you have money, whereas here, it only entertains members, and this membership card of mine was still given to me by a full minister. I heard that King Jing's residence invited the personal disciples of the ancient imperial palace chef. This is still my second time to come. Last time there was a plate of stewed elbows. I almost chewed the bones down, Fang Yuan said while following the palace maid to go inward. A turn of the head, the fat man is gone, passing through a round archway. Fatty finally saw the owner of the beautiful shadow that attracted him here, and then, Fatty's pair of small eyes that were only 32A froze into 35D. Chapter 23, Mixed Beauty. This woman has a head of smooth chestnut-colored hair, without any restrictions on the long hair draped over the back of the head, with the wind blowing, strands of hair in the air elegantly dancing. A common tight naval t-shirt will not only be the superstorm of the arc of the breasts outlined, but also that does not win a hold of the small waist completely exposed, flat without a trace of flab in the center of the belly, a teardrop diamond navel ring mischievous with the breasts slightly swinging small and erect small buttocks, wrapped by a pair of jean shorts. Let the fat man has a kind of touch and impulse. This woman is even more exaggerated is that a pair of straight and round, more than 1 point is fat, less than 1 point is thin, not more or less just right long legs. Fat man estimated that the body of this beautiful woman has 3/5 of the body are accounted for by this pair of long legs. Especially under the feet of a pair of high-heeled sandals, but also the woman's body appears more tall. General Chinese women's skin, even if white, is also ivory white, slightly with a little light yellow, but the color of this woman's skin is beige, but also the white of Thai fragrant rice, white crystal clear, white without a trace of flaws. If the white of the face is the efficacy of cosmetics, but if even the small waist and long legs are beige, this skin can be absolutely natural. Fatty's side was playing tailgate, and Feng Yuan over there was brought into the box by the palatial beauty. If you run into that fatty, bring him here, Feng Yuan said to the palatial beauty, with a headache. What's wrong, brother? Feng Lijia, who had already taken his seat, asked, strangely. I asked you to help bring the fat man for 2 months. That's a turn of the head, and I don't know where he ran off to. By the way, how did you get in here? I remember you're not a member here. Feng Yuan was puzzled. You are not. Tell me your membership card number. Well then tell them your name, set the box number, they will bring us in, Li Jia replied. You brought your younger siblings and my great-nephew? Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Li Jia shook his head and smiled bitterly. If only, I still want to bring my wife and child over to have a good time. But those who work go to work and those who go to school. I brought a student over, an exchange student from Smith College of Medicine, and I don't know from whom I heard about the Jingwang Palace, and in the morning when I was in class I had one more mouthful, and I was pestered by this student, and I have no recourse. Feng Yuan realized and laughed. Just one more person and one more pair of chopsticks, it's not a big deal. Where is he? Enjoy the scenery to go, a moment to come back. Let's first order food into. Anyway, on the food is still a little while at waiter. Fatty stood under the sun, do not flash and do not hide, people come and go, as if nothing, the fat man is so straight hooked. He looked at the beautiful woman in the bushes under the tree, sunlight through the gaps between the leaves, the dappled light projected onto the beautiful body, as if covered with a holy coat. Whenever the breeze messed up the hair, the woman will stretch out the slender right hand, gently will knot good hair to the back of the ear. Every move, a smile, are so natural, so infinite flavor. Fatty felt that no matter what this woman looked like, just a back, a side, let him fall deep into it. The beauty under the shade of the tree seemed to sense Fatty's lewd gaze, turned her head to look in the direction where Fatty was, frowned in disgust, and stepped away with her long legs. With just a glimpse, Fatty felt his heart rate double or triple. Never a melon face with a conical chin, slightly raised eyebrow bones, bright eyes that seemed to contain water, a small nose that was high and delicate, slightly thin lips, plus the exotic flavor of a never a Chinese chick. Even with a slight frown of disgust, Fatty felt his heart fluttering immensely. Without a moment's hesitation, Fatty pulled out his legs and chased after her. The door of the box was pushed open from the outside, and a fragrant wind poured in. Li Jiao looked up and smiled. Feng Yuan took a look and froze. Female good guy, you are preparing to glow in the second spring. Feng Yuan squeezed his eyes at Li Jia and asked. Li Jia slapped his forehead. Feng Yuan was curious when he heard this obviously mixed-race foreign girl speak in extremely standard Mandarin. Mr. Li wouldn't dare, Master Mother is very powerful. In Chinese, Mr. Li is a wife's wife. You can speak Mandarin. Feng Yuan sort of knew why Li Jia slapped his forehead. Her Mandarin is more standard than most Chinese speakers, and she is fluent in English, Japanese, French, Italian, and Spanish. Lotus language, this is our school's doctoral supervisor, Dr. Feng Yuan. Feng, Dr. Feng is also the head of internal medicine at the Shangjing 31 Military General Hospital. Brother Feng, her name is Natalie, her Chinese name is Lotus language, the language of the lotus flower. Li Jia hurriedly introduced the two sides to each other, or to use this, to resolve the embarrassment. Hello Dr. Feng, my name is Natalie Berman, my mother is Chinese, so I have loved Chinese culture since I was a child. You can call me by my Chinese name, Lotus language. I'm sorry to bother you, Lian language said very politely. You're welcome, the visitor is a guest, please have a seat, the food will come up in a while. How is the scenery of King Jing's mansion? Fan Yuan asked with a smile. Lian Yu frowned and said, the scenery is very good, but there is a particularly lewd fat man who has been following me, making this beautiful scenery not beautiful at all. Fan Yuan was about to speak when he saw the fat man crashing in from outside the door stupidly. It's this fat guy. Lian Yu saw the fat guy and screamed as she jumped behind Li Jia, pointing at the fat guy. What's wrong with me, second senior brother? Why are you here? The fat man just wanted to inquire, when he saw Fan Yuan with a bad face. Fan Yuan understood that the lewd fat man in Lian Yu's mouth was his own eldest senior brother. Humiliating. Before humiliating, at least the scope was still under control. Now it's good. Humiliating all the way to a foreign country. What are you up to? Stalking, tailing, you think you are a trolley wolf? Fan Yuan reprimanded with hatred. Fatty, as if seeing Fan Yuan for the first time, asked in surprise, second senior brother, you have also seen the tailing series? Looking at Li Jia, endure laughter, endure the pain of the expression. Fan Yuan has a very suicidal impulses. Of course, before suicide he must take out this disgraced eldest senior brother first, so as not to lose the face of the division. Hurry up and sit down. Fan Yuan squeezed out words from between his teeth. The fat man also realized that he had said the wrong thing and sat down beside Fan Yuan in embarrassment, but his eyes were glancing at this big beauty who was obviously of mixed blood. Li Jia, his name is Sun Dawei. In these 2 months, you will take the trouble to help me bring him up, and when the new semester starts I will transfer him inside my class. Dawei, this is Dr. Li Jia, the postgraduate tutor. For the next 2 months you will be studying under Dr. Li. Fan Yuan took 2 deep breaths and calmed down before introducing the fat man to Li Jia. Li Jia was just about to open his mouth to say a few polite words when Lian Yu's voice rang out. So this is China's characteristic relationship family, Lian Yu said, causing both Fan Yuan and Li Jia to be embarrassed. I originally thought that the medical school was a pure land, but I didn't expect that even doctoral supervisors could disregard the school rules and laws. Mr. Li Yu even agreed to such a rude request from the other party. I see that you guys are just raccoons of the same tribe. Lian Yu said excitedly. Fan Yuan and Li Jia looked at each other in dismay. Against such a straight-talking foreign girl, it was inappropriate to reason and rebuke. At this time, the fat man sitting beside Fan Yuan spoke up. Do you know why I followed you just now? The fat man fiddled with the teacup in front of him and asked indifferently. Colorful wolf. Lian Yu said disdainfully. Fatty shook his head and laughed. My master called me an eater. This is the first time I have heard the name Colorful Wolf. In fact, I followed you because I like you. Not only Fan Yuan and Li Jia, even Lian Yu froze. This should be considered love at first sight. Fatty laughed to himself. I admit that I'm a person with few advantages and many disadvantages, petty and careful, but I'm a person who remembers favors extraordinarily well. Maybe my second senior brother have forgotten. I was 4 years old, once playful in the mountain forest, lost. When the sky is dark, I was scared to death, but also by a leopard to stare at, that head of the leopard as if catching the mouse cat, a moment to pounce, a moment to hide, but just do not directly bite me to death. At that time, I was directly scared of peeing my pants. Li Jia cried and laughed as he looked at Fatty, not knowing what exactly Fatty was trying to do by saying this. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Fatty warily. When Lian Yu thought of the scene that Fatty was in at that time, she only felt goosebumps. For years old, encountering a full-grown leopard is almost a certain death. It's okay if you are bitten to death, but if you are teased like a cat and mouse, your spirit will collapse. However, after seeing Fatty sitting here with a good head on his shoulders, Lian Yu knew that there was more to Fatty's words. Just when I was teased by the leopard all over the body, the second master brother is like a heavenly god from the sky, a weak scholar, hands are powerless, even in the face of the leopard fight to the death, although by the leopard clawing and biting all over the body, but blocked me behind me, not a step to retreat, just with this courage, hold out until our master arrives. The second master fainted after seeing the master, and was unconscious for 3 whole days. The master didn't punish me, but I compensated him for 3 days by the side of the second master. He had a high fever and was talking nonsense. I always thought he was dying, Do you know what the nonsense he was talking about? Li Jia and Lian Yu had already been taken into the scene by the fat man's description, and shook their heads in succession to indicate that they didn't know Li Jia and Lian Yu had already been taken into that scene by the fat man's description, and shook their heads in succession to indicate that they didn't know, and shook their heads repeatedly to indicate that they didn't know. When second senior brother was unconscious, he was still screaming for Fatty to hide behind me. Fatty, be careful, Fatty, run. Lian Yu's eyes gradually moistened, to be able to still think of others in such a situation, no matter how this person's style was, at least this person's character was absolutely fine. Second senior brother thought that master accepted him as a disciple because of his hard work for several years. In reality, master accepted him as a disciple because second senior brother desperately protected me. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Of course he didn't know such things. From that time onwards, I swore that second senior brother is my closest and dearest relative. Lian Yu, you just insulted my kin, so please apologize. The fat man's voice said without the slightest bit of emotion. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Chapter 24, Spicy Hands Destroy Flowers. Lian Yu froze for a moment. In fact, she had already felt that the truth was not what she thought when she heard Fatty's account, but her character did not allow her to bow down to others. Even if Fatty said something good and how moved he was, it could not change the fact that Fang Yuan had arranged a relationship through the back door, nor could it change Fatty's lewd appearance in her mind. No, I refuse to apologize. Lian Yu replied firmly and incomparably. Fatty nodded slightly and slowly raised his head, looking towards Lian Yu, who was sitting across the table, and said in a single word, "Then it will be your life." The teacup that had been grasped by the fat man in his left hand pinged and was pinched. The fat man raised his right hand and violently slapped on the desktop in front of him. At the same time his body exploded and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. The table across the center seemed to have been installed with explosives and exploded into fragments. The fat man's figure went through the dusty mist of wood shavings formed by the table fragments and appeared in front of Lian Yu. His right hand clasped the slender neck of Lian Yu from the bottom to the top, and his body didn't stop, and had been toppling Lian Yu onto the wooden wall of the box, and the height difference between the fat man and Lian Yu's feet could not touch the ground. Breathing became more and more difficult. "Don't!" Fang Yuan shouted with urgency and shock. Fatty was unmoved, staring coldly into Lian Yu's eyes, and slowly began to add force on his fingers. "Sun Dawei, I order you, stop it!" Fang Yuan shouted angrily. The fatty froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Fang Yuan. After seeing the fat man's gaze, Li Jia was so scared that he stomped back 3 steps and sat on his butt on the ground. This is how a pair of eyes are, completely without a trace of emotion, cold as if made of ice, although there is no expression on the face, but if substantial pressure came to the face, using the novel's unique vocabulary to describe, this is the killing aura. Eldest brother, she just doesn't know the situation. Don't do it. This is the modern society, not Golden Phoenix Mountain, not the Western frontier. Killing is a crime. You don't want to let your parents fall into the pain, right? Do you not want to participate in my wedding? I am also going to let you go to ask the master to come to give me as a witness, ask you to be my best man. Fang Yuan's voice put on a very soft voice, said softly. Fang Yuan's voice was very soft, and he said softly. Fatty's gaze gradually became softer as he nodded slightly and said, "Okay." Second senior brother Fang Yuan was finally relieved. But deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins are hard to escape. Fatty's words again brought Fang Yuan's heart to his throat. The fat man bit through his middle finger and roared in a cold voice, "Bibugugu, Keter, Jus de coco." As the raw and incomprehensible words came out from the fat man's mouth, the temperature in the entire box plummeted, and the gloomy winds whistled. But the shocking thing was that although everyone in the box could feel the whistling winds comparable to that of a typhoon, whether it was the curtains or the corners of the clothes, not even the curtains or the corners of their clothes, and even their hair didn't flutter up a bit. "That son of a bitch is tired of living. How dare he make trouble in my territory?" Just as Fatty's spell came to an end, a furious shout resounded outside the door, and then the door to the compartment was kicked open from the outside, and a young man who looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old at most rushed in with a group of brawny men. As soon as the young man saw the scene in the room, He was instantly enraged, especially when he saw Lian Yu's exotic, yet perfectly blended Chinese female beauty. He pulled out a blackened pistol from his pocket, aimed it at Fatty, and bellowed, "Let go of that girl." Fatty's pupils shrunk violently, his body shape exploded and flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he even crossed a distance of several meters and arrived in front of the young man. Surprise, the fat man burst out. The entire box in the wind instantly converged on the fat man's fingertips, still with blood beads of the finger pointing at the young man's brow. Fatty did all this and did not stay, but will just be lotus language to get up all the fire in the gang of uninvited guests. First a hand knife chopped in the young man holding the gun on the wrist, in the process of the pistol down, the other hand raised, snapped on the pistol. The pistol was like a stringed arrow shot out, crashed in the wooden wall, smashed into a shattered. Then the fat man rushed into the crowd of strong men who had already prepared to attack like a downhill tiger. This group of strong men wearing a colorful black undershirt, revealing bulging muscles, but in front of the fat man cannot even last a photo. The fat man flashed close to the fight. Whoever was close to him, all in an instant lost their fighting ability, fell to the ground and let out a scream. Before and after less than a minute, in addition to the young man, he brought a large number of his men fell. It looks very alarming. Fatty stood in the middle of the pile of people, breathing calmly, his face recovered as normal, as if all this just now had nothing to do with him. "Do you know who I am?" The young man, who had absolutely no physical discomfort other than his dislocated wrist, angrily roared at Fatty. "I don't care who you are," Fatty disdainfully said, fiercely taking a step in the direction of where the young man was. The young man stepped back in fear, but tripped over the legs of the table that had fallen sideways and fell with a plop. Sirens, brakes, and disorganized footsteps sounded, and this time the police arrived with exceptional speed. "Freeze, hands up." A very uninspired opening statement. The fat man obediently raised his hands high under the threat of the blackened muzzles of a dozen pistols. "Huh, it's you again, Fatty." A familiar voice rang out. Zhao Qing, who had just met last night and had even treated Fatty to a midnight snack, walked up to Fatty. He, so it's the captain. I realized that the two of us are really destined for each other. This is great." The fat man immediately revealed a fawning smile when he saw that it was an acquaintance, and he was a different person from what he was just now, as if he was a god of killing. "Good deal, my ass." Zhao Qing cursed after checking the injuries of the group of brawny men, clipping the fatty's hands behind his back and snapping on the handcuffs. "Hurry up and find someone to ask for connections. It's best to settle the matter privately. Things have gotten too big. If it goes to court, at least it's a serious injury. A few years in jail won't escape," Zhao Qing said in a lowered voice, while clasping the fat man's hands together. To this fat man, Zhao Qing still has a very good feeling. "Who am I going to ask?" the fat man cried out. "Who do I ask to go?" Zhao Qing escorted the fatty out of King Jing's mansion. The ambulance arrived quickly. Fang Yuan contacted his friends to solve this matter while saying to the doctor who carried the stretcher in, "I am Fang Yuan from the 31 Military Region General Hospital. These people will be pulled directly to 31." Although Fang Yuan can by no means cover the sky with just his hands in the 3-1 Military Region General Hospital, but at least that is also considered his turf. The other doctors always have to give a little bit of face, try to write a little lighter in the examination of injuries, and it is also more convenient to intercede. A woman with a face as delicate as a doll walked in from the front door, greeting acquaintances along the way and walking to the box where the incident occurred. "Yo, third brother, what kind of game are you playing?" "A police battle kickoff." The woman looked at the young man whose face was so gloomy that it could drip ink and said, "That damn fat man, I have to make you duck feathered chicken blood." "Cannot." The young man gritted his teeth and said, 301 Military Region General Hospital Emergency Building. Fang Yuan accompanied these big wasted guys to do the whole checkup. These people hurt all the joints, such as wrists and ankles, elbows and knees. It looks like it should be dislocated. Life-threatening is absolutely not, but the sound of these people screaming miserably is even more exaggerated than the killing of a pig. It was already busy enough. Emergency building froze and got even more chaotic by this group of guys. A middle-aged doctor out of the X-ray room, holding a stack of just out of the film, walked to the side of Fang Yuan, shook his head and said, Director Fong, this is not a good thing to do. Fong Yuan heart thumped, to just traumatic injuries, at most to pay a little money to find a relationship to the boss of the King of King's house to make amends, apologize to the almost alright, but if this gang of guys is too sick, then it is enough to criminal offense, but if you do not know the truth, then it is not enough to do the right thing, then it's enough to be a criminal offense, and the difficulty rises linearly. Old Mang, how not good to do? Fong Yuan asked in a low voice. I think they are just dislocated joints, it's not a big deal, right Dr. Mang smiled bitterly, look at the film, if it is dislocated, I'll just connect them all up, but now the problem is that, if they are dislocated, I'll just connect them all up. If it was a dislocation, I would have attached it to all of them, but the problem now is that their joints were first dislocated, and then attached with a very complicated technique. Fong Yuan, who also had the title of orthopedic authority in 31, took a look at the film and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In terms of orthopedic injuries and surgeries, Fong Yuan is definitely an authoritative figure in Huaxia, and sports injuries are also considered to be a good hand. He thinks he has already seen all the orthopedic injuries, such as bone cracks, bone fractures, comminuted fractures, etc. But this is the first time that he has seen such a bizarre orthopedic injuries that make people feel particularly tangled at a glance. These tablets show exactly the same injury, as if the joint was first pulled out of joint, then twisted a dozen degrees, and then tilted a few degrees to connect, so that the tendon, that is, the ligament is caught in the joint, because of the angle, want to reset by manipulation. As Dr. Meng said, there is no way to get it, because if you're not careful, you'll injure the ligaments. Don't think that the ligaments are very strong elasticity, but the strength is not as strong as imagined. It would be very, very troublesome to connect the ligaments again. But if through the surgical method, it is even more tangled, because surgery is generally based on fixing, connecting, and removing the broken bones. Wanting to treat this kind of injury is faced with a problem, whether to cut off the ligaments to reset the bones and then connect the ligaments, or to get the bones first and then consider the ligaments. It's a complete dilemma. Why don't we ask Wang Lao to come over and take a look? Dr. Meng suggested. In 301, Wang Lao is considered a top figure in bone-setting. Elder Wang took a vacation yesterday. Where am I going to find Elder Wang? Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. That's the end, Director Fong. You see how this report is written. This injury is light and serious, Dr. Meng asked with the same bitter smile. Dead fatso, just giving me a hard time. Fong Yuan shook his head helplessly as he thought, and opened his mouth to say, drag it out a bit, if it's really not possible, let's treat it as a minor injury, and try to lean towards minor injuries. Dr. Meng nodded, I'm afraid this is the only way. Fatty was escorted to the assault vehicle. A look, good guy, it was filled with people, bald, arm and chest tattoos, neck with a large gold chain, obviously are not good people. Captain, I'm a good citizen. Do not put me and these seem to be criminals together. Fatty pleaded. Chapter 25, Who is a good citizen? The gang of guys in the charging car laughed and laughed when they heard Fatty's words, and one by one, they moved the muscle mass on their bodies, provoking and demonstrating to Fatty. Zhao Qing slapped the back of the fat man. Hate iron not steel. Scolded, you kid also dare to say that they are good people. Jing Wanfu 18 professional fighters, was your kid a person? Hit the broken arms and legs, good people to all be you this kind of good people. We police all change into special forces. Got. Zhao Qing's words just fell, the punch car inside the laughter, provocative sounds all disappeared in an instant. All the people in the car neatly looked at their own toes, the atmosphere did not dare to utter a sound. Fatty had no choice but to climb on the assault vehicle. This group of guys from the back began to squeeze forward. The original has been full of assault vehicles, frozen an instant to vacate a large piece of open space, the fat man not to mention sitting there. Even if it is lying on all fours there is no problem. The assault vehicle to the police station. When the first police and the fat man greeted, all the guys in the car, they were all glad that they didn't provoke in the car just now, otherwise the unlucky ones would definitely be them. Yo Fatty, you only left in the early hours of this morning, you miss us so soon, the police officer who was in charge of the interrogation last night asked with a smile. Don't mention it, I'm simply in bad luck. Fatty helplessly laughed bitterly. The passageway inside the police station. Yo fatty, you're liking the police station now, right? You've come to hang around again, without even arriving for a day. This was the cop who was in charge of records last night. Haha fatty, good color. Ah Xiao Zhang, hurry to the fat man to the handcuffs unlocked. I happen to have 2 suspects on my side. Can not ask something. It let the fat man to help ask. This is the vice captain. That gang of guys who do not look like a good person shrunk their necks in unison. Let the fat man to help interrogate the suspects. What does this mean? Of course they can't possibly link the fat man and the secret arts together. We'll only think of the fat man's body is very powerful, the hand is very, very hard, to help the police interrogation. In case of trouble, the police come to a sentence that this fat man is a temporary worker, and immediately all the trouble can be sent away. What are you looking at? Hurry up and hand over the questions. A young police officer holding an interrogation book walked up to a punk who had just been arrested and scolded in a stern voice, "Police, I say, I confess everything. I did 3 robberies last year and stole 2 cars." Not only this punk, even the other police officers in charge of the interrogation, even the punks who were not greeted by the police were very self-conscious about confessing their problems. The police looked at each other, and then looked at the back of the fat man, and laughed happily. Walking into the interrogation room, there was no suspect at all. As the vice captain said, it was simply empty. The vice captain shoved his cell phone into the fatty's hand and lowered his voice. "You're in big trouble this time. The boss of the Jingwan mansion is the 3rd grandson of Tang Lao's favorite. Think for yourself if there's any relationship that you can talk to, and try to make it a big deal or you're sure to be in jail for this meal." 3rd grandson, Fatty asked in surprise. "Well, 3rd grandson," the vice captain affirmed. 3 grandchildren. Ah, this 3 grandchildren, this idiot 3 grandchildren, what the hell? Fatty sighed repeatedly. The vice captain then heard the meaning of the fat man's words, and immediately burst into tears and laughter. 3 grandchildren, just like your grandpa, are both curses that are widely circulated in the Shangjing city. Don't be poor, get a grip. The vice captain laughed. Fatty was grateful to the vice captain, but the problem was, he was out of the deep forest. Even if he wanted to find a relationship, he had to know people. "A vice team, you'd better find me a detention room with a bathroom." Fatty bitterly laughed and returned the phone to the vice captain. "Why do you want to take a bath in broad daylight?" asked the vice captain in disbelief. "Wash your ass and wait to sit through the bottom of the jail," Fatty replied rightfully. The lieutenant was speechless. All up to this point, how this fat man is still so nonsensical. Tang Yichen looked at the information about the fat man in his hands. His face showed a cold smile. Jing Wang Fu, a noon income does not matter, even if the loss of 10 days and half a month, for Tang Yichen is also just a hair's breadth. But the problem is, he is Tang Lao's favorite little grandson, he represents the face of Tang Lao. This day was actually by a fat man who did not know from where to come out of the face. This mouth of bad gas, how can be easily swallowed? Ha! Tang Yichen let out a long yawn, even the tears were down, only then ordered, "Jixing International Trade Company, let people find trouble, sealed, bank account frozen, first cut off their funds." Tang Yichen's secretary immediately went out to handle this matter. This kind of small matter, naturally does not need Tang Yichen to step in. "Third brother, that fatty will be left to me." The pretty girl with a face as delicate as a doll said in a deep voice. "Oh." Tang Yichen looked at the family's youngest sister in surprise. Among the 3rd generation of the Tang family, Tang Yan's age was only 19, the youngest one. Her delicate appearance was no less than that of a popular star, especially her figure, concave and convex, fiery and very hot. It was simply the legendary angel's face and devil's body. At the age of 3, she showed a super high IQ. At the age of 6, she was specially recruited into the army, and so far, she is already the captain of the most mysterious Tinglong special force in China, with the rank of major, and furthermore, I am afraid that she will become the youngest female general in the history of China. Such a beautiful woman with a strong background, and at the same time the appearance is also considered to be the top choice. From the age of 15 onwards, the chaser is like a cloud, and even someone wants to drug, will be cooked rice. The result is not only by Tang Yan easily recognized, directly kicked the lower body, did not wait for the Tang family to intervene. Their own out of the family will be a continuation of 3 generations of the great families of China to make the family. Broke up after learning about this matter. Tang Lao had personally come out to plead for mercy for his late friend, but has long been aware of the Tang Yan avoided, until after the matter is accomplished only to appear, pampering and playing tricks. Hard to let the old man Tang cannot even be angry out. After this incident, Tang Yan became forbidden in the eyes of the suitors, and got a nickname Musk Phoenix Butterfly, a kind of phoenix butterfly living in South America, large and colorful, with poisonous therefore. Tang Yichen was wondering why his sister had to personally take action this time, but as strange as he was, he had already begun to silently mourn for that damned fatty's downfall. Sun Jixing's side can be said to be burned out. Business, tax, fire and other various authorities, as if they have an appointment, unexpectedly came to the company in unison, checking the accounts, checking the check. In this kind of magnifying glass of probing, even if Sun Jixing does not cheat on taxes, will also be singled out this and that little problem. As a result, Sun Jixing has not been clear about what people have been offended. Fang Yuan's side of the phone call over. His baby son, who has just returned home not yet to 3 days, was arrested into the police station again. Sun Jixing knew that this time, his son must have messed with a big man. Sun boss, please show your company's import and export account book last year. The mud man also has 3 fire. Sun Jixing rose up and said, I Sun Jixing from nothing, from penniless step by step to now. Do people have a clear conscience? Do business with a clear conscience? You guys want to check as you check, my son out of the matter. I do not have time to accompany you in the police station. I don't have time to accompany you, to grind your teeth here. After Sun Jixing finished speaking, he got up and left. Anyway, these people want to check the things are all in the company, check to go to these things outside, and how can it be more important than the sun? The police station outside the gate suddenly came roaring high-powered engine sound, followed by the gatekeeper boss, surprised in the eyes of the 5 latest models of Liberation brand military Land Cruiser, drove into the police station compound, rushed straight to the police station gate before stopping, and then a team of armed soldiers jumped down from the Land Cruiser, and quickly occupied the various key positions. The detention room has been overcrowded because of a series of police operations, but with the help of the vice captain, Fatty at least occupied a place in the corner, and at this time is listening to a group of bosses caught in bragging about, that day I see a cop is not happy, a kick on the past, the cop also wanted to compete with me, let me 2 slaps down. This is nothing, that day I met a soldier, I went up and smashed him on the ground. Or buddy I cow, that day I carried 2 kitchen knives, rushed to the barracks inside, 3 into 3 out of the whole body and retreated. You guys, that's nothing. Brother, I went to Burma that day to get some powder back, encountered a team of loaded special forces, I bare hands and bare fists to get them done. The boss, to see the people around the collective dumbfounded, silent, and suddenly felt his own image of a taller, continued to brag. The boss saw the people around the collective dumbfounded, crow silence, suddenly felt his image taller, continued to brag. I say, special forces is just that, if I let me encounter, the boss finally felt wrong, while saying this, while turning back to look out, and then peed his pants. Anyone who is being pointed at by a dozen guns, infrared rays are shaking on the important parts of the body, it is probably not good to go there. That one is Sun Dawei, the squad leader who was leading the group, asked with a cold snort. The crowd shook their heads in bewilderment. That one is Fatty, the squad leader asked again. With a swish, the detention room, which was already so crowded that there was no place to sit, froze and vacated an oversized empty space, revealing the fat man sitting in the corner. The squad leader took out the photo and compared it, waved his hand and said, "Take him away." 2 soldiers immediately rushed into the detention room, clipped the fat man's hands behind his back, put on plastic thumbtacks, buckled a thick black hood on his head, and dragged him directly outside. Help! I did not beat the police, did not kick the soldiers, did not kill the special forces. I'm a good citizen, a good citizen. Fatty's voice gradually disappeared at the end of the passageway outside the detention room. The bosses in the detention room looked at each other, have covered their noses, just bragging about the most powerful one thrown in the middle, just like this was scared to pee guy, is commonly known as bragging about blowing through the tawdry. Chapter 26, A Group of Soldier Kings. 5 SUVs formed a convoy, driving fast on the spacious streets of Shangjing, gradually drove away from the center of the area, entered a garrison military area, quickly changed cars, and then came out of the time to become two very ordinary Iveco 16-seat minibus, from the side of the military area out of the remote exit, and drove back to the center of Shangjing, not to mention that nobody dares to follow. Even if there is a tracker, I'm afraid that has been dumped. I'm afraid that even if there is a stalker, he has already been thrown out of his head. The car drove into the underground parking lot of a commercial building and took the special elevator to the upper floor. As the saying goes, small hidden in the forest, big hidden in the city. Who would have thought that the secret base of Tinglong Special Force, which is extremely mysterious in China, is in a very ordinary commercial building in the downtown area? Hood was taken off, tape finger buckle was disconnected, fat man squinted to adapt to the light. See is a whole uncovered floor, there is no decoration. Built when what kind of now is still what kind of, if not the window frames are set with glass. Fat man may not be regarded as a rotten building inside. It is a very spacious space is placed with a lot of fitness equipment, what treadmill, climber, sandbags, dumbbells, barbells have, but the environment is so poor, even if it is not a good environment. But the environment is so poor, even if the fitness equipment is complete, it is estimated that a year of fitness fees do not want much money. Sun Dawei, male, born in so-and-so year, 20 years old this year, no previous convictions, 2 years old, because of a strange disease was taken away, until only the day before yesterday from the western frontier province. The city of Jinfeng Mountain returned to the western floor of the General Hospital of the military region of the Shangjing 31 Internal Medicine Department using poisonous snakes, cured the patient's strange disease. Fatty's details out. You are the police station to manage the account, asked the fat man, blinking his small eyes in curiosity. I, the captain of the Dragon Special Warfare Squad, was directly reduced by the fat man to a police officer who solved the neighborhood's trivial matters. Kid, you alone singled out all the security guards of King Jing's mansion, unharmed and quite capable of fighting. Another soldier came over and asked with a smile. I don't dare to dare. The fat man was quite modest. This way to catch you to our captain's orders, but whether to torture you can depend on our mood. Since you are quite capable of fighting, then you and I fight. If you win, we do not torture you, good food and drink to entertain you, wait for our captain to come, but if you lose, then the trouble is that you give the brothers as a sandbag. Fatty took a look at the soldier. This person is tall enough to be more than 1 meter 9, standing there as steady as Mount Taishan. The muscles on his body are as solid as a rock, his facial muscles are resolute, his gaze is firm, his finger joints are thick, and the fingertips have thick calluses. At a glance, he has kung fu in his body. How do not dare? The soldier asked, provocatively. The fat man did not answer, but looked to the soldier who stood aside and said his information just now. Yoho, this fat man also quite have eyesight, know who speak well. A small captain laughed happily. In fact, this group of soldiers are like brothers. The rank is only for the convenience of the action of ends title only, there is no mission, we are all to get along with the brotherhood. Success, I'll give you a fix, as long as you can beat him. The words of the junior captain did not fall, he saw a silhouette suddenly passed, followed by a dull crash sounded. When he reacted, the fat man has returned to the original position, squatting on the ground with his hands holding his head, a pitiful look, as if aggrieved by the little daughter-in-law, 2 small eyes blinking at him. Taking another look, the most capable fighter in the entire Tinglong Special Forces, Berserk Bull, was already lying on the concrete floor a few meters away and fainted. The sound of footsteps and the sound of guns being loaded rang out in succession. Fatty skimmed his mouth with an expression that he had known this would happen, slowly kneeling on the ground with his hands raised and his body slumped down in an extremely standard 5 body throw. Not only the squad leader froze, all the Special Forces members also froze. They are all veterans of 100 battles, each is the king of soldiers' origin, a hit to kill the enemy, that is their strong point, but by outsiders a hit to kill the enemy from the beginning of the Tinglong Special Forces has not happened. Even if the situation is in an absolute disadvantage, before the death of a few padded backs will be grabbed. These days not only can't trust the radish, even the soldiers can't trust. Fatty mumbled as he lay on the ground. The young captain's dark face could not help but blush. He had heard this joke before. It was about an old nun who had always used radishes to solve her physiological problems, and when she went to the hospital for a checkup, her urine sample got mixed up with someone else's, and when she found out that she was pregnant, the old nun came up with a sentence, "Even radishes can't be trusted these days." The joke was funny, but with the fat man's later remark, it wasn't funny at all. The young captain waved his hand and the soldiers put away their guns. "How did you do it?" Although the junior captain had a premonition that he would be tricked, he still couldn't help but ask curiously. There was no way, even if he was half a caddy against Berserk Bull, losing was normal, winning wasn't really a surprise, but getting it done so sharply was something he definitely couldn't do, even if he practiced kung fu for the rest of his life. "The book says that you can't talk while lying on your back, otherwise it's not good for digestion." The fat man's answer really made the junior captain cry and laugh. "Get up as long as you are honest, what I said just now counts, I won't move you." Fatty immediately climbed up, without any hesitation at all, as if he had been waiting for the junior captain's words for a long time. The junior captain shook his head helplessly, as if his set of tactics were all for show in front of this fat man. "Not good at all." "Chief," a soldier who had checked the situation of the Berserk Bull ran over and said in a low voice, "Apart from rubbing the skin a little bit when he landed, there is no injury at all, there is no danger to his life, he is just fainted, but how can he not wake up?" The small captain raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at a face of curiosity, is constantly looking at the surroundings of the fat man, asked in a deep voice, "Now you can say how you do it." Fat man retracted to look at the side of the gaze, embarrassed to scratch his head. Hay smiled, "It's very simple. Fights, I cannot, but to say that to use poison, you cannot." As soon as Fatty used the word poison, all the soldiers tensed up, and the guns that were already hanging down were pointed at Fatty in unison. "I knew I shouldn't have said it." Fatty was aggrieved and squatted down again with his hands held high. "What poison did you use on the mad cow?" the squad leader roared. "Credit is not credit is bullshit, lying over there in life and death as unknown as his brother. If the mad cow really have a long and short, the fat man is dead, and will not be a comfortable death, but the death of 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 the life." The fat man looked like a quail, shrunk his neck and weakly replied, "Strong anesthetic, like his kind of physique, at most 3 minutes to wake up." As soon as the fat man's words fell, a groan came from the just unconscious Berserk Bull, who sat up in a daze, looked around in bewilderment, rubbed his chest, and asked, "What just happened?" The soldiers were dumbfounded, no one answered the question. "A bunch of trickster stuff, no credit, said that you can win on the line. You did not say that you are not allowed to use poison. Even if it is poison, it is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. It is medicine is also 3 poisons." It did not see anyone to arrest the owner of the pharmacy. No credit is terrible, no culture is even more terrible. The most terrible is neither credit nor culture of a group of muscle stick. Fatty muttered, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every soldier. These soldiers usually acted brightly and openly, spitting on the ground as a pit of good men, by the fat man's words taunted the face red, but do not know how should respond. "What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry to eat and drink well and entertain the fat man?" the small captain ordered with a stern face. Embarrassment disappeared after all kinds of food and drinks came up. Fatty didn't eat breakfast. The noon meal was meant to be a big meal in King Jing's mansion, but the result was that the big meal turned into a big fight. With his digestive ability, he was close to digesting his stomach. When he saw the food, he immediately put the unpleasantness of just now behind his mind. Of course, the really unpleasant thing wasn't Fatty, but the group of eaten-up Special Forces soldiers. "Fatty, come and try this. This is the most expensive kind of steak sold inside the supermarket. The flavor is absolutely first class." Berserk Bull smiled and introduced. "Fatty, drink red wine. Not although we do not have 82 years of Lafite here, but 90 years of Lafite." Fatty immediately saliva wild overflow. Long ago in the network novels to see 82 years of Lafite how is has not had the opportunity to taste, of course. The main thing is that there is no opportunity to taste. "No, it's the Great Wall Dry White of 1990. Gotta make do," Fatty said helplessly. "Fatty, what technique did you just use? I didn't see it clearly. Can you give a slow motion demonstration?" The squad leader asked with a smile. Fatty nodded his head. Whether or not he had a good feeling about these soldiers, After all, eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is short, and eating and drinking can't be a dime a dozen. In fact, this method of attack is very simple. Just stick to the edge. Watch out, Berserk Bull, you stand still. Fatty said. Then, Fatty slowly walked in front of Berserk Bull in the eyes of the crowd's astonishment, turned his body around, pressed his shoulder against Berserk Bull's chest, and his elbow left no traces of his smoothness against Berserk Bull's abdomen, and returned to his original position after doing so. It's gone, the squad leader asked in surprise. No more, it would have been very simple, Fatty nodded. You can let this leaning mad cow fly out, even if I do not believe must believe, but you are not saying that you use poison. How to use it? The captain asked in confusion. Fatty, special bareheaded will cover type leisure suit to take off, reveal a white, fat and greasy upper body. The crowd immediately saw, in the fat man's elbow tied to width is a knuckle black belt, extremely ordinary material, does not seem to have any special features, but when the fat man bent his elbow, a very small millimeters of needles from the cloth belt stabbed out. When the arm is straightened out, it is hidden. This needle is hollow, and inside it is filled with an anesthetic extracted from the epidermis of the forest frog. The advantage is that it has no after effects, and the effect is even more powerful than the kind of strong anesthetics used in the zoo. An elephant, 3 counts on the fall, and increase the dose that it is a touch on the fall. The disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, the anesthesia time continues to be too short. The ordinary person can wake up in 7 or 8 minutes. And increase the dose also 7 or 8 minutes, is the speed of collapse is different. Fatty so explained. All people understand over, but when they understand over, look at the eyes of the fat man changed. What do you want? I don't like men. Fatty's words gave the group of special forces an urge to kill. Chapter 27, First Kiss Gone. What is called king of soldiers is not to say that the combat strength is strong that is the king of soldiers, but to be on the basis of strong combat strength, but also have a smart mind, able to make accurate judgment. Although the shortcomings of this anesthetic are obvious, but in the battlefield that decides life and death in a flash, especially in the action of rescuing hostages and killing the bandit leader, it can receive a miraculous effect. Fatty, can you write us the refining method of this anesthetic? Of course, it's not for us, but for the country. The junior captain asked shyly. Fatty nodded his head and agreed. This in itself was not a rare thing. There were anesthetics that could be replaced. Fatty was not in the habit of being a broom. But when Fatty had just received the pen and paper handed over by the squad leader, he heard a member of the squad responsible for monitoring the external situation shout out. The captain is coming. The crowd was obviously extremely afraid of the captain, and hurriedly put away all the food and drinks. The junior captain picked up a pair of handcuffs in embarrassment. Fatty, I'm really sorry, cooperate, we'll treat it as an act. If we really can't, we'll ask the captain for mercy. Fatty obediently put his hands behind his back and entered the acting state. Even if you guys beat me to death, I won't say anything. The junior captain felt countless black lines popping up on his forehead. This Fatty can really be the ultimate scum of Fatty. In fact, you don't need to make such a big deal out of it, making us feel like we are the bad guys. I don't need to be like this? I see the old movie Inside the Underground. Party members who were arrested by the enemy are not all like this. The squad leader was speechless again, simply waved his hand and let the fat man play. Anyway, their task is just to catch the fat man back. Fatty cheered up, his face put on a look of bitter hatred, tearing his heart and lungs and shouting, I am absolutely not going to give in. Coercion is of no use to me. I was born a Chinese. I will die. A special forces soldier stabbed his comrade beside him and whispered, why do I feel like a ghost entering a village? Comrade also nodded and said, the same feeling. Or we still go over to fight a couple of it. Fatty is a righteous performance. What is called the mighty cannot yield. The elevator door opened. A wearing a princess dress, appearance and doll-like exquisite body is good to burst of the beauty of the young girl walked in from the outside, and walked straight to the front of the fat man. Walked in front of Fatty. You guys are too despicable, even use the beauty plan on Fatty. I tell you, the beauty plan is useless to Fatty, even if you let her do a striptease in front of Fatty, even if she strips naked, I won't give in. Don't believe me, try. Fatty shouted loudly, but his eyes were frantically scanning the superb beauty. Tang Yan's nose almost didn't turn askew, pointing at Fatty. "Give me a beating, pick the place that hurts the most." The special forces looked at each other in dismay. When the soldiers are strong, just now the fat man, although he used poison, but he was able to knock the mad bull down instantly, itself represents a strong body, plus just now they also drank together and ate together. Now how can they possibly lay their hands on him? "How do you not want to bully the weak and small? That I will do it." Tang Yan snorted coldly and picked up a police rubber roller. The crowd showed an intolerant expression. This captain is not like them, relying on a strong fighting force. The beautiful captain relies more on the mind, making plans. Customizing the action is definitely a first-class bull, but if you do it, it's just not light or heavy. This kind of police rubber roller, hollow design, hit on the human body. On the surface nothing can be seen, but a day later, the location of the beating will be from the inside out through the purple and black. That is to say, a stick down is internal injuries. The special forces now want to regret it is too late. The captain in their minds is a say no master. Say the words or orders, they can refuse to carry out, but absolutely cannot change. The fat man is still there, not knowing how to die, screaming, "Come on, kill me, I will not say, if I cry out in pain, I'm your fat master." Tang Yan's smart head just now was a sentence of the fat man, angry, a little confused, did not hear the trap in the words of the fat man, raised the rubber roller to smash down. I said, my name is Sun Dawei, 20 years old this year, weighing 200 pounds, up and down 20 pounds, so far unmarried, still single, did not pull a girl's hand, still a virgin, 18 years old, for the first time to see AV movies, rich in theoretical knowledge, practical experience is zero. You are not saying it, Tang Yan sneered. I said there is no loss. A fatty stopped rambling and replied with a smile. Tang Yan then woke up. She was actually taken advantage of by this dead fat man, and then think about the filthy words that the fat man just said, suddenly burst into a rage, used all her strength to wave up the rubber roller and heavily smashed the fat man's head. Rubber roller even brought up a piercing wind sound. The small captain, mad cow, and other people have changed their faces. The stick of hit, head broken, blood concussion that is light, may not be a stick down, people have to hang up. Small captain, mad cow, and other people swooped up to want to stop Tang Yan's atrocities, but even if their speed is faster, how can they be faster than the speed of the rubber stick smashed down? Fatty looked at the smashing down rubber stick, not flickering, not avoiding, violently rose up, and even used his round head to actively hit the rubber stick. As we all know, the convergence of power is the need to maneuver space, by the speed to increase the power of the fat man. This move out of Tang Yan's surprise, the hands of the rubber stick only just from the back of the head to maneuver the force, was the fat man to the top of the back, instead of using all the strength of the blow. I'm afraid to hit the mosquito with the power to be bigger than this power. The fat man directly stood in front of Tang Yan. Tang Yan height of 1.73 m, when the model is more than enough, and the fat man of 1.8 m, counting Tang Yan feet wearing high heels, the height of the two people is almost the same, and now, the fat man and Tang Yan is almost the nose to the nose, eye to eye standing position. Tang Yan simply did not think that Fatty would use this method to offset the attack, and then look at Fatty suddenly appeared in a place close to herself, all of a sudden froze, surprisingly did not know what exactly should be done now. Fatty didn't even feel how much his head hurt, he just foolishly looked at Tang Yan's pair of watery, as if she could talk, big eyes. He felt that he was deeply attracted in by this pair of beautiful eyes. Then, Fatty couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, and gently kissed on Tang Yan's lips that were not too thin and not too thick, coated with crystal lip gloss, and appeared to be very round and crystal. The soft feeling made Fatty feel incredibly comfortable, completely subconsciously stretched out his tongue and gently licked it. It felt as if he had kissed the general, soft, sweet, so that people could not help but be addicted. Tang Yan has been completely killed, two eyes wide open, but a blank in the middle of the mind, as if completely did not realize what happened in the vicinity of the general. The small captain still maintains the posture of rushing forward to kill. The mad bull, one foot is still in midair, so frozen, petrified on the spot. Everyone maintains the posture of the previous second, don't know whether now should go up to save the fat man, or go up to rescue their captain. Finally reacted. Tang Yan pushed Fatty away, covered her face and ran into the elevator crying he, quite sweet. Fatty laughed heartlessly. The small team leader and they don't know what to say, they are in the end by Tang Yan's order to capture the fat man back to clean up a meal, or by Tang Yan's order to capture the fat man back to let this fat man kiss Tang Yan's fat man, you cow, I admire you. The squad leader gave a thumbs up at the fat man. Bullish, super bullish, but I think your end will be beyond miserable. Berserk Bull similarly nodded his head, but the second half of his sentence was clearly not something good. That's right, you're dead, our captain is definitely not a good person, if she starts her fire, even the Heavenly King is afraid. Another Special Forces soldier nodded his head. Fatty froze for a moment, jumped to his feet and shouted, she also aggravated her what can be aggravated, lousy, this is the first kiss. This is the first kiss that has been preserved for 20 years on my first kiss, surprisingly it is so lost, she is only how old as 18 years old? She even if it is the first kiss, could it be preserved for a longer period of time than mine? The elevator door slowly closed, and then again slowly opened. The fat man simply did not notice this, still continued to jumping feet screaming it no 82 years of la fight why then 90 years of the Great Wall dry white expensive is because of the preservation of the year long. Even this do not understand, but also Special Forces it so that, the real loss is me. Fatty summarized. The small captain they have been do not know what to say is good, people la fight even if just out of the cellar is also more expensive than the Great Wall of 1990 dry white brand there, people that is red wine and the luxury again, 82 years of la fight the reason why expensive, one because of the brand problem, the other is because of 82 years of the time when the production of grapes is small. The quality of the cause of the high and the preservation time has nothing to do. A fat man suddenly closed his mouth, he saw tears, eyes but full of murderous Tang Yan sprinted over, in the distance from the fat man and 2 or 3 meters when jumped up, feet kicked hard to the fat man. Fatty did not panic, his body rotated 360 degrees in place. When Fatty's body rotated to 180 degrees, that is, when he turned his back to Tang Yan's flying kicks, the hands that were clasped behind his back quickly flicked, and Tang Yan only felt her legs numb, and she couldn't help but let go of her legs when the fat man rotated to 360 degrees, he was already facing Tang Yan again, only Tang Yan's flying kick turned into a flying pounce. The fat man screamed miserably and was knocked down by Tang Yan's weaker body. Looking at the speed of that fall, he knew that he was faking it, definitely faking it. Losing her balance, Tang Yan subconsciously stretched out her arms and encircled what she could. This thing, naturally, was Fatty's thick neck. Of course, Fatty was not a thing. Chapter 28, Convincing People with Martial Arts. As a result, the scene turned into Fatty sitting on the ground with his upper body upright, while Tang Yan straddled Fatty's center, her arms encircling Fatty's neck, once again facing each other. Fatty nonchalantly kissed again, especially after feeling the soft sensation coming from his belly. Fatty swelled up. Once again, Tang Yan's mind was blank. If it was said that she was just taken away from her first kiss by Fatty, now she became at a loss for words, because due to her sitting position, Tang Yan was able to clearly see that her most secret and softest place was being held against a hard thing. This kiss was half a minute's time. The fat man was not yet satisfied with the head slightly tilted back, and then took advantage of the cheap but also like a good boy to put on a very silly and cute expression, asked suspiciously, "You will not fall in love with me, right? Must be to throw yourself in the arms of another kiss. Is it said that you feel that the shelf life of the first kiss is not as good as me, so make up for it again, lest I lose out on it, you're a really good person, ah." Tang Yan and shy and angry, let go of the arm around the neck of the fat man went to push the fat man. The fat man, yelled backward lying down, "Hey, cannot change a place, people are the first time, more shy, do not want so many people around." Fatty lying on the ground weakly asked. Tang Yan realized, because she just sat across the fat man's belly, the result is that the fat man so lying down, the posture of the two people into the room art 36 counts among the Guanyin sitting lotus, and then look at the small team leader they, one by one, their eyes are stagnant, open mouth staring wide-eyed, as if they were cast to fixation generally. Tang Yan screamed, completely without any mature woman style, rolling and crawling from the body of the fat man climbed up. Only to run a step on the near fall, as if the whole body's strength were drained generally, legs soft and weak, with no strength. Tang Yen with tears, pursed lips, and bit the lower lip, the mind light 3 points, the power finally returned to the body, no longer care about the other, run for her life. Tang Yen, no longer care about anything else, fleeing for his life, rushed into the elevator. With the numbers on the elevator decreasing, this time, Tang Yen is really leaving. Hey, can you tell me, you guys grabbed me back, you wouldn't really just want to take away my first kiss and first night, right? Fatty sat up and asked weakly. Fatty, I'm afraid you're dead this time, even if we help you plead for mercy, I'm afraid it won't change any results. The junior captain looked at Fatty sympathetically and said. Berserk Bull came to Fatty's side, unlocked the handcuffs for Fatty, nodded his head and said, you know that whoever that is, one of the founding ministers, his grandson was not only kicked in the lower body because he wanted to use force on our captain, but also dragged his family into the trouble. That's one of the few big families in the country, which was collapsed by our captain through various means. No way, Fatty asked with wide eyes. He didn't know that whoever, but knew what the counted big families in the country stood for. Berserk Bull nodded his head and said, it's true, and that year, our captain was only 15 years old. No way, really, all the Special Forces soldiers replied in unison. Then she'd better pray that she doesn't bring trouble to my parents and family, otherwise, I'll let her know what it means to repent. Fatty's surprised expression became eerie and murderous. The blood of a piker's wrath splatters 5 steps, but the problem is, the captain has us to protect him, and the captain's family members have bodyguards to protect them, so you can't even get within 5 steps. The junior captain laughed bitterly. Fatty moved his body and shook his head indifferently, believe it or not, but just by you guys, you can't stop me. The junior captain's face revealed a smile that he couldn't agree with, and shook his head just as he was about to say something, but he felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a gentle poke at his throat. Then the angry roars of the others rang out, and the sounds of punches and kicks to the flesh rang out in succession, accompanied by grunts of pain. The junior captain stared in disbelief, twisting his stiff neck to look around. In addition to the people who went out on the mission, there were still 42 people left here, and in just a blink of an eye, 16 of them fell. If you counted yourself, that would be 17, and the number was still increasing. It was only then that the junior captain noticed the fat man's movements. The fat man's height of 1 meter 8 appeared that he was not as round as a ball, but more like a pike with 2 pointed ends, and now, this pike had turned into a sharp arrow, and it seemed that even the naked eye could no longer capture his figure. Chubby body completely contrary to the physics away, prancing between simply no trace, and was fat on the opponent. As long as the fat man can block the fat man a move, the fat man will immediately choose the next opponent, never entangled, not to mention the love of war, which makes the special forces in the number of absolute advantage, but cannot form a closed circle of the situation. Every time the fat man needs to face, just a special forces and the fat man's attack is even more people. Feel surprised, this guy is not according to common sense. The action of the sky, let a person cannot be defended, may be kicked out a foot, but when the defense only to find out that the foot is only on the ground, the real attack is the hands. Special forces are also people. When they realize that something is wrong, want to dodge has been a little late. More surprising is that the fat man's hands, as if the vice general, the power is also strange and incomparable. As long as the special forces body grabbed a certain part of the special forces, even if they want to break free are impossible, coupled with the fat man's action as fast as lightning, make the special forces as if it is a papier-mâché in general. When 42 special forces still left 15, the fat man stopped, standing quietly in the center of the field. Breathing without a little hasty, chest rise and fall gently, standing posture steady as a mountain, as if what just happened and he simply does not have half a penny of the relationship in general. The captain took another look at the fallen special forces. Half of them were in an unconscious state, obviously hit by strong anesthetics, while the other half were all damaged joints. All of them were either covering their arms or legs. Stop. The squad leader stopped the attack of the remaining special forces. The fight had reached such a level that the winner had already been decided. Fatty gently hushed a breath, slowly walked to the side of the hanging sandbags, the right hand index finger middle finger together. Also do not see how fast speed, more like randomly stabbed out. The canvas sandbags poofed a light sound. When the fat man retracted his right hand, a hole appeared in the sandbags, which was filled with sand like a fountain shot out. Fatty suddenly shouted, his body leaned violently, his right leg flung out like a steel whip, kicking heavily on the sandbag. Boom! A loud sound accompanied this group of special forces for several months of time. Sandbags up and down the ends of the chain cannot withstand such a strong force, but also at the same time broken, weighing up to 100 pounds of sandbags with the sound of the breaking wind flew out horizontally, skimming over the space of more than 10 meters, heavily smashed in the columns, emitted a very muffled sound of the impact, and then the sandbags and the crowd of stagnant eyes scattered. Fine sound like rain fell. I can't do it head on, sneak attacking and shading, you guys can't do it. Fatty arrogantly raised his right index finger and shook it at the group of soldier kings. The squad leader was now convinced, and this group of Special Forces soldiers were all convinced as well. As the first Special Forces soldier who had been anesthetized woke up, Fatty came to the side of a Special Forces soldier whose joints had been staggered. His hands moved quickly twice, and with a click, the joints were restored. A few minutes later, Fatty resumed his seat on the chair. The Special Forces took out their treasured good wine, all kinds of snacks, and courteously held them in front of Fatty. Fatty, how did you get those 2 knocks on your joints just now? We also have training on unloading joints, but it seems that your hands are not comparable at all. A Special Forces soldier attentively poured a cup of 20-year-old ergotu for Fatty, and asked. Fatty proudly said, this is called the split tendon and bone hand. Isn't that from a novel? A Special Forces soldier asked doubtfully. The crowd expected Fatty to retort twice, but they did not expect Fatty to nod his head and say, that's right. The kung fu in my hands is divided into 4 types, which are splitting tendon and bone hand, bone breaking regulator finger, Tianya Mingyue knife, and sunflower pointing hand, Fatty introduced. The crowd is dizzy. This is what seems to be all novels, movies, and television in the name of martial arts, especially the sunflower pointing hand, is completely fabricated out of martial arts. How can it be the reality of it? Fatty saw the crowd are a look of disbelief, casually picked up a bottle of unopened Maotai, the left hand holding Maotai bottle, the right hand into the palm, take a deep breath, a palm across the chopping and go. Maotai bottle flew out of half, the rich fragrance of wine overflowed, the bottle of wine, the bottle of wine. The rich aroma of wine overflowed in all directions. The crowd was dumbfounded. Chopping bricks they have no problem, chopping bottles of wine naturally, but the problem is, this is not an empty bottle, this is a full bottle of wine. The most important thing is that the fat man is not grasping the bottle of wine but holding the bottle, as if the bottle is placed on the table without any fixation. This group of Special Forces thought about it. If you want to let them do it, the bottle is sure to be shattered, but not they chopped, but to hit the fly out and hit the wall or fall on the ground broken. Then look at the bottle's truncated surface, smooth and very smooth, as if it was cut with a sharp blade. Just when the Special Forces were dumbfounded, the fat man let out a scream. Hurts me to death, Fatty wailed as he covered his right hand. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. After a moment, the crowd took a look and saw that Fatty's right hand was bleeding. What's wrong? The squad leader asked in tears and laughter. The shock he felt just now was all lost by the fat man's tragic appearance. Collected too fast, scratched out blood, finished, now I'm going to be broken. Fatty cried and screamed, my pair of crystal like jade, with delicate jade fingers of cool hands. The crowd did vomit in unison. Fatty, go on. Berserk Bull said with glowing eyes. This is the Sky's End sword, infusing yin power into the palms of the hands and using it to destroy away objects. Splitting tendon and bone hand you have already experienced. In fact, it is to remove the joints first, and then twist the bones at the same time as removing them at a very high speed, and then when you attach them, the angle will be a little bit up, just to clip the ligaments. It is not difficult to reset, just do it in reverse. The key is the word fast. A little slower speed will cause the periosteum to be damaged, and the damaged periosteum will produce a sharp surface and cut the ligament off. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. This move is too ruthless. It is simply like a unique secret. Those who don't understand to reset hastily will definitely be out of luck. Broken bone regulator finger you guys have already seen, this is the move when I stabbed the sandbag. Fatty said. What about the sunflower pointing hands, can really immobilize a person, a special forces soldier asked. Of course, the human body so many dead points, I use the broken bone regulus finger point over the steady death, people are dead there will move, this is not fixed, Fatty replied as a matter of course. The crowd's forehead rose black lines, so this is the sunflower pointing hand, ah. Chapter 29, Master of Witchcraft. Fatty, you are so powerful, completely can beat us to leave, Berserk Bull asked strangely after seeing Fatty's means. The fat man skimmed his mouth and said, you think I'm stupid, beat you guys is to show strength, your skills are not as good as me, planted, can only concede, but also have to eat and drink hospitality me. If I beat you guys is to run away, sure I ran away before the foot after the foot you guys will have to take the gun to chase me, when the wanted notice is flying all over the sky, I'm penniless, I cannot eat and sleep well, fear, in case of Skinny, who is responsible for the special forces feel in front of this fat man is too hateful, look special naive, giving a particularly honest feeling, but in fact this naive appearance below, is a cunning a guy, a fat man purely belongs to the type of angry people do not pay off the life of a person, froze to feel that these people are not popular enough, and then added a line, as the saying goes, do not fight and do not know each other, I've played my hand, I'll treat you as if you were the same. Crossed hands I'll take you as brothers, the average person I do not tell them, damn, indeed is not fighting, only you are beating people, we are beaten, the crowd of special forces soldiers tacitly bellyache. Then you will wait here to die, you smashed the Jingwang house and molested our captain, the end is definitely not the usual miserable, asked the junior captain. Molestation, fat man is like being stepped on the tail of the cat as a jump 3 feet high, a face of anger roared, I saved 20 years of the first kiss is so lost, molestation this preservation period is 20 years, she that the preservation period of up to 18 or 19 years, who ate the loss of me at a disadvantage to say that the molestation, but also she has molested me, you all are human and dog-like. One of you are human like dog, how can you turn black and white, right and wrong is not distinguishable it small captain and other people would like to beat the fat man, turning black and white in the end who is turning black and white, that you smashed the Jingwang house how to say small captain forced the nagging mood to ask not just break a table well I'm not unable to pay, as for those security guards to fight with me one-on-one. Purely cut and dried, is not a novel written above the rules of the Jianghu are false, this gang of grandsons, lost also with the trick. Not one-on-one. How is it not one-on-one, I'm one-on-one against a bunch of them. The fat man said with his neck sticking out. The crowd felt that reasoning with the fat man was definitely an extremely difficult thing to do, it would be better to go to the battlefield to fight for real, it was too suffocating. The problem is that what you're doing is equal to slapping the Tang family in the face, and it's the kind of slap in the face in public, how could the Tang family possibly let it go? The junior captain sighed and patted the fatty's shoulder. The one who can't possibly stop should be me, Fatty heatedly laughed. The crowd felt puzzled. Tang Yan drove her Global Limited Edition Maserati car back home at a very high speed. Yenner back 3 children and you before and after the foot, said tired to go to sleep, your face, how so ready, cried, Tang old man is sitting in the courtyard looking at the newspaper, after seeing Tang Yen surprised shouted. Tang Yen did not even greet, lowered her head and quickly rushed into the villa gate, returned to her boudoir, and threw herself headfirst on the big fluffy bed. Dead fat man, damn fat man, stinking hooligan, nasty, despicable dead fat man. Tang Yen took the big dog bear that she usually slept with as a fat man, but soon Tang Yen felt physically uncomfortable, mainly down there, wet and sticky was very uncomfortable thinking of the situation in the base. Tang Yan's cheeks reddened again, and she hurriedly ran to the restroom to change into a pair of underwear. Just as Tang Yen was about to continue to take it out on Big Stupid Bear, an unearthly scream rang out shrilly. Tang Yen pulled open the door and rushed out, only to see that the guards of the house had already crashed through the door of third brother Tang Yichen's room. Tang Yichen sat curled up on the bed, his eyes showing a look of horror, his body was trembling continuously, sweat falling low along the tips of his hair, the whole person seemed to have just been fished out of the water, and his pajamas were already completely soaked. Third young man, what's wrong with you? A nanny who grew up with Tang Yichen rushed over and called out, ghosts, so many evil ghosts, so many scary evil ghosts, they want to catch me, want to tear my stomach open and eat my insides, Tang Yichen screamed in horror. Oh, had a nightmare, nothing, that's all fake. A moment, Zhang Ma will cook you some ginseng soup, drink it to calm your nerves and you'll be fine, don't be afraid. Zhang Ma's voice softly comforted. Elder Tang also walked up, seeing his third grandson's pitiful appearance heartbroken. Go take out my 100-year-old wild ginseng, cut 2 whiskers and boil ginseng soup. Tang Yichen drank the ginseng soup with the help of Zhang Ma, feeling much calmer. His face that was just pale without a trace of blood color had already flushed. Thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Ma'am Zhang, Yichen made you all worry. Tang Yichen said gratefully. What's a silly child saying? Zhang Ma smiled and scolded, while Tang Lao looked at his grandson with a smile on the side. Alright, if you're sleepy, just take a nap, I'll be right by your side to watch over you, I won't go there. Zhang Ma said softly, in her eyes, no matter how old Tang Yichen was, he was still the cute little kid who only knew how to pull her hand for good food decades ago. Tang Yichen nodded, wearing his newly changed pajamas, and burrowed into the newly changed comforter, slowly closing his eyes. Tang Lao looked at his grandson's sleeping form, smiled and nodded, turning around and preparing to leave. But just as Tang Lao turned around, miserable screams rang out behind him. Tang Lao turned around violently and saw that the new pajamas on Tang Yichen's body were re-drenched with sweat. This was just less than a minute's time. Zhang Ma, I'm afraid, ghosts, so many ghosts. Tang Yichen finally had a mental breakdown and let out a loud cry. Come on, people. Tang Lao angrily shouted, check, give me to check. Yichen body exactly what happened. After a pause, Tang Lao continued to order, go to the ancient masters to invite. This matter inside through the evil China in the early days of the founding of the country had launched a wave of activities to eliminate stereotypes and superstitions. At that time, regardless of whether you are really capable or street crooks, anyone who was involved in all were arrested, and then dealt with severely. Seriously, and quickly, making a lot of Jianghu practitioners fled from China, and outside of China, this kind of people were treated absolutely VIP level. Later in China also happened a lot of incredible things, coupled with the founding of the country's ministers are old, on the ghosts of God and so on things also a little bit of faith, so the really capable people, but also gradually returned to China, and became a member of the special departments of China. And the founding of the country compared to the beginning of the treatment can be said to have a world of difference. Half a child, a big fat man wearing a Tang suit with a big back head erected, and the whole person had at least more than 300 pounds arrived at the Tang residence staggeringly. Master Gu. Tang Yan greeted respectfully. Master Gu's name was Gu Langshiji, returned to the country from abroad 7 years ago, and had extremely high attainments in magic spells. And Tang Yan had once witnessed Master Gu casting a spell to awaken a vegetable. I also heard that the ancient master divination ability is extremely strong, within a few days of things assay accurate, that situation, as if the fortune-telling people in conjunction with the ancient master, of course, if the fortune-telling people can cooperate with the ancient master's trigrams to go to the car crash hanged, then even if it is not true however, that may be possible. Everyone can only have one life. Tang old and ancient masters greeted after the grandson of the strange things that happened in detail. Master Gu frowned slightly as he listened to Tang Lao's narration, and asked in a deep voice after stepping forward to check, Tang Lao, did the third young man offend someone? Tang Lao raised his eyebrows and asked, why do you say that? Master Gu shook his head and said, because the third young man was cast a nightmare spell. This is a more profound spell in witchcraft. After being hit by the nightmare spell, it will be easy to get tired, easy to fall asleep, but in the sleep, it will dream of evil ghosts to haunt, waking up sweating profusely. The essence will be damaged. Of course, this is not considered an insidious spell, at least I know of at least 3 spells that are more insidious than this one, but if it is like this for a long time, I'm afraid that if not insidious, then also becomes an insidious spell now. Does Master Gu have a way to dissolve it? Tang Lao asked seriously. Master Gu nodded, yes, it is not difficult to dissolve it, I am also a sorcerer, but in the rules of sorcerers, if there is no hostile relationship, it is not allowed to help people dissolve the spell cast by the other party, otherwise it is easy to cause wars between sorcerers' sects. Master Gu used the word war instead of any other words to describe it. Obviously this rule makes him deeply scrupulous. Yi Chen offended someone, Tang Lao asked in a cold voice, in the eyes of the higher powers. Even sorcerers are like ants, a sorcerer sect, even if it is more powerful, so what? In the face of the state apparatus, it is still not a word deaf. The guard who had already finished his investigation said, today at noon in the King Jing's mansion, a man named Sun Dawei smashed the venue. 18 gold medal fighters from the Dao had their arms and legs broken. According to the security guard who leaned forward, that Sun Dawei had once pointed a finger at the heart of the third youngest's eyebrow. Master Gu nodded, that's right. The ending action of the nightmare spell is to point at the brow of the person being cast, but who is this Sun Dawei? Haven't heard of a hooligan, asshole, and playboy. His parents run a trading company. He's already been sent by San to look for trouble, and he should have now put a seal on the gate. Tang Yan gritted her teeth and said, Sun Dawei, never heard of it. This name is not quite like the name of our witchcraft lineage. Can't it be that he learned three-legged kung fu from somewhere? If that's the case, I'm afraid that I have to clean up the door for the witchcraft lineage. Grandmaster Gu said in a deep voice, since it's not a big shot, then I'll trouble Master Gu to defuse it for Yi Chen. Tang Lao opened his mouth to plead. Grandmaster Gu nodded and said, it's not difficult to dissolve this kind of low-level incantation, it'll be done in minutes. Please also ask Elder Tang to send someone to bring this person here. I'm also going to clean up the gateway for the lineage of sorcerers. Elder Tang naturally agreed in one breath. Grandmaster Gu pinched a seal with both hands, the backs of the middle and ring fingers of both hands leaned against each other, and the tips of the remaining 3 fingers were pressed against each other, pointing at the center of Tang Yi Chen's eyebrows. Tua Gu Hu Opera, Ka Lu Di Bai. As Master Gu's incantation was cast, an implied qi gushed out wildly from Tang Yi Chen's brow, as if a kettle filled with water had been chiseled open, and this implied qi gradually enveloped the room, and the entire room was filled with gusts of yin winds blowing in gusts, the same as the scene when Sun Dawei had cast the incantation, and the whistling the wind didn't even blow up the corner of the person's clothes. It was very weird. Scatter, Master Gu shouted. The wind dispersed, and everything returned to normal. Look at Tang Yi Chen, his eyes recovered, tired look swept away, as if he just woke up naturally after a good night's sleep. The guards came up to report, Sun Dawei brought. Chapter 30, He's a senior brother. In the hall of the Tang family villa, Grandmaster Gu said in a deep voice, I also hope that Tang Lao will order others to evade. After all, this is a matter between sorcerers, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Tang Lao nodded and waved off the heavy people. Just as he was about to leave as well, he was called back by Master Gu. Elder Tang, you and San Shao are both parties involved. Naturally, you don't need to recuse yourself. Grandmaster Gu said with a smile. Tang Lao was a human savant. How could he not know that Grandmaster Gu was trying to sell himself face? So he agreed and brought Tang Yi Chen to sit on a sofa to the side. Master Gu then traveled to the garden, generally back collection, appreciating the antique paintings and calligraphy placed in the living room. Outside the villa, Tang Yan looked at the fat man who stepped out of the car and became furious, raising her hand as if to give the fat man a blow. But the fat man revealed a flattering smile. He said, do you still want interest? Tang Yan screamed, almost did not flee. 2 guards escorted the uncuffed fatty into the villa. Tang Yan glared, spreading all her fire on the young captain and the others. Why don't you handcuff this damn fat man? The junior captain and the others smiled sarcastically, but didn't know how to answer. Why do you still stay here? Want me to treat you to dinner? Tang Yan huffed and puffed and asked again. The small captain curtly smiled. Captain, if you want to treat us to dinner, of course it is the best. We are not the first time to come here, feel quite fresh. Anyway, there is no mission now, just to look at the scenery. Tang Yan snorted coldly and turned around to enter the villa. Chief, you say the fat man will not have anything, right? He also promised to prepare some poison for us, Berserk Bull asked in frustration. The junior captain shook his head and looked at the villa and fell into silence. As soon as Fatty walked into the villa, He saw Tang Lao sitting on the sofa and revealed a fawning smile, and said in a low voice, "Tang Lao, you are Tang Lao. Oops, I most admire heroic figures like you. Without you there is no Huaxia. All without Huaxia, there is no our happy today." A fatty, although he has lived in the mountains for a long time, but he still recognizes great figures like Tang Lao. Huaxia is the only one who can recognize him, and he is the most important person in the world. Big man or recognize China's top 20 meritorious figures. Tang Lao ranked 7th. The previous 6 have been driving a crane, basically is considered the only remaining a super big man. Tang Yichen sat next to Tang Lao, glaring fiercely at the fat man. If not for his grandfather on the side, he would have rushed up to beat the fat man, of course, provided that he can beat the fat man. Tang Yan sat on the other side of Tang Lao, the same vicious glare at the fat man. Whenever the fat man's eyes aimed over, she glared hard. If the eyes can kill, I'm afraid that the fat man would have already been lynched n times. Yo, this is not Tang Lao's third grandson. Well, third grandson, hello. See, you look good. This is which high person disregarded the rules of the sorcery lineage unauthorized for you to lift the nightmare spell. The fat man smiled and Tang Yichen greeted. Sun Dawei, do you want to die? Tang Yichen snorted coldly to attack. Unfortunately, Fatty didn't give him the chance. Everyone has only one life. Of course I will die, but do you believe it or not, I can calculate that you are slightly earlier than my death, so a little bit. The two of us in the Yellow Springs Road can still take a companion. Of course I do not engage in gay. Tang Yichen face black can drip out of the ink. The fat man said so, is not to say that they are engaged in gay. You are not afraid of me? Tang Lao asked in a stern voice. The fat man shook his head and said, I respect you, admire you, but not afraid of you. How about you are only 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, 2 arms and 2 legs. The kid did not have any ability, is bold. Some of the most seen in the past are beasts. The real person really have not seen a few. Beasts I'm not afraid of. How can I be afraid of the people? Tang old man was appreciate looking at the fat man. This old generation of soldiers, the temperament is relatively strange, cannot make a conclusion with the temper of ordinary people. If you are coy and grandchildren, people will only look down on you, but if you are tough, some, as if death, some, in turn, will let Tang Lao high regard. Kid, you are very arrogant. The ancient master did not turn around at all. After all, usually see are the top of the pyramid of power in China's big man, with a small person who has learned a 3-legged sorcery, and even let him look squarely at the opportunity are not given. I'm not arrogant. The real arrogant one should be you, right? Disregarding the lineage of sorcery. Unauthorized lifting of spells imposed by other sorcerers. Are you not afraid of war between sorcerers' sects, Fatty? Disdainfully asked rhetorically. Afraid of my division in the Chinese sorcerer lineage is the top. You say I may be afraid of it, Master Gu said with the same disdain. Obviously he is extremely confident in his background. Yo, quite bullish. Say it out to hear. Let the fat master I hear whether I can mess with it. The fat man snorted coldly. Tang Yan looked at the base and completely different from the fat man, felt that now the fat man is very difficult to describe the power of words, as if it is a million people I go alone heroes in general. After all, Tang Yan knows that the identity of the ancient master is very high, in that special department. Dare to speak to the ancient master of the people really do not have a few. The ordinary people will be these people with special abilities as a god in general. I'm afraid that the fat man is the first to dare to speak to the ancient master of the ordinary people. However, Tang Yan is even less optimistic about the fate of the fat man. After all, the sorcerer in people's impression is part of the evil school, tossing people's means of ghosts and gods endless. The fat man offended the ancient masters. I'm afraid that for a moment, Tang Yan actually for the fat man to worry up. Tang Lao expressionless look in front of each other are extremely disdainful of the two. The heart about the balance of victory or defeat has been gradually tilted to the ancient master. However, what people did not expect was that when Master Gu heard the word fat master in the fat man's words, as if he was electrocuted, his fat body, like a mountain of meat, trembled violently, and he twisted his body slowly. His expression changed, and he seemed to be very embarrassed as he looked at the fat man. Then, Tang Lao's grandparents and grandchildren saw a scene that surprised them. Fatty slowly walked to the front of Grandmaster Gu. His height of 1 meter 8 was the same as a child before Grandmaster Gu's height of around 2 meters. But when the fat man walked in front of Master Gu actually bent down slightly, then the fat man waved his hand and gave Master Gu a slap. This slap was clean and clear, the sound was crisp and clear. It's over, Fatty is really dead this time, shouldn't I help him beg for mercy huh? Why would I think that Tang Yen couldn't help but sit up straight on the sofa, looking at the two people who were in a position of disparity. For a moment her consciousness was confused. You are very bullish your division is very bullish no one is afraid of is not Fatty slapped another slap in the past. It is strange that the ancient master is like being cast a static spell in general, do not hide and do not flash. Who gave you the power to lift the nightmare spell I imposed off Fatty is another slap slapped the past. Master Gu still didn't dodge and didn't even make a move to raise his hand to fend it off. Dead fat man, you are very arrogant. I also put on the Tang suit, this clothes you also deserve to wear. Yoho also left a braid, how did not tie a twisted braid the fat man scolded in a stern voice, another slap. Gutsy, out to mix a few years out of sight is no one right to me on my knees if those words are barely audible before, now the fat man said the words are somewhat exaggerated. What is the character of the ancient master's fat man and what is his character? Actually let the ancient masters kneel down, this is not too much to die fast enough well but in the eyes of the three surprised, the ancient masters of the meat mountain body actually really bent down, and then plopped a muffled sound. Kneeling in front of Sun Dawei. More surprised in the back of it after the ancient master kneeling down, even to the fat man kowtowed three heads, and then shy red fat face, respectfully called a big brother. Big brother Tang Lao stupid, Tang Yi-Chen also stupid, Tang Yan's mouth wide open, lady image is completely gone, stuffed in 2 eggs are probably no problem. Garang Shiji in the fat man's division in the ranking of the oldest 3, in the Fang Yuan below, this guy is a Yin compulsion division, will be the means of more than poisonous to take people's lives. Fat man 8 years old, the old sorcerer in the mountains found a roe deer skeleton, was caught grilled and eaten. At that time the fat man is the most gluttonous time, often pestering the old sorcerer want to eat game, the result of the thing naturally covered by the old sorcerer and the fat man's head. Fatty was particularly angry, so he decided to clear his name, and after 7 or 8 days in the mountains, he finally blocked Gu Lang Shiji. At first, Gulang Shiji did not pay attention to the fat man, read in the same sorcerer's share only want to teach the fat man a lesson, let the fat man less meddling, but did not expect a shot was the fat man to be a hard clean up a meal, and then Gulang Shiji back to the fat man. The fat man hit all the way to the top of the mountain, head swollen and the same as a pig's head. The old sorcerer thinks that this branch of sorcerer is about to become extinct, and then moved to accept the idea of apprenticeship, anyway, has broken the precepts of accepting apprenticeships. It does not matter if he accepts more than one, so Garang Shijia became the fat man's 3rd senior apprentice, and the old sorcerer taught Garang Shijia 1.5 years of sorcery, and then Garang Shijia left the country to develop after the completion of the study. After that farewell, they didn't see each other again for more than 10 years. Gu Lang Shiji feared Fatty from the bottom of his heart, because Fatty liked to hit his fat face, his strength was higher than him, his sorcery was stronger than him, plus the title of the big master. Gu Lang Shiji was shivering when he thought of Fatty, not to mention seeing it with his own eyes now. Grandmaster Gu, Tang Yen called out in surprise. Gu Lang Shiji laughed bitterly, this is my master's senior brother, I'm the 3rd in line. Tang Lao's grandparents and grandchildren were speechless, looking at this age. To say that Grandmaster Gu was the eldest senior brother they would definitely believe it, but the problem was, looking at the attitude of these two, it seemed as if Grandmaster Gu was telling the truth. You still know that I'm the eldest senior brother, Grandmaster Gu listened to Fatty's chilly voice and looked at Fatty's frost-covered expression. This time he was really scared. Chapter 31, Rules of the Division. The fat man ignored the outsiders and slapped Gu Lang Shiji's face and said, let's not talk about the rules of the sorcery lineage, let's talk about the rules of our own sect. You unauthorizedly unlocked the nightmare spell cast by me. What should be the punishment for you? Gu Lang Shiji said bitterly, restore the nightmare spell of the person who was casted, and plant the nightmare spell on yourself until you are satisfied with it. Can be lifted only when you are satisfied. Fatty nodded in satisfaction. Wait, Sun Dawei, can this matter be left at that? Tang Yen asked in alarm. It would be bad if that horrible nightmare curse was inflicted on third brother again. Just forget about it. He pointed a gun at me. Scared me into a cold sweat. I'm a person who is vindictive and careful. He scared me once, I'll scare him 10 times. Now he's been scared a few times to make up for the full 10 times, and this matter will be just forget about it. Fatty Gas said, little Fatty, can you give me a face? This matter is so forgettable. Tang Lao even opened his mouth to plead for mercy. This is greatly unexpected by the fat man. Fatty hesitated. He grew up worshipping heroes, especially respecting the old founding fathers, like Tang Lao. Tang Yan took a look at the fat man, actually still hesitating, immediately lost some of her mind, seemed to think of her first kiss, angrily scolded, dead fat man, you don't want to give face to face, this matter is just forget about it, I won't pursue the matter of you kissing me. As soon as Tang Yan's words left her mouth, she reacted, usually as witty as a demon. How did she mess up once she encountered the fat man, and even said such a shameful thing in public? As expected, Tang Lao, Tang Yichen, and Grandmaster Gu were all dumbfounded. Even more desperate was still behind. Master Gu actually turned around and kowtowed to Tang Yan. While kowtowing he respectfully said, third senior brother Gu Long Shiji pays his respects to his sister-in-law. Fatty squirted. Hey, you son of a bitch, even dared to find me a wife. Fatty was instantly enraged and slapped Garang Ciji on the head to reclaim the ground. Eldest brother, you said this yourself, don't blame me. Gu Lang Shiji covered his face in a pitiful manner as if he was an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. When did I say? The fat man asked, puffing. Garang Shiji whispered, you rode my shoulders that year, fanning my face on the way to say, you said, Fat Master has not eaten game, you dare to eat. You do not know Fat Master, I aspire to eat all the world's game, ready to eat roe deer for the first time, read all the world's beautiful women, to give the first kiss to the future wife. Tang Yan's pretty face instantly flushed with embarrassment. The fat man jumped to his feet and scolded, bullshit, Fat Master, when I said this again, Fat Master I like is a foreign girl, do not understand foreign girls. Now, everyone is embarrassed. The matter of Fatty smashing King Jing's mansion was left unsettled in this awkward atmosphere, but the matter of their masters and brothers was not so easy to unravel. Garang Shiji, you broke my nightmare curse without my permission, I'm going to inflict the bone erosion curse on you, and it shall not be lifted within a day. Fatty said in a chilling voice. When the fat man scratched his disheveled hair, a thumb-sized poisonous ant appeared in his hand and placed it on Garang Siji's chest. Deli deli, gotta deli, brabudi, tremble. Fatty coldly drank, a yin chi surged out from Fatty's body and gathered on top of the poisonous ant, which seemed to have gotten an order and bit down fiercely. Thank you eldest brother for not killing, Gu Lang Shiji, thanks eldest brother for the punishment. Garang Shiji obediently knelt in front of Fatty and replied respectfully. After doing all this, Fatty turned his head to look at Tang Yan and said with a shy face, this dead fat man's words just now, you can't believe it. But, you still want some interest, not roll, replied Fatty, was the red-faced Tang Yan's angry scolding, and the teacups, fruit plates, apples, grapes placed on the coffee table. The fat man, with his head in his hands, rushed out of the villa door as if he were fleeing. Just as Tang Yan was ashamed, the villa door opened again, Fatty hands up, head hung down in frustration, in the guards of the gun back into the villa. Nope. It's over, let him go, Tang Lao waved his hand and said. Now the Fatty was truly fine. Master Gu, are you alright? After the Fatty left, Tang Lao asked with concern. Gu Lang Shiji smiled bitterly and shook his head, I also have to thank sister-in-law. If not for sister-in-law's opening, I would be dead this time. Now, it can only be considered a blessing. Gu Lang Shiji's sentence said. Tang Yan once again reddened her face. Tang Yan felt that the number of times that she had blushed today was more than the number of times that she had blushed in all of the previous 19 years put together. Is the bone-eroding spell very powerful? Tang Yichen, who had already experienced the power of the nightmare spell, asked in puzzlement, as it seemed that Grandmaster Gu did not seem to be in any discomfort. Ancient Luang Shiji nodded his head like a bitter melon on his face and said, there are 10 most vicious spells in witchcraft, and the nightmare mantra doesn't even make it into the top 10, and the bone-eroding mantra is ranked 4th, and the person who is hit will feel that his body inside and outside, is like being gnawed by 10,000 ants, and that kind of pain to the limit. And that kind of itchy sensation to the limit is really hard to describe in words. Tang Lao's grandparents and grandchildren all felt shivering up at the thought of the scene of 10,000 ants gnawing. Actually, there is another reason. He is my eldest senior brother. He is the best to his relatives and fellow disciples. This is also the reason why I am willing to be punished. You guys are the ones who haven't seen when the eldest senior brother gets angry. Anyone who touches his relatives, he will make that person's life worse than death. Garang Shiji laughed bitterly. Tang Yichen, as if he thought of something, rushed to the stairs. Entering the bedroom, grabbed his cell phone. As a series of calls dialed out, Sun Jishing disheveled, sitting in the car smoking cigarettes one after another. In the past he smoked just to socialize, but now he smokes in order to be able to ease the boredom of the mind. The car ashtray has long been stuffed with cigarette butts. Cigarette butts will be luxurious car interiors made a mess, just as he is now the same mood. Cell phone ringing. Sun Jishing did not have the mood to pay attention to. A few moments later, the cell phone ringing stopped. A few seconds later, the cell phone ringing again. Sun Jishing pressed the cigarette in his hand hard into the ashtray and picked up the cell phone. The phone call was from the manager of the company. Sun Jishing originally thought that it would bring the news that the company had been closed down and the bank account frozen, but he didn't expect to get great news. The joint investigation team not only withdrew, but also greatly praised the Jishing Trading Company integrity of the business attitude, decided to jointly recommend to the city, the end of this year, the outstanding private entrepreneurs should have Sun Jishing A. The second good news is that there has been no discussion of the company's business attitude. The company's manager. The second good news is that there has been no talk down that business. The other side even took the initiative to ask for cooperation with Jishing Trade, and also brought 3 other large single. If the 4 single are completed, the net profit can reach 10 million. Oh, got it. Sun Jishing replied indifferently, hung up, looked at his cell phone carefully, sighed, and put the phone aside. The cell phone rang again. This time it was a call from Feng Yuan. Just one sentence. Dawei is fine, he went to play with his friends. Sun Jishing put down his cell phone. A smile finally appeared on his face. It wasn't that Fatty didn't want to give his dad a peace report, but he didn't have his dad's phone number in his cell phone. Fortunately, he met Feng Yuan when he was resetting those security joints in 31, and only then did he get in touch with his dad. However, before Fatty and his dad could say hello, he was pulled away by the special forces who were in a hurry. The purpose of this group of special forces was very simple. It was to ask Fatty to help get some good stuff that could be used in the battlefield, just like the strong anesthetic that Mad Bull had personally experienced. Fatty naturally agreed in one go. But the problem was that these little things of his needed to be modulated with various poisons, such as snake venom, spider venom, bee venom, and so on. One thing or another Fatty can directly use his 2 boxes of inventory to get it done. If the quantity is too much, his 2 boxes of poisons are simply not enough. It's not just poison, it's all on me. The Hound patted his chest and packed his ticket. Their destination was the Shangjing Poison Research Institute. The Shangjing Poison Research Institute is the largest poison research center in the Northeast region, and even in the whole of China, where there are countless types of poisons. But with the development of the market economy, the Shangjing Poison Research Institute's funds are getting tighter and tighter, and the days are getting harder and harder, and it has finally been acquired by Shakong Biopharmaceutical Factory. After the merger and acquisition, the Poison Research Institute still belongs to the semi-secret nature of the national research institutions, but with the enterprise's funds to maintain the operation of the institute's research results are fed back to the enterprise, so as to achieve a win-win situation. The car that Fatty and the others were traveling in was stopped by a team of loaded soldiers as they drove up to the entrance of the institute, and Hound Dog showed his officer's license and led the way towards the institute. Fatty, this is the most complete place for poisonous insects in the entire Shangjing. Just pick whatever you need. Hound Dog smiled at Fatty and said. The research institute was established at the beginning of the founding of the country. After several refurbishments, it was now full of modernity, with polished floors like mirrors, rooms separated by industrial glass, and everywhere you could see researchers in white coats being busy. A researcher hurriedly came and saluted to the squad leader Hound Dog. Before asking about the specific situation, Hound Dog looked toward Fatty. "Can we visit first?" Fatty asked shyly. The researcher hesitated and finally nodded. Soon, Fatty's eyes widened in surprise. The poison stored in the Poison Research Institute did not only come from within the country, there were also quite a number of extremely famous poisons from all over the world, such as the particularly ugly Brazilian viper, the Amazonian poisonous toad that was the same as a pile of poop, and the Australian obscene python that was like a withered twig. The types of poisonous insects were even more numerous, and it could be said that the Poison Research Institute was also a poisonous insect breeding base, with hundreds of thousands of highly poisonous desert scorpions alone. Fatty listened to the researcher's introduction while chatting in a low voice with the squad leader, Hound Dog. "Why are your nicknames so strange?" "This is according to ability. For example, my nickname is Hound Dog, because my sense of smell on the battlefield is particularly sensitive, and I am often able to capture the opportunity and turn the tide of the battle at the critical moment of the battle." "Oh, that the meaning of the Mad Bull is that he fights like a mad bull, that's what it means. Not bad, right?" Fatty skimmed his mouth and said, "Not bad. Up a bit of momentum is not, a bit of creativity are not, on this nickname, the nickname, I'm not sure if it's a good nickname, but it's a good nickname. No, on this nickname is really too vulgar, to my words. How also have to use the most ferocious animal to name it right. What is the most powerful animal? Dragon, tiger, leopard." Fat man serious. Hound at first did not realize what. Soon, his expression became stagnant, murmured, "Dragon, tiger, leopard." Chapter 32 Poisonous Corpse Spider. Fatty can seriously tell the Hound, he is absolutely no bullshit, just the Hound is killed will not agree to use this name to name nicknames. Fatty helplessly sighed. No culture, really terrible. A sentence. Angry small captain nearly stormed out, would like to grab the fat man's collar, sprayed him with a face of saliva, and then ask the fat man properly, in the end, does he know the dragon, tiger, and leopard on behalf of what is? The researcher's expression has become impatient, the eyes have begun to accumulate killing. He put down the work at hand, ran to this group of big-headed soldiers to explain the poison has been very shameful. And now this group of guys not only do not listen to his explanations, but also in the back of the talk about what the dragon, tiger and leopard, the dragon, tiger and leopard, what good looking. To buy this playboy is not more eye-catching. Researcher's expression and eyes successfully let the fat man shut up, obediently with the listening to the explanation at the back, even if Fatty recognizes 90% of the poisonous insects here, but pretend to put on a particularly novel expression to do so at the end of the passageway. Fatty stopped, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, drooling down the corners of his mouth, just like a horny wolf seeing a naked woman, or a hungry person seeing scrambled rice. "This is our newly imported a kind of poisonous insect. The number is extremely rare. The world survived about less than 2,000 before, and our China also have this kind of poisonous insect, but do not know what reason extinct. This kind of poisonous insect's name is called the mortuary." The Hound Dog saw the fat man's stupidity and gently poked the fat man's waist. Fatty woke up, wiped a handful of saliva, and put on a good student look. "The coffin belongs to the patterned spider mutant species. On the back it will give birth to the markings of fortune. If it can make up the 3 characters of fortune, it can be said to be worth 1,000 words. However, our institute is for research rather than keeping pets, so the ones we buy are extremely common types. That please, can you send me 2 pairs of coffins?" Fatty rubbed his hands and asked weakly. "Send you 2 pairs, the institute only bought a total of 10 pairs. The researcher hatefully shouted. "You think this is a pet? This is a highly poisonous spider. A milliliter of venom can make a large farm. All the animals are dead. Send you 2 pairs of kidding. If you let this highly poisonous spider run away, do you know what will be the result of this? Will cause great social harm." An urge to punch someone was born in the researcher's mind. Of course, it seemed that amongst the people who knew Fatty, except for Fatty's parents and sister, everyone had an urge to punch him, which wasn't that uncommon anymore. In fact, this kind of spider is not called coffin. Coffin is the name given by foreigners. In China, this kind of spider is called corpse spider, because the main food of this kind of spider is the rotting corpses of other animals, so the toxicity is not only the spider poison, but also contains the corpse poison, so after the death of those who have been bitten, the corpses will be rotting in a very short period of time. Fatty said seriously. The researcher was a bit dumbfounded. This was something he really didn't know. After all, they hadn't even done toxicity tests with other organisms. They were simply extracting the venom, and then carrying out laboratory tests to collect data. Corpse spiders were used to assassinate enemies in ancient times. Not only can they make the enemy die instantly, but they can also make the enemy's loved ones and friends suffer great pain. The use of corpse spiders is considered to be a very insidious means. But the real use of the corpse spider is not to kill people, but to save people. After crushing the corpse spider and mixing the juice of 2 kinds of herbs, and then after 2 not-so-complicated concoctions, it can be made into a kind of very magical medicine. This kind of medicine can make to remove the rotting muscles, flesh and white bones. To put it in a more common way, this kind of medicine can remove almost all the scars. The researcher listened a little dumbfounded. What Fatty said, he seemed to have never heard of it at all, much less seen any documentation. Even some of the medical books that have been passed down for a long time and recorded in detail do not have a single word on this. Of course, the use is not just to remove scars. All the efficacy of the current skincare products on the market, this drug has, for example, to remove wrinkles, to remove dead skin, to remove bags under the eyes, to remove blackheads, to remove greasiness, and so on. Long-term use of the words, and played the same as the sheep's fetus, botulinum toxin injections, to return to childhood may be a bit of an exaggeration, but, and advertisements say that have a baby-like delicate skin, is not something difficult. What you said is true, the researcher asked with a trembling voice. Of course it's true, Fat Master. I was nicknamed the honest and lovely little Lang Jun, a word of gold big man. Fatty smugly said. The group of Special Forces soldiers following behind all felt their stomachs twitching, and belabored. The self-appointed nickname is more or less the same. I tell you, corpse spider in your hands is also a poison, but in the hands of the Fat Master my hands, that is the money, fortune counts for what to put aside in the hands of the Fat Master my hands. The corpse spider pattern can even get out of the look of Aoi, guaranteed to look like special like. The fat man's nostrils are about to face the sky. You wait a moment. The researcher said with a trembling voice, pulling his legs and running. No sense. Fatty rolled his eyes and pushed open the glass door into the corpse spider room. The research institute had set up a bionic environment suitable for corpse spiders to live in, a huge glass breeding box 5 meters long, 3 meters wide and 1 meter high was set up as a tropical rainforest, feeding the corpse spiders with a special kind of feed, which could catalyze the production of venom from the corpse spiders for the purpose of extracting it for research purposes. Fatty shook his head continuously when he took a look at the breeding environment. Although the corpse spider belonged to the patterned spider, the living environment was worlds apart from the patterned spider. While the patterned spider lived in the branches of the trees, the corpse spider lived in the mud, that is, underground, and only appeared on the ground when it was time to hunt for food. The wrong breeding environment caused each of these 20 corpse spiders to be listless and skinny, looking as if they were poor people who lived a life without food and clothing. My precious, it's really hard for you guys, being raised like this, by that group of idiots who don't know anything. Fatty shook his head and said. The crowd of Special Forces had only one reaction to Fatty's words and actions, and that was speechlessness. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Fatty's words and actions were all captured by the hidden cameras, and at the monitoring equipment terminal, the dean of the institute almost smashed the LCD screen on the table. Immediately afterward, the dean's eyes widened as he saw Play looking for death. On the screen, the indolent fat man actually stepped on the stool that fed the food, opened the lid of the breeding box, and entered into the breeding box under the astonished gazes of a group of Special Forces. A group of Special Forces soldiers at first just thought that Fatty wanted to see the corpse spiders more clearly, but when Fatty lifted a leg and crossed into the breeding box, everyone was shocked and rushed up in unison, wanting to pull Fatty down, but unfortunately, their movements were still 1 point slower, and by the time they rushed over, Fatty was already standing steadily in the breeding box. Fatty, come out quickly, these are highly poisonous spiders. The squad leader anxiously called out. A small matter. Fatty heatedly smiled and said, unexpectedly sitting cross-legged in the breeding box. The crowd of special forces could clearly see that the corpse spiders hiding in various parts of the breeding box flew out of the cover and pounced on Fatty. "It's finished," the crowd of special forces who had killed without blinking an eye and had come from a mountain of corpses had not dared to look at it. "This fat man is dead." The knowledgeable Dean had already begun to consider how to write a report. Half a minute later, both the special forces at the scene and the Dean in the office looked at the scene happening in front of them with disbelief. These corpse spiders were like an aggrieved child seeing his mother, pouncing on Fatty's body, and then you embraced me and crowded me to stop at Fatty's hand, scrambling for Fatty to touch them, as if they were competing for favors. Fatty, on the other hand, was busy touching this corpse spider and then that one. The most devastating thing for the audience was that Fatty kept saying, "Aga my little heart, Aga my little baby," while touching them. Fatty's appearance, as if he was not caressing the highly poisonous corpse spider, but caressing a hot beauty with a body without an inch of hair in general, but the fat man's movements were particularly natural, and it gave people a feeling of shuddering. "Why doesn't the corpse spider bite the fat man?" This question gradually appeared in the crowd's mind. Fatty was still enjoying himself, and didn't seem to think about being bitten at all. The reason, in fact, was even simpler. Compulsion. The fat man's compulsion is the golden silkworm. In the poison pyramid, the golden silkworm is the tip of the pyramid on the point. There is no comparable poison. The golden silkworm is the poison in the deserved king, and can even be said that the golden silkworm is the poison in the god. And having the golden silkworm as the instinctive parasite, Fatty's consciousness and the consciousness of the golden silkworm were connected together through blood. In the ward of 31, Fatty ordered the poisonous snake to bite the patient, and in the bedroom Fatty ordered the Black Widow to make all sorts of unimaginable actions. In fact, relying on it was not an order, using his mouth was just Fatty's habitual behavior, and in fact, Fatty's orders were issued through his consciousness. Fatty's consciousness would be received by the golden silkworms, and then the golden silkworms would pass Fatty's commands to the poisonous creature's mind through a very special way. If the golden silkworms were treated as a remote control, then Fatty would be the one holding the remote control in his hand. Without any report from the researcher, the dean, who had been stunned, quickly rushed out of the office and called the senior researcher in the institute while running. When Fatty stroked those corpse spiders, the dean felt that Fatty's previous introduction to the corpse spiders was true, then what lay in front of him would be a golden road. When the dean of the institute appeared in front of a group of special forces, the special forces subconsciously stood at attention and saluted, because this dean, surprisingly, wore a military uniform, and the rank on his shoulder showed that this person was actually a Major General. Chapter 33. Rain Man Gump. The boss of the Shangjing Poison Research Institute was named Xia Zhenhua, with the rank of Major General. In the acreage of the Poison Research Institute, he was the rightful boss. Xia Zhenhua's appearance, so that the fat man had to jump out of the breeding box, after all, without the owner's permission, unauthorized movement of other people's things. It is really a bit unruly, but also cannot be said. Xia Zhenhua looked at the fat man who jumped out of the corpse spider breeding box. Although his heart was surprised beyond measure, his rich social experience made him extremely calm. At least from the surface nothing could be seen. "Your name is Sun Dawei, right?" "Hello, my name is Xia Zhenhua, the director of the Shangjing Poison Research Institute." Xia Zhenhua stretched out his right hand and said. The fat man hurriedly shook Xia Zhenhua's right hand with both hands and greeted him. "I'm older than you, it's not too much to call you Dawei?" Xia Zhenhua asked with a smile. "Not too much, not too much." The fat man laughed nervously. "You like this spider, want 2 pairs as pets?" Xia Zhenhua asked. Fatty nodded his head and said, If you like it, I'll send you 2 pairs. Well, I also quite like that new type of medicine you just said." Xia Zhenhua laughed. The special forces heard the words of Xia Zhenhua is a little anxious, but the military rules are there. When the officer is talking, there is a place for them to interrupt. They are here the highest rank but as a major, and the Major General in the middle of the distance. Thank you, Dean Xia. These 2 pairs of body spiders, I would like to thank you for your generosity to accept this new type of medicine. Who all like Fatty thanked. Xia Zhenhua quietly looked forward to the following, but the fat man smiled a simple smile, but did not continue after the last sentence. Half a minute passed, and Fatty's smile was still naive and cute. 1 minute passed, Xia Zhenhua felt his facial muscles a little cramped, but the fat man is still smiling, still looking forward to waiting for the following. 2 minutes passed, Xia Zhenhua felt his muscles had begun to twitch. Dawei, you see, I have given you the spider as a pet. This spider is a rare species that the country spends money on importing from foreign countries. As an exchange, do you think that you should give the manufacturing process of the new drug to the institute, which is also considered to be contributing to the country? Xia Zhenhua finally couldn't hold back his mouth to point out the meaning of his previous words. Dean Xia, do you think I am especially like a movie star? Fatty naive smile asked, but this is too much jump, people are very confused. Xia Zhenhua politely nodded his head and complimented, although Dawei, you are a bit chubby, but your features are decent, indeed very much like a star. Fatty shook his head and said, I'm talking about specific stars. Some are Dean, you see me like Dustin Hoffman, or there is another one called Tom Hanks. We like it. The foreign stars mentioned in the fat man's mouth are Oscar-winning actors, great fame, interpretation of the classics are very much. Xia Zhenhua naturally watched the movies they starred in, but it is precisely because he has seen. So he feels that this is a very good movie because he had seen them, so he felt that these two stars and the fat man did not have any relationship at all. Oh, of course, if you judge from the carbohydrates, organs, and gender that make up the body, it's really the same. This is not quite like it, Xia Zhenhua replied weakly, which could not even find a place for a compliment. Fatty nodded his head and said, you see, I don't even look like Rain Man and Forrest Gump. Since I'm not retarded, of course I won't agree to this bullshit-like proposal of yours. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers almost suffered internal injuries from holding their laughter, and Xia Zhenhua, who understood, had his face darken at once. Dustin Hoffman's most famous movie is Rain Man, about an autistic person who looks a little retarded, and Tom Hanks' interpretation of Forrest Gump, directly is to say that a good luck to the burst of retarded story. No wonder the fat man will ask such an odd question. The original is to turn the corner to say that Xia Zhenhua retarded it, although I'm from the mountains out, but I also know what is good, what is garbage. There is a tiger, and I will not agree with this bullshit-like proposal. Although I am from the mountains, but I also know what is good, what is garbage. There is a tiger whip who will also use the deer whip soak wine. There are roe deer meat who will also eat pork with a diamond mountain to exchange for corpse spider. You think I am an idiot, said the fat man unflinchingly. Xia Zhenhua was angry, speechless. Of course, this thing after all, he is the rightful loss in the front. The fat man is an idiot. There is no problem in wanting the formula of this medicine, but please take out your institute's sincerity. Don't fool me, as if I were a 3-year-old child. Oh, Fatty retracted his hands and laughed coldly. Fatty is very clear about the magic of this medicine, but also clear that Xia Zhenhua can personally come over, naturally attracted by the bright prospects of this new medicine, the economic benefits it can bring, and the bright future it brings to himself, so no matter how much he says, as long as it doesn't touch Xia Zhenhua's spiritual bottom line, Xia Zhenhua will forget about it. Good, I'll go to a meeting first. You guys visit at the research institute first. Xiao Qian, take these guests on a tour, and be as accommodating as possible to the guests' requests. Xia Zhenhua nodded and said. Next, Fatty couldn't purely watch like before. People's Dean Xia had offered to fulfill their requests as much as possible, so don't be polite with them. Not to mention that Fatty really didn't know what being polite really was at times. All kinds of venom of the poisonous insects do not need Fatty to extract, are readily available. To these special forces to do something also belongs to an extremely simple thing, but the special forces want to see no problem. The other researchers of the institute will please avoid it monitored directly by these special forces with the body block. The monitoring terminals can only see a group of people's back of the head, and nothing else can be seen. This kind of potion is called Truth Potion. It doesn't have any killing power. After using it, no matter how tough the enemy is, he will tell everything he knows. However, this kind of potion's side effect is very big. The user will become an idiot, and can't be recovered by medical means. This kind of potion is called a sleeping potion. As long as one drop is injected into a person's body, that person will immediately pass out and last for 3 to 6 hours. This kind of potion, you must be careful. I call this kind of potion a smiling face. The dosage of use is not known, but I took the boar and tried it, see the blood, and die with a smile. Shoo, don't ever stir up the matter that I got the boar dead, otherwise I will be in jail. Who did you hear say that getting a boar killed would put you in jail? Asked the hound curiously. My second senior brother, he said that even wild rabbits are the most important part of the food chain in the primitive forest. As a result, I stayed inside the mountain for 18 years, the only wild food I ate was pine cones. What's wrong with it? The fat man asked with wide eyes. The hound dog was speechless and patted the fat man's shoulder and said, complaining about you, a moment later brother invited you to eat wild game. Fatty nodded his head vigorously in gratitude. Several types of anesthetics, poisons, and interrogation drugs were concocted, and the detailed instructions for their use were noted down by the special forces with paper bills and numbered and placed separately to avoid confusion. By the time Xia Zhenhua returned, it was already late at night. Sorry, the meeting took too long, why don't we go out to eat and drink some wine? Xia Zhenhua said apologetically. Your treat? Fatty asked warily. Xia Zhenhua nodded awkwardly, thinking, this fat man holding the gold mountain is even worried about who pays the bill. Stingy, a hound dog brother. Fatty turned his head to look at the small captain. Either call my nickname Hound Dog, or call me brother. Don't call Hound Dog brother, I heard how so twisted it. Hound Dog bitterly laughed. Anyway, from the fat man's mouth out of the words, in addition to the seriousness of the other sounds like people have a kind of impulse to beat him. Oh brother Hound, you said the game. Hound forehead rise black line, only feel crying and laughing. The original fat man still think of this thing at this kid really do not suffer. Stay as a midnight snack is also okay, tomorrow noon or night, please eat it all. Fatty heavy sigh of relief, this time he was completely relieved. 3 buses and a car drove out of the gate of the pharmaceutical factory, straight to the Shangjing Grand Hotel. Fatty, at night you have to pay attention to some. Xia Zhenhua is obviously prepared, want to get you drunk at the table, and then take the opportunity to put forward very low conditions for you to sign the contract. So drinking things we come, you are responsible for eating on the line, the best to eat all our share back, understand? Hound whispered to remind. Okay. Fatty nodded solemnly. And the hound estimated exactly the same. Xia Zhenhua really played this idea. The 2 buses in the middle of the ride are pharmaceutical plant sales staff. These sales staff, from the minister of the sales department, has been to just enter the pharmaceutical plant's ordinary employees. The most important way to assess the most important is the word to drink, are 8 or 2 pounds when gargling, 2 pounds and 3 pounds of the kind of alcohol to test the fighters. Xia Zhenhua chartered a small banquet hall. The crowd is divided into 10 tables to sit down, an average of 2 sales staff against a special forces. Dishes a little bit finished, the wine on the table. The wine is Maotai Wuliang Ye, Great Wall Dry White Dry Red, Shaoxing's Yellow Wine, Yanjing Beer, Jiangsu's Sweet Glutinous Rice Wine. Come on, everyone raise your glasses and toast to our military and civilian family. Xia Zhenhua raised a glass of 52-degree Maotai that was 2 taels in size and shouted. Military and civilian family, very good wine language, can't not drink it. Dawei, why don't you drink? Don't you think the military and civilians should be a family? Xia Zhenhua looked at the fat man who was sitting stupidly and said unhappily. I don't know how to drink. Fatty scratched his head and said awkwardly. Xia Zhenhua heart happy flowers, will not drink for fear that you will drink. A manly man, that cannot drink, come on, I'm 2 cups to accompany you. A cup, this face you always have to give me right. Xia Zhenhua will empty cups full, raised the cup said. Sir, Dawei, he doesn't know how to drink, why don't I take this drink for him? The hound blocked the drinks for the fat man. Soldier, I order you, sit down. Comrade Sun Dawei, are you not even going to give this face to me? Old Xia is the military and the people being one family. A generalized empty talk. I'm telling you, men who don't know how to drink are all cowards. Xia Zhenhua said this, directly rising to the scope of personal attacks. I'm not a coward, drink. Fatty picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Xia Zhenhua, then with a tilt of his neck, he drank the full glass of white wine. A satisfied smile appeared on Xia Zhenhua's face as he drank up the wine in the cup. Dean Xia, I've especially admired soldiers since I was a child, come, I'll toast you. Fatty watched as the waiter poured out the wine and raised his glass, saying. Good. Dean Xia took the cup and touched it, but in his heart, he thought, This is your own death ministry, blame me. Oh, Fatty, second cup of wine down, sitting in the chair began to shake. Fatty drunk. Not only this table, even the other tables have the same thought. Chapter 34, Who Drinks Whom? This glass of wine is to our great warriors, this glass of wine is to our great unsung heroes, this glass of wine is to our researchers who sweated in the construction of the motherland, this glass of wine is to the heroes who have dedicated their lives for the sake of Huaxia. Xia Zhenhua was worthy of being the hero of the institute's drinking scene, excuses after excuses. By the time the dishes came up, everyone had downed at least 1.5 bottles of white wine. First slow down, drink some beer to moisten the lips. Intermission, drink some fruit wine to refresh. The second half began. First drink some glutinous rice wine to nourish the stomach. Drinking is most afraid of mixing the drink. Some people have 2 pounds of white wine, but if mixed with other wine to drink, I'm afraid that even the amount of a caddy are gone. Xia Zhenhua not only in the personnel on the absolute upper hand, but also in the choice of wine on the slippery, in order to pour the fat man, but with a special forces drunk, with a pharmaceutical sales staff slipped under the table, the fat man is still sitting in the chair wobbling. Xia Zhenhua drink tongue are some big, but the mind is very clear. He is very clear that this fat man, in addition to the first glass of wine, did not drink. The back drink out of the nature of each glass of wine is wine to the cup empty. A drop did not leak out, but look at the fat man wobbling, but froze with the same as a tumbler. How to shake are not down all over. Accompany comrade Dawei, good drink. Xia Zhenhua waved his hand, and the last 3 salespeople who still had the strength to fight came over, letting the waiter help the drunken man to the side and start a new round of battle. Fatty still wobbly sitting on the chair, the cup came to dry, not even a little hesitation, but until the last 3 salespeople drunk to unconsciousness. How Fatty just now still how? Fat, you did not say that you will not drink. Xia Zhenhua staggered to the fat man, sat down next to him, asked with a big tongue. Fatty stopped staggering and looked at Xia Zhenhua. As soon as he saw the fat man's eyes, Xia Zhenhua understood that he had been tricked by the fat man. Usually when a drunk person's eyes were confused, as if they were covered with a layer of muslin, but Fatty's eyes were crystal clear, with dark pupils that were as pure as 2 pieces of ink jade. I really don't know how to drink because I've never known what it feels like to be drunk. Ugh, even if I don't know how to get drunk, how can I be considered to know how to drink? Fatty replied painfully. Fatty's words were absolute bullshit. The reason he could drink was because of his 9-injiavain physique. Alcohol is the strongest thing, it can stimulate the body functions to be enhanced. When he was in Golden Phoenix Mountain, every time Fatty had to drink 3 to 5 pounds of Old Sorcerer brewed pod wine before soaking in the poisonous bath. It was nearly 70 degrees of super strong wine. Compared to that, this 50-degree Matai and Wuliangya were nothing at all, and as for those beers, dry red and white, yellow wine, and glutinous rice wine, it was really just like what Xia Zhenhua had said. It was more or less the same as being used to gargle and quench one's thirst. Xia Zhenhua only felt that his mind was getting more and more confused, the scene in front of him was getting more and more blurred, and in the end, he only remembered that he had signed his name, and then he completely slept to death. Fatty looked at the box that was already in a mess, nodded with satisfaction, and was just about to call someone over to help take care of all these guys when he heard his cell phone ringing. Fatty checked left and right for half a day and finally found the source of the sound. Taking Hound Dog's cell phone out, he connected. Hound Dog, you have a new mission somewhere. Gather everyone and report to the base immediately. Tang Yan's voice came out clearly from the cell phone. Fatty looked at the special forces lying and sitting sideways, there just wasn't a single sober one, and said with a bitter smile, they're all drunk, I'm the only one sober right now. Fatty, it's me. You're there. Fatty reported the name of the hotel, and Tang Yan's side immediately hung up the phone. Tang Yan soon arrived. Because of the special nature and secrecy of the Tinglong Special Forces, calling others to help obviously did not work, so Fatty's handful of strength finally came in handy, dragging this group of special forces to the bus like dead pigs, and then dragging this group of guys to the airplane from the bus. You can go back. Tang Yan coldly said to the fat man. Don't, I'm strong enough, if they don't wake up by the time they get to the place, I can still help carry them off the plane. Fatty said with a shy face. Tang Yan glared at Fatty, pinched the bank card in her pocket and looked at Fatty again, thinking, this time we are going to Chuyu City. I heard that it is rich in beautiful jade. Grandpa's birthday is coming up. This time it's just right to go along to buy a good piece of jade to give to Grandpa as a birthday gift. If the character outbursts can buy a piece of imperial green, Grandpa will be very happy. If this group of drunkards didn't wake up when we arrived at Chuyu City, this fat guy can take care of this group of drunkards for me. So Tang Yan directly twisted her head and walked onto the airplane, which was considered to be a tacit acknowledgement of Fatty's existence. Fatty hemmed and hawed and bumbled his way onto the airplane. The hound was woken up by the ear-piercing noise. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a big piggy face, round head round face, snoring loudly. Who else would it be if it wasn't Fatty? After the hangover, even the ability to react and judgment had decreased a lot. The hound is also after seeing the fat man to perceive the wrong place. Could it be that Fatty has already handed over the formula, and then Xia Zhenhua has played dirty tricks for the sake of huge benefits? Hound Dog was completely sober at once, and his eyes were filled with dead and sleeping Special Forces soldiers, and the space where he was wobbly and rudimentary. Coupled with the loud noise, Hound Dog had come to the realization that they were on a transport plane, destination unknown. Get up, all of you. Hound woke up his sleeping comrades, 1 foot at a time. As soon as the Special Forces woke up, they realized something was wrong, and without needing to be reminded, they immediately spread out in formation and took up various strategic positions in the cabin. All of you are awake, a melodious and familiar voice entered everyone's ears. Captain, the crowd froze. Running to the Shengjing Hotel in the middle of the night to drink, there isn't even a single person left inside the base. What are you guys up to? All of you stand in military posture until you land. Tang Yan's voice was tinged with anger, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Noisy, what noisy? Still let people sleep, there is a little morality. Fatty dissatisfied shouted. Dead fatso, what did you say? Tang Yan asked in the cockpit, gritting her teeth. Stinky bitch, don't think you took away the fat master. My first kiss will be able to be a bully. You can take away the fat master's first kiss, but definitely not take away the fat master's heart. Even if you use force on me, the fat master, I am also the body to serve the heart, not to serve. Fatty called out in a daze. The Special Forces held back laughter, held back the face red. Laugh is absolutely cannot laugh, otherwise the captain, if the anger of a little, the bad luck is still theirs. You wait to get off the plane. Tang Yan huffed and puffed and closed the collar. Fatty, what happened last night? Did you sign an unequal contract? Hound Dog patted Fatty's back and asked with concern. Fatty smiled once he heard Hound's words and pulled out a signed contract from his pocket. In this new contract, the pharmaceutical factory and the Poison Research Institute jointly funded the purchase of new land, the construction of new plants, the purchase of new production lines, the establishment of a new pharmaceutical company, accounting for a total of 70% of the total shares, Fatty to Technology shares, accounting for 30% of the original shares. That is to say, no matter how much money in the future the pharmaceutical factory and the research institute out of the money, the fat man's shares are unchanged. Although Fatty owns 30% of the original shares, he does not enjoy the right to manage, shall not interfere with the production and sales of the new factory, and only owns the right to dividends at the end of the year. Fatty, now I finally believe the words you said. Hound Dog hung his head and returned the contract to Fatty. What words? Fatty asked doubtfully. It's scary to be uneducated. Fatty, do you know that this contract is a trap? If the pharmaceutical factory and the research institute moved black heart, it is completely possible to bankrupt the new factory, and then take the core technology to set up a new factory, and abandon you completely. For a large pharmaceutical company, a few $100 million is simply a hair of the 9 ox. A Hound Dog looked at Fatty's blank expression and pounded his chest and shouted. I know. Fatty replied honestly. Still signed such a contract. Hound Dog called for Fatty's loss. Actually, I think so. How do you think? Hound Dog was a little confused. Kick them away, their own single. When you retired from the army, come to work in my pharmaceutical factory, every day nothing to do, driving a top luxury sports car in the factory inside the circle, I will then only recruit female staff, half of the Chinese, half of the foreign girls. By the time you look at that, directly pull on the car. Go home on the whole room. Are you sure that you are ready to open is not a greenhouse? The mad cow interjected. What greenhouse, is a pharmaceutical factory. Fatty corrected. How do I feel you are dreaming it? Hound rolled his eyes. I'm not dreaming, in fact, you guys only see this contract I lose, but forget a key issue. Fatty said. The key issue money? Hound Dog asked. Wrong, it's the raw material. This medicine needs corpse spiders, tons of them. Fatty said in a condescending manner. The crowd immediately reacted. That's right, the main raw material needed for this new medicine is corpse spiders, and the researcher from the research institute also said that the number of corpse spiders is scarce. There are only 2,000 corpse spiders left in the whole world. 2,000 corpse spiders, sounds like quite a lot, but if it is used to make medicine, it is too little. As long as I am given 2 pairs of corpse spiders, I can turn these 2 pairs of corpse spiders into tens of thousands of spiders within 1 year. If you give me 5 pairs of corpse spiders, I will turn them into 100,000 within a year. As long as I pinch the corpse spiders as a raw material, it is the same as controlling the lifeblood of the new medicine. When the time comes, if they don't abandon me, I will also abandon them. Fatty hemmed and hawed. You will raise, does the institute will not raise, retorted Berserk Bull disdainfully. Secret method. Understand, not already lost secret method. Even if I feed them openly, they can't learn the secret method, Fatty said smugly. Looking at the fat man's smug look, the special forces only feel that this fat man is simply an old fox wearing a pig's skin. Pharmaceutical factories and research institutes think they have succeeded in digging a pit for the fat man, but they absolutely could not have imagined that this has become the behavior of digging their own graves. The fat man does not even need to think about any problems, as long as the contract is signed. Pharmaceutical factories and research institutes have fallen into the trap of the fat man. Last night, the hound's cell phone rang. I saw you sleeping in dead, so I answered the phone for you. Fatty said. Tang Yan had received a mission to break up a certain drug syndicate outside of China. This drug group occupies a quarter of the total share of drug smuggling from abroad to China. 4 days later, the 3 heads of this drug group will hold the first half of the year summary meeting in a secret factory abroad to summarize the first half of the year's sales and look forward to the second half of the year's growth and profits, and at the same time, eat, drink, and soak up the girls to increase the mutual feelings. Fatty in fact should not have come, mainly because he heard that this is a free round-trip plane, accommodation, food and lodging. The purchase of small crafts and snacks can be reimbursed according to the invoice of the work supplies. The idea of free travel, these days, there is a cheap not to take advantage of the son of a bitch. Well, so, fat to help the hound and others on the plane as an excuse, successfully mixed on the plane. How does it feel? Hound Dog patted the thick cabin wall, asked with a smile. This is the first time I've ever been on an airplane, and it feels a lot different from what's written inside the novel, Fatty replied honestly. Oh, what's the difference? Hound asked with a smile. Inside the novels they say that the plane has wide and comfortable seats. Fatty was sitting on an iron frame under his butt. Wide is enough, just too hard. Novels say that there are beautiful stewardesses on the plane, and there is a possibility of a little love affair. Fatty is surrounded by a group of big men, the only women in the cockpit, spaced out by a thick bulletproof iron door. Fatty. Hound Dog interrupted Fatty's comparison and asked with a smile, that's the real reason you came here with us, right? Fatty admitted with an embarrassed nod. The destination of this mission was Chuyu City. After several hours of flying, the military transportation plane finally landed at Chuyu City International Airport at noon. Chapter 35 Fatty Trio. Jade City is one of the border cities in China, bordering the world's largest jade-producing country, and at the same time, it is also one of the most rampant drug smuggling cities in China. The Tinglong Special Forces came over to carry out the mission, while Fatty, on the other hand, was purely a tourist who took free flights and ate free food. Of course, it would be more like it if there was a duck-tongued sun hat on his head, a small flag in his hand, and a travel bag on his back. Ancient China has gold and silver have a price. Jade is priceless, 1 or 2 jade 10 to gold saying, coupled with the rapid development of the Chinese economy in recent years, foreign and domestic speculators coaxing, so that jade has become a lot of people collection, the goal of getting rich, a few years ago, but also cold and quiet Suizhou City, transformed into the most lively tourist city in China. 2 tourist buses picked up the crowd and drove into the Quijade Guard military compound. Fatty, accompany me out. As soon as they got off the bus, Tang Yan came in front of Fatty, and the Special Forces soldiers who were talking and laughing with Fatty shut up and flashed. What for? Fatty decided to ask for clarification. Without benefits, Fatty would definitely not do it. Accompany me to buy a piece of jade. In a few days my grandfather's birthday, I want to give my grandfather a surprise. Oh, original to send birthday gift online, that after buying jade after what can go eat some snacks. Then what? Buy some souvenirs. And then what? Nothing. The fat man blinked, broke his fingers and said, accompany you to buy a piece of jade, accompany you to eat and drink, accompany you to buy souvenirs. Do you think that the fat master? I am a triple accompaniment. Tang Yan clenched her teeth and resisted the impulse to beat the fat man. Let's go. Remember that you consume. Oh, to fat master carry bags to carry things have to tip. The fat man painted snake added. You go to hell. Tang Yan cannot help it, flying up a kick to the fat man. On IQ fat man cannot, fighting fat man strong point. Fatty steps a pass, instantly close the distance between the two, the left hand and arm around Tang Yan's waist, the right hand a probe around the elasticity of Tang Yan's thighs. Tang Yan became a foot to stand on the ground, the body tilted back posture. If Tang Yan wears a backless low-cut evening gown instead of a camouflage outfit, the air and then wafting a bit of music aftermath, and then around a bit of applause, that would really be perfect. Don't make it so obvious if you want interest. People are not a casual person. Fatty kissed up after he finished speaking. Tang Yan twisted her head and wanted to dodge, but Fatty's movements were faster, more accurate, and more stable, so Tang Yan dodged but didn't dodge, and was kissed by Fatty in one bite. In the Special Forces garrison dumbfounded, the fat man ended this long kiss. Will Tang Yan embrace up, added in a low voice, but I casually up is not a person. Tang Yan's pretty face reddened, but she couldn't fight, couldn't curse, and could only stare fiercely at Fatty's round face that owed a beating. What are you looking at? I'll train. Tang Yan angrily rebuked, and a group of soldiers immediately scattered. In front of an off-road vehicle, Tang Yan walked to the driver's seat, and after thinking about it, she coldly looked at Fatty and said, you drive. No problem, Fat Master, I'm the Golden Phoenix Mountain Car God. Fatty proudly took the key that Tang Yan threw and got into the car. Then, Fatty was dumbfounded. After inserting the key into the keyhole, Fatty began to look for it. A minute later, what are you looking for? Tang Yan asked impatiently. Ignition button. Fatty replied. No. Tang Yan gasped. Such a big car does not have an ignition button, said the fat man with a look of disbelief. Step on the brake, Tang Yan shouted, a twist of the key, the car started. So it's the same as opening the door, Fatty said with delight. Then another minute passed. Drive. Tang Yan gasped. I did not find the D gear. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the meaning of? Fatty asked. Get off. Tang Yan said angrily. Jinfeng Mountain Car God was actually blocked by a manual car in the starting stage, which has to be said, will drive. An automatic car is not considered to be able to drive. Tang Yan driving the SUV through the city center. Fatty can clearly see on both sides of the street store sales range is the most jade. Think about what Tang Yan said before to buy jade, and then think about the departure of their own just offended Tang Yan. Fatty cannot help but some drums in his heart. Beautiful woman, Fatty whiny voice called. Now fat is not worth it. Tang Yan, how ice smart. Fat people immediately understand over as soon as he opened his mouth. Afraid of? Tang Yan asked, with a cold snort. Afraid. Fatty weakly replied. Tang Yan just had a little feeling of victory, heard the fat man then said, in case you sell me, later want to ask me to recover the difference between the price can do it. Fat man saw Tang Yan did not seem to understand, explained, difference, is the interest, you understand. Tang Yan almost drove the car into the ditch, huffed and puffed, I'll find a place to sell you. When Fatty heard this from Tang Yan, he was happy and relieved. Suiyu City's suburbs are not desolate, a huge warehouse east to west far apart, there are uniformed security guards patrolling outside the door, a car, or ordinary, or luxury, or car, or tour bus in and out. In the suburbs, in addition to the roaring sound of the car engine, there are also ear-piercing friction sounds, as well as calling out the sound of shouting. "You are going to bet on jade?" Fatty asked hesitantly. "You will?" Tang Yan asked in amazement. "No." Fatty replied honestly. "Then what are you asking?" Tang Yan scolded without any good humor. Fatty skimmed his mouth, an aggrieved daughter-in-law look, ask, cannot, too overbearing. Tang Yan puffed and did not say anything, skillfully drove the car into a warehouse. This warehouse and other warehouses do not have any difference. There are many ordinary people dreaming of getting rich, more are the professionals sent here by various jewelry companies, waiting for someone to be God's favorite to open the very best jade. They will swarm up to each other to call the price, and will be the very best jade in their pockets. Fatty got out of the car, looking as if Lulu had entered the Grandview Garden, looking left and right, very new. Novels often appear in the scenario of gambling on jade, but the protagonist of the novel either has a golden eye, or has a golden hand. Gambling on jade is completely picking the very best jade, and gambling on jade, the word gambling is completely not next to the edge. Fatty will not bet on jade, do not know how to bet on jade, purely a spectator. Wow, I seed, opened I seed. A voice rang out, followed by everyone rushing towards the direction of the voice. Tang Yan is also in the crowd. Fatty understands, so this is what Tang Yan said: to buy jade, from the hands of jade gamblers, to buy the best jade, can be much cheaper than in the jewelry store to buy the best jade. Fatty did not go to squeeze excellent jade for him, and ordinary glass is not much difference, although he likes money, but definitely will not use gambling to get money, because gambling and the stock market, there is a great risk, holding the mentality of making money. To go in, generally will be Audi into the Alto, Armani into the leather out, can stay in a pair of underwear is considered good luck. Fatty casually walking around in the warehouse, suddenly a person sneakily greeted up. "This little brother, I see you have forehead towards the sky bone, eyebrows like a sword, born as a rich man. You are fortune-telling?" Fatty asked suspiciously. No. "Then you are going to sell me the secret of Kung Fu?" Fatty asked again. "You've seen too much Kung Fu, right? Then what do you want to do?" the fat man asked. "I see, little brother, you were born with a rich face, it should be a person of great wealth. I have a piece of superb raw stone here, guaranteed to come out of the ice seed Emperor Green, as long as $5,000. This person looks like the appearance is quite decent, but this is really no difference with the ghost words. $5,000 will be out of the Ice King Green. There is this good thing to open their own goodwill." Fatty is ready to bite the refusal of this person, but when he inadvertently saw the top of the head of this person, suddenly will be the refusal of the words swallowed down. When the fat man reached the peak of the Kapoi poison-quenching body, only one step away from the royal repulsion of all things, he found himself able to see other people's luck. When a person's head emits a golden light, then this person will be lucky, and if a person's head emits a black light, it means that the person's bad luck is at the head of the traffic police officer who stopped the car. Then the top of the head is a piece of blood red, which means that he has a disaster of the blood. Light. In fact, the fat man did not know why he would make a relative judgment, only felt as if it was justified. Of course, this subtle ability when out when hidden, out when less, hidden when more, so even fat people do not know when they can see other people's luck. At this time, in front of this peddling emerald stone guy, the top of the head of the black pressure of a piece, that this guy is now bad luck, and 3 days will be bad luck to the extreme. Fatty does not know how to gamble, do not know how to gamble, but he has heard a proverb, called, "My happiness is built on your sadness." In other words, this person's bad luck was not exactly when someone else's hongxing was high. "I don't have $5,000, I only have $2,000. The fat man turned over his pockets, he came out this time not at all prepared, or Feng Yuan knows that the fat man's pockets inside not a few money, hard to stuff to the fat man. $2,000 pressure pocket. $2,000, this guy is really not greedy, perhaps because he was forced to do nothing, a hand of basketball-sized rocks into the arms of the fat man, snatched $2,000 and turned to go, a look of fear that the fat man caught to get the money back. Fatty hemmed and hawed and went to find Tang Yen. Tang Yen is standing in the crowd at the moment, looking at a group of major jewelry stores stationed commissioner to call the price, and Syed in the middle of these people is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. This person's hair than the fat man's hair is even more messy, eyes red as if a few sleepless nights, but not only cannot see the face of fatigue, on the contrary, it is filled with excitement of the collar in this person's arms, holding a piece of egg size, light green. Transparent emerald, although the color is general, but the texture, transparency is quite good, so attracted the crowd crazy bidding. Now the price has climbed to 13 million. Tang Yen had already caved in, obviously this price had exceeded her expectations. Beauty, what place can be decrypted? Off Fatty with great difficulty to squeeze to the side of Tang Yen, whispered. Tang Yen violently turned around, fiercely glared at the fat man, when she saw the fat man in the arms of the basketball-sized raw stone, disdainful. You also bet on the stone? Fat man he smile, did not chime in anywhere. You can see there is a cutter, but no one can go to unlock the stone. Tang Yen replied in a good-natured manner. It doesn't cost anything, does it? Fatty asked again. Can you be any more stingy? Tang Yen huffed and puffed and shouted, spreading all the anger of not grabbing the ice seed jadeite on Fatty. Fatty rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. It seems that women really do have a few days of bad temper every month. Tang Yen stumbled and almost fell down, while Fatty ran away in a puff of smoke. The woman who has her period can't be messed with. Chapter 36, Giving It Away. $2,000 in the eyes of the fat man is absolutely an astronomical figure, because before this, all the money in his pocket together did not have more than $100. Viking won the money before they had time to share the spoils of the old mother and father were forced to keep. Ga Rungwei is quite generous, but the fat man is more generous, turned to give the old virgin Fan Yuan, so that now he wants to look for a coin to scrape cannot be found, so this piece spent $2,000 to buy the original stone. Fat man extraordinarily cherish. Other people are generally first determine the location of the possible jade, cut down with a cutting machine, until the jade and then use the grinding machine to rub the stone, but the fat man heartake $2,000, so directly ignore the cutting machine, chose the grinding machine, with a pestle and mortar patience, a little bit of rubbing up. Fatty does not know how to rub the stone, but know that there is nothing wrong with being careful, rubbing a circle after the water showered on. And then rubbed, the results of the basketball size of the original stone into the size of a soccer ball, the size of a soccer ball into the size of a volleyball. The original stone is still white, not to mention the green, and even the other colors cannot be seen. I should have known to look in the mirror first when I bought it. I just don't know if I can see my own luck. Fatty lamented. The rubbing of the stone still had to continue. The fat man's patience was not as good as he had imagined, and had become a little impatient just then. The cell phone in his pocket rang, the fat man's hand shook, and the polisher gnawed down an extra 2 inches with a little force. Second senior brother, how did you remember to call me at this time? Fatty looked at the cell phone number and answered. Eldest senior brother, your math is too accurate, I got promoted. Fan Yuan's excited shout came from the other end of the phone. Promoted to what rank? Fatty was heartbroken that $2,000 had gone down the drain, and froze, forgetting to show Fan Yuan the matter of chi luck. I've been promoted to Vice Dean, although it's the lowest ranked one out of all the Vice Deans. Fan Yuan said happily. Fatty understood, this must be the old Tang family making an effort, wanting to improve the relationship between the two parties in this way. Fatty was about to say something to congratulate Fan Yuan when he suddenly saw a piece of green revealed in the middle of the white flowery stone. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it was indeed green. Second senior brother, wait for me to go back to celebrate for you. I still have some things over here. Fatty hurriedly finished, hung up the phone, grabbed the water to scoop up a shower. It is really green, and it is extremely thick green. Fatty excited up, concentrated along the green side of the rub-up. Out of the green, I do not know who saw the fat man this side of the green, howling a voice, the result of the dust has just settled over their collar all attracted over. When Tang Yan saw that it was the fat man who was deciphering the stone, she was a bit at a loss for words. Although Tang Yan has been taken advantage of by the fat man several times, but Tang Yan knows that her attitude towards the fat man has been bad, more than bad, should be said to be bad to the right. To serve others with virtue, this good character in the fat man cannot be seen at all. The only thing that can be seen is that the fat man jeer villainous virtues in order to prepare a birthday gift for her grandfather's 90th birthday. Tang Yan will be saved up from childhood pocket money, the year-end money, as well as the salary bonus for the past few years have brought over, and even from the third brother there to ask for $2 million, which is why Tang Yan to help Tang Yichen to export the real reason. But did not buy jadeite, do not know the price of jadeite, to hear only to find that in front of the very best jadeite a few million is not enough, so now see the fat man actually solved the jadeite. Tang Yan immediately regretted, I had known that, might as well be better for the fat man, at least you can let the fat man to give the price of personal favorite. With the rotation of the grinding machine, the white stone like snow fell, revealing the inside of the rich green emerald cell to the fat guy of the original stone. Is gambling lost, bring all the money, easy to fool a fool, take the money to buy a ticket home. Of course, if he stays here at this time, I'm afraid that can vomit blood 3 liters. Because he, in order to $2,000, threw away his mouth of ice kind of Emperor Green. Ice seed, Emperor Green, this is the Emperor Green. Audience excited up, due to mining intensification, good jadeite now has been difficult to see, not to mention the ice seed, even if it is the glutinous rice seed can call out the sky, and Emperor Green, is a long time nobody has seen, now all of a sudden saw the ice type Emperor Green, even if it is not their own solution out, but also to shout 2 voices. Borrow the fat man's luck, looking forward to their own also open a superb jade out. The fat man finally finished the original stone, at this time appeared in his eyes, is a piece of more than an adult's fist on a circle, some oval top ice Emperor Green. This green is so rich, so fascinating, so exciting, as if this green out, all the things around the loss of luster in general. The only thing that makes people feel sorry is that this fist-sized top jade only half of the ice-grade imperial green, the other half is green with a small fingernail-sized gold particles. If purely only gold particles is not bad, that is called jade wrapped in gold, more valuable than the gold inlaid with jade, but the problem is that, in the gold particles around, with white flowers jade with white, and from the heart through the heart, that is a waste of jade, along with this half of the jade has become a waste. Pity, too bad. If this is a whole piece of ice seed Emperor Green, that is the absolute heavenly price. Someone sighed. It's not bad, even if it's only half a piece. Look at this head, it's definitely worth money. Another person envied. Fatty did not go to listen to the words of the crowd, all of his attention is focused on the half of the jade that people call scrap. For others this is scrap, but for the fat man, this is absolutely their luck burst. A jade wrapped in gold is extremely rare, because in the jade vein is absolutely not contain gold components. This piece of jade wrapped in the gold particles is not gold, but absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, condensed into the heart of the jade. That is, if the fat man to enhance to the imperial repulsion of all things after the realm of cultivation, need to be used to suppress the 19 absolute vein of the most important material essence of the heart of the jade. The formation of a piece of jade requires 5,000 to 6,000 years, while the formation of the essence of the jade heart requires 200 to 300 million years, and the formation of the essence of the jade heart also needs to meet the environmental conditions of the extreme sun land, the land of abundant aura, the land of waterlessness. So it can be seen that the formation of the essence of the heart of the jade is how harsh, not to mention sorcerers, even the Buddhists and Taoists can smile for the rest of their lives if they can come across a charmed jade heart. Fatty roughly counted, good guy, this half of the jade in the essence of the jade heart is as much as 12 or 13 grains. What is priceless? This is priceless. Fatty in the eyes of the crowd, will be placed on the jade under the cutter along the center line cut down. The left side is the top ice seed Emperor Green jadeite, the right side of the inside is irregularly covered with gold particles of the waste jade. Hey, this fat man, how can so cut? That is the ice seed Emperor Green. Surprisingly more, cut down 2 inches. This 2 inches on the value of a few million. This fat man is a rookie luck. Playing mahjong or not will not play to win money. Well, fat man did not pay attention to the crowd's comments. Will be wrapped in the chalcedony jade heart of the center line of the cutter. The right side of the inside irregularly covered with gold particles of waste jade will be wrapped with chalcedony jade heart. Half of the jade into the pocket, the hand is holding the remaining half of the top ice emperor green jadeite. Fatty, is this piece of jade for sale? Someone asked. How much are you offering? Fatty asked, casually. I'm out 5 million. Roll, do not need to. Fat man open mouth. Natural people will be this idiot scolded to the head. 5 million. Just that piece of ice seed is not as good as this piece. The final bidding reached 20 million. This piece of on the head is that piece of 3 times or so. On the quality of more than a grade, sell hundreds of millions of dollars are possible. 5 million. You went to buy sports lottery at Tang Yan, biting tightly. Tang Yan bites, tight cherry lips, staring at the emerald in the hands of the fat man. The heart is tangled. I bid 30 million. I bid 70 million. No matter how Tang Yan's mood, the bidding has reached a white-hot stage, instantly climbed from 30 million to 70 million. I'll bid $90 million. A rich fat man squeezed out of the crowd and shouted. The silent scene made this fat man proud. After a few minutes, there was no one else bidding. The $90 million this person bid was the highest price. Haha, I am the owner of Golden Jade Hall. My friends call me Fatty Shui. In a moment you all please also move to Hongyun building. Seafood feast I please. The fat man looked at the fat man upset very much. The same as fat, look at others. Casually take out 90 million, but also set up wine. Please, a group of people do not know eat seafood dinner, and then look at their own pockets. Then the face are clean. Make a payphone estimate. Have to choose each other to pay. Haha, thank you La, this is $90 million in cash checks. You can withdraw the money at any time. Fatty pulled out 3 cash checks from his pocket and walked over to Fatty and said aloud. The crowd was waiting for Fatty to agree to Fatty. Did I say I would sell it to you? Fatty asked disdainfully. The smile froze on the fat boss's face. What do you mean? The fat boss said angrily. The fat man shook his head and said, nothing. I never said I wanted to sell this piece of emerald. I just casually asked about the price. Who knows, you guys are like chicken blood. The fat boss angrily wanted to kill someone because he felt like he was being tricked like a monkey. The fat man glanced at the fat boss with disdain and walked straight to Tang Yan holding the jade. You have $2,000 not right, should be 2,000. 0-inch Fatty scratched his head, made up his mind, came to a self-professed lion's share of the money, said, 2001? Tang Yan dumbfounded, any of her high IQ, but also a little confused about what in the end the fat man wants to do. Why, fat master, I work hard to solve the stone, you even $100 of tips are not given. That $99, how? Fatty awkwardly asked. You forget about it, as fat master white out the effort. $2,000, the original price sold to you, cheaper cannot. The fat man saw that Tang Yan still did not react, and shouted angrily. Tang Yan indeed did not react, because she has been such a pie in the sky thing. Smashed silly, smashed dizzy, even if not educated people know 2,000 to 90 million is how the difference, so Tang Yan think they should be dreaming, or hallucinations. The fat man is very angry. Emerald value is not worth money. He does not care. Anyway, his ideal is not far away. Food and drink is not worried. Find a foreign girl to give birth to a bunch of babies on it. 90 million if you get your hands on it. He will be worried about the money was stolen. Of course, 90 million of the things to hold in the hand inside also feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid of you. Give it to you. In the future, do not mind me to ask for interest. Fatty shouted angrily, will be worth at least $90 million of ice-type emperor green top jadeite stuffed into the arms of Tang Yan. Hand coincidentally touched Tang Yan's bulging chest. It's so soft and elastic. Fatty looked like a pig, and actually said the words out loud. Immediately after, Fatty felt a pain on the top of his foot. Looking down, a lady's military boot stepped hard on the top of his foot. Fatty screamed miserably, holding his foot and jumping hard. Tang Yan holding the top jade, looking at jumping around comically like a clown. General fat man, suddenly feel warm in the heart. This damn fat man, in her eyes seems to become lovely. Bitch, how dare you step on me? The fat man cursed. The surrounding people saw no more lively to see, scattered, but the topic of discussion in their mouths. is still this piece of ice emperor green. Of course, there is also the fat man threw away a lot of money just to get a smile of a beautiful woman's bravado. Only the teased fat boss stared resentfully at the jumping fat man, took out his cell phone, and walked toward the corner of no one. The fat man felt that he or do not go to the mirror. I am afraid that he and the physiognomist can count people cannot count themselves, simply cannot see their own luck, otherwise, how can spend $2,000 to buy a piece of superb emerald, but also suffered from being stepped on the foot of the doom of the clear contradiction of the well. Tang Yen, holding the emerald, slowly walked to the front of the fat man, looking at the fat man, naive and lovely appearance, thinking of the fat man actually able to this piece of value of nearly $1 billion of jadeite to himself. Tang Yen cannot help but tiptoe, in the fat man's lips gently kiss. A few moments later, the lips parted. Tang Yen stared with wide eyes, could not believe that he actually took the initiative to kiss this dead fat man, and he seems to have been obsessed with the feeling of this kiss. So what do you see? You have taken the initiative to kiss me. Is it possible for me to touch your breasts? The fat man twisted and turned. Tang Yan's gentle expression froze on her face, frantically shouted, "Dead fat man, do you want to die?" Fatty angrily said, "I have long known that you have bad intentions towards fat master me. Come on, let me die of lust, even if you conquer my flesh, but also cannot conquer my mind." Tang Yen covered his forehead as speechless, she felt, and this fat man, communication how so difficult at this fat man. Obviously words and deeds are very not tone, but on the contrary, I feel a little like this fat man. Is it? This is the legend of the sinful fate. Chapter 37, The King's 8 Xuanwu. Having bought the top-grade jade, Tang Yan's purpose of this trip has been achieved, so she will not stay here any longer, not to mention that she is holding the jadeite worth $90 million in her arms, so it is hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents if she stays here any longer. Fatty, your luck, how so good at Tang Yen while starting the car, while asking, curiously. What luck? Is I can see other people's short-term luck to sell me the original stone of the guy. Bad luck. I thought we have to build our happiness in the pain of others, so I pulled out all the money to buy that piece of stone. 2,000 a foot. 2,000 a results encountered you a stingy bitch, even 2,000 are not given. The fat man rambled on, and at the end of a grudging look, as if it were a wife's husband. Tang Yen looked at Fatty's naive appearance and couldn't help but puff and laugh. This laugh gave Fatty a feeling that his heart was racing. Brother likes foreign girls, brother likes foreign girls. Fatty hurriedly recited silently, so to say, in a certain aspect, Fatty's willpower was still quite firm. Why did you put away that piece of scrap jade not worth much money? Tang Yen asked. Of course, Fatty could not tell Tang Yen the preciousness of the essence jade heart, gagging. It's not easy to come to Tsuiyu City once, but also lost $2,000, that's $2,000, I don't bring some souvenirs to go back, won't it be even more loss? Tang Yen looked at Fatty and good-naturedly angry and amused, shook her head, pulled out the bag that she brought with her, and took out a pile of $100 bills, gently placed in the hands of the fat man. If you don't have money in the future, just ask me for it. Tang Yen said gently. Fatty two small eyes almost stared out, a $10,000 in the arms, and then kissed hard, and pinched the thighs. The results of the pain bared his teeth, finally sure that this is not a dream. Beautiful woman, a rich woman, begging for adoption, the fat man's eyes were starry-eyed. Shouted. Tang Yen rolled her eyes, and decided that it was better not to give Fatty any sunlight, because as long as Fatty was given a ray of sunlight, Fatty would be incomparably bright. This piece of jade is still very good to take as a birthday gift. Find a gold box to wrap it up, your grandfather can take it as a paperweight. Fatty felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward, so he found his own topic and said. Tang Yen shook her head and said, directly to send as a birthday gift. How can I return to Beijing to find a carver? Help me carve an object out. Fat man, you see, this piece of jadeite, like what can be carved out of what? Fat man looked carefully, although less than half, but still half oval of jadeite, very seriously replied. In accordance with the novel said, carving the jadeite is not a good idea. According to the novel, carving jadeite must minimize waste and make full use of the edges and corners. Fatty, the semi-professional words impressed Tang Yen. Only you see this jadeite, half oval, the two ends of some narrow, carving in 8 should be the least waste of material. You see this end, slightly protruding, like a tortoise head. You bastard, Tang Yan crazy. Tang Yan went crazy, regardless of the hand is $90 million of treasure, grabbed and smashed to the fat man as a result. The fat man almost turned into Sakyamuni. The car returned to normal. Actually, it's still quite good if you carve a Xuanwu. Tang Yan said joyfully. Fatty didn't dare to say anything, because what he was going to say was Xuanwu is not a wanbang. I guess if he said this, he would really turn into a Sakyamuni with a head full of bags. Fatty, you will read the face. Tang Yan suddenly remembered this piece of jadeite process, asked, curiously. Fatty hung his head and wiped his tears, lamenting over his own head, nodding his head at the words, as an answer. Then you take a look for me, Tang Yan said. Fatty raised his head to look at the top of Tang Yan's head. Recently you have a blood and light disaster. Fatty replied, the mysterious ability is very powerful, surprisingly good. You're the one with a plague of blood and light, Tang Yan cursed hatefully. Fatty skimmed his mouth and kept silent. He had decided that it was better not to tell the truth when he encountered a woman in the future, because women like to listen to well-intentioned lies. Although Tang Yan didn't believe it, the jade worth nearly $100 million was enough to make many people desperate. Therefore, Tang Yan took out her cell phone and made arrangements before driving back the same way. Sure enough, when the car was about to arrive in the city, 2 vans blocked the road, and as the doors were pulled open, more than 20 men with sharp blades jumped out of the car. Tang Yan unbuttoned her jacket after seeing Fatty's wide-eyed look of surprise. You're not planning to use the beauty trick, are you? Fatty asked as he swallowed a mouthful of water as he looked at the 2 rounded masses that popped out. Tang Yan blankly glanced at Fatty, removed a delicate pistol from her armpit, turned on the safety and loaded the bullets. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Tang Yan said softly. I'm not afraid. Fatty replied firmly. You're not afraid of the eyes staring so wide just now. Tang Yan said disdainfully. Fatty skimmed his mouth and said, I was wondering how these 2 minivans could fit so many people. Before the 20 or so people could even get close to the SUV, they heard a roar. 2 armed helicopters arrived quickly. The ones with sniper rifles took aim, the ropes were lowered, the loaded special forces grabbed the ropes and dropped them, surrounding the 20 guys. On this kind of punk still want to be a hijacker. Tang Yan retrieved the pistol, disdainful. The car restarted and returned to the army station under the escort of the special forces. Fatty, you can't tell your fortune, but I don't have a bloodbath. Tang Yan scoffed. Fatty grunted as if he didn't hear. Tang Yan laughed and opened the door to get out of the car. The result was too complacent, even stepped on a stone, the body fell to the ground. Fatty jumped out of the car in a hurry, around the car to help Tang Yan up, and then look, Tang Yan ankle is fine, but to support the ground when the stone cut the palm of the hand, a small wound, flowed out 2 drops of blood. Actually, my math is still accurate. Fatty said seriously. Dead fat man, you gloat as it. Tang Yan once again wielded the emerald, poor top-grade emerald, but was used as a brick by the Miss Tang family. I really don't know if I should be glad to be used by a beautiful woman, or I should be sad that my future is not bright. The team rested for 2 days and finally arrived at the pre-war meeting. Fatty was not qualified to participate in this pre-war meeting with confidentiality, but a group of special forces are taking him as their own. Tang Yan did not refuse, so Fatty also shyly squeezed in to join in the fun, and in the meantime, long insights. Tang Yan wearing a set of camouflage uniform, very female general's momentum, holding an infrared whip in her hand, flashing at the map, looking at the fat man almost blurred. The target of this mission is these 3 people. These 3 people are the masterminds of the drug syndicates. They will come to this place for a meeting 2 days later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Our mission this time is to wipe them out, and completely eliminate the tumors that have jeopardized Huaxia for several years. This place is located in the primitive forest, the terrain is complicated, be careful of miasma, poisonous insects, fierce beasts, standard equipment. Triggered after 10 minutes, the garrison will send people to send us to the border line, then we have to 24 hours of hasty march through 230 kilometers to arrive at this area, and then be ready to give them a fatal blow. The combat mission will be released after arriving at the predetermined location. now dismissed. Fatty nodded his head vigorously, even though he didn't understand what Tang Yen was saying about this and that at all. When Tang Yen said dismissed, Fatty inadvertently raised his head, but he exclaimed, causing the crowd to turn their gazes on him in unison, "Can't go, absolutely can't go, give up on this mission, don't ever go." Fatty shouted in panic. Fatty's comical hand-waving didn't make anyone feel amused. Instead, the crowd's faces became more than a little grave. "You will all have a bloodbath within 3 days, a very serious bloodbath. If I see it correctly, people will die, you will all die, give up this mission, please, there are plenty of chances, it's not as bad as this moment and a half." Fatty jumped to his feet and screamed. The crowd looked at each other and remained silent. "You guys, this news is accurate. Is there any mistake in the middle? Will someone leak the news over there? Set up a trap waiting for you to throw yourselves into the net." Fatty saw that the crowd did not agree to give up, anxiously called out. "The news was sent back by our undercover agent who was sent to this drug syndicate for 6 years, after going through a special channel, and our agents overseas have also proved the correctness of this news, and the only people who know about this intelligence are the several leaders of the National Security Bureau. The rest are all of us here," Tang Yen replied. "Even if the information is accurate, it won't work. You guys can't go, you'll die, you'll all die, give up on this mission, there's plenty of chances, it's not that bad this time." The fat man is about to cry, he cannot look at this gang of brothers, and took away his first kiss of Tang Yen to die. A fat man will not gamble on jade. Spend $2,000 to open the top ice seed. Emperor Green, said Tang Yen has blood, get off the car. Fell, said the mad cow to be unlucky, the result of the mad cow training head on a wooden pole, head up a big bag. All of Fatty's wonders convinced the crowd that Fatty's words were not alarmist, but seeing that the crowd remained silent, Fatty gritted his teeth and stomped his foot and said, "Okay, it's okay to go, take me with you, I'm no worse than you guys in jungle combat, and if there's any danger, I can use sorcery to block it for you for a while. Tell you all, don't stop me, you know my fighting strength very well." "We'll survive if you go," asked Raging Bull. "I can't, but I absolutely can't watch you guys die. I'm a witch doctor, on the battlefield, I'm like a second life for you guys." Fatty gritted his teeth. "No go, give up." Hound Dog decisively decided. "You," Tang Yen looked at Hound Dog, but saw Hound Dog winking at her. Years of comradeship, tacit understanding, allowed Tang Yen to swallow the words that came to her mouth. "Really do not go?" Fatty asked. "Really do not go, not just a mission. Well, next time there is still a chance, go. I heard that yesterday the gang went out to train. The guys secretly shot a sick deer back. Let's today to open the meat, to play the teeth," Hound Dog seriously said. "Not going." Tang Yen also nodded her head. Fatty heaved a sigh of relief, a smile reappearing on his face. Hound Dog wrapped his arm around Fatty's shoulders and left the conference room, walking along the passageway towards the cafeteria, talking and laughing with Fatty along the way. A row of flat-roofed houses appeared in front of them. Hound Dog wondered, what are these houses for? Fatty knew that the military camp was not something he could just wander around as a civilian. "It's a toilet, right?" said Berserk Bull. "Toilet is just right, let's go to the toilet first. After clearing the memory, let's have a good drink. Fatty, let's not get drunk today." Hound Dog laughed. Fatty thought that Hound Dog wanted to get drunk. He laughed. "Just with you guys still want to get drunk? I let the horse over. When I empty the memory, one by one, you all under the table." Fatty, in order to prevent these guys from cheating, specially waited for a while, and then walked into the small toilet that the Hound Dog had just walked out of. Inside this small single room, although the light was gloomy, there was indeed a toilet. "Little bastard, trying to get me drunk." Fatty took off his pants and had just peed out when he heard a bam behind him, followed by the sound of a lock being dropped. "What are you guys doing opening the door?" Fatty also stopped peeing, turned his head and ran towards the door, slamming the door as he called out. "Don't worry, Fatty, just stay here obediently and wait for us to come back. When we return to Shangjing, I'll treat you to a barbecue, an absolute all-game feast." Hound Dog replied loudly outside the door. "Hound Dog, you son of a bitch, how dare you lie to me? Open the door, either take me with you or you guys will give up on this mission," Fatty roared angrily. Fatty, we are soldiers. Soldiers take obeying orders as their natural duty, guarding the country. Our existence is to protect our family and defend the country, fight against all people and things that jeopardize national security, so there is no way we can give up carrying out this mission, and you're not a soldier so we can't take you there. I'm sorry for lying to you. When we come back this time, we'll beat or scold you as much as you want. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother. The crowd shouted in unison, then turned around in unison and left in quick steps. Fatty's shouting and cursing still resounded in the confinement room. Chapter 38, Meeting a Tiger in the Forest. Fatty exhausted his methods and failed to open the confinement room, and could only listen to the footsteps of Hound Dog and the others fading away. Hound, you son of a bitch, you lied to me. Open the door. Is there anyone outside? Open the door. Fatty kicked and beat the door of the confinement room, but unfortunately, this confinement room is made of reinforced concrete, can be used as a small bunker during wartime, and is not manpower can open. 3 hours later, the door of the confinement room finally opened. Standing outside the door is a major. Where are the people? Where are the bastards who lied to me? Fatty yelled as he grabbed the major by the collar. They all went on a mission and have been gone for almost 3 hours. The major replied. 3 hours, damn it. Car, send me a car, I must catch up with them. Fatty yelled. The major looked at Fatty's hideous face but felt the genuine brotherhood between Fatty and Tinglong's gang and nodded his head. Okay, I'll personally drive you there, but if you can't catch up with them, come back. It's all primitive forest over there. A military off-road vehicle rushed out of the barracks as fast as the wind, driving, of course, not Fatty. Learning to drive is very simple, but the problem is that Fatty doesn't recognize the road. If he runs in the opposite direction, it would be a big joke. The car just drove out of the barracks gate, just met the original way back to the 3 buses. The fat man could not help but urge up the driving major. The SUV issued a bigger roar. In the night sped. The car drove to the border and then stopped. The fat man expressed his gratitude to the driver, got off the car and ran to the forest in a hurry. Just ran more than 100 meters. The fat man suddenly thought of something, quickly turned around and ran back again. In the night, there is still the shadow of the buggy that carried him here. Do not go. I did not wear bulletproof vest. I do not wear bulletproof helmet. I do not have a gun, even if I give me a mountain knife or a dagger. Also line of Fatty's voice in the night far, far away, but unfortunately no one answered. Fatty almost cried. Do not bring so get. People go out on a mission, even if it is a donkey to play adventure games. Also get a piece of equipment. They're good. Casual clothing, casual pants, feet a pair of casual shoes. Do not know. Thought he was out of the travel it on this body of casual equipment through the primeval forest. Fat with the toes can imagine their own miserable end. Grandma, Fat Master owes you all in this life. Fatty gritted his teeth, stomped his foot and rushed into the primitive forest. To say that this foreign really different from the domestic, in addition to protected areas, simply cannot see a large piece of forest, even if you see, but also arm thick thin just planted down a few years of new trees, and then look at this foreign countries, without what the protected area, thin some of the thicker than the waist, thicker than some need to be embraced by a number of people to line up. All kinds of plants grow luxuriantly, all kinds of insects and birds live freely. The fat man looked at a group of wild boar, grunted and rushed through the forest, suddenly mouth watering wildly out. 18 years, stayed in the mountains for 18 years, even a pheasant did not eat, and now see a group of wild boar that can be slaughtered at will. Inside the stomach of the cravings are hooked out. However, the fat man could only swallow his saliva when he thought of the bloodthirsty people in front of him, and ran furiously towards the memorized destination. On the one hand is a hasty march, on the other hand is a wild chase. The result of chasing a night. Fat man froze, even a shadow did not see. A clothes and pants have long been branches and vines scratched a mess. A strip irregularly hanging on the body is like an abstract artist. Of course there is also a title, called a beggar. Now the fat man is left with a pair of small underwear and a pair of travel shoes are still intact. The fat man's white body is basically exposed in the air, the early morning forest wind whooshing blowing, so that the fat man has a kind of urinary feeling. Under no choice, Fatty had to waste and utilize the cloth on his body, tore off the cloth, got a bunch of withered grass and leaves to cover his body, and then used the cloth to tie it firmly. If he ran naked, not more than 100 meters, his body of perfect white flesh would have to be skinned and cracked. Fatty cannot sleep, but can never not eat. Along the way to pick wild fruits can only barely cushion the stomach. No meat, as if life is missing a very important thing, coupled with the strong absorption capacity of the fat stomach. Running a night of fat only feel all over the body, no strength at all. Two unlucky hairs were so unlucky to pop up at this time, being stepped on one by Fatty's foot, probing his hand and grabbing the other one, his finger slightly forcefully breaking the neck. Hair meal off Fatty eyes, light saliva flow, but the next second on the bitter face, he did not bring fire. A raw insects fat man dared to eat, but raw meat he did not dare to eat. Bitter face frowning, with the most primitive method of drilling for fire, the results of the fire is there, the smoke is even bigger than the fire, choking, coughing, not to say, a big white face was smoked, and African chickens. The same. Now if he closed his eyes and stood there not moving, even if someone walked to his side probably cannot find him. Finally, the smoke less fire big, fat man began the life of the first field barbecue. Although there is no seasoning, although the fat barbecue technology is really too bad, but at least this is the first time in the life of the fat man. The fat man believes that every first time in life is worth remembering and often recalled. He is so think also do so. For example, the first kiss. The fire was so big that the rabbit had been somewhat carbonized, and Fatty didn't care. The fire was so big that the withered leaves on the side were ignited, and Fatty couldn't care less. Fatty finally understood why a warning sign had been erected at the foot of Golden Phoenix Mountain, which read in large, blood-red letters, "Open flames are prohibited. Forest fire prevention is everyone's responsibility." If you run into the 3 good students, excellent members of the league, now the first reaction is to nip the forest fire in the bud, but the first reaction of the fat man is to run. The wind borrows the fire borrows the wind. A bunch of bonfires used to bake rabbits in the twinkling of an eye turned into a burning forest fire, spreading out chasing after Fatty's ass. Fatty face panic, grasping the 2 gray roasted rabbits scurrying in the mountains and forests, from time to time hard bite, casually chewed, 2 gulps swallowed, never mind whether it tastes good or not, finally recovered some physical strength just now. Also clear sky. I do not know whether it is smoked or the weather changes too quickly, but suddenly darkened, as the pool of heaven broke a hole in the general, bean-sized raindrops splitting down, even if the top of the head of the lush branches and leaves cover. The fat man is still in the extreme time to be drenched into a soup chicken. Fatty estimated that if he was engaged in the occupation of begging for food, nothing to say, to the street a lie, a day to earn $1,000 or $800 and play. Of course, the premise is never run into the city police, otherwise it will only become more miserable. Originally raging burning forest fire, in the continuous strong rainfall gradually lost momentum, and finally turned into a curl of smoke. A disaster is so by the heavenly power down. Fatty also did not run, sitting on the ground to devour the 2 roasted rabbits carried in the hand to eat, suddenly found that in the area burned by the forest fire, there are a lot of animals. These unlucky guys are not as fast as the fat man. It is unfortunate to become a victim of the forest fire. Roasted meat, all of them are roasted meat. Fatty shouted in surprise. Carrying enough natural, roasted game to eat, Fatty judged the direction and ran with his legs drawn. To Fatty, the mountains and forests were like his home. If he were a different person, even those so-called jungle survival experts, after being chased by the fire and whisked away by his ass for more than an hour, I'm afraid that he was already dizzy and unable to discern the southeast and northwest, and discerning the direction was just the most basic thing for Fatty while eating and running. Fat man's movements agile and light. If there are outsiders looking at the side, will definitely think that this is a slightly fat apes, definitely will not link the fat man and human, who let the fat man. The whole person is wrapped in the middle of the branches and leaves, even if there is no occupation to cover the face, are all colorful, then camouflage, more like camouflage clothing. A day's time passes in a flash. Fat man, in addition to a little rest in the middle of the day, has been to the Tinglong Special Forces, this time the destination of the wild chase, perhaps by the mountain fire whisked away to change the direction. Maybe this group of special forces' speed is really cannot be measured in a conventional way. Anyway, the fat man froze, did not catch up. The sun goes down and the moon goes to work. The fat man estimated that there are about 50 kilometers from the Destination: according to the intelligence, the bosses of the drug syndicate will arrive at the drug processing plant at noon tomorrow. Therefore, the fat man decided to take a good rest at night, and tomorrow can be busy. Just as Fatty was binge eating the already cold roasted meat, an extremely soft sound entered Fatty's ears. Fatty shrugged his nose and pretended that he hadn't heard anything as he continued to gorge on the roasted meat. From Fatty's experience, what was hidden in the dark should be two leopards, with the number increasing or decreasing by one up or down. Judging is actually very simple. The leopard is a nocturnal animal, good at hiding, sneak attack. When acting in the forest, the footsteps are extremely light. If it is a wolf, the footsteps will be a little heavier, and if it is a wild boar, running is the sound of rumbling. In terms of odor, leopards belong to the feline family, so cats have all the characteristics of leopards, such as licking their own urine, so when leopards appear, there will be a faint stench in the air. Of course, more importantly, when Fatty was in Golden Phoenix Mountain, the beasts that he had dealt with the most besides wolves and wild boars were left with leopards, so that's why he could so accurately determine what beasts were hiding in the shadows. Fatty guessed correctly. Hidden in the shadows were the two leopards, a male and a female. To this pair of leopards, Fatty was a meal, but when they were ready to attack, a long and heart-shattering roar rang out. Ow! Even the fat man who had been through 100 battles felt trembling, because the owner of the sound was the king of the forest, the tiger. The two leopards did not care about the delicious food that was about to come into their mouths and fled. Fatty, on the other hand, violently stood up from the ground. He had never dealt with a tiger before, and just in case, he even called out the golden silkworms, just waiting for the tiger to appear to strike first. With the sparse sound more and more clear, a step elegant big cat into the fat man's line of sight. Through the sparse moonlight can clearly see, this is a body length of 3 meters of adult tigers, the body of the markings of the shabby, and can even see the scars, belly deflated, the two big copper bell eyeballs in the night bubbling with glittering green light. Fatty knew very well that there were two kinds of beasts that were the most terrifying. One was injured and the other was starved. This adult tiger yelled up to the sky, and Fatty slowly backed up, leaning his body slightly forward, staring dead center at the slowly approaching tiger, ready to attack. But in the next second, this fierce tiger actually bit down on the roasted meat that Fatty did not pick up and wolfed it down, not even looking at Fatty. This is a divine situation. Fatty was dumbfounded. Chapter 39, Sleeping with a Tiger. The king of the mountain, in order to roast meat to give up the fat and tender prey, this kind of thing to say out who believe, even if it is taken as the prey of fat people do not believe, can still expect who will go to believe. But the fact is so happen in front of the eyes, this thin tiger will be fat people from the fire all the way back to here roast meat, probably about 10 pounds, eat is not left, but on the fat people standing not far in front of them, but do not even look at a glance. As if Fatty was air. Fatty would like to directly order the golden silkworm to give this tiger to come down hard, with the toxicity of the golden silkworm, not to mention a tiger, even if it is 10 tigers are also a death. But when he looked at the tiger eating roasted meat, but there is a very strange feeling, so that has always been decisive. Fat man hesitated. 10 pounds of roasted meat was only half full for a tiger that had been hungry for an unknown amount of time. The tiger quickly ate all of the roasted meat and then looked at Fatty with eyes that emitted a greenish glow. Fatty was this pair of tiger eyes cannot help but back off a step. The king of beasts is definitely not a setup. Can be a tiger roar to scare off two leopards. Maybe a good thing is not the eyes of the opposite. Fatty nervous body sweat, but gradually, the tiger's eyes from the viciousness into a soft and gentle, blow up the hairs are also gradually fall back down, the mouth of the low roar into a pampering in general, whimpering. Fatty watched the tiger wagging its long tail and shaking its head slowly came up. Fatty's heart was in his throat, almost looking for a tree to climb up. But for a long time living in the mountains and forests, so that Fatty's change in attitude towards wild beasts has an extremely obvious ability to perceive. This tiger now did not look like the king of beasts, but more like an earth dog that wanted to be petted by its master. The tiger finally came up to Fatty's body and raised its head to let out a whimper once again. Fatty extended his right hand as if by magic, and slowly and gently placed it on the tiger's huge head. A strange thing happened. The tiger not only did not attack the fat man, but will be a pair of copper bell-sized eyes slightly narrowed, very enjoyable humming. Fatty instantly got energized, his other hand was also put up, rubbing the hairs on the tiger's head, and then slid down the head to the tiger's neck. The tiger directly lay on the ground, belly to the sky, eyes completely closed, allowing Fatty to caress it at will. If tiger bone is boiled in soup, it can strengthen the body, and if tiger whip is brewed in wine, it can. Fatty thought evilly in his heart, but when he saw the tiger's bottom, it was like being splashed by a pot of cold water. This is actually a tigress. Suddenly, Fatty's hand touched a hard thing, lowered his head and fixed his eyes to see that it was a canvas ring. This canvas circle should be some years old. The edges have been rubbed out of the burrs. In the center of the place there is a metal plate, only the light is dim. Fatty cannot see the small words on the metal plate. Fatty does not dare to drill wood for fire, even if he dares to be useless. A heavy rain during the day so that the entire primitive forest simply cannot find a dry place. Sleeping Fatty even more dare not, in the ground to sleep, if there is a half-full state of the sight of a large tiger, may wake up to become a tiger's feces. On the tree God knows that the two leopards are left or hiding on the side of the tiger eyeing, but they will climb the tree. Thinking about it, the fat man helplessly sat under the tree, looking at the tiger lying around pondering. Witches can control compulsion. Compulsion is divided into three kinds: insect compulsion, animal compulsion, human compulsion. If refined, the insect compulsion is the foundation, the beast compulsion and human compulsion are the functional derivation and extension of the insect compulsion. If you want to make the beast compulsion, the first thing you need to do is to refine a special kind of insect compulsion, and then use this kind of insect compulsion to control the beasts, which is the beast compulsion. Because of the huge variety and number of insects in nature, most of the contemporary sorcerers use insect parasites, and there are only two requirements for insect parasites: speed and toxicity. For example, Fatty's golden silkworm is the king of insect parasites. Using the golden silkworm, Fatty can command 10,000 insects. The sorcerer has only two requirements for beast parasites: speed and ferocity. 100 years ago, leopards, bears, and wolves could all become beast parasites, and if a tiger could be turned into a beast parasite, it would basically represent an invincible existence. Only now, in addition to the nature reserve, if you want to see fierce beasts, basically you can only go to the zoo. Modern people, in the wild, to see a rabbit pheasant are considered lucky. As for human parasites, Fatty felt shivering when he thought about it. That was something that only black witches and evil sorcerers would do. Turning a living person into a walking corpse without a mind is an evil thing in itself. Turning a living person into a dead person is not called bullish. 18 or 19-year-old stupid child stabbing 13 innocent passersby to death because of vomiting with his girlfriend is not called bullish, it's called brain dead, it's called stupidity. But to be able to turn a living person into a human compulsion, it also means that this sorcerer's compulsion control technology has reached an extremely bullish level. Fatty's theoretical knowledge reached the need to refine human parasites, but the technical aspect was not yet possible because the cultivation was not enough. However, Fatty knew from the old sorcerer's collection of books that a true human compulsion had a toxicity of its own, that even the golden silkworms would have to retreat, with metallized skin, invulnerable to all poisons, and extremely fast speed comparable to that of a tiger or leopard. In the history of sorcerers, a total of 7 times the human compulsion. Manipulation of human compulsion is not a sorcerer world-famous super cow, but the end are the same, dead without a burial place. Fatty is a pursuit of the new era of sorcerers, although he did not even think of a living person into a human parasite, but he has thought of having a strong beast parasite, only in the Golden Phoenix Mountain. Even the wild game do not dare to eat, let alone get a beast parasite thing, and now an adult tigress is around. It seems that the basic conditions of the beast compulsion has been met. Fatty, thinking of thinking, only feel more and more heavy eyelids, running wildly for a day and a night, replaced by an Iron Man cannot top. Hunger makes the spirit of exhaustion. Fatty finally fell asleep. In the dream, he seems to have been connected to the tigress into the beast compulsion, and then traveled to the ancient battlefield, riding the tigress killed 4 sides. Suddenly, the tigress flipped Fatty over and rode on him instead, and then, a tiger skin faded away, revealing a person who was actually the mixed beauty Natalie Berman that he had seen in the King Jing's mansion. The mixed blood beauty was wearing a sexy bikini, choking the fat man's neck, spraying coated stars, abusing the fat man. Finally, the fat man's patience reached the limit, yelled, and woke up. After the fat man opened his eyes to see, is a large tiger head. The first woke up slightly sleepy, all of a sudden was scared to the clouds. It turns out that last night after the fat man fell asleep, from sitting position into a lying position, because the forest night cold, so that the fat man subconsciously looking for a heat source to warm up, the result of lying beside the fat man's tiger is very unfortunate to become a hot treasure. This man and a tiger cuddle sleeping for a night. If there are outsiders present, it is estimated that can be on the Chinese national news. Fatty trembled and let go of the tiger, and then saw up close the metal plate hanging on the tiger's neck, which read, Aurora Circus. So Fatty understood why this tiger was hostile to himself at first, not to mention the tiger, even a kind person, at first sight of a thing that was cloaked in leaves and branches but was able to move, would regard it as a monster and an enemy. This also explained why the tiger was so close to Fatty later on, because Fatty still had a human odor on him. After Fatty got up, the tiger also woke up and rubbed his big head against Fatty's leg very affectionately. Fatty was about to rub the big tiger's head as well when he suddenly saw the big bright sky. Oops! Fatty lost his voice and shouted. He was going to delay the big event. The tiger's speed. Fatty looked at the adult tiger beside him. In the mountains and forests, the speed of adult tigers is definitely ranked in the top 3, so the fat man gave birth to the idea of using the tiger as a substitute, only to see the fat man patting the tiger's head, walking quickly to the side of the tiger, his right foot forcefully lifted up, straddling the back of the tiger, feet off the ground, buttocks sunk. The tiger let out a howl of misery, and was directly crushed by the fat man's weight of more than 200 pounds to get down. The fat man only then remembered the gap between the two sides, not to mention a bone-thin tiger. Even if it is a wild adult tiger, it is estimated that cannot stand the fat man's weight of more than 200 pounds. Fatty helplessly climbed up from the ground, said sorry to the tiger, and did not care whether the tiger could understand, judged the direction, and took big steps to run away. The tiger whimpered, reluctantly looking at Fatty's disappearing back, as if it had made some decision. Its huge body leapt up and ran in the direction where Fatty had disappeared. The Tinglong squad arrived at their destination on time, and after Tang Yen quickly and in detail formulated a plan of attack, all the special forces immediately dispersed to various places to hide, resting while replenishing their energy, quietly waiting for the appearance of the target person. Secret drug refinery is located in a valley, an area of 4 soccer fields so large, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Only a muddy mountain dirt road leading out of the mountains, in the only import and export, guarded by a dozen men dressed in rags holding assault rifles, a few simple shacks erected in the middle of the valley, even if lying on the mountain in the special forces, but also can be clearly seen in the shacks are fragmented or have been packaged in the white objects. The sun was rising higher and higher, and the time was almost up. A few minutes later, the men stifling the mountain pass stood neatly in 2 rows. The submachine guns in their hands raised high, as they shouted out their slogans. 7 or 8 SUVs drove in from the mountain pass in a fishbowl, and the target person finally appeared. Attention all units, follow the plan, wait for the undercover agent to be safe and then launch the attack. Tang Yen hid in an alcove and ordered in a low voice. A continuous tapping sound came from the headset, representing that all team members had received the order. The car stopped at a spacious place in the valley, and since someone came forward to open the door, a scantily clad middle-aged man drilled out of the car, seemingly looking up inadvertently at the mountain where the special forces were hiding. Pay attention, he is the undercover agent, avoid accidental injuries when attacking. Tang Yen ordered in a low voice. The middle-aged man saluted respectfully after stepping out of the car, then a pair of bare feet appeared. As the bare feet landed on the ground, an old man with a tanned body, wearing colorful robes, and his hair tied into hundreds of braids drilled out of the car. The undercover agent didn't know what he whispered. That old man even violently raised his head to look at the mountain. At the same time, his hands quickly made several hand seals. A gloomy and cold air appeared as if out of nowhere. It instantly enveloped the entire mountain. The special forces hiding in the mountains only felt a blur of consciousness, and the next second they lost consciousness. Chapter 40 Fatty Strikes. 3 middle-aged men walked out from the simple shed, and if Tang Yen and the others were still awake, they would surely realize that these 3 people were clearly the heads of the drug syndicate that they were going to kill today. The 3 men came in front of the old man and bowed to him in an incredibly respectful manner. While the old man waved his hand indifferently, the bulliest of the 3 men talked and laughed with the undercover agent from the Chinese side, and then waved his hand at the mountain. The silent mountain suddenly became chaotic, and one by one, men with firearms emerged as if out of thin air, and took out a fingernail-sized black pellet from their arms and swallowed it, and then quickly approached the hiding place of the special forces, and found all of them and carried them down the mountain. Fatty anxiously looked at the position of the sun in the sky and ran towards his destination as fast as he could, when suddenly, miscellaneous gunshots rang out from the front, and the gunshots were accompanied by men's cheers. Fatty only felt his legs go limp, as if something had been pulled out of his heart. "No, don't," Fatty mumbled as the scene in front of him began to blur, pawing away the vines that were blocking the way and continuing to run forward. Standing at the top of the mountain, Fatty could clearly see the situation in the valley. Groups of every 2 or 3 men carrying the unconscious Special Forces soldiers ran out of the mountain, while more people stood in the valley, cheering as they fired the assault rifles in their hands frantically into the sky. When Fatty saw these people tying the Special Forces to stake after stake, he knew that these people were not dead, but had fainted for some unknown reason. "It's good that they didn't die," Fatty muttered, his eyes shooting out a brilliant light as he rushed down from the top of the mountain. In the valley, the 3 drug cartel heads were satisfied as they counted the loot and made subsequent arrangements. A man carrying a camera walked over to the trio and began to choose the angle of filming, and after determining it, nodded to the 3 bosses to signal that they could begin. Buckets of water were poured onto the bodies of the special forces, and everyone woke up at almost the same moment. When Tang Yen woke up, her body had already been fixed to a wooden stake by the ox-tie rope in 5 different ways. Her legs were even tied up so tightly that she couldn't move. Beside her were the special forces that had followed her here. All of their weaponry was piled up in the open space in front of them, and the 3 cartel bosses stood by the weaponry with a sneer. "Zhang Xian, you traitor." Tang Yan's gaze froze on the undercover agent's body as she cursed in a broken voice. "Traitor," Zhang Xian smiled faintly, appearing extremely graceful as he shook his head. "Back then, I was a drug dealer, and with my own abilities, I had a $10,000 fortune, a virtuous wife and a lively son. Who destroyed all of this? It was you." Fourth Miss Tang Yen. Zhang Xian put his hands behind his back, paced 2 steps, looked at Tang Yen and said, "Do you know how my wife, my son has been living these years? You never cared about them. In your eyes, I am a pawn of yours." The more Zhang Xian spoke, the more agitated and angry he became. "It was you, the little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old at the time, who destroyed my life, destroyed my family, destroyed me together, and made me walk on this road of no return." Tang Yen angrily glared at Zhang Xian and let out a loud voice, "You selfish bastard, you have a wife and a son. Do the people destroyed by drugs not have a wife and a son? On top of the banknotes you exchanged for every gram of drugs, they are all stained with the blood of innocence. That's because they are not strong-willed, that's because they are greedy for enjoyment. If they don't take drugs for the short-lived pleasure, would their homes be destroyed? Did I destroy them? No, it was they who destroyed themselves." Zhang Xian put in a rebuttal. "You traitor, what else would you be besides sophistry, besides strong words? We came here this time to eliminate this drug cartel. If you hadn't betrayed us, we would have already accomplished our mission, and you, too, would have been given a new lease of life. But what did you do? You betrayed us, you damn traitor." Tang Yen screamed hysterically. "Traitor? You call me a traitor? Fine, let me ask you, who are the people I have been loyal to from the beginning to the end of my life? You guys, are you worthy of me offering my loyalty? What can you give me other than harm? Traitor? Fine, I am going to be a traitor today," Zhang Xian roared angrily, grabbing the submachine gun from the man beside him and pulling the trigger on Tang Yen. Even if Tang Yen had a high IQ and a special status, she couldn't help but close her eyes in the face of death. The gunshot rang out, but Tang Yen didn't feel any pain, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the agonized look of the special forces tied up on the stake next to her. Zhang Xian lowered the smoking muzzle and laughed coldly. Afraid? It turns out that you, Miss Tang, have times when you are afraid, you traitor, you bastard. Tang Yan couldn't help the tears gushing out, choking and cursing. Zhang Xian revealed a sardonic smile and reared his gun, aiming it at a special forces soldier and pulling the trigger once again as the bullet casings jumped out. The bullets frantically struck the body and legs of the special forces soldier, who clenched his teeth and said nothing until he lost consciousness. Tang Yan didn't dare to open her mouth even if she was no longer angry. She was afraid that her opening her mouth would turn into a reason for Zhang Xian to vent his anger. Bastard, 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 you, all of you, die! Fatty angrily roared loudly. Fatty, Tang Yan froze, the special forces also froze. None of them expected that Fatty would come here. There are still people on the mountain. Zhang Xian shouted in horror. After replacing the magazine with a new one, the muzzle of the submachine gun in his hand fired aimlessly and frantically at the mountain, only stopping when the last bullet in the magazine was shot out. Go, catch him and kill him. A drug dealer had waved his hand and ordered aside from the dozen or so people who stayed behind. Nearly 300 people frantically rushed towards the mountain. Fatty, don't mind us, Fatty, run, Fatty, don't lose your life for nothing, the crowd of special forces shouted loudly. Come on, come on, come on, I will let you know what price you will pay for hurting my friends. Fatty's voice drifted out, his voice filled with a murderous aura. Trying to find a person in a mountain that stretched for tens of kilometers in rolling hills and was about 400 meters above sea level wasn't much different from finding a needle in the ocean. Nearly 300 people rushed into the mountain, in the twinkling of an eye, disappeared. Even if the continuous sound of gunfire also let a person has no way to capture the specific location of a person. The grass and wood clothes prepared to prevent being scratched all over by the vine branches when they came, now turned into the best camouflage. Fatty's eyes were red, he was biting his lips tightly, arching his body, and his breathing was slow and long. If Ga Roomway saw this expression of Fatty, he would be creeped out, because back then, Fatty precisely wore this expression and sent 23 gold medalists to hell with his hands raised. If Dadar saw this expression on Fatty's face, he would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness, because back then, Fatty was wearing this expression on his face, killing 60 to 70 of his men, and destroying the largest sorcerer's sect in the western border province with his own hands. However, this group of drug dealers' men had not seen Fatty's expression, so they were destined to die in the most miserable way. A drug dealer holding a submachine gun, cautiously advancing towards the mountain. Behind him were the companions who usually had the best relationship. Because the mountain was too big, the crowd was more scattered, so as long as there was a breeze, shoot first and then ask questions. There was no need to worry about hurting their own people. Tick as if it was raining, except that what fell was not transparent rain, but tree leeches as thick as a small finger. This kind of insect in the same family as leeches has an extremely strong blood-sucking ability, and can expand to more than 10 times its own size. Hundreds of tree leeches crackled down. There are always dozens of them fell on the head, face, body of the front drug dealer, and then these tree leeches became a bone-crushing demon, crazily sucking up blood. Followed by the drug dealer was scared, froze for a moment, and then immediately rushed up, hands and feet, want a friend's face, neck, hands of tree leeches to grab down, but he did not know. Tree leeches and leeches is the biggest difference is that the tree leech's suction force is extremely strong. This pulling, not only will be the tree leeches pulled down, and even the skin on the face of his friends also followed the tear down. The breeze blew through the forest, another group of tree leeches rained down. The two drug dealers soon couldn't support themselves and fell to the ground. The tree leeches that fell to the ground before crawled to the two people's bodies at a very fast speed. The screams were far out in the forest. When the nearby drug dealers came over cautiously with their guns, what they saw were two skin and bone corpses. Around their corpses, adult wrist-thick, reddish tree leeches were slowly crawling away. A drug dealer leaned on a tree trunk, carefully probed to look ahead, suddenly felt a flurry of ankle, looked down. A colorful spider was biting fiercely. He just wanted to use the open knife to solve the spider. A tingling sensation instantly spread all over the body. and then the whole person fell softly to the ground. Although he fell softly to the ground, his consciousness was surprisingly clear, and he witnessed another small colorful spider wandering to his face, first biting fiercely, opening a small opening in the flesh, then turning his body around, and raining down one spider egg into the wound. A drug dealer was advancing cautiously, suddenly heard a rustling sound, violently twisted his head to look at the direction from which the sound came. What he saw was a black pressurized group of mountain mosquitoes madly rushing in front of him. Screams rang out and gradually became faintly inaudible until they completely disappeared. A drug dealer who was scared out of his wits frantically pulled the trigger and swept the surrounding area. With the ding of a soft sound, the last bullet was empty. He unloaded the clip, just took out a new clip. He saw a monster standing straight up from his feet, then the crisp sound of bones cracking in his ears, and randomly, he only felt a pain in his throat. A stream of fresh blood sprayed out, and until his death, he didn't even figure out what had attacked him. Chapter 41, One Against a Hundred. Miserable screams one after another. This one resounded in the east, that one may be in the west, and even the mountain and the foot of the mountain will be issued at the same time miserable screams. Tang Yen and other special forces know that they have been completely wiped out this time, in the mountains on the Fat Man alone, but the three drug cartel bosses do not know. In their view, the other side came to at least 2 reinforced company, and all of them are the kind of super reinforced company of the top special forces of Huaxia. People always feel fear because of ignorance. 3 drug syndicate bosses face white, cold sweat wildly surging. Go, or not, stay or not. If you leave, this secret drug processing plant inside the storage of more than $1 billion worth of goods, if all the loss, this 10 years 8 years, even if it is a waste of work, but do not leave, until the mountains of those special forces rushed out, not to mention the goods are gone, and even the people are gone. Looking at the 3 contradictory appearance, the old man in robes gently waved his hand and said, "There is only one enemy on the mountain, it should be an insect-controlling parasitist, the strength is just average. No need to worry." The 3 heard the old man's words, and the heart that was in their throats instantly fell back into their chests. With a twinkle in his eye, the traitor Zhang Xian pulled out a silver Desert Eagle pistol from his back waist, walked quickly to a Special Forces soldier, put the pistol against the Special Forces soldier's temple, and shouted in a loud voice, "Come out, hurry up and get the hell out of here." Just at the instant Zhang Xian opened his mouth, all the sounds in the middle of the entire mountain disappeared, the sounds of shooting disappeared, the screams disappeared, and the shouting sounds of reminding each other disappeared. As a result, Zhang Xian's voice traveled out clearly and incomparably, reverberating amongst the mountains for a long time. Zhang Xian was stunned by this sudden quiet. Just up the mountain, but nearly 300 people. This just passed how long? 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Even if the government forces siege, these people can easily adhere to the time of 3 or 5 days. How to face an enemy? Even half an hour did not adhere to the past. At ping, Zhang Xian muzzle to the sky opened a gun. And then immediately followed by a second shot, and then the enemy, and then the enemy. A gun, and then immediately after the muzzle of the gun on the temple of the special forces, the muzzle of the high temperature will immediately burn the skin. Cooked, burnt, the special forces tightly pursed lips, clenched teeth and clenched fists, and even grunted, did not grunt on a come out, and then do not come out. How to face an enemy has not even half an hour to go through it. Come out, if you don't come out next shot, I'll blow his head off, Zhang Xian roared loudly. The 3 bosses looked at Zhang Xian with admiration in their gazes. In fact, they also wanted to go this way, but they didn't dare to. It wasn't that the more wealthy they were the less bold they were, but the more they knew, the less bold they were. When the old man told them that the other party, although only one person, was a sorcerer who could control insects, the 3 who had already been filled with fear of this special group of sorcerers from the old man knew that the best thing to do now was to hide by the old man's side and wait for the old man to take care of the damned enemy, instead of running away from the old man's side to clamor. Whoosh! An oval-shaped object much larger than a human head was thrown out from the mountain, and what greeted this object was the fire that was unanimously sprayed from the guns that all the drug dealers had turned around. The bullets hit the mountain, causing the branches and leaves to fly about, and hit this oval object, causing it to be split into pieces. As for whether or not it hit the enemy, who cares about this kind of thing at this time? Buzzing the oval object in the air, it was broken into pieces, and then a cloud of black mist spewed out from this shattered object, forming a foggy mist in the air, and madly rushing towards the drug dealers and the clearing mountain wasps. "It's mountain wasps, a drug dealer shouted in horror. "It's a mountain wasp." Another drug dealer was smart enough to immediately run towards the parked vehicle behind him after yelling out, getting inside and slamming the door shut with force. The other drug dealers reacted differently, some panicked and shot, some followed the example of their companions and got into the car, while others turned around and ran. Hive after hive was dropped from the forest, and clump after clump of mountain wasps rushed toward the drug dealers. Mountain bees, bees living in the mountains and forests, almost no offensive power, weak toxicity, not to mention the killer bees. Even the hornet's toxicity is not comparable to that of the stings. Will be very painful. The stings will be swollen for a day or two. People living in the mountains and forests, no one dares to say that they have not been stung by a mountain wasp, only by a mountain wasp stung by chance, and by a swarm of mountain wasps surrounded by two concepts, precisely because of the understanding. So the group of drug dealers panicked. The three heads had already entertained the idea of going to the car to avoid the trouble, but looking at the old man they had hired with heavy money with a bland and incomparable deep feeling, they felt that it seemed like staying here was the most correct choice. As it turned out, they guessed right. This swarm of mountain wasps were like fighter planes rushing towards enemy warships in a great war, defiantly using their once-in-a-lifetime attacks to frantically sting on the enemy. Even if they were hiding in the car, these mountain wasps would be very smart to drill in from the exhaust pipes and vents, and then drill out from the air conditioning outlets inside the car, and the people hiding in the car didn't even have the space to run away, and just struggled for a few moments, and then they were stunned and stung to death by the countless mountain wasps. Although the special forces are not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice, but anyone who sees so many bees swooping over will also be afraid. But an extremely strange thing happened. These mountain bees although rushed over, but did not launch an attack on these special forces, but as if they recognized the target general, to the traitors who have already messed up Zhang Xian attack. Zhang Xian there will also care about the threat of special forces things, the situation of their own protection. He would like to go back to his mother's womb and let his mother to give birth to 3 or 4 more legs used to run away. Retribution, I'm afraid, is to describe Zhang Xian. This guy only ran out less than 10 meters, was densely packed with mountain wasps wrapped around the body. These mountain wasps seemed to have a great hatred of the traitor in general, even down the trouser legs. Cuffs drilled in, Zhang Xian just opened his mouth to send out screams. This group of crazy mountain wasps drilled in from his mouth. No one knew whether Zhang Xian was stung to death or suffocated to death by the swarm of mountain wasps. The old man had already thrown out 3 ancient and weird black flaky objects when the mountain wasps rushed over, and these 3 pieces of objects fluttered and landed around the old man's body, and if the 3 dots were connected together one would realize that it was actually an equilateral triangle, and the margin of error had reached an extremely small degree. After dropping the 3 pieces, the old man pulled out an emerald green jade pendant from his bosom, and then muttered under his breath, his hands constantly changing their seals, and as the last tone fell, a wave of evil aura rose from within the triangle, wrapping the old man and the 3 heads of the drug syndicates within it. The mountain wasps seemed to be extremely afraid of this triangle area, preferring to go around it rather than charging up to it. Occasionally 1 or 2 of them were bumped over by their companions, and when they touched the edge of the triangle area, they fell straight to the ground as if electrocuted, turning into corpses. A military vehicle full of soldiers rushed in from the mountain pass. They were the reserve army of the drug cartel, and after receiving the order, they rushed in at the fastest speed. The special soldiers tied to the stakes were facing the valley entrance sideways. When they saw the soldiers jumping down from the vehicle, they had a bad feeling. The military vehicle stopped as soon as it entered the valley. The soldiers in the vehicle immediately jumped out of the vehicle and projected a smoke bomb onto the square in the valley. Soon, the entire valley was enveloped in white smoke. In the white smoke, the mountain wasps seemed to have become blind, fluttering around haphazardly. They couldn't do any effective attacks anymore. A smug smile appeared on the faces of the 3 group heads in the triangular area. The addition of these raw troops was like the last chip on the victory scale, moving the final ending in the direction they wished for. But in the next second, the smile completely froze on the faces of the three men, while the special forces tied to the stakes let out a cheer. A fat figure leapt out from the mountain forest above the valley entrance. The posture was not dashing at all, on the contrary, as soon as this fat figure leapt out, it was like a scale falling into the water, it smashed down at once. Two unlucky soldiers were ruthlessly pressed by this chubby figure, and before they could react, they heard the sound of bones breaking, followed by a sharp pain in their necks, and instantly lost consciousness. This chubby figure, after landing, as if transformed into a black lightning, in the crowd quickly wandering, white fog, and even let a person cannot see his figure clearly, can only hear one after another screams of misery. In just 2 minutes, a total of 36 soldiers in this army car all turned into dead bodies, while the fat man walked out quickly from the white mist. A mountain wind blew, the white mist dispersed, and Fatty's figure appeared in the white mist, and all the people who saw Fatty, regardless of whether they knew him or not, all revealed an incomparable expression of surprise. Fatty from head to toe are all wrapped by tree branches and leaves, even the head are made and turtled of nest, which if you hold a torch in your hand and hold it up high, perhaps you can, and the Statue of Liberty to spell out a little modeling, along with the fat man's walk. The 2 traveling shoes left and right flew out, the crowd fixed their eyes, good guy, even the soles of the traveling shoes are gone, leaving the tattered and torn vamps. Fatty Tang Yen felt her heart was wrapped in a hot current, her eyes involuntarily moist. Fatty, none of the special forces thought that Fatty would come here and would get away from the siege of hundreds of people. Fatty, the 3 drug cartel heads had been dumbfounded. Although they had learned from the old man's mouth that the other party was only one person, when they really saw that the other party was only one person, they still had the feeling of not believing their own eyes. Fatty, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly as a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Hi everyone, long time no see, did you guys miss me? Fatty got rid of the tree branches and leaves on his body in 3 tries, revealing a white and fat body. A pair of cartoon underwear made people cry and laugh. Cute? The fat man asked with a smile as he pointed to his cartoon elephant underwear. Even the special forces who were bound and unable to move made a vomiting motion. Chapter 42. Fatty showed his elephant cartoon underpants to Hound Dog and the others, before he turned around and coldly looked at the 4 people hiding in the witch formation. All the mountain wasps were surrounding the only remaining 4 people 2 meters away, but it was as if they were blocked by a layer of invisible wall, completely unable to harm the bodies of these 4 people. Whenever a mountain wasp entered the invisible wall, it would make a snapping sound like an electric shock, and then it would become charred and blackened, and even its wings would burn, and it would turn into flying ash before it could even land on the ground. Witch formation master. Fatty squinted his eyes, some tension rising in his heart. Sorcerer was just a general term. Because of the different focuses of cultivation, it was divided out into quite a few branches with different titles. For example, Fatty's 3rd master brother, Gu Luangshiji, was called a Yin Compassionist because he practiced more Yin, murderous, and harmful sorcery. Fatty's master, the Old Sorcerer, represented the authentic sorcerer, but mainly learned means to save people, so he could only be considered a witch doctor. Fatty was a bit messed up. The golden silkworm is the top treasure that all the compass masters dream of, a compass master who is able to refine a golden silkworm as a vital compass. Then he will leap from the silent and unknown to become the envy of everyone among the compass masters. Fatty's instinctive compulsion is a golden silkworm. It should be considered as a composter, but he inherited the magical medical skills from his master, and compared to his master, there is even a kind of blue is better than blue posture. It is obvious that it should be considered as a witch doctor. But the witch doctor's main job is to save people. The fat man has saved people from childhood can be counted on one hand, and the people he has killed, even if he adds his toes, are not enough. Obviously he has a high level of attainment in Yin, harming people and killing people. He should be considered as a Yin compulsion master. However, when the fat man kills people, he mostly uses his own parasites, rarely uses sorcery, and uses more of his strong hands to solve the enemy, which should be considered as a battle compulsion master. On the other hand, Fatty also knew the witch formation and the magical profession of sorcerer. Besides not being able to set up a witch formation, he was afraid that the theory of witch formation and formation diagrams he had to know more than quite a few witch formation masters. Therefore, even the old sorcerer who had seen a lot had no way to set an exact title for this Fatty. Fatty was familiar with witch formations, so how could he not know how strong a witch formation master was? The witch formation master was the only one of the witches who could refine beast compasses at the stage of breaking and establishing, and through the witch formation, using secret methods, he could skip the complicated process of refining insect compasses, and then refining beast compasses with insect compasses. The main means of witch formation master is witch formation, and sorcery. Then, it is difficult to distinguish between high and low, but in terms of the killing range, witch formation is obviously a higher level, can be a long distance and silent, take a person's life, and sorcery, obviously cannot reach the point of this kind of skillful. However, to say the shortcomings, witch array division is also very obvious. As a witch array division, even if the talent is high, cultivation and hard work, the realm of bizarre, can only stop in the realm of the royal repulsion of all things. Unlike other wizards, if the luck is good, you can reach the three worlds of the peeping Tom, and even the cocoon of butterfly realm. As a sorcerer, you can only use beast compulsion. Of course, if the sorcerer is not afraid of being attacked by all sorcerers, you can also use human compulsion. If a sorcerer wants to be strong, he must choose the strongest beasts to refine, but in modern society, how many wild beasts are there? An adult tiger in the zoo can't even bite a chicken that is fluttering and jumping. If it is an ordinary beast, it is not even as destructive and lethal as a black widow spider. The most important point is that, witch formation masters lay out witch formation is the need for materials, gold and silver that belong to the most normal things, ancient animal bones, ancient jade, top jadeite, etc., randomly lay out a witch formation are to consume a lot of money. Even lay out a large array can let a witch formation master sect from the meal, wine and meat into eating chaff, and even scrape the bark of the tree digging wild vegetables. Little friend is not bad, surprisingly able to reach the great circle of drawing poison to quench the body, just one step away from the imperial repulsion of all things. The witch formation master in the witch formation carefully surveyed the fat man. His face showed an amiable smile, praising. Fatty's heart was 3 times more nervous, being able to see through his cultivation realm. The other party was either comparable to his own cultivation or had already reached the stage of royal repulsion of 10,000 things. If the other party had reached the cultivation realm of royal repulsion of 10,000 things, and then had sufficient materials, then I was afraid that he would not be a match for the other party at all. I don't know how your excellency's cultivation level is. Although the fat man was nervous in his heart, his face still had that cheeky expression, and he opened his mouth casually and asked. The same as you, but you should have heard your master say that with the same cultivation, a witch formation master is more skillful. Words, the witch formation master asked with a smile. Fatty nodded his head and said, of course I've heard of it, but I want to try to see if the words are true or false. As soon as Fatty's words fell, the golden silkworms behind his ears rose up into the air and hovered above his head, while the poisonous insects that had killed those under the drug lords in the mountains and forests came out in swarms, and densely surrounded the witch formation with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The sorcerer formation master immediately changed color after seeing the golden silkworm hovering above Fatty's head, and when he was surrounded by the poisonous insects, he only felt his mouth flooded with bitterness. Too big. The witch formation master screamed in his heart. The witch formation master was very powerful, and if he had allowed him to be prepared, victory would have been no doubt at all, but he had never expected that this naive-looking fat man would possess golden silkworms as his native parasites. Witch formation master can use secret method to directly refine beasts as parasites at the stage of breaking and standing, and even if the fat man only has the cultivation of breaking and standing, but because of the possession of gold silkworms, it can be directly counted as the stage of the imperial repulsion of all things, because the gold silkworm is the king of the poisonous insects, and can order the world's poisonous insects. Poisonous insects could not break through the witch formation. But maintaining the witch formation required constant consumption of witch power. The golden silkworm controlling the poisonous insects did not need to consume any witch power of the compassionate master. It could be said that Fatty did not need to fight against the witch master at all. As long as he chose to encircle it, it would be enough to trap the witch formation master. This little friend, you and I are both sorcerers, why should we fight each other hand in hand? Each other is too anxious. How about you and I each take a step back, you and I each take people to leave? How does the little friend intend to do it? Witch Formation Master opened his mouth and asked. Fatty heard the Witch Formation Master this. Immediately, the heart of the worry is swept away. The Witch Formation Master was also considered to have messed up himself, and a simple sentence exposed his weakness of being ill-prepared. Fatty grew up in the mountains and forests, naturally tainted with the habits of wild beasts that are to see the strong is to avoid, to see the weak is to bully. To put it bluntly, he is good at beating the dog, good at catching each other's weaknesses on the dead hand. To see the cheap does not take advantage of the son of a bitch of a person. If I can get a witchfinder as a henchman, he. After the fat man had made a decision, his eyes changed when he looked at the witchfinder. Of course, wanting to take in a witchfinder as a henchman is not an easy thing to do. Not how, although two tigers fighting is a lose-lose situation, but we came here with a mission, and the three of them are our mission targets. Fatty pointed at the three drug lords who were hiding in the witch formation and didn't dare to take a step forward and said, "That's not simple." The Witch Formation Master laughed. The three drug lords were able to sit in this position are naturally not idiots, and were shocked at what they heard, but when they just became wary, they felt a sharp pain in their head, their eyes went black, and they fell softly to the ground, quite dead. Now how Witch Formation Master, as if he had done a trivial and insignificant thing, faintly asked. How did you kill the three of them?" I want a live one. It's finished. You even killed them. Our mission failed. You say how to compensate for it." The fat man jumped to his feet and shouted. The Witch Formation Master froze for a moment, although his heart was angry, but still patiently said, "That's the old man reckless. How about this? Here's the cash and drugs. You can take all of them, as compensation for the failure of your mission, and I will not take a penny," as if it was a trip down the mountain. What do you think, please? You have to be clear. These three people and these drugs and cash are our mission objectives. You treat these as conditions. Do you think it is interesting? The fat man skimmed his mouth. Fatty step by step pressing. Even the honest people are going to be angry, not to mention the Witch Formation Master is not a virtuous generation at all. Being pressed by a junior step by step, it would be strange not to be angry. "Little friend, really think that I can not help you?" Witch Formation Master asked with a cold smile. Fatty was just about to reply when he saw the Witch Formation Master pinch up his hands to seal entrance. Fatty let out a low gulp, and the golden silkworms hovering above his head immediately sped down and entered Fatty's mouth. The fatty puffed up his cheeks and formed a small space in his mouth. Fatty had just closed his mouth when he saw the Sorcerer Formation Master's eyes glaring roundly, a head of long hair flowing up behind his head without wind, his hands shaking, and a majestic sorcerer's power exploding violently. A scorching heat exploded from the Witch Formation Master as the center of the circle to the surroundings, like a bomb exploding. The extended shockwave instantly hit the valley. Fatty and the special soldiers tied to the stakes behind him only felt a hot wind blowing through them, and they couldn't help but close their eyes, but even their hair wasn't harmed in any way. But when the crowd opened their eyes, they saw that all of those poisonous insects that had just surrounded the Witch Formation Master had disappeared. To be precise, all of these poisonous insects were instantly burned to death and turned into flying ash in the attack just now, and if it wasn't for the extra layer of black ash on the yellow dirt ground, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that just a moment ago there were as many as tens of thousands of various types of poisonous insects there. Little friend is skillful, surprisingly able to stay calm in the face of danger and use this method to protect the golden silkworms. The proposal that I just made, what does little friend think about it? The Witch Formation Master's right hand probed into his bosom and through the three ancient beast bones on the ground, his left hand gripped the jade pendant tightly, and quickly started the Witch Formation, before he smiled and asked, "Indeed a good means, the Witch Formation Master really lives up to his name." The fat man opened his mouth to praise, and the golden silkworm flew back to hover above his head. The Witch Formation Master was secretly pleased, yet he wondered why this fatty still dared to let the golden silkworms appear after seeing his own means. The blazing worm formation is indeed powerful, and the exploding formation technique is used in just the right way. However, I would like to ask you, after using up the extremely consuming exploding formation technique in the witchcraft, how long can the witch power in your excellency's body still maintain the blazing worm formation? The fat man asked in a serious manner, paired with only a pair of underpants, revealing the appearance of white, greasy, and full of fat flesh. And how could one feel like the witchfinder did not have a smile on his face? The witch formation master did not have a smile on his face, because the expression on his face was horror. Chapter 43, Molesting the Enemy. You know about the witch formation and the witch formation technique, the witch formation master said with a slight tremor in his voice. Do you think I can call out the name? Well, still do not know it, Fatty asked calmly, but his eyes stared at the witch formation master's every action. As long as there is a tiny bit of wrong place, he will immediately make the golden silkworm entrance. If for a witch formation master hitching his own life compulsion, that would be called not worth it. Witch formation master for the speech, the witch formation master for the words. The bursting formation technique is one of the formations that accompanies with witch formation. As the fat man said, the burst formation technique is one of the formations that accompanies the witch formation. The larger the range of the attack, the more witch power consumed. Just used the burst formation technique, the witch power in his body has gone 7 or 8 out of 10, the rest of the witch power can't even be used for the burst formation technique. Kid, don't bully people too much. I've already retreated to you again and again, I've given in again and again. Do you little friend think that this is the only thing the old man is capable of? Although he didn't understand how the fat man, a compulsion master, knew the secrets of the witch formation master, and although the fat man had seen through the falsehoods, the witch formation master still suppressed the horror of his heart, and forcefully said, I would like to see your methods. Fatty said disdainfully. Knowing that this time the matter could not end well, the witch formation master gritted his teeth and moved a wooden chest he carried with him from behind him. This wooden box was only the size of an ordinary suitcase, with extremely ancient patterns carved on it, and although the distance was a bit far, Fatty could still conclude that those patterns carved on this box were actually the array diagrams of the sorcerer's array, only that he did not see them clearly, and therefore did not know the exact meaning that the diagrams represented. The witch formation master slowly opened the lid of the box, and a chihuahua-sized gray puppy jumped out of the box. Barong tak cross each, the witch formation master pinched his hands together and recited the incantation loudly. Fatty was confused, although he had learned about witch formation from his master's ancient books and was familiar with the witchcraft incantations used by the witch formation master. The knowledge of the witch formation master was like a big river, and what Fatty understood was only a section of this big river. As the witch formation master's incantation was completed, his pair of withered hands like chicken claws quickly pressed on the gray puppy's forehead. Fatty could feel extremely clearly that at least 90% of the remaining witch power in the witch formation master's body surged into the puppy's body, and then, something shocking happened. The gray puppy's body actually expanded rapidly, swelling several times in the blink of an eye. Not only Fatty, even the special forces behind him who hadn't regained their freedom, all of them had a look of hell. The scene in front of them was beyond their understanding and acceptable range. And this is exactly the wizardry of the witch formation master. When the expansion ended, standing in front of the witch formation master, there is what is a puppy, is simply a calf-sized, bared teeth, eyes of the ferocious giant wolf. Not to mention ordinary wolves, even the strongest wolves, standing in front of this giant wolf. I'm afraid it is also like a Labrador standing next to a Tibetan Mastiff. Damn, the legend is surprisingly true. Fatty cursed. Fatty had once read a passage in an ancient book that when a sorcerer formation master refined a fierce beast into a beast compass, the beast compass would be greatly upgraded from its essence. The passage was so incoherent that Fatty did not care about it, but now that he thought about it, doesn't essence represent strength, speed, attack, defense, and even stature? Since you want to die, then I will make you whole. The witch formation master laughed coldly. Before his words fell, the giant wolf had already rushed out of the witch formation and pounced towards Fatty. Kill! Fatty ordered. The golden silkworm hovering above his head turned into a golden lightning bolt, although the giant wolf made an attacking movement, but helplessly. The speed of the golden silkworm could be ranked in the forefront even amongst the 10,000 beasts. The movement only struck the air, and the golden silkworm had already bitten the tip of the giant wolf's snout that was completely uncovered by its hair, and then instantly flew back, causing the giant wolf's pouncing movement to fall through. Once again, what surprised Fatty once again happened. The giant wolf actually did not react to the huge wolf head shook a little, and not as Fatty expected to be poisoned to death. To know simply say toxicity, the poison of the golden silkworm and all the poisonous insects ranked first, even poisonous beasts, such as king cobra, arrow poisonous frog toxicity is not compared to the golden silkworm. By the golden silkworm bite, even if it is an elephant will be poisoned to death in an instant, not to mention just a calf-sized giant wolf. However, the giant wolf just shook its head and rushed towards the fat man again with a furious momentum, as if the gold silkworm poison was just for show. Ha ha ha, my beast compulsion is copper skin and iron bone, your gold silkworm even if it reaches the broken consciousness, so what can you want to poison my wolf king? Wait until the broken cocoon say it, which formation master laughed. The golden silkworm is divided into 5 levels, respectively, is the intention of the Lord, worm order, broken consciousness, broken cocoon, kill God. When the compulsion master will gold silkworm take in and refine this life compulsion, the master and the compulsion worm consciousness is connected, the gold silkworm can act through the master's consciousness. This is the first realm of the Lord of Intent. When the strength of the golden silkworm is enhanced and reaches the bug order realm, it becomes the bug king, and can order 10,000 bugs. As for the consciousness-breaking realm, it refers to having an extremely strong resistance to all sorcerers' witchcrafts and compulsion spells, and will not be affected by any sorcerer's spells, and can break the consciousness of all hostile insect compounds, causing the hostile sorcerer's natal compounds to die completely. If the golden silkworm is refined to the cocoon-breaking realm, not only the formations set up by sorcerers, even the formations set up by people with great aptitude, such as physiognomists and magicians, can be broken, so it can be said that all the formations under the sun in the eyes of the golden silkworm will be regarded as if they were nothing, and it is simply the nemesis of all the formations. As for the killing God, this no one knows, because no one will gold silkworm refine to the 5th level, but from the name should also be able to see something, killing God, even the gods are able to kill, not to mention people. To that realm, it is estimated to have been strong in the sky and the earth only. The main reason why the witch formation master discussed with Fatty at the beginning was that he was worried that the golden silkworm had reached the cocoon-breaking realm, but after the burst formation technique just now, Fatty's golden silkworm's highest level is just to break the consciousness. Even the witch formation can't break through, so naturally, it has lost its threat to the witch formation master. This was also the real reason why the witch formation master dared to release the beast compass. In the witch formation master's eyes, Fatty had already turned into a lamb to the slaughter, completely a dead man. Tang Yen couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm as she watched the giant wolf pounce on Fatty. The other special forces soldiers also struggled hard, itching to immediately join the battlefield and fight side by side with Fatty. In their opinion, although Fatty's hands were strong, how could he be the opponent of a giant wolf? Looking at the giant wolf that pounced on him, Fatty not only did not show a nervous look, but instead laughed. The witch formation master looked at Fatty's smile and was extremely disdainful in his heart, thinking that Fatty was merely forcing himself to be calm. But in the next second, the witch formation master knew that he was wrong, and outrageously wrong. The giant wolf was like a gray lightning. When it was still 3 meters away from Fatty, it swooped up. For a giant wolf that was more than 2 meters long, the distance of 3 meters could be reduced to 0 without even blinking. Fatty looked at the teeth of the giant wolf, as ballet basic spinning action, a very casual turn. The giant wolf's pounce as just the giant wolf attacked the golden silkworm general only captured the air. Ow! The giant wolf reluctantly held up to the sky, sharp claws ruthlessly grabbed at the fat man close at hand. The fat man quickly backed up half a step. The giant wolf's sharp claws were dangerously close to scratching from the front of his fat belly, not to mention the belly, even the hairs did not touch. Giant wolf's attack speed is getting faster and faster, the attack is also more and more severe. The fat man but unexpectedly around the giant wolf dodging up, the action is light and agile, no matter the giant wolf exhausted the methods, not to mention the attack to the fat man, even touched did not touch even half of the next. If it is not the fat body of white greasy flesh is an eyesore, the crowd will even think that the fat body has been transformed into a genie. In the dance at the sun came out I climbed the hill, fat body back, the giant wolf from the top of his head to pounce over. Climbing to the top of the hill, I want to sing. Fatty jumped up high, his legs crossed out in the air, and the giant wolf pounced over his crotch. Sing to my sister off. Fatty twisted his butt and brushed past the giant wolf. Unexpectedly, Fatty even had the leisure to sing under the giant wolf's frantic attack, and even accompanied the lyrics by scowling at Tang Yen, making people feel like crying and laughing while marveling at the agility of his movements. Why is this fat guy still acting weird at this time? Tang Yen thought in a tangled voice. Come on, everyone together. Fatty shouted, not caring at all about the giant wolf that was the same as the stupid dog. The sun comes out and I climb the mountainside. Hey, the hound dog loudly responded, getting an appreciative thumbs up from Fatty. Climbing to the top of the hill, I want to sing. Hey, all the special forces understood that Fatty didn't care about the giant wolf at all, so they all joined in the chorus. The witch formation master's eyes were about to glaze over, especially listening to Fatty's song and the special forces response. It felt as if a big hand was slapping him in the face, slap after slap, without mercy. Fun, the fat man shouted. Fun. Hound Dog and the others were now emboldened by the world's chaos and responded loudly. Fatty rolled his eyes and dodged away from the giant wolf's attack, calling out, didn't ask you guys. The Witchfinder had an urge to spit out blood. Hey, use me to help you think of a way to get out of the trap, Fatty asked loudly. Witch Formation Master is very wise to choose silence. What is called suffocating. His level of Chinese language can only be considered average, can understand but not fluent. How can and fat man in the verbal fight bias he can understand, if really should, God knows this damn fat man will not let himself a sentence cannot say, and then give himself to vomit blood. Actually, you're extraordinarily stupid. You see, they're all my friends. If you order the giant wolf to attack these guys, I'm sure I'll panic. At that time you can take the opportunity to escape, Fatty shouted. What? Hound and the others all froze. Is this douchebag of Fatty's head broken actually teaching the enemy how to do it? Chapter 44, The Giant Wolf Counts Hair. Hound and the others could not have imagined that Fatty would say these words, while the Witch Formation Master standing in the opposite side of the Witch Formation spoke even more amazing words. I've thought about it long ago, but rules are rules. The witch fight is only between witches. The woe is not as bad as ordinary people. I'm not as bottomless as you are. The Witch Formation Master said with a cold snort. The Witch Formation Master's reply made Hound Dog and the others immediately switch their support to him. As for this two-bit Fatty, he was directly abandoned by Hound Dog and the others. A smile appeared on Fatty's face. In fact, just now he was puzzled as to why the Witch Formation Master did not put the Hound and the others to use, not knowing if the Witch Formation Master really did not think of this, or if he thought of this, but did not go through with it, which was why he had this question. If the Witch Formation Master chose to adopt the fat man's proposal, then the fat man could only choose to kill this guy, because people with no rules could not be his subordinates. He didn't want to stay beside a subordinate who did things too aggressively and had no binding power at all. Obviously, the fat man got the answer he wanted to get. Alright, no more games, it's just a wolf. When I was inside the mountain, the 3 wolf kings couldn't help me. This guy is just a bit bigger, no fun. Fatty shouted loudly, standing still in the unbelieving gaze of the Witch Formation Master. He actually waited motionlessly for the giant wolf's attack. This Fatty can't be stupid, right? The Witch Formation Master was frozen by the surprise that suddenly appeared. Of course the fat man would not be stupid. He was just familiar with the wolf's combat techniques and laws to the extent that he couldn't be more familiar with them. The giant wolf naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Close at hand to pounce naturally cannot, but can use sharp claws to grab, with sharp teeth to bite, not to mention flesh and blood, even if it is a big tree, will be bitten and rotted into wood shavings. The giant wolf chose the bite that could kill in one blow. The huge wolf's head was passed over, its bloody mouth was wide open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, biting down towards Fatty's throat. At the same time, its hind limbs exerted force, and its front claws with sharp claws also grabbed at Fatty's heart. Fatty still didn't move. Tang Yen and the others' cries of alarm were already in their throats, but right at the juncture when their cries of alarm were about to be exported but not yet exported, Fatty's hands explored lightning fast, grabbed the huge wolf's head, and with a rub and a spin, the giant wolf's huge body made a 180-degree turn in the air. The wolf's infallible bite was completely interrupted, not to mention that the attack of the sharp claws also lost its power. Fatty did not in a hit after the complacency, the right hand index finger middle finger together, shouted, in the very close distance to the wolf's head violently point down. As the saying goes, copper head, iron claws, tofu waist is used to describe the wolf, that is to say, the wolf head is the hardest existence of the wolf body, but in the fat man's finger, the wolf head as if turned into a block of tofu, the two fingers without any obstacles to pierce into the head of the wolf in the middle of a stirring and gouging. When Fatty withdrew his right hand, the giant wolf had completely turned into a dead wolf. Not only the hound dog and the others, even the witch formation master looked dumbfounded. This is after the essence of the beast compulsion, not home-raised Chinese garden dog, even if it is a Chinese garden dog, but the fat man's hand is not a diamond. There is what ability to hurry to make it out of it. Fat man casually fingered dirt in the wolf's fur, wiped slowly toward the witch formation division, opened his mouth. The witch formation master, had a look of frustration and despair on his face. In this battle between sorcerers, in terms of cultivation, the witch formation master and the fat man were both in the same poison drawing and body tempering grand circle realm, just one step away from entering the new realm of the imperial repulsion of everything. In terms of experience in the battle, looking at the age of the sorcerer, he knew that the witch formation master had the absolute upper hand. In terms of restraints between the two sides, the witch formation master was the strongest existence amongst sorcerers of the same cultivation, but the witch formation master had actually lost. The sorcerer formation master carefully recalled the battle and couldn't help but feel like vomiting blood. Unless he was able to foresee and set up a killing-type sorcerer formation before Fatty appeared, no matter what approach he chose, it would be the exact same ending. If he had caused the beast compass to attack at the very beginning, with Fatty's strong hands it would be a matter of minutes, in which case he would only lose faster and more miserably. And if the beginning of the choice to escape, do not forget that the fat man's destiny compulsion is the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm can order the world of insects, as long as he is in this primitive forest, the equivalent of being in the fat man's home turf, and then even how to die do not know. Thinking about it, the sorcerer had to admit in frustration, this fight from the surface, he occupies the absolute upper hand. To achieve the final victory is not the slightest suspense. But in essence, this fat man was restraining himself from every point. The defeat was not a misapplication of tactics, but the enemy was simply too strong. If you're not convinced, you call out your instinctive compulsion. Let's continue to fight. Fatty shouted disdainfully. The witch formation master was speechless over this. Just at this moment, a flash of purple light leapt out of the witch formation master's arms, sat on his knees, raised his two front paws, and even made a bow without stopping, as if he was begging for forgiveness. Purple sable. Fatty felt a flash of light after seeing this animal. Fatty did not expect that this sorcerer formation master's intrinsic compass to be a purple sable. A sorcerer's natal compulsion was divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, just like a sorcerer's physique. Those sorcerers who used black widows, scorpions, and centipedes as natal compulsion could only be considered as the lower 9 classes, or even not in the top class. Those who refined lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves as natal compulsion could only be considered as the second class, and only if the sorcerer spirit worms and sorcerer spirit beasts were refined as natal compulsion, then it would be the first class. Witch spirit bugs, witch spirit beasts can also be called demigod bugs and demigod beasts, only they can constantly evolve, enhance the level. Those ordinary poisonous insects, beasts, and even do not even have the ability to evolve. There is no doubt about the highs and lows. Although the golden silkworm is not the only witch spirit insect amongst the poisonous insects, it is the most powerful existence amongst all the witch spirit insects, and other witch spirit insects are simply hard to reach. And the purple sable is the status and the gold silkworm equivalent in the beasts in the upper pyramid of the witch spirit beast. Refining the purple sable into a life compass, Fatty's interest in this sorcerer formation master became even greater. If before, Fatty only wanted to find a strong fighter and a teacher to teach him the methods of witch formation, it would be best if he could be subdued, and it wouldn't matter if he couldn't be subdued and killed. then now he was already determined to take this witch formation master under his tutelage. Since your instinctive compulsion has come out to beg for forgiveness, then I'll just give you a way out. Fatty said in a tone of I pity you. The witch formation master was angry and furious. A powerful and incomparable witch formation master was actually pitted by a compassion master. What is this called actually? The witch formation master is really not as powerful as you think, the fat man said disdainfully. The old man just wanted to retort, but after seeing the action of the fat man, all the words to be exported will be swallowed back into the stomach. Because Fatty picked up a pistol from the ground. There doesn't seem to be anything in the rules for witches that says that witches can't use firearms, right? The fat man heatedly laughed with an incomparably devious smile. The old man's face instantly collapsed. The rules of the fight between the sorcerers were set thousands of years ago. That time there is no firearms such as the existence of killing weapons. The rules naturally cannot appear in the prohibition of firearms. It can be said that the fat man did not violate the rules, but violated the rules. Fatty, however, still felt that the pressure of the witchfinder was not enough. With a wave of his hand, the second batch of poisonous insects rushed out from the forest and surrounded the witchfinder, who was about to be tossed and cried by Fatty. Nima, don't bring this kind of play, it's already a sure win. Actually got these guys out. The witch formation master felt that his spirit was about to collapse. What do you want? The witch formation master asked with a trembling voice. Nothing much, I just want to try. If I break those 3 beast bones that you set the witch formation on, will you still be able to resist the bugs? Fatty heatedly laughed. The pistol was held in his left hand for a while and then dropped to his right hand. Whatever you want, as long as I can get it out, I can give it to you, as long as you spare me. Witchfinder asked with a trembling voice. Really? The fat man's voice rose. Really? The witch formation master immediately replied. Then it's done. You take off your clothes. Take off your clothes. The witch formation master was petrified. Not to mention the witch formation master, even Tang Yen, stared at Fatty in disbelief. Could it be that Fatty prefers that mouth? To what extent is this taste heavy? Not only Tang Yen, almost everyone was thinking the same thing. Hurry up, don't dawdle, I've never played with a gun before, so I don't know when this thing will go off. Fatty continued to fling the gun around with his right and left hands. Tang Yen wanted to tell Fatty that the safety on this pistol was not on. Even if he flung it to the end of the world, he could not shoot a bullet. However, Tang Yen and a group of special forces know, does not mean that the witchfinder also know this. Witchfinder only know, this gun no matter how to sway, are against him. Witchfinder is a person. Witchfinder is not a person. Is this a gunshot accurate? A life is gone, not allowed to play, scared, also scared to lose half a life. Under the threat of modern firearms, the witchfinder had to take off the robes on his body, then his underwear, then a pair of tattered straw shoes, and finally a pair of small underpants were left still on his body. The whole person was basically naked. Panties, panties! Fatty called out. The witch formation master was out of temper. Anyway, now there is just one last step left from being all naked. The disgrace is all lost. It's not that bad. Anyway, as long as he lives, there are plenty of chances to get back in the future, but by that time, the fat man will definitely beg for his life and beg for his death. The last pair of underwear was thrown out, and the witch formation master was really clear and unattached this time. Under the helplessness, the witch formation master can only grab the purple sable, which spirit beast purple sable, especially miserable, turned into the master of the last piece of cloth. If the other witch formation master know, will not a mouthful of blood sprayed out of the collective was alive and dead. Chapter 45, Heavenly Treasures. Fatty hemmed and hawed, and ran to pick up all the clothes of the witchfinder, and then rummaged through them one by one like a rag collector. 7 or 8 pieces of color, although different, but the quality is absolutely all ice kind of jade, was turned out. The smallest is only the size of a matchbox, the largest is big enough to have a fist. Take out to sell, and the price will not be worse than the fat man. Before gambling on stone, gambling out of the ice kind of emperor green. How much in addition? There are 3 or 4 gold bars, 5 or 6 silver bars, 2 bank cards, tens of thousands of US dollars in cash. Watching Fatty search out these things and put them together, the witchfinder just felt a little embarrassed about his current situation. but did not show any heartbreaking expression. After all, for the witchfinder, wanting to make money is not a difficult task. Money is something outside of the body. As long as he can live to leave, these money can be earned back sooner or later. However, when the fat man searched out a black fruit the size of a baby's fist, the witch formation master's face changed, especially when he saw a smile blossom on the fat man's face. He knew that not only did this fat man recognize this fruit, but he also knew the wonderful use of this fruit. No way, you actually have a fire dragon fruit, haha, luck is bursting. Luck is bursting. A fatty laughed out loud and said the last thing the witch formation master wanted to hear. This fire dragon fruit is not the kind of red with leaf petals sold in supermarkets and fruit stalls, the fruit with white flesh and black seeds inside after cutting, but a kind of genius earth treasure. This kind of fire dragon fruit only grows in high temperature and high heat area, such as the source of hot springs, mountain, underground lava, river. This kind of fire dragon fruit trunk, rumor has it that 100 years only gift thick 1 centimeter, 1,000 years to become a timber, and then 300 years of blossoming, 300 years of fruit, 300 years of maturity. Fire dragon fruit has the size of a baby's fist. The body is black and shiny, although the sense of touch is very slippery, but can be seen on the surface covered with fish scales like layers of fine small scales. The overall hardness is unparalleled. To the fat man can be crushed stone. Hand strength, use all the force, is also only on the surface to leave 2 shallow traces. The reason why Fatty was happy, firstly, because he simply did not expect to actually search out this kind of treasure. He originally just wanted to look to see if he could rummage around to find the formation diagrams that all witch formation masters would carry around with them. Secondly, it was because the fire dragon fruit was the second most important material on the piece of paper given to him by his master, and in first place was the essence jade heart. The fire dragon fruit grows in extremely hot places, and is originally fire. If used alone, the user will be burned to ashes by the internal fire in a short period of time, but if it is used with other genius geomantic treasures, it can regulate the mechanism and enhance the quality of the witch power, drastically increasing the witch power of the sorcerer and improving the sorcerer's ability to control the witch power. The essence jade heart belonged to the extreme Een. If Fatty were to use it, it would only cause the condition of the 9 Een extinct vein to become worse extremely quickly, but if it was paired with the fire dragon fruit, it would stabilize the witch power and suppress the 9 Een extinct vein, causing the danger to life to turn into a safe one. You're welcome, you're really too polite. Fatty laughed happily and looked at his body. There was nothing else left except a pair of small underwear, so he directly stuffed the fire dragon fruit into his crotch, causing the already bulging crotch to bulge again. The witch formation master's face was green. This fire dragon fruit was a treasure he got after killing a collector, and had been carrying it with him, just waiting for a few more materials to be found. Then it could be refined into a body-strengthening pill. Whether he could break through the poison-hardening body and reach the cultivation realm of repelling the all-dependent depends on this fire dragon fruit, but he didn't expect that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time and encountered the wrong person. And then the fat man with a satisfied smile on his face lowered his head and continued to rummage. A moment later, a thin book with odd paper quality appeared in his hands. Found it, the fat man cheered as he lifted up the book. Witch formation master has long been pale heart like a knife. He would like to say to the fat man, you want to witch formation map on the early said well I send you good well. Witch formation map and fire dragon fruit compared to the farts are not counted. If the witch formation map is the witch formation master's lifeblood, then the fire dragon fruit can be regarded as a witch formation master's life, if you use a good burst of luck, and can even break the stereotype that a sorcerer formation master could not reach the cultivation level of peering into the 3 realms, and become a top-level sorcerer formation master that had never been seen before or since. Alright, do whatever you like. Fatty waved his hand like a fly. The witch formation master looked around and still chose to stand in place. Although this fat man spoke beautifully, the poisonous insects were still there. It was the same as if the fat man had said half a day of all bullshit. Fatty was admiring the witch formation diagrams that he had searched out while smiling as he walked towards the special forces. Along the way he pulled out a knife from the body of one of the drug dealers. It was obvious that Fatty was preparing to slice the ropes on the special forces so as not to waste too much time unbuttoning them. A look of fear appeared on the witchfinder's face as a question came to mind. Although Fatty had promised him to let him live, those special soldiers did not represent Fatty. If Fatty let the group of special soldiers go, by the hand of these special soldiers, it would still be difficult for him to escape death. Oh wait, Fatty, you said to let me live. The Witch Formation Master opened his mouth and called out. Fatty stopped, turned around, and nodded seriously. That's right, you can go. Fatty replied. But your poisonous insects, oops, sorry, forgot, you all disperse. Fatty waved his hand. A large portion of the venomous insects surrounding the Witchfinder dispersed, revealing enough openings to leave, but there were still quite a few venomous insects that still lingered and refused to leave. The Witch Formation Master didn't know what to say. Fatty scratched his head and said, I'm really sorry, although I can control the poisonous insects, but they are not my parasites. They have an autonomous consciousness. It's not likely that they like to look at old men without clothes. I can't help it. The Witch Formation Master's nose was about to be askew with anger. He had seen the shameless ones, but not seen such a shameless one, and he even used this kind of despicable explanation to let yourself lose face. Good, Fatty, you are ruthless. The Witch Formation Master nodded his head vigorously, not caring to cover his own dick. His hands waved, using the only remaining bit of witch power in his body to trigger the explosive formation technique, killing all the poisonous insects around him. The Witch Formation Master closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. His already pale face became even paler. But when the Witch Formation Master opened his eyes, he saw a fat figure rushing over like a ghost. He secretly cried out that it was not good, and when he wanted to resist, he found that the other party's speed was even faster, his movements were even sharper, and his position was even more accurate. Just a few simple strokes, the Witch Formation Master only felt that his arms no longer belonged to him, and his legs, naturally, no longer belonged to him. What are you doing? The Witchfinder screamed in horror. Fatty he smile, grabbed the purple sable gently a pinch purple sable neck. This witch spirit beast fainted in the past, was Fat Man thrown to the side, then Fat Man hands as fast as lightning in the air to draw out a number of seals. What shocked the Witch Formation Master happened. Hundreds of mountain bees even appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. When his eyes coalesced on the ground, he understood, he was punked by Fatty. On the ground, at some point, hundreds of one-finger-deep pits appeared, obviously dug by insects that were good at digging up dirt, and these mountain wasps, just now under the cover of other poisonous insects, hid amongst these small pits, and after covering them with dirt, they managed to avoid the attack of the blazing insect formation and explosive formation technique. Fatty moved extremely fast, grabbed a mountain wasp and pressed it towards the Witchfinder's chest. This mountain wasp seemed to be ready, and when it touched the Witchfinder's chest, it drove its tail stinger ruthlessly into the Witchfinder's chest skin. 1, 2, 3 dilly dilly, Kagaku Kade, Jichue D's, broken god broken soul, into the Fatty's voice as soon as he left the room gave people a powerful sense of pressure. A black mist appeared out of thin air, around Fatty's hands, along with a stinger to the sorcerer of the mountain wasp, did not enter into the body of the sorcerer of the sorcerers. When Fatty heard from his hands, the mountain wasp was not ready to go to the sorcerer of the sorcerer's chest, but he was ready to go to the sorcerer's chest. When the Witch Formation Master heard the first tone scale coming out from Fatty's mouth, his face had changed greatly. When he heard Fatty's last tone scale, his face, which had just gained a little bit of blood, was as pale as a piece of white paper. He knew that he had really planted himself this time. Fatty used the most basic in the Witch Formation, but also the most vicious soul-breaking formation. The biggest difference between this Witch Formation and other Witch Formations is that the other Witch Formations are arranged on the ground, above the space, the use of heaven and earth's power of natural force attack or defense. Soul-breaking formations is a direct effect on the human body of the vicious formation. The soul-breaking formation utilizes the witch's unique evil chi to drive, but later on, it uses the anger within the enemy's body as the continuation of the power. This formation ignores the distance, and if it is activated, it will instantly cause the blood to boil, cause the muscles to expand violently, and ultimately, use the enchanted person's torso, the energy within the body, as a weapon, to kill all the people around them. To put it bluntly, this soul-breaking formation was a kind of long-distance remote-controlled human bomb that a sorcerer could use. You can go now. But you have to be good, Fatty said with a hefty smile. The sorcerer formation master looked at the ghost head tattoo-like formation on his chest and cried without tears. At this moment, he finally understood, this damned fat man from the beginning in the calculation of their own. Even more ridiculous is that he was even by this fat man led by the nose, happily will be fat man for their own ready trap set on the neck. Wait until the reaction to realize that they have been firmly in the hands of the fat man. Poisonous insects couldn't break the blazing insect formation, but they could continuously consume the witch formation master's witch power. Fatty continuously used words to enrage the witch formation master, causing the witch formation master to reveal his last card, so naturally, he didn't have the so-called killer weapon. Then the witch formation diagram to make the witch formation master heartache. Of course, the appearance of the fire dragon fruit is an accident, but make the fat man's plan is more perfect. Then walk towards the special forces, give the witch formation master the maximum pressure. Make the witch formation master had to exhaust the witch power to cast the burst formation art to get out of the trap. When the witch formation master's witch power is exhausted, the killer all used up, the most mentally exhausted critical moment, Fatty shot, witch formation master, no resistance, was Fatty to be fixed. Chapter 46, The Might of the Witch Formation. Tang Yan regained her freedom, Berserk Bull regained his freedom, and soon, all the special forces all regained their freedom. Fatty, it's a good thing I listened to you. I wore 2 bulletproof vests and then a bulletproof pants, otherwise, I'm afraid that even if I don't die this time, I'm going to be extinct. Berserk Bull looked at the bulletproof pants with several bullet holes and said. Fatty patted Berserk Bull's shoulder and said, even if the little brother is no longer, there is no relationship, among witch doctors there is a secret method called grafting. I'll give you an elephant's little brother, ensure that it is thick and big. Raging Bull crowd special forces, Tang Yin kicked the fat man in the face. Putting on the clothes stripped off from the fat drug dealer, Fatty cherished the thin book into the inner pocket of his clothes. What are you going to do with these drugs? Fatty asked casually. Destroy them all with incendiary agents. Hound replied. You guys are crazy. Fatty jumped 3 feet high and shouted. Why are you heartbroken? Hound Dog asked with a smile. Nonsense, this is all money, I'll just burn it. You guys are too defeatist, right? Yelled the fat man. This thing is a catastrophe if it flows into society, of course it should be destroyed. Tang Yan walked over with a bucket of gasoline and said. Fatty quickly grabbed Tang Yan's hand and said, you loser, this is a few $1 million so burned, not a few million, if all these drugs are sold, according to the market price of at least more than $1 billion. Tang Yan corrected. More than $1 billion, the fat man's eyes are straight. U.S. dollars. Tang Yan added. The fat man's eyes rounded, all of a sudden rushed to the side of the small mountain of drugs. A tiger pounced and hugged a piece of drugs, loudly shouted, even I also burned it together, I do not live, more than $1 billion U.S. dollars. Ah, you group of losers, ah, the fat man cried and screamed as if he had lost a chicken neighborhood ant, making the crowd cry and laugh. Fatty, this thing is a scourge, it can't be kept, it must be burned. Hound Dog walked over to Fatty and said. I knew it was money. Fatty stubbornly shouted. This thing will jeopardize society. Tang Yan helplessly advised. The fat man turned his head to look angrily at Tang Yan, yelled, harming society. Harm what society? You see here is not to prevent this thing into China well sold to foreign countries to go well on money we take, let these drugs scourge foreigners to go not on the line, this is against the law. Tang Yan said. I do not believe that you do not have a special way to get these drugs to foreign countries to go, breaking the law as long as they are not caught. What law? Fatty shouted. The crowd didn't say anything and seemed to be impressed by Fatty. Don't think I don't know history, our ancient China was victimized by foreign countries with drugs, now we are called to treat others in their own way. More than $1 billion U.S. dollars can buy how much good equipment, can get how much advanced equipment. On this kind of place, the drone bomber flew over directly to deal with it, but also with your trekking thousands of miles. I'll also be a group of people to pounce on. Shame not shame. Fatty said, the people feel really is the same thing, this is not China, the drugs are not produced in China, As long as they have the same way to deal with the people, this is not China. Drugs are not produced in China, as long as they are transported to foreign countries quietly. Who knows, it's decided, call someone to transport away. Tang Yan hard-heartedly decided to say. If these drugs into money, Tinglong Special Forces, whether it is base construction, equipment supplement, or weapons and equipment modernization, will be greatly enhanced, and even in the future, you can use the war to feed the war, no longer spend a penny in China. Determining this, the Tinglong Special Forces naturally had an operational pathway, which didn't require Tang Yan to worry about those who aren't injured. Leave 20 people here to stand guard until the receiving personnel arrive, the others withdraw. Tang Yan ordered. All of them stay and wait for the reception, we'll go back when everything is done. Fatty spoke out. Tang Yan gave Fatty a serious look and nodded her head in agreement. 10 kilometers set up a covert outpost, report immediately at the first sign of a situation, all staff work 4 shifts, and those who are injured will be treated on the spot. Tang Yan issued a series of orders. Fatty, what about him? Hound Dog asked, pointing at the bare-assed Witchfinder. Fatty hemmed and hawed and took the Witchfinder's robe underwear and walked over to the Witchfinder. Put it on, you can go now. Fatty said with a smile. The Witchfinder looked deeply at Fatty and took the robes and pants, but firmly shook his head. I will follow you from now on, Witchfinder said seriously. You are not a beautiful woman, I don't like men, especially old and ugly men. Fatty bristled and rolled his eyes in rejection. Then help me dissolve the witch formation on my body, and I promise to treat today's matter as if it had never happened, and definitely won't mention it to anyone else. The Sorcerer Formation Master made a condition. That's absolutely impossible, hearts and minds are different, I don't want to be missed by a Witch Formation Master. Fatty shook his head in rejection. I promise not to be missed. The Witch Formation Master was a little anxious. I'm afraid. Fatty had the expression of a small student who was afraid. You don't have to be afraid. The Witch Formation Master comforted. Fatty shook his head and said seriously, I'm really afraid. The Witch Formation Master was about to have his spirit broken by Fatty, and raised his right hand and solemnly said, then I'll make a poisonous oath. Oaths are believable these days, and sows will get on trees, then you want me in the end, how I do not want you, how you go well Fatty, indifferent road. I'll follow you. Well, around a big circle and back, the surrounding special forces looked at the two around and around the big laugh. Fatty twisted his head and left, the Witchfinder put on his clothes and pants, walked quickly to Fatty's side, and then no matter where Fatty went, even to the toilet, he followed, more like a shadow than a shadow, at least when there was no light there would be no shadow. Into the night, Fatty lit a campfire and dressed 2 hares with sharpened branches, his eyes were about to be stuck inside the hare meat. Report number 1, armed government army convoy spotted. The man who had set up a post in the distance spotted the situation. Conceal and observe, report at any time. Tang Yan picked up the high-powered walkie-talkie and ordered. Everyone take as much as you can and retreat into the forest. Tang Yan put down the walkie-talkie and ordered. All the special forces immediately took action, each person was just carrying a couple hundred pounds. Compared to the small mountain of drugs here, not even a fifth of them could be taken away. Don't get busy first. Fatty waved his hand and called out, then asked without lifting his head while roasting the rabbit, old man, you can handle it, right? The Witchfinder didn't say anything. If you can take care of them, I will remove the witch formation from you. Fatty faintly made a condition. Leave it to me. The Witch Formation Master nodded and stood up, quickly running towards the mouth of the valley. Fatty, Tang Yan didn't know if he should retreat or stay here anymore. Don't worry, if he can't do it, let's drill inside the mountain again, we can't escape if we can't beat him, Fatty said blandly. Tang Yan decided to continue to trust Fatty, but she still took out her satellite phone and asked when the receiver would arrive. 5 kilometers to go, 3 kilometers to go. The atmosphere in the valley became tense all of a sudden. 1 kilometer to go. Everyone carried 100 pounds of drugs on their backs, picked up their weapons, and prepared to retreat. It stopped, Instant images are being sent back here. The sentry whispered. Tang Yan opened the communication device, and the instant image sent back by the sentry immediately appeared on the tiny LCD screen. An officer came out of an off-road vehicle at the very back of the government army's convoy. The officer shouted angrily, inquiring about the situation ahead and ordering the convoy to continue on its way. The two off-road troop carriers at the very front quickly reacted. Gunshots rang out quite abruptly, followed by various firearms firing. The officer was shocked and immediately waved his hand and ordered all the people in the convoy behind him to get out of their vehicles and cover each other. As they rushed forward, the picture on the screen began to shake, and it was clear that the soldiers on guard duty were rapidly moving forward. Don't get too close. Fatty picked up Tang Yan's walkie-talkie and said. The image quickly stabilized, and then the Special Forces soldiers surrounding them all stared in awe and sucked in a breath of cool air. Both sides of the mountain road were lined with mountains, and all the soldiers of the government army were concentrated on the mountain road. Some let out screams of terror, while others hugged their comrades around them and gnawed at them with their teeth in madness, and still others fired their guns and shot indiscriminately. The officer with a group of soldiers just approached to a certain range, suddenly walked in front of the soldiers as if seeing ghosts, screamed violently, and then more soldiers in the advance of a few meters also followed into panic. The officer at the end of the walk was afraid, just wanted to retreat, just saw the range of soldiers pulled the trigger of the gun, a series of fire tongues sprayed out. The officer and a group of soldiers who did not enter the range of all fell in a pool of blood. Gunfire, explosions sounded for 10 minutes before stopping. The entire valley was illuminated by the headlights as if it were daytime. The special forces can clearly see through the communication equipment. The mountain road is littered with the corpses of the government soldiers, only a few survivors left, very dry with a gun to end their lives. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Report number 1, a reinforced company of government soldiers, all wiped out. The sentry sent back a report. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the regular army, a strengthened company, but there are more than 100 people. Actually in this short 10 minutes all the army was wiped out. This is the powerful place of the Witchfinder. After 10 minutes, the Witchfinder quickly stepped into the valley. Through the bright moonlight, can see the Witchfinder's face with a concealed complacency. Satisfied, the Witch Formation Master asked with a smile. Quite satisfied. Fatty replied with a smile. I have completed the task you entrusted me with. You can now unlock the Witch Formation on me, right? The Witch Formation Master asked, hopefully. Good. Fatty nodded and easily lifted the formation from the Witch Formation Master's chest. A satisfied expression appeared on the Witch Formation Master's face, but the next second, he felt that his arms and legs did not belong to him again. Fatty smiled treacherously and hemmed and hawed, rearranging a sorcery formation on the Sorcery Formation Master's chest, exactly the same as the one that had just been lifted off. You bastard! The Witch Formation Master was so furious that he could only explode into foul language as a way to express his feelings of indignation towards Fatty. I said I would disarm it for you, but I didn't say that I couldn't make another Witch Formation, right? Fatty hemmed and hawed. Despicable, shameless, and nasty. All the special forces raised their middle fingers at Fatty. Chapter 47, Righteousness. In the early hours of the morning, 2 helicopters with no model and no military markings arrived in the valley, with no third person except the 2 pilots. The special forces were transformed into porters, and it only took less than 30 minutes to neatly yard all the drugs on the airplane. Fatty once again amazed the crowd, because even the drugs scattered on the ground were made up by him, and by the time the helicopter left, I'm afraid that not even half a kilogram of drugs could be collected in the entire valley. In addition to the drugs in the valley, there are also 2 boxes of unexpected wealth. These were originally the head of the drug cartel was prepared to give his men a bonus reward of banknotes, all turned into Tinglong's property. It is estimated that even if the 3 heads have not been killed, now should also be alive and angry. After installing enough explosives and incendiaries, Tang Yan gave the order. Fatty took the shadow-like Witch Formation Master and followed the Tinglong special forces out of the valley. The operation was perfectly completed. Fatty, what formation did he use just now? So powerful. Hound Dog walked beside Fatty and asked, curiously. Fatty glanced at the Sorcerer Formation Master, and seeing that the sorcerer formation master did not utter a word of rejection or reminder, he laughed and said, "It's just a low-level sorcerer formation. It should be nothing more than a formation that has developed from the chaotic soul formation." The witch formation master immediately glared his eyes up when he heard of a low-grade witch formation. Fatty skimmed his mouth and said, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong? The chaotic soul formation, after starting it, everyone inside the formation will feel a blurred consciousness, and the witch power will affect people's thinking, showing the most fearful images in people's minds, and the person affected will see all the most fearful creatures in his heart. Ordinary people see something extremely scary is to scream, those soldiers see something scary, naturally will make subconscious reaction to attack, with fists, feet, teeth, guns, anyway. As long as it is able to kill the scary thing, all can be used as a weapon. What you said is also too simple," the witchfinder said in displeasure. "Che, don't say I underestimate you. Originally I thought you could use a big extermination formation, 10,000 ghosts formation, 1,000 souls formation, prison prada formation, 10,000 killings formation, and then even worse, you should also use a small extermination formation, soul-breaking formation, set of death formation. Who knows that you use the most trashy chaotic souls formation? I'm embarrassed to talk about you," Fatty said disdainfully. The witch formation master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and asked in surprise, "You know all of these witch formations?" "No," Fatty replied quite dryly. Fatty's answer was like a pot of cold water, dousing all the flames of hope that had risen in the witch formation master's mind. "Who doesn't know that these killing formations are powerful? Won't you say anything?" The witch formation master rebuked in disappointment. "I won't use it, but I will crack it, of course. The main thing is that I didn't learn it. These formations I have extremely detailed introductions. Want to know it? Hey, don't tell you." Fatty was very beat up, making the witch formation master's mood go up and down like riding a roller coaster. "You really have a detailed introduction of these formations, and will also break these formations," the witch formation master shouted in surprise. "Of course it's true, this time it's just that I came late. If I came with them, do you think your garbage fainting formation can play any role?" Fatty said disdainfully. "The fainting formation is not garbage," the witch formation master once again retorted. The formations he would have, naturally could not be compared to the ones Fatty had just mentioned, but to say that they were garbage, he would never agree. "Fainting array only, a bottle of cool oil will be fixed. If I was there, you did not start the witch array. I have smelled the smell. Even if you started, I big deal to cloth a reverse evil array. Your fainting array will wait to give us a boost. Fainting array is only a low-level array. The purpose is only to make the array area within the people fainting only. To crack that, there are quite a few ways to break it, such as not entering the area of the formation, destroying the bones of the beasts that set up the formation, and utilizing the reverse formation to make the fainting formation have a reverse effect are all possible, but using the cool oil is the first time that the witch formation master has heard of it." The witch formation master couldn't even say anything to retort, yet he still didn't want to admit defeat. "Then if I use the blazing insect formation continuous explosive formation technique first in the valley to kill all the poisonous insects, how can you deal with me?" the witch formation master asked unconvincingly. The sound of rustling could already be clearly heard in Fatty's ears. "That's even easier. Let me introduce my pet, the big cat." Fatty took the uneaten roasted rabbit out of the plastic bag and waved it in the air. The tiger roar, that made everyone's spirits instantly tense, rang out. "Don't shoot, that's my pet," Fatty shouted in a hurry. Encountering a tiger in the mountains and forests should have been a very scary thing, but to these special forces, it would be the tiger's misfortune. As Fatty's shouts came out, a tiger scurried out from the mountains and forests and came in front of Fatty, extraordinarily well behaved, rubbing its head against Fatty's thighs. "How is it?" Fatty asked triumphantly as he stuffed the roasted hare into the tiger's mouth. The witch formation master looked dazedly at the adult tiger that was as docile as a kitten, blinked hard and sighed, "I'm convinced." The golden silkworm was the king of poisonous insects, and the tiger was the king of all beasts, although the tiger could not be compared to the purple sable in terms of grade, but in terms of ferocity, the purple sable couldn't catch up with the tiger even if it was on a horse, so it was really strange for the witch formation master not to be intimidated. Fatty heart happy, of course, he is purely bluffing. In fact, this circus tiger as a pet is good, but there is no wild, even if it is refined into a beast compulsion, but also is the embroidered pillow, bluffing is no problem, the real use, I'm afraid it is not as good as a poisonous centipede it, however, to kill the witch formation master, but do not need much trouble, a bullet will be enough, even if you do not have to use any weapon, fat man. Even without any weaponry, Fatty can kill 10 witch formation masters with his bare hands. The witch formation is a powerful thing to others, but to Fatty, after knowing its basic theory, as long as he doesn't panic after entering the formation, with his cultivation, it's not difficult to crack it. The reason why I left the witch array master, one is this witch array master will rules, the second is that the fat man wants to learn the witch array art of the formation method, otherwise his mind so much witch array diagram, will not all become opposed theoretical knowledge where there is practice is important. Even the great man said, practice is the only standard of the test of truth. With the explosion time set by Tang Yen, the entire valley turned into a sea of fire, the bomb ignited the incendiary agent, the ultra-high temperature burned out everything, the bodies of the drug dealers, the simple shed, the vehicles and weapons used by the drug dealers, all of them will be turned into ashes, to ensure that those who come later cannot find anything. Fatty, what are you going to do after you go back? Why don't you come to Tinglong Bar? The squad leader for you to be. Hound Dog said sincerely. Fatty shook his head and said, don't say give me a small captain, even if you give me a big captain I won't do it, I'm a witch doctor, the hospital is where I should stay, every day look at the beautiful nurses wearing stockings, and then flirt with the female doctors, and occasionally for the posture of the good female patients to check their bodies. That's what I'm doing in life. Beast. Tang Yen did not know when from the front of the team fell behind the team, heard the words of the fat man suddenly frowned, but thought of his initial see the fat man, until now the fat man's performance, really cannot figure out that that is the real fat man, whether it is that horny sex maniac, or the mighty hero, or the shameless bastard. Fatty, you saved us this time, and gave us a large sum of money, what do you want? Just mention it, we will try our best to fulfill your request. Tang Yen opened her mouth. As soon as Fatty heard Tang Yan's words, he immediately had a serious expression and said righteously, I didn't come to save you guys for money at all, but because you're all my brothers, and it's impossible for me to watch my brothers fall into danger and not do anything about it. The crowd of Special Forces soldiers felt warmth in their chests immediately after hearing this. Fatty had conquered their hearts with his practical actions. Never make conditions with me, that would be an insult to my character. Tang Yen blushed and got embarrassed, eager to apologize solemnly to Fatty. Of course, if you're over it, casually send me a villa, it should have a garden in front and a swimming pool in the back, it doesn't matter if there's a swimming pool inside or not, the most important thing is that it has to have 2 garages, one garage to park a Bugatti Veyron, which I'll drive when I go to a tournament, and the other one to park a Bugatti Veyron, which I'll drive when I'm going to school, and the maids shouldn't be hired too much. One is responsible for one for cooking, one for washing clothes, and one for get lost. Tang Yen shouted angrily, the little bit of apology in her heart had long since vanished. The mountain road for the fat man does not have any difficulties, he walks more easily than the battle-hardened special forces, from time to time with the tiger to run into the forest, and so on back to the team, the hand is either more than a few pheasants, or the tiger on the back of more than a small immature wild boar, rushing to the road directly turned into a wild swim. Picnic witch formation master also gradually and fat man familiar, mainly fat man looks naive, personality is also particularly cheerful, no matter with whom are laughing and joking, it is difficult to let people regard it as an enemy. Witch array master named Dekuyi, half Chinese blood, in its sectamon the status is not high, but definitely not low, from the age of 3 began to learn witch array. So far there have been 60 years, the family, if the Chinese currency to calculate, 200 or 300 million to beat not. Once the fat man heard that Dekai actually had so much wealth, he was immediately curious. After Dekai's explanation he realized how easy it was for sorcerers to make money. Witch formation master in the country of Jade belongs to the extremely secretive high people, the general rich politicians can't handle things, will spend a lot of money to ask them to help set things right. With the status and strength of the Dekai, Accepting a mission to get a commission, less than $1 million, more than a few million or even tens of millions of dollars, and that's not even counting gifts received after the mission is completed, such as top-grade jade, antiques, jewelry. If you, Fat Master, were at our place, a random mission would cost tens of millions. Dawei said seriously. Fatty helplessly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm too kind of a person to do that kind of killing things." Not only was Dawei speechless, even a kind of special forces didn't know what to say. "Fatty, didn't you say that our mission this time had a bloodbath? It seems that apart from the ones who were injured, we are all intact." A hound dog came over and inquired. It was rare for him to remember this before Fatty could reply. Hound dog fell to the ground with an ouch, the back of his hand bleeding from a small cut from a dead branch. "Sure enough, it's a bloodbath," the hound thought as he did so. "I do not know is the fat man's face is really too accurate, or these special forces is really too unlucky. Wait until the return to the domestic barracks, everyone more or less with a little injury. The lightest was cut by a branch on the back of the hand, the serious arm and thigh received 2 shots, but there is not a person died, no one seriously injured. For the Tinglong squad, this is a not too small miracle." Chapter 48, Grandson Again. I don't know who told Fatty that the military transport plane is not the kind of airliner written in the novels that often meets with sexual encounters, resulting in the return trip. Fatty refused to get on the plane with the special forces, and had to take the airliner of the airline in the end. Tang Yen had no choice but to buy a first-class ticket for Fatty, and then they first took the military transport plane to leave. Even Dawei followed them, who let Dawei even passport is not, in China. He is a complete black household. The tiger was generously given by the fat man to Dawei. The grateful Dawei, snot and tears, almost took the fat man as his own father. The tiger will be refined into a beast compulsion, that is countless sorcerers are extremely eager to do. Of course, the refining of the tiger is not overnight. Dawei promised the fat man, "Wait until the material is properly prepared. We'll definitely let the fat man on the sidelines to watch. He will never hide ordinary 747 airliner, the whole economy class is full, half of the tour group to follow the tourists to travel, the other half is the gambling customers. Look at this group of people one by one, sad look, must have lost all the money. As for the first class, there is only fat a passenger." This seems to echo the lyrics of the song, "Only the man who lost money will come back. Winning money is always dashing outside." In the evening, the airplane finally slowly stopped on the tarmac. The sweet voice of the stewardess appeared again, and the fat man's eyes flashed with tears. "Novels are all lies, novels are all lies." This was the only thought that Fatty had after his first passenger plane ride. Before boarding the plane, Fatty had already called to notify Fang Yuan to pick up the plane, his pockets inside the bear, not to mention playing. Even the money to sit on the airport bus is not available. It is difficult to walk back, but Fatty, once the plane was found out the wrong place to come. Outside the apron is not only parked outside of Fang Yuan's broken family car, but also parked 2 black Audi A6. Hanging is even a military license plate. Eldest brother, second eldest brother, the name the two met with again made countless people feel speechless. "Hurry up and follow us." Fang Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries, grabbed the fat man's hand and shoved it inside his car. 2 Audis clamped Fang Yuan's car in the middle. It looked like a kind of escorting feeling. Of course, if Fang Yuan changed his broken car into a lengthened Lincoln, it would be more like it, an ordinary sedan that had been opened for more than 10 years, except for the glass which was brighter. All of them were dark. How did it give a feeling of escorting a prisoner, brother? A few days have not seen cattle big. I even can drive directly into the airport. A Fatty sat in the passenger seat. Praised. Bull my ass, at my level, I can't even pass the first level of defense, let alone enter the airport. Fang Yuan replied. I say second senior brother, just tell us what's going on. Who are we senior brothers with who? Fatty asked with a smile when he saw Fang Yuan's hesitant to speak. There's a big shot's little grandson got an acute illness. This kind of disease is terminal in the scope of Western medicine. Very few have the possibility of being cured, so I thought of you. Fang Yuan said. Fatty asked doubtfully, the little grandson of the big man won't be the third grandson again? Fang Yuan shook his head in tears and laughter. This time this one is the second in line. Oh, that's good. By the way, senior brother, since you said that this disease belongs to the category of terminal disease in Western medicine, then this disease should have been identified, right? What is the name of this disease in Western medicine? Fatty asked. AIDS. Fang Yuan said. Fang Yuan waited for a long time but did not hear the words of the fat man, inclined his head to look, the fat man with tears in his eyes, pitifully looking at him, almost about to cry out. What's wrong? Fang Yuan asked, in confusion. Second senior brother hasn't offended you, right? How did you push me towards death? The fat man's tears slid down. How did I push you towards death? Asked Fang Yuan inexplicably. I haven't lived long enough. I haven't touched a girl's hand yet. I haven't finished the mission of passing on my family's legacy for the Sun family. Don't think that I don't know anything because I came out of the mountain. AIDS is a highly contagious infectious disease. I don't want to go. Second senior brother. Let go of my senior brother. The fat man grasped Fang Yuan's hand and wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let go. Fang Yuan had a black line, reprimanded. What's with what? AIDS is highly contagious, but only body fluids infected, and will not be infected through the air. You're afraid of the ass? A really fatty stared at the two small eyeballs asked. Nonsense, of course it is true. It won't be transmitted through the air, so if he talks to me, will I get AIDS? Who did you listen to? Fang Yuan cried and laughed. I read a novel on the internet, replied the fat man. What novel did you read? Fang Yuan gasped. Biography of AIDS Slut. Fang Yuan almost drove the car inside the roadside ditch. Don't worry, AIDS is not as scary as you think, Fang Yuan explained in detail for Fatty. Fatty finally put his heart down, sat back on the passenger seat, patted his chest and said, That's good, I thought AIDS was one of the top 3 diseases in the legend. Well, Fang Yuan was puzzled. The 3 legendary diseases this, you do not know, uncultured, really terrible, but also the vice dean of it. Fatty skimmed his mouth, in Fang Yuan's forced gaze, softened and introduced, in addition to AIDS, the other 2 major legendary diseases is to stare at whoever is pregnant, look at whoever is miscarried. What the hell are you kid reading in the future? Give me some useful books to read. Fang Yuan exasperated shouted, he thought that there really is a legendary disease. It was originally at least 1.5 hours, if caught up with the rush hour commute can be blocked for 5 or 6 hours of driving, only less than 40 minutes has been to the destination. Fang Yuan brought Fatty to the building and asked him to wait a bit before entering the conference room. Experts from the 3 departments of infectious disease, internal medicine, and bacterial cultivation were discussing treatment methods in the conference room. Fatty waited for 5 minutes and was a bit unable to wait any longer as he hadn't gone to the restroom for several hours, so he didn't have time to greet them and walked straight towards the place where the restroom sign was hung. Toilet is very big, non-slip floor tiles can be seen, milky white urinal, wash basin is spotless, the most exaggerated is not even a little toilet stench, the air wafted with a faint jasmine fragrance. Fat man estimated his room may not be as clean as others. This toilet, the west building of the 301 Military General Hospital, belongs to the High Cadre Ward area. Each ward and doctor's office has an independent restroom, and this public restroom is actually prepared for visitors and ordinary nurses. Fatty removed his pants, sat on the toilet, and emptied his memory out with a little effort. Fatty suddenly heard an odd sound coming from the next door. Listening carefully, he realized that in Western medicine this should be called constipation, that is, a decrease in the number of bowel movements, a decrease in the amount of bowel movements, and dry stools. I say buddy, this to go to the toilet can be a lot of effort. Fatty said, idle anyway. No one next door answered. Your body is not good to know that a truly healthy person should have 3 fast, eat fast, sleep fast, pull fast. You can't even pull out the stool, it is obvious that the other 2 also cannot, Fatty said. I can't even pull out, but also fast. The next door finally had a reply, the voice, rather like a chokehold, holding his breath to speak. Do not pull out hard, pull, if you get an anal fissure, anal fistula. What rotten disease, when the good treatment is not good to hear. Fatty said. I have not shit for 6 days, and then do not pull on the suffocation. Next door said. Want to pull out is not simple, you wait. Fatty laughed, quickly cleaned up and ran out. After a while, the fat man walked in with a small plastic bottle and handed it to the one next door from below. Insert it and slowly squeeze the liquid inside. Fatty said. Does this work well? The guy next door asked skeptically. 100% good, trust me, yes. Fatty affirmed. Next door that person half-heartedly in accordance with the fat man's method to do a little, less than 2 minutes, just feel a slip below, the sound of the sky came, then a stench rose to the sky, the fat man directly smoked out of the toilet, really cannot stand a few moments later, a minimum of 80 years of age, but the body of the old man particularly hard from the toilet inside the pants out, look at his hurried pace, the fat man estimated that the person is his own put he smoked. Himself Fatty, just now you gave me the secret medicine, the old man asked in a full breath. Fatty nodded. Sure enough it's good, since you have a secret medicine to pass the bowels, do you have a secret medicine to pass the toilet, the old man asked. Fatty froze for a while before he realized, this old grandpa had too much memory and blocked the toilet. Hush, you don't say, I don't say, who knows it's you who blocked the toilet, go. Fatty the man also wilted and wilted, pulling the old man away. This old man looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this place, and quickly followed the fat man away. Fatty, are you the doctor here, leaving the easily suspected area, the old man asked. Pretty much, Fatty said. Then whose attending doctor are you, the old man asked. The second grandson's. The old man was puzzled. The fat man skimmed his lips and said, this recent period of time I have bad luck, always tossed with the grandchildren, some time ago I cured a third grandchild, and today I caught up with a second grandchild. Third grandson and second grandson, the old man didn't even know how to say it. Fatty had managed to find someone he could confide in for a while, so naturally he couldn't let go. I'm wondering, you say these rich and powerful people are not idle, full of beautiful women do not have to go to the zoo to toss the orangutan to go, orangutan, the old man is even more puzzled. Well, is the orangutan, you say, and beautiful bed is not better than an orangutan mating really idiotic, seek that stimulation why, a little fat, you treat the patient got what disease, the old man asked. The door to the conference room arrived. AIDS, I'm here, you are ready to go there, Fatty asked. The old man pushed open the door of the conference room and said, I'll be here. You are, that thrill-seeking idiot is my grandson, the second grandson. Fatty. Chapter 49, A Misunderstanding. Generally speaking, like this kind of meeting to determine the treatment program, patients should not participate, but who let the family distinguished, anyway, listen to no harm, just when the time to cooperate with the treatment. The old man was quite individualistic. Once he entered the conference room, he pulled out the military belt on his waist, and then walked towards the idiot that the fat man was talking about. Seeing that the door of the conference room was left open, Fatty poked his head inside, only to see a violent scene. I'll let you assholes go to the zoo to fuck an ape, I don't care if you're usually a bit flirtatious, the more you fucking live, the more animal you are doing what you're fucking an ape for, the old man cursed while whirling around military bull belt and smacked it down. The patient is a 25 or 26 years old young man, looks quite handsome, is always slightly upturned at the corners of the mouth, looks a little evil. This guy is also unlucky, originally got this kind of bad luck. Catalyst disease is bad enough, the result is now inexplicably by the old man at home with a belt, a whip, hide as not hide as not, was pumped whale straight screaming. Grandpa, you say what, what ape, handsome was pumped on the ground, head drilled into the chair below, hands grasping the legs of the stool, while screaming while struggling. The doctors reacted only after a long time, and went forward to pull the old man away, and persuaded him for a while. The unlucky young man crawled out from under the chair, aggravated, he couldn't even figure out what he had to do with the orangutan when he got a disease. Don't stop me, I have to whip this beast to death. Your fiancé there is not good to you. 100 Obedience, filial piety, and respect for parents and respect for the elderly. The family has a way to save you a large sum of money. You even went to the zoo to do orangutan as you can do it, although the old man was the crowd of doctors to pull away, but still do not relieve the anger, the big horse sitting in a chair on the golden dagger gas puffing roar. Grandpa, what are you talking about? What orangutan? The handsome man asked in tears. He was really confused. You got this shitty disease. You got it because you ran to the zoo to fuck the orangutan. Don't think I don't know anything just because I'm old, everyone else told me. The old man yelled. I didn't fuck an ape. The handsome man was dumbfounded. How dare you lie to me? The old man was so angry that he was about to rush up and whip his grandson again. The conference room was now more lively than a food market. The fat man stood by the door poking his head out and making a lot of fun. This kind of scene was not often seen. Meng, old man, you calm down. Is there any misunderstanding here? Meng Yang's disease and orangutan has nothing to do. Fang Yuan stopped, the old man said. How is it not related? I just ran into a miracle doctor. My old problem, people use such a small secret medicine, a moment of medicine to the disease, no pain at all. He told me how this disease came about. People are so powerful, would they lie to me as an old man? The old man yelled, Divine Doctor who? The crowd froze. In 31, there is no one worthy of the name Divine Doctor. As soon as the old man pointed to the doorway, everyone gathered their eyes on Fatty, who was probing and snickering to see what was going on. When the fat man saw everyone looking at him, he froze, scowling in a way that made Fang Yuan cry and laugh. Asshole, when did I get involved with an ape? After the conference room door closed, Handsome directly fired at Fatty. Fatty cocked his head and said, You have AIDS, right? Handsome nodded in shame. The first case of AIDS was found from an ape, right? Fatty asked. Everyone nodded. It was common knowledge. That's not true. How could you get AIDS if you didn't fuck with an ape? Fatty said rightfully. The crowd was dumbfounded. Is this a reason? Meng Lao then realized that he had wrongly blamed his grandson. Just now he was out of breath. As long as it is a rational thought should understand that it is absolutely impossible to get together with the orangutan. However, because Fatty had solved Meng Lao's unspeakable problems for him, Meng Lao still trusted Fatty very much, and the orangutan incident was nothing more than a misunderstanding. Right, eldest brother, what secret medicine did you give Meng Lao? Fang Yuan was more interested in this. Corkscrew off, Fatty replied. Fang Yuan was a bit dizzy and looked at Meng Lao again and asked, Meng Lao, your illness is constipation. Meng Lao replied with some embarrassment. The crowd was completely speechless. Constipation is not a problem at all, it's just dry stools. Eat some cool food and pay attention to exercise and you will be able to get rid of it naturally. Enough to solve this problem. At least 7 out of 10 elderly people have this problem. As for the corkscrew or not, that thing is very effective on the excretion, but only to treat the symptoms. Solved the misunderstanding. The meeting restarted. Fatty sat on the sidelines, a moment to move his buttocks, to move his chair. Until the meeting has been open for 10 minutes, he has moved to the corner. Little Fatty, don't be embarrassed. My grandson wouldn't dare to blame you. If he dares to blame you, I'll whip him. Elder Meng saw that Fatty had shrunk into the corner of the conference room and hurriedly called out. Fatty waved his hands and said, I'm not afraid of him blaming me, I'm afraid of him infecting me. The crowd of dudes couldn't wait to swallow Fatty. Unlucky idiot named Meng Defu, born with a golden spoon. People look more handsome than the stars, to meet all the standards of the rich and handsome, although there has been a fiancé, but there is always the hope that they climb the branch into the phoenix of the woman to throw their arms, and he came to refuse. As a result, a few days ago and a few foreign models more than the time unfortunately won the bid yesterday, Meng Defu to visit his grandfather in the hospital, because of the bad color was forced by his grandfather to do a full-body examination. The results of the examination report came out. The key one was positive. There is today's expert consultation. There aren't many cases of HIV being cured in the world, and it's more attributable to luck than drugs. Precisely because there is no special drug for HIV, so that the experts are not sure, the treatment program is not no, but it is precisely because none of these treatment programs can be 100% sure of the cure, so no one dares to put forward, in case there is no cure. On the contrary, delayed treatment, the responsibility of who do not dare to bear Western medicine, before the treatment even started, had already been completely wiped out. Elder Wang is back. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside, and a young doctor called out excitedly. The experts let out a sigh of relief in unison. Now they could only count on Chinese medicine. Elder Wang Bo Wang walked into the conference room, and after greeting Elder Meng, he instantly saw the fat man cowering in the corner. "Dawei, what are you doing sitting there? Come and sit." Elder Wang called out. "I'm afraid of being infected." Fatty replied honestly. "It's fine, come over and debate with me, or find the right treatment." Elder Wang laughed. "Right, come over here, Fatty, these experts are useless. What a shit Western medicine, Grandma, none of them can be used when they are really needed." Meng Lao did not give the crowd any face at all and said loudly. Including Fang Yuan, all the experts one by one hung their heads in silence. They are also considered to be big names in the country, but unfortunately in front of Meng Lao, they can only pretend to be grandchildren. "Saliva is considered a body fluid, right?" asked Fatty. The experts nodded. "Give him a mask and I'll go over." The crowd was speechless. This Fatty even made conditions. Meng Difu just wanted to open his mouth, but was glared back by Meng Lao with a glance, hopelessly putting on the mask. Only then did the fat man walk over to Elder Wang's side. "I only believe in Chinese medicine." Elder Meng's words gave the crowd the urge to run for the door. Elder Wang shook his head with a bitter smile and began to take Meng Difu's pulse. Fatty came to the side to look carefully. This kind of disease he had only read about in novels. He had never really seen it with his own eyes, so he looked very carefully. "Little Fatty, you also study Chinese medicine?" Meng Lao casually asked. "I'm studying witch medicine. It should also be considered Chinese medicine," replied the fat man. "Witch doctors are also considered TCM practitioners." Meng was puzzled. "All traditional Chinese medicine should be called Chinese medicine. In fact, the origins of both witch doctors and Chinese medicine are the same, developed from sacrifices to the gods and small prescriptions in the countryside, and gradually formed their own schools." Fatty explained. "Yellow eyes and paste, scarlet tongue but dry, short pulses rapid and weak, persistent low fever, but does not affect the sanity, it should be AIDS no different." Old Wang quickly finished his diagnosis. "Old Wang, can it be cured?" Meng Lao asked nervously. Wang Bo shook his head and said, "If we use Chinese medicine to cure it, we can only maintain it at this stage. It's not easy to be cured." "Is there no medicine that can cure this damn disease?" Meng Lao asked undaunted. "There are, but they are all Western medicines. No one dares to guarantee that they will be able to cure it." Elder Wang shook his head. "How is it possible that there are still diseases that have no cure?" Meng Lao shouted. Elder Wang sighed helplessly and said, "The most powerful area for AIDS is Africa, and any new drugs for AIDS will be put on trial in Africa first, but so far, less than 10 people have been cured in total." Meng Lao looked at Wang Lao, and then looked at his favorite little grandson, couldn't help but wet his old eyes. "Put it this way, this disease, I can use medicine to maintain it, but more importantly it depends on the patient himself. There is a saying that human potential is the best medicine. Even if it is a terminal disease, in front of the human body's potential, it will be cured," Wang Lao said seriously. "That means there is no medicine?" Meng Difu asked with a sobbing face. He also did not think that messing with a few big oceanic horses would cause this kind of disease. When he thought of his future, at once the whole spirit of the person is going to collapse. Wang Lao sighed and shook his head. Although doctors should give hope to their patients, but in front of this kind of terminal disease, even God doctors are afraid that they will feel helpless. "My Defu, my poor Defu, when you were born back then, I named you Defu. I wanted you to be blessed by the heavens, full virtue and full happiness. I didn't think that you would get this disease. When I die, what face do I have to go and see your grandma?" Meng Lao's voice trembled with a sobbing tone. "Don't hell." Fatty suddenly called out, frightening the group. Meng Lao was also stunned and stared blankly at Fatty. "If it's to stimulate potential, I do have a way." As soon as the Fatty spoke, the crowd was shocked. Chapter 50: Crazy Demon Needle Formation. "Really, you can really cure my grandson?" Meng Lao fiercely grabbed Fatty's hand and asked with a mixture of surprise. Fatty shook his head. "Can't guarantee it, but if Elder Wang is right that he can be cured by virtue of his own potential, then there shouldn't be any major problems." How is that possible? Elder Wang shouted in surprise. If this is those experts set out, Fatty will absolutely first ruthless contempt, but Wang Lao will Fatty see this old man quite smooth, not to take the words choking people Wang Lao, Chinese medicine inside a number of ways to enhance human potential, right? Fatty asked. Wang Lao nodded, with moxa smoked acupuncture method, positive soul soup, stone soup foot soak can enhance the human potential, but the enhancement of very little, and a very long time, I said I can maintain, that is, these three methods used at the same time, but only to maintain the status quo, only, want to cure, can only touch the luck. No way you can use the crazy demon needle formation to enhance human potential. Don't tell me you won't. Oh, and it's not a difficult needle technique. Fatty said with an incredulous expression. Wang Lao eyes blankly looked at the fat man. Suddenly, as if by the thunder shocked, the general leaped up, grabbed the fat man, roared, "What do you say? You say again, crazy magic needle array, crazy magic needle array." Experts looked at the appearance of the old man Wang, at the same time, secretly. Your old man is now already crazy. What crazy demon needle formation? Meng Lao asked in surprise as he looked at Wang Lao's crazy demonic expression. Crazy demon needle formation, crazy demon needle formation. Wang Lao no longer knew what to say other than yelling crazy demon needle formation. Fatty raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and gently pointed it at the center of Wang Lao's eyebrow, and bellowed, "Quiet." Fatty drank out. The entire small conference room seemed to be blown by a cloudy wind. The temperature instantly dropped several degrees. Several experts couldn't help but shiver, and Wang Lao, who was already a bit confused, only felt that his mind was like ringing a temple bell that broke the morning fog. And he instantly woke up. Elder Wang looked deeply at Fatty and nodded his head slightly to express his gratitude before he opened his mouth to explain. Chinese medicine's treatment for diseases could be divided into several categories: tonics, fumigation, massage, and psychology. Because the same human body acupuncture points to treat diseases, so massage is divided into acupuncture therapy and massage therapy, two kinds. Among acupuncture therapies, the use of single needles and groups of needles is called acupuncture, while if dozens or even hundreds of needles are used for acupuncture treatment, it is called needle array. Chinese traditional things have a bad habit of being selfish, between sex and sex, between schools and schools, between regions and regions, etc., the lack of communication between each other, while the teacher, Su, is afraid of teaching the apprentice starvation, so the masters like to leave one or two masterpieces, coupled with the Chinese wars since ancient times, resulting in a lot of things out of generation, missing, lost. Crazy needle array in ancient times had been listed as one of the top 20 needle array, root wild history records. Zhao Yunzhao general's last battle in his old age, reproduced the young when the momentum of 10,000 enemies, strong and unrivaled, under the hands of no one, but at the end of the big battle, suddenly fell off the horse and died. So strong, is because before the battle to use the crazy needle array, enhance the potential, or with a brief enhancement to draw a perfect end for a lifetime. The 20 needle formations passed down from ancient times, so far only 3 of them still exist, the other 17 have been lost, especially the crazy demon needle formation, the last recorded use of which was already 400 years ago. After listening to Wang Lao's narration, all the people showed a surprised expression. After all, except for Wang Lao and Fatty, all of them are studying Western medicine, and they simply can't understand the magic of Chinese traditional medicine. What really surprised the crowd was not the miraculous effect of the crazy demon needle formation, but the fact that even Wang Lao, a leading figure in Chinese medicine, did not know the crazy demon needle formation, and this ordinary-looking young fat man actually did. Although the crazy demon needle formation can stimulate the human body's potential, but it's too dangerous, if Wang Lao sighed and didn't finish his words. But everyone already understood what Wang Lao hadn't said. Even a fierce man like Zhao Yunzhao Zilong couldn't top it, not to mention a pampered young master like Meng Defu. Try it anyway. Even if it fails, there's nothing to lose. Fatty laughed. Meng Defu really want to swallow this damned fat man alive. What is called failure is no loss, is not his life is a chicken life, dog life, dead for nothing. Try. Meng Lao asserted decision. Meng Defu worried about his own life, but others understand Meng Lao's bitter heart. Like this big family, looking for flowers, home red flag does not fall outside the colorful flag fluttering, raising a star bubble a college student is not a thing, 3 wives and 4 concubines ordinary law, but if because of the girls contracted AIDS, said words, not only is the person finished, and will even involve the whole family therefore, Meng Lao decided to try no matter what, the big deal is that it is a failure, the blame is on oneself, no one else to blame. Who has a pen and paper? I'll draw down the acupoints of the mad demon needle formation. Fatty opened his mouth. The crowd all revealed curious looks. Elder Wang, however, stood up at this time and said with an extremely serious voice, either please go back to your respective offices, or Fatty, you come with me to my office. Fatty sked and shook his head and said, Wang Lao, crazy magic needle array is how lost you so old, how this kind of thing still can't figure it out is not wait until 100 years later, Chinese medicine in addition to foot massage, will only cure a pillow, Wang Lao was Fatty a sentence said shame, arching his hand, vain and incomparable said, taught crazy demon needle formation in fact there is no difficult place, a total of 981 needles, of which 3 gold needles, 9 bone needles, 18 stone needles, the remaining 51 are all silver needles, of which 9 are big head silver needles, the rest of the ordinary silver needles can be. The most important thing is the acupuncture point, 81 pins correspond to 20 pairs of ordinary acupuncture points, 3 major points, 8 positive points, 30 back points, recognize the point must be accurate, each point corresponds to a different needle. Ordinary acupuncture as long as it is not a dead point, acupuncture wrong will not be too big a problem, but the crazy needle array, as long as the wrong point, as long as the corresponding acupuncture point using the wrong type of needles, will be abandoned, the end of the needle is the person who is either crazy and die, or withered and depressed death. Elder Wang directly asked his assistant to fetch a map of the human body's positive, negative and lateral acupoints from his office and handed it to Fatty, who directly labeled the acupoints and the types of needles to be applied on these 3 acupoint maps. Fatty moved very quickly, that is, 3 to 5 minutes of time to get it done, nodded his head and said, it's done. It's done, Meng Defu screamed, please be careful, and then review it a few times, okay? We have plenty of time, I can wait. You can wait, I can't wait, I haven't eaten yet, Fatty said unhappily, sleeping after getting on the plane, even the legendary unique flavors of the plane lunch are missed, this is watching the sun go down, for Fatty, hunger is the most unbearable in fact, the sun is still hanging overhead it is still early from going down, it is still early. Little Fatty, don't be in a hurry, at night old man I will treat you to a delicious meal, I guarantee that you will have a refreshing meal. Meng Lao persuaded. Can I call someone? Not, Fatty asked. Can, just call, you can't eat me poor. Meng Lao said freely. Then you can pack. Not, Fatty asked again. Can. Meng old head of black lines, awkwardly replied. The real embarrassment should be the fat man is right, but unfortunately in this aspect of eating, the fat man never feel embarrassed, with the words of the fat man, the people to food for the day well, big brother, do not talk about those useless, to the patient treatment is important. Fang Yuan embarrassed reprimanded the fat man, heatedly smiled and nodded his head, not to talk about food. Elder Wang, you familiarize yourself first, I still need to prepare some things. Fatty said. Cheng, just say what you need, as long as we have it there is absolutely no problem. Elder Wang nodded his head and said. Second senior brother, go to my house and bring my 2 boxes over, add some care, don't get bitten, and by the way, tell my dad, mom and sister that Elder Meng is treating us to dinner in the evening, so that they don't prepare dinner. Fang Yuan had a black line on his head, awkwardly answered and quickly left, he didn't know if it was too urgent or he really didn't have the face to stay here. The big wooden bucket for soaking, at least 1 meter high, about 2 meters in diameter, go by 1, with a lid, the longer the year of the wild ginseng the better, slice it directly, the thinner the better. Elder Wang's assistant immediately recorded what Fatty needed. There is a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy here, right? I'll get something there, Fatty said. Someone had since taken Fatty to pick out the herbs. The entire conference room was busy, only Meng Defu was crying. He felt that he was afraid that he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. 15 minutes later, a doctor who smelled of Chinese medicine hurriedly ran back. Elder Wang, that fatty wants 3 taels of wild he shouwu, you have to sign for this. The doctor respectfully said to Elder Wang. Elder Wang didn't even lift his head, he directly raised his hand. The doctor placed the pen in Elder Wang's hand, and Elder Wang casually signed his name, not even looking at the signature to see if it was in the right place. Meng Defu was slightly relieved. Again wild ginseng, again wild he shouwu. It seems that it is not as horrible as he imagined. Elder Wang, that fat man wants 2 live leeches. 5 minutes later, another doctor ran in, seeking Elder Wang's opinion. Give that fatty whatever he wants, don't come over and bother me if it's not a big deal, Elder Wang said unhappily. Unfortunately, Elder Wang was destined to not be able to study the insane needle formation quietly, because 10 minutes later, Elder Wang's assistant ran into the conference room in a panic. Elder Wang, that fatty that fatty got rid of all the arsenic in the pharmacy. With a poof, Meng Defu sat on his butt as he was shocked.